Did Ben Saw kill it before? Or are they down talking about something else? So
Not sure. Just got here.
yeah, same. Sorry, Papa. Sorry, Papa. Rat bag. All right, about that time. Chillax myself. There's something good to talk about. An interesting new topic. It's got to be something. Something other than philosophy. Sort of gets you nowhere.
Did you kill the chat, did you, Wyatt? While I was gone.
No, you did, Bandy. I was here keeping quiet.
I wasn't even
You
here to
fucking
kill it.
dropped in and you fucking
Yes.
bombed it and then you left and it was done. It was done.
Why? Because I hit Kosho with the facts of the matter.
I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know if
He
they're
tried.
facts or if it's just, it's one of those topics that you just fucking can't get to the bottom of. You know what
Well,
I mean?
he tried to bamboozle me in philosophy and consensus, pretty
Oh,
much.
exactly. That's all there is. Yeah.
Right?
Not even just that. It's just that his philosophy and his consensus was correct.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
So give me an alternative. Give me an alternative, right? Why do I got to give you an alternative for me to think it's all a load of baloney, for starters?
Well, I mean, if him asking for an alternative is his way of admitting that they don't actually know, but the current story is just the only good one they've got, then that's I suppose that's fine. But it sounds
Well,
like he seems to think that they know, you know.
well, I think Nate put in the chat earlier, you know, our conclusions are, and I said, you've got no conclusions, right? All you've got is guesses. It ain't a conclusion. You know, well, yes, they are. Well, how can they be when, you know, conclusion means whatever the definition was that I posted, but it's like the end, right? That's the end.
Yeah, the culmination of yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Now, if you're always adding to that, well, it's not the conclusion, is it? You don't have the answer at
No,
all.
they need to caveat. They need to say all we can conclude from what we currently know is that's what they need to put, because at the end of the day, that's basically stating that, well, here's a story that goes along with what we think's happening.
Uh,
You know.
pretty much.
Hmm.
Right.
And
Conclude means to end, not to end
exactly.
for now.
Well, no. Think about it. Like, if heaps of people rocked up to my house and they got out of the car with balloons, and one of them had a birthday cake and whatever, my neighbours could conclude from that that I'm having a birthday or someone here's having a birthday. Now, that conclusion can still be false, but they did come to that conclusion.
Okay.
You get
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
gist of that?
Yeah. You can
Yeah.
kind of subjectively decide, and that's pretty much what
Or
Yeah, the
science is.
information was false. That's the only problem.
Yeah.
see, Nate has no idea what the scientific method is.
Oh man.
Like, he keeps on tagging me with the scientific method. I
Oh.
wish he and his fellow colleagues would even follow the scientific method. That'd be handy.
I mean, I got like quite a few citations here. Science doesn't prove anything from Nicktoons website. So,
There we go.
yikes.
Yikes. So you saying that photons aren't real because you don't agree with the idea behind them isn't science? Well, okay, so the idea of a photon, okay, I'm not agreeing with that idea. I'm not going to agree with that idea. You're right, okay? That is my thought process. Right? But I'd like to see the science behind the photon itself.
No, science is questioning.
Yes.
All scientists disagree, and that's how they got to where they are.
Well, we, Jerry, must be some of the top ranked scientists in the world then.
Number one.
Yeah. It is quite funny when you look at things through through a new set of eyes, and I think you, White, are an example of that. You know, the way you've gone about stuff for yourself, you know, to explore things and come to conclusions of how things work for you in particular, with your diet and all that sort of stuff, which obviously, you know, isn't mainstream or anything like that. You know, thinking outside the box.
Just a
Hold on.
heads up. I love box. Everyone should love box. Yeah. Thinking outside the box is good, but being inside the box is also very, very nice.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the best.
here we are. I've been given orders. Nate is giving me orders. Okay, so I better follow his orders. What is, now this seems like a very cherry-picked definition, mind you, Nate. I'm just going to put that out there first. But anyway, what what is a conclusion? A conclusion is a statement based on experimental measurements and observations. It includes a summary of the results, whether or not the hypothesis was supported, the significance of the study, and future research. Okay, then. Now, what can we conclude from that statement? I wonder. All right, that there is no conclusion.
Which presuppositions are built into these experiments and the method by which you go about it? How do you decide that's an answer, that's not an answer, this is good, that's not good? Where is the
Previous
conclusion?
conclusions.
There you go.
We're standing on the shoulders of giant conclusions, people.
I prefer Demok's thing, you know, standing on the ankles of midgets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, because that belittles midgets. I don't like that.
Well, I don't know how you could, you know, belittle a midget.
And
Hey.
and mannequin sessions, what science are you talking about? Observational science only, or are we talking about like real hardcore science that goes through a very systematic process?
Science or pseudoscience, basically.
Or are we talking about the science that kind of goes, you know what, we can't get any further. We're gonna stop right here and make our conclusion because we can't go any further.
Draw some claims. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's really creepy when someone is eavesdropping on you in YouTube and responding to you in the chat. It's really creepy.
Stalker.
Man, I'm getting tagged a lot. All types of science. It's they really had to broaden the definition of science just to get more people in those in little white lab coats, so they can have like a little name tag. Scientist. It's like astronauts. Didn't they have to lower the line of space so more people could claim that they were an astronaut?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
But probably.
I think so. I think whatever the line was, I can't. Let's just say it was 100 kilometers. I can't remember what it was. I think they dropped it down to like 80 or something, and then all of a sudden the number of people that had been into space kind of doubled overnight, and they had their little astronaut wings.
How the fuck can a conclusion be the definition of that within the scientific method if there's a hypothesis which says there's fucking basically two outcomes? So the conclusion obviously must be very narrow, extremely narrow in the conclusion. It can't be open to interpretation, for example.
Yeah, so if there is a hypothesis and it's not supported, a hypothesis by the results, well, you do have a conclusion one way or the other, I suppose. It's either proved or not proved, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Supported or not supported,
Yeah.
however you want to term it. It's very binary. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no interpretation at all.
Yep, exactly. So you have your you can debunk your hypothesis, exactly, and then you have to start again. Right? Exactly.
Yeah, with a new one. Exactly. You can't have a group of people then say, "Oh, we conclude based on this fucking experiment that such and such."
Yeah.
No. There's a result from your experiment, and that goes with your hypothesis or not. Simple.
That's right. And then you have to come to your conclusion would be there is no conclusion except of the outcome.
Well, new hypothesis, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. Yeah.
Yep. Start again. Okay. A causes B. Let's go about it. Boom.
And that should be 99% of the time. Very rarely should be the case when the hypothesis is actually accurate the first time.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah.
So to say you have a conclusion with a failed test is well, it is accurate because you don't have a conclusion. Like it's still ongoing. Isn't it?
The conclusion could be we didn't conclude enough this time or something, maybe.
Yeah. Well, yeah. The conclusion is there is no conclusion.
No, the conclusion would be we achieved, a null result, or we confirmed or supported the hypothesis. Simple.
But maybe the full conclusion could be we need to do it again because we didn't get enough data or something.
Oh, true. Yeah, that could be. Yeah. The experiment failed.
Found a funny one in the text. Nate says that the conclusion, even if it says we were correct with our hypothesis, it also says we might not be correct in the future. So they conclude they're correct, but they might not always be correct.
Is that one of those?
Yeah, there could always be more data.
Yeah. It must be one of those superposition things.
We're correct while we're correct until we're not correct, and then we're not correct.
Yeah.
And we're already admitted it.
So the conclusion is we are always correct.
Actually, I think they have what's called margin of error. Yes, they say they're correct a certain percentage of certainty.
Yeah, that's right.
They might guess how likely it is that it will stay the conclusion through the future.
Well, that's why the laws are the laws, because they honestly believe that they'll never be broken.
That's not true.
The scientific laws, I mean.
Well, we think it's pretty hard to break.
No, they're laws only because they're just observations.
Because they repeat every time. No, we do think they're
Well, yeah,
laws.
they haven't been broken. They wouldn't be laws if they've been broken.
Speed of light.
There's
Can't be
laws that have
broken.
been broken, but but they can be broken.
Speeding time.
They can be broken the same way a theory can be broken.
Okay, but the idea when you call it a law is that you don't think it will be. You think it's consistent, right?
A law is just it's strictly called a law just because it's been observed over and over again. It's not even a theory. It's just
Yeah, you can't actually test it with experiments, yet it's observed over and over again. But the minute it's observed not to be true, it's no longer a law. And how many of those have happened?
I can think of two of them. We still call them laws though, like Newton's universal law of
That's
gravitation.
Oh, not fake ones, real ones, I mean.
It's a real law.
Jesus.
What you're telling me,
No,
Pasha, is
well,
even the word law isn't very set in stone and it can change overnight.
Laws and
Yeah.
theories are they can be both broken in the same way. The only difference is a law is saying, this is something that happens over and over again, and the equation for it or whatever, and a theory is just like a sort of explanation.
But we think the laws won't be changed unless special circumstances, right? That's why we.
What I'm saying is a theory and a law have that same you get the same sentiments for both. Like the law is not more.
Well, no, there's a scientific theory and a normal theory. So the theory of evolution, that's a crock of fucking hog's wallet. Whereas other scientific theories have actually been, repeatedly experimented on and proven to be the case. So there's different theories out there.
There's
But
an
laws
actual
are
theory.
laws.
I'm just saying that originally they called one law and they called one theory. There must have been a difference in the original.
No, there is a difference. That's what I'm saying. Well, they can both be scientifically tested, and they can both be discarded through testing, and they're both just as true. The difference is that one is describing how something is to happen based on, seeing it happen over and over again that way, and the other is based on an explanation for why that's happening.
Yeah, one can be complete
Doesn't
fiction.
sound exactly
One
correct.
actually needs to be tangible.
One is the thing that they think happens over and over again. One's an idea about how something works, a theory.
Like in general relativity, there's a theory which describes the whole thing, but then there's a law, which is the equation.
Maths isn't real, mate.
Yeah, the law is the math part, and the theory is the explanation.
What was the first part of what you said, Jerry?
The law is the math part of any theory.
Yeah. Usually, generally. There's probably some examples where it's not math, but I can't think of any. Yeah, generally that's what I think of it, is that the law is generally the formula. Or equation, I mean. Another law that was broken, I forget what it was, but something that somebody told me a long time ago is that laws have domains that they're true in that domain. They don't necessarily have to be true in every domain.
Yeah, like when you go to somebody's house, like everybody has a different rule for their house, but that rule in that house remained unbroken.
Universal law of gravitation is an example of that, because it's true. That law is true in certain domains, but not all.
Universal law of gravitation. That's just a fucking load of bullshit.
Yeah. It can't be a law. It's just a bit of fairy floss hanging on a bloody oak tree. That's all the law of universal gravitation is.
No, it's absolutely a law.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't. Not by a long stretch of the imagination.
Why are you saying that?
Where's the evidence to back it up?
Well, Newton's evidence was using the moons on Jupiter, and
Really?
he's the one who came up with the law himself. So he
Ah,
basically described the periods of all the orbits and the distance of the orbits and the ratio between the periods and the distance, and he was able to show
so
that matches what's happening on Earth.
so noticing something moving near something else is evidence of something, an attraction between two objects.
Well, see, I would say Newton never described a theory of gravity.
Well, the universal law of gravitation, right? And you invoked moons, right, around whatever other
Some
object,
planet, yeah.
right? Okay, and this is how he derived it, right?
Well, he
So
did.
from that alone, right, there is no evidence whatsoever to show any object being attracted to another object. None whatsoever.
Yeah, no, he did. He doesn't. He didn't
So
write he didn't write a theory describing it. He wrote a law describing what was actually happening. The attraction, he didn't try to explain that. He had no idea why. He just knew that. That I think I'm trying to find the exact wording. I posted a picture of it, but he just
Yeah.
says,
But if you're going to invoke that as part of the evidence, the universal law of gravitation, okay, or the law of universal gravitation is these moons, right? That's part of the evidence. Well, that's the most flimsiest bit of evidence you could ever have. Just watching things moving. There is no observation of anything being attracted to anything else.
but again, his law is not about attraction. His law is about the force that these objects have in a relationship to each other. And so what he wrote down was an equation that describes the relationship they have to one another, which is actually accurate.
The law of universal gravitation is the law stating that gravity is a force of attraction between objects. Right? That's what it states. It's a law of attraction.
It's just an equation. It's just the equation that describes what the relationship is from another. He does write whenever he in his. I'm trying to find it, but he does write that what the relationship is.
Yeah, he would leave it to the consideration of his readers, is what he said about what was causing it. But see, yeah, there was the observation of these moons, and then he saw a kind of like correlation between that and what else was going on with his experiments and his observations, and then he said, "Oh, this is gravity." So that's basically it. He just described what he saw and gave it a name.
Yeah, I found it here. Hold on.
And he kind of threw in that whole, well, this is why the planets are balls, by the way. So
Yeah. Just as a little extra P.S. I love you. Balls of planets. Planets of balls.
This is what he wrote in his part 3 of Principia Mathematica. And it appears that experiments and astronomical observations that all bodies about the Earth gravitate towards the Earth. That's true. And that in proportion to the quantity of matter or mass which they severely contain. The moon does this according to its matter towards the Earth, and the seas towards the moon, the planets towards one another, and the comets, universally all bodies.
What bodies gravitate towards the Earth?
He says all the bodies that are about the Earth. So everything that's on the Earth, near the Earth, whatever, gravitate towards the Earth.
Yeah, towards the Earth. Exactly, towards. All right, that means coming towards us.
Yeah.
Okay, so what bodies are coming towards us?
Well, your body, an airplane's body. Hey, he's saying anything that's on the Earth.
Well, he said all bodies.
Well, no, he's saying all bodies about the Earth gravitate towards the Earth. He
Yeah, all
says,
bodies about the Earth. All right, so that means everything.
well, I think it's,
all means all. Doesn't
yeah,
mean just
because,
some of. Doesn't mean some of all. It means all of
yeah,
all.
all bodies about the Earth.
Yeah, about the Earth. All right. Moon, sun, stars, people, planes, trains, butterflies, everything, all.
About the so all bodies on the Earth gravitate towards the Earth.
No,
It's true what you're
no,
saying.
no. He never said all bodies on the Earth.
Yeah, but that's what that
Right?
means.
He said no. That's your interpretation, right? It's very clear. All bodies about the Earth.
Oh my god.
Right? I didn't write it.
Yeah, but that's what he doesn't just say all bodies. It's all bodies about the Earth. Like
How
all
do you know
bodies.
that's what he meant? How do you know that's what he meant?
It makes sense.
Are you his buddy? Are you his buddy?
It would,
Did you
okay,
go to
how
his
about
bar
this?
mitzvah? Did you
Doesn't
go to his bar
matter.
mitzvah?
Doesn't matter because both of them would be true. So both of them are true.
Okay.
In both cases, it's true. So,
Okay.
well, I don't think that's what you meant.
Okay. So you didn't go to his bar mitzvah? To ask
I don't
him.
think he had a bar mitzvah.
No, he didn't.
No, I don't think so.
I reckon he might have.
I don't think he did at all. Not even close.
Okay. Okay. He could have though. He could have. You just don't know.
Newton, Stein, Burke, they have them. But it does say, and I think actually during this time in Italy, or was it Spain, they were pretty cruel to these Jewish people. But enough about that. It also says this rule is universally allowed that all bodies whatsoever are endowed with the principle of mutual gravitation.
I don't know. He's pretty clear in what he writes.
Yeah.
But you seem to be his buddy and you know what he meant.
I'm just reading what he says.
Right. Who am I to argue with a buddy of Newton at the end of the day?
It says, not that I affirm gravity to be essential to bodies.
Uh-huh.
Wait, hold on, what? Not that I affirm gravity to be essential to bodies by their vis insita. I mean nothing but their vis inert. What? What the hell is he even saying, dude? Maybe inertia?
Exactly.
I just can't, we can't read what he's saying, but it's whatever. I think it's saying their inertia. This is immutable. Their gravity is diminished as they recede from the Earth.
Maybe what you're looking for is that letter that he wrote to one of his actual buddies, Richard Bentley.
Wow, man. Yeah, hit it where it hurts, dude. Talking about Edmund Halley?
Richard Bentley.
The car?
Yeah.
Oh.
What do you say to Richard Bentley?
Oh.
Dick Bentley. Dick Bentley. Hey, Dick Bentley.
Yeah, Dick Bent. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but towards the end, he said, gravity must be caused by an agent constantly according to certain laws, but whether this agent be material or immaterial is a question I have left to the consideration of my readers.
You're right. Because he had no explanation for it. He was only stating his observation. His observation shows that there's a pattern, and that pattern holds true for not only what's happening on Earth, but also what apparently is happening on moons and other places, the planets around the sun. But he doesn't know what it is that's happening. He just knows how. He knows, like, the general. He knows the, what do you call it? the relationship between the masses and the distance.
Yeah. So he observed movement. Now, he didn't observe anything that happened on moons that you just claimed, because you said on moons. So he didn't observe anything on a moon, right? We
I
know
don't think I said
this,
that.
right? You did. You said
He
on
observed it on the
moons.
moon.
Yeah.
I meant about the moon. He observed it
Okay then.
about the moon.
Okay then. Yeah, like about the Earth, like everything, all about the Earth, all about the moons. All right. So all he has done is observed movements, right, and put equations to those movements at the end of the day, right, and left what is the cause up to the interpretation of the reader.
Yeah, Sir Edmund Whittaker states in his book, A History of the Theories of Ether and Electricity, Volume 1, page 28. Newton claimed nothing more than that it provided the necessary instrument for mathematical prediction, and he pointed out that it did not touch on the question of the mechanism of gravity.
Correct.
There you go. There you go.
That's what I said to you.
Right? No, you dodge
I said
and
it was
weave
just
and
a
bounce
law.
all over the place.
Oh, I told you
Right?
he just read that law. I just recorded the observation.
Right. And you're so dogmatic in the mechanism of this mathematical equation.
I'm not dogmatic about the mechanism.
Yeah, you are a little bit.
No, I'm not. It's
Just
Einstein
a
has
little
an
bit.
idea.
A little bit. A little
No,
bit you
no.
are.
I never
You
even brought
are.
it up.
Slightly you are. Yeah, because you'll bring up Foucault and Cavendish and these sort of, so you are a little bit dogmatic in it.
No,
But that's okay. That's
You're another
okay.
guy. Don, I would punch in the stomach. Jeremy, I'd punch his stomach. I don't know if I'd punch you in the stomach, but yeah, put a cockroach in your coffee is what I do.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, don't worry, I don't want to go through that again.
That's petty. Actually, I wouldn't do that.
Mm.
I got freaked out. I was at a friend's house and I saw one. I saw two, and I just I got real freaked out.
You should have picked it up and put it in their coffee.
It was like a fat. Like he was like living large.
Mm.
He was slow and fat. It was gross.
Yeah.
Anyway, when it comes to the mechanism, actually, no, I'm not. Einstein's is as true as it is, but it's not the. I believe that there's a new perspective of what gravity is that Einstein may have missed. That I think ultimately someone will shed light on it, and you'd be like, "Whoa, what's this?" It's kind of like those Einstein did to Newton. You're like, "Whoa, what was this whole thing the whole time? What the fuck?"
So what do you think about the mechanism possibly being electrostatics, Kosho?
I don't think that's the case at all. I think that is probably related to dark energy. I think dark energy and gravity might be complementary to each other, and that it doesn't have anything to do with the other quantum
Okay.
forces.
Okay then. So if you think it's got nothing to do with it whatsoever, right? So then what's the mechanism of gravity? How is this mystical force attracting another thing to it?
Something
How is it
about
doing?
its existence, the mass existence in space time, distorts space time. It's like
No,
it
no,
upsets space time.
that is not an explanation, Kosho, of the mechanism of how it is happening at
Yeah,
all. It's not even close to an explanation of the mechanism.
yes, it is. What are you talking about?
No, it ain't. No, it ain't.
Yeah, it warps the space time, specifically the time portion of it, in such a way that if your feet are the time's moving faster for your head than your feet, then over time,
Yeah,
your line is going to start curving towards the direction of that whatever that mass is.
that theory of my head being older than my feet is
Yeah.
ludicrous. Is absolutely ludicrous.
Yeah, maybe, but it's true. I mean, it's been shown
No,
to
it
be
ain't
true.
true. It is not true one little bit.
Andy,
It is
have you
far.
ever seen someone with old-looking feet with a young
Well,
face? No.
I
Have you ever
have
seen
been
somebody?
told. I've been told, White, that I have the feet of a 20-year-old. I have been told that. So
Well,
You
there
seen
you
somebody?
go. Proof.
there we go.
You seen somebody with
But
white hair but blonde toenail
it,
hairs?
it is absolutely ludicrous, and there is nothing substantial at all to back it up
Yeah, there is.
at all. No, there ain't. No,
No,
there's
there's
not.
not, Pro Show.
There is
Don't delude
nothing.
yourself, mate.
Absolutely nothing. See, and you say you're not dogmatic. Oh my lordy lord,
Oh, you just said there's
lordy.
nothing. There's nothing to show that. I'm saying, yeah, there is. That's not
Yeah,
dogmatic.
no,
What you
no.
said was dogmatic in absolute. Yeah.
No, I said the truth. There is nothing to back it up.
I know, that's what I'm
That's
saying.
the truth.
That is absolute and absolutely wrong. However,
No, it
there
ain't.
is something to back it up.
No, but it's not wrong.
It is
It's not.
wrong. It is wrong.
It's not.
So there's
But how's
the
it
tower.
wrong?
There's the tower test, right, where they have a light pulse. So imagine this test, right? You have a light
That's
pulse.
just an interpretation of stuff, mate.
Well,
That's
I
an
know.
interpretation of stuff. It means nothing.
So tell me your interpretation of this then. When you have a light pulse and you have a timer at the bottom and a timer at the top of the tower, and the timer at the bottom that tells you every pulse of the light beam tells you it pulses every second on the dot, perfectly, a million times. However, when it's received on the top is receiving the light pulse. What would be? I think it's less than a second. So in between the interval in between every single light pulse is less than a second. But down below, it's every
Right.
second.
So how was that verified? How was that verified?
With the timers and light pulses.
No, but how was it? So the different timers, or what's the situation? Can't have been the
Yeah,
same
they're different
one, could it?
timers. Yeah.
Right. So different timers. Hello. There
Yeah,
could
but
have been a discrepancy.
But think about that. That discrepancy, it wouldn't have revealed itself that way. It wouldn't have revealed itself as a second in between each one, and then less than a second in between the ones up top. It would have introduced itself as a second below and still a second above.
And
but
what
a
are you
little
saying
later.
causes that?
So what?
And what are you saying is the cause of
It's
that?
called gravitational
Yeah.
time
Okay.
dilation.
Thanks, man.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
can you turn the ego down, please? Because it's quite early here.
It's not that early.
Hey, come on.
Yeah.
Think about
Everyone's
just
heads are swollen here.
challenge yourself to think about how that could display itself. Where it's a second pulsating every second. How would you possibly make something pulse every second, and then receiving it less than a second? The pulse in between the receiver is less than a second each time.
Yep.
How can you
Great.
magically
You're a
make it
smart
happen?
guy. Yeah, you're a smart guy. Challenge yourself to figure out what else it could be.
Yeah, well, I've come up with a conclusion. I'm asking you guys to come up
No,
with
what
a different
else?
conclusion. Yeah,
What can you come up with any other conclusion?
that's what I'm asking you guys to do.
No, I'm asking you.
I challenge you guys first.
Oh, okay. There you go.
I
You're
already have a
smart.
conclusion.
You're smart. You know everything about the atomic particle and neutrons and photons and how light is and how gravity works. Now tell us, from you knowing all of that, what else could it be? Name one other thing.
I can't think of anything else. So I think for me, that's
There
the
you
only
go.
thing that works. If you guys can't think of anything else, then the thing that I claim must be the thing that works.
No, that's fine. That's a great answer. Thank you.
Perfect.
Although I got to tell you, I didn't think about this. This was a test.
Yeah,
that
my
already happened.
point exactly. You've read it. You believe it. You can't think of anything else, so you just trust it. That's dogmatic.
Well, no, I, just like the other people who actually conducted this test, the only way that there's no possible way to make that happen. There's no possible way to make a receiver that's receiving the signal receive it less than a second each time. It makes sense that it would receive it earlier than it's supposed to or later than it's supposed to, but the pulses would still be the same distance apart. Doesn't make sense that it would be receiving it less than a second apart when the signals were only sent 1 second.
Unless it's by design, of course, a bit like the swinging pendulum fucking thing. I can't remember what it's called.
Foucault's
So cool. Yep. So again, you take it to a certain latitude, you set it up, and you make sure it's swinging at the according fucking rotation according to that latitude, and then you display it and you show people, oh look, here's what it's doing. But you have to
Adjust
set it
it.
up and get it swinging right
Yeah,
first.
adjust it if it's not. If it's off according to the latitude that you've calculated, just do a few adjustments, and then off you go. Dogmatic.
Yeah, no one's going to stand there and watch it long enough to ever verify it. I mean, there might be a camera on it, but still, once you've adjusted it, that explains it. Simple.
Yeah, but if you're adjusting it, you're not doing a test. You're probably just putting it on display.
Yeah, exactly. You don't think they've had to adjust every single one of them?
As long as the display is live.
I didn't adjust it. I did it in order to see what it would do without
Dude,
adjusting.
there is no way you set up a Foucault pendulum and made it work like they do in universities or in.
Bandsaw was there.
Whatever, man.
He just wanted to help me put it together. Him and a couple other Australian dudes. Terry, Waz.
And what's your cause of that deviation, that rotation, whatever you call it?
Rotation of the Earth.
Okay, are you smart enough to figure out if it can be anything else, or you're just dogmatic about that too?
It could be the ether swirling around and touching it, but
okay, anything
I
else?
don't know if that makes much sense.
Sarcasm will never do it.
No, I don't
sarcasm
think he
doesn't
might
make a
not
move,
be
mate.
mocking there. I don't know, but I mean,
The conclusions for both these tests, they've only been come to because they've been everything, all the other ideas have been isolated. If it could possibly be something else, these conclusions wouldn't be.
Have we stopped the rotation? Have we?
why would they have to isolate anything if nothing else affects it?
Well, you do. Like the wind affects it. The electromagnetism could affect it. I mean, there's tons of things that could affect it.
What if they're not isolating it?
Well, then you're not going to have a conclusive answer. You got to do it in a way that you're isolating that stuff.
So there are things that affect it.
That can sure. That's why it has to be heavy and long and.
So if you don't isolate the magnetics, the electromagnetics, it deviates in a different way.
I mean, it probably would do anything other than but it does when it's not affecting it. Yeah.
Okay, but you can take you can isolate that. You can take that cause out, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, what's the only cause that you can't stop? Isolate.
Well, when you want to isolate to see if it's the Earth rotating, you could just isolate everything other than the Earth rotating.
No. You don't even know. That's my whole point. It's just a coincidence that the one thing that you can't take out is the cause of this phenomena.
Well, no, the other thing that you could change is the latitude that you're at. That's usually the one thing that people change.
Okay, yeah, if you're not isolating everything, and you definitely can't isolate Earth's rotation, then just moving the thing doesn't prove that you've isolated everything and that it is Earth's rotation.
Yeah, but if you make that your independent variable and you see how it changes as you move, and it correlates with if the Earth were a sphere and how it would behave, and it matches, then
correlates with what?
That gives you an indication.
Correlates with what?
With the Earth being a sphere and how the rotation would change based on, where you are on that sphere.
So if you calculate it to be in this position, it should deviate this much. After you've seen it deviate, you've correlated it.
No, you don't have to calculate it afterwards. You can calculate it beforehand.
Yeah, when you do those calculations and then you set it up and it deviates in a different amount, and then you adjust it, you call it correlating.
Why would you adjust it if you were doing a test?
What are you talking about? They have to adjust it every time they set up.
No, they adjust it on display in science museums, not for testing it.
So they don't adjust when they're testing it. They just let it rip.
Yeah, they don't adjust it based on it, not doing what they expecting it to do. They adjust it based on it having other things that they didn't isolate it from.
So every time I've talked to someone who's actually done this, they've all said, not 1 out of 10, 9 out of 10, all of them said that it did not process like it was supposed to. Hardly ever. Definitely not the first time. They always had to make adjustments, and hardly ever did it process exactly how they calculated it to.
Yeah, I had to make adjustments too, but not because it wasn't doing what I didn't expect. I had to make adjustments because of my setup not isolating everything. the less careful you are with your setup, the more adjustments you have to make. But it's not based on you not getting the results you wanted. That's based on your setup, being funky in some kind of way.
Yeah, just tell me how many times you had to
And when
adjust
you,
it.
I had to adjust it 2
Yeah,
or 3
so when
times
you-
before my setup.
How did you
Was
know
correct.
you had to adjust it?
Because I could see it not behaving correctly. I could
Not
see that it was
deviating like you
no,
calculated.
that's not what I said.
retarded.
I would have used those words if that's what I said.
Well, how did
But
you
what
know
I
it was
said was
supposed to do something
it wasn't
different?
behaving correctly. And when
Yeah,
I say
how
that,
did you know?
what I mean is that I had a paintbrush that was touching the floor. And I
Uh-huh.
saw the paintbrush was influencing where it was moving. So I had to adjust that.
Adjust it to what? To where?
I took the paintbrush off the floor.
No.
Presupposition.
Adjust it to where?
I took the paintbrush off of the floor.
You're
That's what I
not
adjusted.
listening. I know you're smart enough. I know you're smarter
No.
than this. That's how I know you're being obnoxious
Yep.
or just deceiving.
Yep.
How did you know what procession to adjust it to?
Well, see, if you were paying attention,
Yeah, I was
if you were
paying
paying
attention.
attention, you
Now
would
that's
understand.
your
If you were
other
paying
tactic to
attention,
turn it around on
you would have
me.
heard what
You're
I
such a
said.
piece of
You're not
shit.
trying to pay attention.
You're a piece of
I'm
shit.
going to continue answering
You're
the
trying
question,
to turn it
Latia.
around on me.
I'm going to continue to answer the
If I was
question,
paying
Latia.
attention.
Okay.
Question that you just asked
Bullshit.
me.
One at a
It's
I never
time.
said I adjusted
One
the
at a
procession.
time, boys.
I'm trying to answer his question. So I never said I adjusted the procession. I never said that once. I adjusted the setup of the test because I saw that there was some part of the test, some part of the original setup that was influencing the swing more so than anything else.
That was influencing procession, right?
But it didn't just influence the procession. It influenced each of the swings.
Yeah,
So
which
I saw that. So I had
procession,
to take it out of it.
Which influenced the procession, right?
I mean, it influenced every bit of its swing. I don't even know if those ones processed.
Yes, the swing and the procession. How's it swinging? It didn't process in the way that you thought it should. Correct?
I don't think it processed at all.
Okay, so it didn't. Okay, if it didn't process at all, and you thought it should do 14 degrees per hour, whatever you calculated it to do, then that's not procession in the way that you calculated it because of the paintbrush. You see, I was paying attention. You're just trying to obfuscate and turn it around on me, and then you made an adjustment. You took the paintbrush off, and it got closer to the procession that you calculated, right?
Wrong. Every bit of that was wrong. What I did was
Yeah, whatever, dude. I'm done with you. I
saw what my setup was doing, and I saw that because the paintbrush was sliding against the ground, it was going to heavily influence any sort of reading I would try to do. I didn't take any reading whatsoever. I didn't look at the procession. I saw that my whole setup was fucked up. So I had to take the paintbrush off the ground and make sure that it wasn't touching or influencing the swing. I wasn't even to the point where I was measuring procession.
Yeah, when you did start to measure procession, was this exactly what you calculated after you made all your adjustments?
It was.
Yeah, that's the answer. You don't have to
wasn't
answer
enough. Listen, dude, you gotta stop being a fucking dickhead, dude. If you ask me a question, you gotta stop. You ask me a question, you gotta not interrupt 2 words into
it. Yeah, I already know the answer.
Oh, you don't? Then why ask the question? It doesn't matter, dude. Like if I'm in the middle of answering it, there's no need to just start shouting, dude.
I'm not shouting.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the reading, the measurement that I got based on the 15 to 20 minutes it was swinging was, I'd say right around the error margin for being correct. It wasn't perfect because
it never is.
I mean, it wasn't perfect. I'm trying to think of what I forgot what the perfect number was for 20 minutes. But yeah, it wasn't perfect for the 20-minute number. But also that's right, it's my measurement. My measurement was very crude. So the thing I was measuring the angle with was crude, especially for as small as angles it was. I think it was only supposed to be like 3. Let me calculate it.
What were you even doing trying to do an experiment with all this crude equipment? Who do you think you are?
So what?
What are you doing an experiment for with this crude equipment when you're trying to be precise?
Well, that's the whole point of making your equipment more precise. Is you see that there's flaws in the swing. You see there's flaws in the pivot point. You try to isolate all those so you can control for any sort of outside influence. That's what you're supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever got a pendulum that you've operated to process exactly how it's supposed to due to the calculations? Yes or no?
I mean, exactly like it's supposed to. That's the only one I've ever done. So
Okay, so the only one. So there's your answer. The only one you've ever done. I'll rephrase the question since you didn't want to answer yes or no in the first place. The only one you've ever done. Did you ever get it to process exactly how the calculations worked out?
yeah, it wasn't exact. As I told you, it was within the margin
So
of
that's a
error.
no.
As I told you, it was in the margin of error. It wasn't exact.
That's what Kosho does too a lot. If you notice, he'll say yeah, no.
What I
Yeah,
said
no,
was
I
it
did get it
wasn't
to process.
exact. You asked me, was it exact? It
Yeah,
wasn't
and I
exact.
said yes or no, and you said yeah, no, it wasn't exact. Yeah,
It
that's a
wasn't
tactic
exact.
of yours.
It was within the margin of error, though.
Right, within a margin of error, not exact. Was the question? Was it in the margin of error, Kosho, smart guy, or was it? Did you ever get it to process exactly like the calculation?
Well, if you were paying attention, I answered.
Yeah, I was paying attention. You said yes, no. You said within the error margin. I didn't ask you about error margin.
Yeah, I know.
Now, did I?
So what I
If
said
you were
was,
paying attention, you would
I said,
know.
no,
If you
it
were
was not
paying attention,
exact.
you would
I said
know.
that. No, it was not
Yeah,
exact.
you said
It was in the margin of
no.
error.
Yeah, no, it wasn't exact. That's your other tactic.
Yeah, I said no, it was not exact, but it was in the margin of
Yeah,
error.
yeah, no, it wasn't exact. Answer
Ricky,
I'm
yes or
sorry that that's
no.
upsetting you or something,
Why
but
are you
this
getting
is what
angry?
happened.
Why are you
I'm not
getting angry?
getting it
If he didn't
because he's
even
a
manage to
deceiver.
measure drift properly and it was only for
I get
himself,
mad.
why would
mad
you
at
get angry
deceivers.
about it?
Yeah, I get mad at deceivers. I'm pointing out that Kosho is a deceiver. I'm pointing out his tactics to
That's not what
everyone.
it sounds like. It
Yeah,
sounds
well,
like
I
you're
don't care what it
religious and you're
sounds like
super
to
triggered
you.
that
I
another man
don't
did
care
some
what it
science for
sounds like
himself.
to you. I only care what it sounds like to people who are interested.
Well,
You're definitely biased towards Kosho. I understand that, and that's
I
fine
have
with
to give
me.
you my reaction, honest
Fine,
reaction.
awesome. We love your opinion, Dawn. It's great. When I ask somebody a yes or no question and the first word out of their mouth is yes, and then they say no, I'm going to point out that tactic of what they're doing. When I ask them about if it's exact and they talk about an error margin, I'm going to point out that that wasn't my question. Is that good enough for you, Dawn? Hey, Dawn, is that good enough for you?
It's what you're doing is giving anger at someone else doing science.
No, what I'm doing is giving
unnecessary
anger
for
at
yourself,
someone
for
who
your own
won't
health.
answer a direct question directly. They have to obfuscate and they have to make it so convoluted that people can't understand it.
I'm
It's a
sorry,
very
you
simple
can't.
question.
You can't understand it, Ricky.
Yeah,
That's not the case.
And then turning around on me and tell me I don't understand. When
Ricky, you just said that.
No, I clearly understand what you're doing, and I'm pointing out the tactics that you use. I can ask you again if you want.
I'm clarifying the test.
Yeah, what I'm doing
You're
is
asking about
pointing
things
out.
being exact,
Yeah,
as if
what I'm doing,
that's what matters.
Yeah. No, that does matter. That was my question.
Why would that matter?
You obfuscated away from. I will point out, and I will state again. I will point out again that this is my statement earlier. At no point has any time the full clock pendulum been done that I've heard, including Kosho and everyone else I've talked to that's done this, colleges, universities, and other people that's done it personally, has it ever been exact to the calculation. They've always had to make adjustments. It's always within the error margin.
Why would that matter?
Well, that was just my statement, and I backed it up by asking
Yeah,
Kosho.
I'm asking you now, after the statement, why would that matter?
Yeah, I don't know. It would matter. I don't think you know the cause of it anyway.
Right. I agree.
I'm just pointing out that you're
matter,
being. Yeah. What? Then why do the tests?
To get close and confirm.
To get close.
The hypothesis.
To what? To not knowing what the cause is? Getting within the error margin of not knowing what the cause is?
That is expected on a planet called Earth.
Yeah, right. There you go. Reify it.
Yeah. So people
reify it. Say it again. I'll give you another opportunity.
They found the drift that they wanted to find.
Spinning globe one more time.
Now you have an issue inside about it.
I don't have an issue. I'm pointing out what the facts. The point is these tests are not accurate. They're never on the calculations that they give. There's factors. There's reasons for that. And it's because they can isolate things. They definitely can't isolate Earth's rotation. They can't even slow it down a little bit to see if it makes the deviation different. That's not a scientific test. That's a bullshit dogmatic model that you're deceiving people with. And I'm pointing that out.
To get close to the math each time if it's so wrong.
You mean the math that they made up?
So what? So you admit they're getting close to the math now?
They're getting close to a math that they. Yeah, I can get close to a math that I make up on shit too. If I make the math up and I come up with the numbers, I can definitely get close to it.
You're angry that they've got
I'm
a
not
model
angry
that
at
has
all,
math,
brother. I'm
and then
having.
they've done tests that have got close to their own model. You're
I'm on
angry
a
about
job site. I'm not angry. I'm making plenty of money. I'm happy. I'm fixing to go home and go to
it. You
bed.
sound
I'm not
angry,
angry.
dude.
I don't care what I sound like to you, dude.
Well, I'll just have to point it out anyway. Maybe
I
then you'll
don't care
care.
what you're pointing out. Point out my passion. I'm cool with that. I'm very passionate. Thank you for
I
pointing
agree
that
you're
out.
passionate. You're angry about your passion.
You're calling it anger. I'm not angry. I'm not an angry guy. I don't fear things.
You
I
won't
don't get
need to
angry very
shout
often.
or poke other people after doing science if you weren't so angry.
Doing what science?
Watch those tests.
You mean the same people who's done stuff to me? No, I do get angry at people who are deceiving. Yeah.
So you are angry.
Well, I would get angry at deceiving. Yeah, I told you that
And
earlier.
you saying
That-
Kosho is deceiving right now. You already said that, right? So you are angry now.
I think he's definitely using tactics and
That's
being
three things you've
obfuscated.
agreed with now with me.
Yeah, he's definitely obfuscating. He's definitely using tactics. That's what
He
I'm
did
getting at.
science. He got close to the math, and you're angry about it.
I'm not
You-
angry
you've
about
agreed with
that,
it
you
all
piece
now.
of shit. No, you twisted my words. I said I was angry about him deceiving, using tactics. The yes/no answer.
So what happens is you ask me questions that you immediately talk through the answers. So you didn't want the answers, and you're
Dude,
saying I'm the one deceiving people. What I'm doing is explaining exactly what happened.
Yeah, every
When I
time
say
you
it was
told
within
people
the
I
margin
didn't
of error,
understand, you're a
when I
piece
say
of
it was
shit.
within the margin of error, what I mean is I was expecting about 2.5 degrees. When I received is somewhere between 2 and 3 degrees, which is within my measurements error. Okay, and every single time, even the times it was incorrect, when it processed in the correct direction of rotation, and that's all I was looking for, was to see if it was consistently doing that and if it was close enough to the number. Because I only
You
did
agree
20
that it
feet off the
doesn't always
ground.
do
20
that,
feet
huh?
off the ground isn't high enough to get an accurate measurement.
Yeah, I would agree with that too. You agree that it doesn't always go in the same procession, right?
Every time I've ever seen anyone do it correctly, it has, yeah.
Have you read about times that it doesn't?
Yes, I've read about a certain person who's made it go in a different direction on an eclipse.
So you would agree, I'll restate my question. You would agree that it doesn't always go in the same procession, right?
No, I'm not agreeing with that, actually. I'm telling you, I know about a person
So you
who
think that
claims to have it
person's
done
lying.
the other direction. And then whenever
Do you-
other people tested it, they found it not to be the case.
And when was this? During an eclipse?
This was during an eclipse, like in the 50s.
Oh, really? So was he a scientist?
Yes, he was.
Wow. So you don't trust a scientist?
Well, I'm saying that he had inconclusive results because he tested it again and it didn't happen.
So it only happened once during an eclipse.
It happened once with him, and then it happened, I think, one other person, or maybe he repeated it sometime in the future. Not the next time, but some other time in the future, he repeated the
So the same
results.
person's the only one who's got it twice?
From what I remember, yeah.
No one else has ever done it, huh?
I mean, from what I know, I mean, probably, maybe they have. I've never talked to them.
Probably, maybe they have, huh?
Yeah, how would I know if everyone who's got results? I don't know everyone's
Oh,
got
well, you're
results.
saying
I
you've
just know
only heard of
of
this
one
one
guy
guy.
who's had it happen twice.
You're saying you've only heard of this one guy, right?
Yes.
Oh, amazing. You seem to not know everything after all.
I never said I knew everything. I'm saying that this is all I've heard of. I've heard of this one guy that's had it go the opposite direction, but he's done it other times where it didn't do that.
Right. But 2 times he's done it where it did go in the opposite direction during an eclipse, right?
Yeah, 50 years apart, supposedly.
Wow. That's a good test period.
Yes. Yeah, but every time in between that, it didn't do that.
Maybe it only does it every 50 years during that eclipse.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly he did something wrong. That's more likely the scenario, but who knows?
Yeah, possibly he did something wrong and not you, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Possibly he did something wrong whenever he had anomalous results, and that's usually the case.
Maybe the anomaly was that it was during an eclipse.
Yeah, but that's what he tested several times in between, and other people tested, and they didn't get the same results.
So other people have tested during eclipse and didn't get the same results as this other scientist, but he's the one that's wrong.
Well, most likely.
I got it. I got the way you think.
Yeah, that's most likely the case. If he has anomalous results and he didn't even get them every time he did it, he probably did something wrong.
Yeah, I got it.
That's usually how that works. That's usually the results that people. That's the results that people go by. They go by the more common results, and they write the anomalous results off as anomalies.
Right, they just throw them away. Call that guy a quack.
They don't call him a quack. I'm just saying
No,
all scientists get anomalous results.
he literally brought it up, I think, didn't you, Kosha? You brought it up.
Well,
We didn't
him?
throw it away.
Well, his results. He was trying to repeat his results, but he couldn't, and then he did again at one point in the future, or somebody. It might not have been him who repeated it in the future. I forget who it was. It might have been him. Regardless, it was only repeated those 2 times, from what I know.
An anomaly is interesting. It's normally an anomaly. That's why you call it an anomaly for the time being, right? Until someone else finds it again, and you have to look into it more.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I agree with that. It's like the what is it? The axis of evil in the sky, same sort of thing. It's like anomalous results, but then somebody did get repeated results.
Should be looked into. I'm sure the universe,
Into
whatever
it
it
when
is,
it
has
gets
got
when it
some
gets.
type of central plane, and we might be near it. I can believe that.
Talking about the axis of evil.
Yeah, I believe if this universe is a magical big thing we don't understand yet, surely it could have poles and an axis. We could be near it because things are near axes sometimes.
Yeah. Well, the guy who actually repeated the results, he has a hypothesis that's similar to the one that I was assuming, because it's the same way that the planets all rotate the same direction as the sun, and the moons, most of them all rotate the same direction, with the exception of 1 or 2. And it could be the case that something similar is true with the plane of the orbits.
Yeah. I don't think it's that far out, but it is obviously people don't always look into it. They're not spending loads of money on it, looking into it, are they?
That's the thing with anomalies.
Sorry.
You have to, it has more people have to experience it. That way they can see that it's not just a anomaly or an error in the data or something like that.
I was wondering if Flat Earth has an axis of evil or something like that.
Flat Earth is the axis of evil.
Do they have one in their model? Do they care about that documentary?
Not sure that they have a model though.
Well, they've got a rough idea, you know what I mean? The model is slowly working towards a model.
Anytime you narrow it down, though, they usually discard it.
Yeah. They debunk their own model at the edges.
If I would just say, because I did this when I did my test, I said the flat Earth model that I'm using is just where the Earth is a plane and the Sun is close and local. That's a pretty simple model, but it's a model nonetheless. I wish I still had my Foucault's pendulum video, but I think YouTube deleted it.
I watched this mad propaganda documentary last night of fear porn, like futurism, science fiction fear porn. It was predicting what will happen in the year 2077. It's called 10 Seconds to the Future. There's three episodes of it. My mate likes these kind of cheesy science things. But anyway, we watched it, and there was all these evil men in it saying, war is great, and we're going to have the golden age just like after World War II. And they're all basically talking about how to enslave us in different ways and grinning.
What's this called? 2077?
2077, 10 Seconds to the Future, the Nomad Future, or something like that. That's the episode I watched. There's 2 other episodes as well. So there's all different types of philosophers, people talking about the UN, Europe, World Economic War, and how people need to control space.
I think the future might be bleak
Yeah,
for most.
I agreed with my mate that some of this is true predictive thinking about possible real futures. I had to say the main agenda of the film is terrible propaganda, trying to convince us that this is our true future.
For what purpose?
To make us think it's a type of real progress that we have to go into because it's just the way it is, kind of thing.
Like preparing us for
Yeah.
like a predict like a
It's a
self
programming, I guess. Yeah.
prophecy.
You watch it, and even though you're a bit triggered by how bleak it looks, it's become real because you think you've seen experts explaining it like it's definitely going to happen.
Do you allow it to happen? Like it fulfills itself.
Yeah, it fulfills itself because you don't do anything to stop it because you've already watched it.
I see.
Like you feel like you can't stop.
I already just think that it's going to be bleak. I can't put a number on the amount of jobs that are going to disappear, but
Yeah,
it's going to be most of them.
there's a few evil men that say we really love migrants, and migrants coming in after war is great for economy, so we can't stop that.
I have a question about the folk cult that I've been meaning to ask. And since you're the only one that's here that's probably done one, wouldn't it process differently on which direction that it's swinging in its procession?
Oh yeah, Jeremy's brought this up before, but no, I don't think so. Like you mean like if it was going north to south or east or west?
Yeah, of course, because the Earth is what's the rotation of the Earth is what's causing it to process, and when it's going east to west, it shouldn't be. If it's processing before it starts going east to west, if nothing else, it should slow down, right?
Yeah, but when Jeremy brought this up originally, I was kind of thinking about it, and it made sense because I know it's because of Foucault's. It's because of Coriolis, and so that's what you would think, that it's doing something different east to west or north or south. But actually, even though it's Coriolis, it's not. It doesn't matter which way it's swinging. It all that matters is that it's. You just have to compare the plane of rotation and its plane.
I am comparing it. It's swinging in the same direction as it's rotating, so it shouldn't be deviating at all going east to west.
On the equator, it doesn't.
So now it's not just Earth's rotation; it's the sphericity also.
Well, no, it's the difference between its axes, like the axes of its plane, and the difference between the Earth's rotational axes. And if those axes are perpendicular to each other, then you won't get a precession.
So how close to the equator does it swing 15 degrees per hour?
But the equator doesn't. At the North Pole.
No, how close to the equator does it swing, precess, deviate 15 degrees per hour?
Nowhere close to the equator.
So it does that closest to the North Pole.
That's right.
And then at some point at the North Pole, at the North Pole, it would deviate 15 degrees per hour?
That's
right. What you're saying?
Yes.
And then the closer it gets to the equator, 1,000 miles from the equator, how much does it deviate?
1,000 miles from the equator. Let's see. Hold on. It's about 15 degrees north. 25%. About 3 and 3/4, about 3.5, 3.5, 3 3/4 degrees per hour.
So 3 to 3.5 degrees per hour is what it deviates near the equator.
Yeah, like 3.5 to 4, between 3.5 and 4 degrees per hour
So the closer you get to equator, does that hold true?
Well, the closer you get, the less it deviates.
Right, but would it hold true, that calculation?
Oh yeah. You just take the 24 hours divided sine of the latitude.
So there would be a place near the equator that it only deviates a half an inch per hour.
Yeah, like a half a degree, a quarter of a degree, and none at all.
I'm sorry, I said inch. Yeah, degree.
Yeah.
Half a degree per hour.
Like
Almost
But hang
like,
on.
almost like it's related to the spin, right?
Yeah, but I thought we were an oblate spheroid and we were slightly rounder at the bottom than the top. So it shouldn't actually be at the equator.
Yeah, it
This
should
should
be
be slightly lower than the equator.
exactly.
yeah, but you're talking about
That's
the.
interesting.
You're talking about
You jumped the gun.
Yeah, but that doesn't. Why would that matter?
Yeah, I would say it doesn't matter either.
Yeah,
Well, you got nuances.
you just worry about the angle.
Of course, you got nuances on it.
Oh, but
Of course, you
doesn't
have
matter.
nuances.
It doesn't matter
It
where
said
it's
that
fat
Costo
at.
said you didn't have nuances. That's why I asked him that specific question. Does it follow that calculation all the way down to the equator? Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, of
Of
course
it
it
doesn't
does.
matter. It doesn't matter how fat it is where you are. It matters what the angle, what the difference is between the angle of your plane of your swing and the angle of the rotation.
To the center of mass. And if we have more mass at the bottom hemisphere, that would be where the center actually is, slightly less than on the plane.
Right, so you'd have to believe in the experiment first and go do it at different points on the Earth to prove that.
The center of mass doesn't
I
matter.
thought it had been done.
Or you can ask people who have done it, who do believe in it, and ask them questions so you will or will not believe it.
If you're
Center of
saying
mass
our model
doesn't-
is a plate at the bottom, so some of your tests on this might be slightly different, then so what? It's still a globe.
Yeah, but
Still
it doesn't.
spinning.
That's not.
Oh my
that's not-
God.
the center of mass
No,
doesn't
you
come
missed the
into.
point.
The center of mass doesn't come into it. It's not about the center of mass.
What?
Yeah, it's about the rotation speed.
It's about the rotation axes and the
No, but
axes.
hang on. Why is the pendulum pointing down? That's got everything to do with center of mass.
Yeah, it seems
There
like
you
if there was more gravity, it wouldn't go as fast. It wouldn't swing as long. It would definitely affect the test.
Yeah, but which direction do you think down is on the equator? Because it's just that. It's like everywhere else.
Well, if you're right at the equator and we're an oblate spheroid with more in the southern hemisphere than the north, right at the equator, down should be slightly to the fucking, well, I don't know, whichever direction south of
The
it.
south.
It's not going to affect the conclusion of the test. The Earth is spinning, is it? If it's
Okay.
slightly
So Dawn
different.
knows,
anything, yeah.
Dawn knows it won't affect the conclusion of the test. Great, Dawn. How many times have you done the Foucault pendulum?
It's called logic and reasoning.
Oh, okay. We are using
Oh.
logic and reason, saying that when it's swinging east to west, that it wouldn't deviate that much. Kosho said it doesn't on the equator. We're saying it wouldn't at all,
Thing
and
you
then
don't
we
even
would
believe
say,
in, which
yeah,
is
you cut me
false
off.
logic, bad logic.
Yeah, I'm trying to believe in it, but you won't let me ask logical questions
No, you're
because
not.
you
You're
think
trying to
you
debunk
want
it.
to butt in. No, you want to butt in on my middle of my sentence, so I can't learn. That you're being dogma. You don't want me to
Isn't true.
believe in it. You don't want me on your team. It's not true that you just cut me off in the middle of my sentence.
No,
I'll
it's
take
not
that
true
bet.
that I'm trying to stop you learning. That's not true.
Well, I'm asking questions. How do you think I learn?
I can tell you're not trying to learn. You're
I
asking
don't
questions.
care your
Right, you just
opinion.
did it to me.
I don't
So
care.
we're both guilty now, right?
Because you're talking about me. What you believe, you think about me. I could care less. I'm asking questions about a test to a person who has done the test. Notice I didn't ask you shit. You know why? Because you've never done it. I even said, because Kosho is the only one who's ever done it here, mean I'm excluding you, me, and everyone else. That's why I'm asking Kosho. Now, can we move on from your ridiculous need to talk about me all the time? It's getting weird, dude.
I
I'm
didn't
married.
talk about you all the time. That's not
Yeah,
true.
I'm married, dude. I don't care about you and your opinions about
It was
me.
one statement.
I already have a mate. So have you done hey, man, if you want me to ask you things, I'll ask you a question. Have you
No, I
ever done the Foucault pendulum?
I want you to ask me things.
Okay, then I'm not asking you anything. No reason for you to respond.
Yeah,
Kosho.
I'm allowed to respond.
Oh my God. Yeah, you're allowed to run the conversation. Fine. The questions and me
I'm
trying to
allowed
learn.
to talk
Go ahead.
about drift if I want to.
Awesome. Kosho, when you go south of the equator, wouldn't you have to go further for it to do the same deviation if you went north? Because this is an oblique spheroid?
No. It just
You
depends
wouldn't?
on which direction down is and what your angle is from the center axis. And also, I
Well,
wanted to say that when you're on the equator, it doesn't matter if you swing it east to west or north to south or any direction. There won't be a deviation or precession.
Trying to think about that in my mind on a ball, something swinging east. If it's rotating east to west and you're in on the equator and you swing something north to south, that still seems like it would make it deviate.
Why?
It seems like it, but
What doesn't it to you?
yeah, it does. It seems like it, but it's only if you think about it in reference to just the pendulum swinging. But you got to think about it in reference to it swinging in free space.
I am thinking about it referencing swinging in free space with an object underneath it influencing it, going east to west, and it's swinging north to south. I am, aren't you?
Yeah.
And you're agreeing that it doesn't. It seems strange that it doesn't, right?
No, it seemed strange until I did that.
No, but it does. It seems strange, correct?
Until I did that. Then when I did that, I realized, oh, it's not strange. But yeah, before that, it seemed like
No, you didn't realize it wasn't.
if it's
You
like
realized it
if it's like
wasn't
a
doing it.
projectile, then it should do that. But it's not really like a projectile.
But can't we put something swinging on something that's rotating east to west or in one direction and put the swing in the opposite, north to south, and see it deviate?
We're
And
talking
if
about
it doesn't,
saying to put it sideways on it to where it's perpendicular to the axes.
That doesn't sound like it would work. Sorry.
what I'm saying is we could recreate this in the lab, right?
No,
And then
definitely not.
why?
Because
Gravity's
you
not.
can't recreate a planet in space in a lab. That's impossible.
That's not what's causing it to deviate, though. It's just the
Yeah,
rotation.
it is. It's a planet spinning that's causing it to
Okay,
deviate.
Kosho, is it just the rotation, or is it has to be a planet with an atmosphere in a vacuum?
Well, no, it's just a rotation, but it's a rotation with the other.
Have
So
gravity.
the on the Earth, the center of mass or whatever is attracting the ball is towards the center. So it would have to be behaving just like that, where it's swinging,
Fabric here. You're
attracted towards the
underground
center.
underneath with a huge, bigger gravity force underneath your whole
Oh,
experiment.
it is.
That's
It
why
does
won't
have
work.
to do with gravity. Dawn says, Kosho.
Well, yeah, that's what I just said. It's not swinging because of the gravity, but it's definitely pointed.
No,
It's downward is the direction that gravity is.
Okay, well, you could put the pendulum above. You could attach it to where the direction is down on Earth, also, right? And then rotate that object east to west, and have it swing back and forth, north to south. The gravity wouldn't change in that instance.
Oh, I just explained. In a lab, you've got Earth under the lab, which is a big, huge gravity well. So anything on your experiment of a pretend ball Earth and a pretend pendulum above it is going to be affected more by the real Earth under your lab. That's why
No,
you can't
surely-
recreate Earth in a lab.
Surely the rotation of an object would be more powerful than any gravitational pull from the Earth on a little
It's
pendulum.
ridiculous.
It's not? Kosha?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the setup that you guys are talking about because it doesn't seem it wouldn't be the same thing as what's happening on Earth at all.
So now
But,
now we are saying that gravity does play a part in the pendulum, though.
Well, it is the one that provides the direction that it's actually pointed towards, like it's going to be pulled towards.
Downward.
Yeah.
If you made a big ball spinning around in a lab and you put a pendulum on it, the pendulum is going to be swinging around and banging against the ball because it's affected by the Earth's gravity under the lab.
I mean, you could make this in a simulation, so it's like you don't need to worry about doing that in the lab. If you just want to see how this would work, just put it in a simulation and see how it would work.
No.
But you would figure out that the biggest influences that would change its direction are going to be the centrifugal force acting outward, the gravity acting downward.
The whole point is that it's deviating because it's attached to a spinning object, not that it's pointing down.
Well, it's deviating because it's swinging. Its swing is supposed to be independent of that spin. Yeah.
It can't be independent.
Yeah,
It's attached.
that down is a direction, so it's swinging around that down vector. So if down isn't truly down in all locations, like at the very North Pole and very South Pole on this supposed sphere, down is truly down, right? But if we are truly an oblate spheroid, then at the equator, down isn't exactly down. Down is slightly south of down. So that would definitely affect it at the equator, without a doubt.
It would affect it more because you're closer to the mass.
I'm not really sure if there's any place on Earth where this is like where this has any perceivable difference, like where down is like your angle.
It'd have to be. If we're an oblate spheroid, it would have to be. Now, is it observable with your eye? Probably not.
I can explain this, Whites. Even though it's an oblate spheroid, yeah, the molten core, the gravity center, isn't in the perfect center of the oblate spheroid. It moves around. It becomes its own center, so that always down.
How the fuck you know that?
Because
right now it must be slightly lower than the equator. Right now it must be slightly lower than the equator.
No, the molten core finds its own center and it helps us keep it down.
So you can't have two pendulums swinging at the same time in two different locations, right? Because if you're saying the molten iron core moves around, then pendulums shouldn't be precessing according to its latitude at any time.
No, don't take my words out of context. I'm just explaining why there isn't any difference with the hump of the oblateness. That's all. The core isn't a
No, you weren't explaining.
The core becomes a natural center. That's all I'm saying.
As it moves around.
Then why are we larger at the bottom? What's the reason for that then,
Because
Dawn?
nature doesn't always make perfect spheres. Sometimes it makes nearly perfect.
No, that's not true. That's the opposite of what we've been taught. Gravity makes things into
There's more mass,
spheres.
mate.
No. Gravity makes nearly perfect spheres, and sometimes their orbits and their trajectories affect the shape of the sphere.
Okay, so
if
you're
a
saying
large
that
mountain can move a pendulum, right? If just having a large mountain to one side of you hanging a pendulum can affect it, then fucking having a larger mass in the bottom hemisphere would definitely be affecting.
Well,
y'all need to get together because y'all say plumb bobs are affected by the near mountain. It doesn't hang vertical.
Only a myth.
That the mass of the center of the Earth doesn't hold the plumb bob perfectly vertical because it's near a mountain.
Well, can you prove that, please? You both claimed it now.
It's your model.
That's
what your model tells us.
How would you make me believe it? That a mountain changes.
It's your model.
How would you make me believe it?
I'm not trying to make you believe anything.
Then I don't
trying
believe
to...
it.
Okay, good.
Except
I'm glad you don't believe it.
I'll give you credit for the needle craft, mate.
That's another thing you don't believe about your own model. Boy, we're chipping away.
I'll consider it not proved yet, and I don't believe you. Sorry.
Well, that's your scientists are telling us that plumb bobs are affected. Oh my God! You think I'm making this up?
Me, I won't know, will I?
Do you think I'm making it up?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Then I don't want to talk to you.
Let him know. Kosho knows he's being very quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah, Kosho
what are you guys arguing about now?
The plumb bob, Kosho, not being vertical near a mountain.
Affects a plumb bob, but they won't prove it. They expect me to already believe it.
What do you mean won't prove it? You want me to go hang a plumb bob in front of a mountain? It's what your so-called scientists are teaching us. Teaching our kids.
You won't know, will you? If a mountain affects a plumb bob, you won't know if you don't do it, will you?
Okay, fine. I'm trusting just like you do. You're scientists. I'm telling you what you're scientists. Now it's going to be about me, right?
Burn him for being religious to science.
What an idiot, man. You don't want to have a conversation. You just want to, like, obfuscate.
Well, just then, I was pointing out your hypocrisy. I'm sorry if it was offensive.
It's not hypocrisy by me. It's hypocrisy by your model.
Which part of my model says mountains affect plumb bobs? Where did you see it? Who said it? When?
Yeah, I'm gonna go write all that down for you and DM it to you. Just hold tight. Go on mute until I do. How about that?
Just share a link if you want to
Go
convince me.
show.
If you
Yeah, I'm
don't,
driving, dickhead. Go
don't bother
look it up.
mentioning it.
Kosho, have you ever heard of this?
Heard of what?
The plumb bob being affected vertically by the mountain, near mountain.
Yeah, not the plumb bomb, but pendulums can. They've done a test with a pendulum swinging, and they can detect a deviation slightly towards the mountain. Close to, I think they've done this test recently too. But that test also has inconclusive results. But I think that just depends on what they estimate the mass of the mountain.
So if it affects the pendulum, it would affect the plumb bob, right, Kosho?
I don't think so, but maybe.
Okay, so you haven't heard about it.
I've never seen
whatever
him do
they
it with just a
want,
plumb
man.
bomb, but I've seen him do it with a pendulum. Yeah.
So he hasn't seen it, Rakir. Sorry.
Yeah, that's why I
That's
just
all right.
concluded that.
It doesn't
I'm
exist,
fine.
Dawn. It doesn't exist, mate.
Plumb bobs don't exist either.
Kosho, you did just say if the mountain affects the deviation, surely the oblateness would, right? Or
Well, no, actually, the center of mass of the Earth is basically the center of the Earth. I'm not sure how far away it is from the center, but there's no appreciable difference between the center of the Earth and the center of mass.
Hang on, the center of the mass is the center of the mass. It's not necessarily the actual, like, 3D space center. You guys are funny. You know this.
Yeah, right. It's
What,
not
do you think
exactly
it
the
is?
center, but it's not
Right, do you
any
think
different.
It's not. You'd be
do you think
further
because
away
the
from the
perfect
center.
center, just because the model says it's near the center?
If it's oblique there, Junior, it would be the same measurement from the equator for a larger distance. It wouldn't be linear. It would follow the shape because of the center of mass. How much mass? If you're saying gravity affects it and there's more mass in between the pendulum and the center near the equator than out at wherever, further from the equator, because it's an oblate size, it's larger in the south than it is in the north, pear shape, then those measurements would be off as you went south.
I don't think so.
Oh my God.
It's not. It's the center of mass is the center of Earth, basically. If it's off by anything, it's not anything that anyone. Nobody knows what the exact measurement is. I mean, it's probably it could be a couple feet. Who knows? It's
That's not
anything.
true.
It's not
They say
anything.
they've
It's not
measured
anything
it.
that shows up in any sort of.
That's not true. They say they've accurately measured it with satellites.
Yeah, they have. We used it. We used the center of mass. We use the center of mass with GPS satellites, for instance. But that doesn't. There's not an appreciable difference in the center of mass and the center of Earth.
What the fuck are you talking about? If at the equator the center of the Earth is 6,000 miles away, and you move to the south, and the oblateness gets larger or stays the same, then it would be different, right?
Yeah, but that's not the case though. The changes from about
So
20
it's not
miles
pear-shaped.
from the equator to the North Pole, not
So
from
it's
the
not
equator to
pear-shaped.
just a little bit south of the equator.
So it's not pear-shaped then, Kosho?
I mean, I've never seen a pear shaped like that, but it is bigger in the lower than the equator than it is at the equator. Oh, no, sorry, than it is at the North Pole. But the amount that it's bigger than below the equator and at the equator is not very much.
Dude, you are a professional. This is amazing. You say so many
You
words.
haven't seen, hang on. You haven't seen that.
It's
You
20
haven't seen that
miles.
to make that claim, Kosho. You haven't seen it to make the claim.
Well, I mean, it's been
Fucking
measured.
hell. That doesn't mean shit. You haven't seen it. So don't
Well, I don't
speak
have to
like
see
you know
it.
you
I
have.
know it's been measured.
Bullshit. It's not been measured. Hasn't been measured, and you've never seen it.
Yeah, I've never seen it, but it's been measured. Actually, I have seen it. I have seen it.
Show us in your hand.
You can see it if you look at the Epic Discover. You take an image of it and you measure the pixels north and south and east to west, and you can see it.
You can see that it's further away from the center in
Yeah, you
one
can see
direction
there's
than it
like
is the other.
there's about 20. I forget what the percentage difference is, but it's very slight.
So it is further away from the center in one direction than the other.
Yeah, the equator
That's what we've been
is
saying.
further away than the North and South Pole. What I'm saying to you is that the equator and slightly below the equator, the difference they are from the South Pole, from the center of mass is not very different.
But it is different.
Yes.
So you're saying a mountain would cause deviation, but not that difference of the whole Earth, center of Earth.
Yeah, a mountain that's perpendicular to you, with a pendulum swinging that's right next to you. Yes.
Gotcha.
Okay, a mountain that's perpendicular to you, that's right next to you, is not the same thing as something that's below you in both cases.
Right next to a pendulum? They put a pendulum right next to a mountain?
Yeah, they put this, near the mountain. I forget,
Really?
Chelahelian Mountain. They didn't put it above it; they put it next to it.
And that's a deviation, you said? It's an
Yeah,
anomaly?
they claim there's a deviation in the swing.
It's an anomaly every time?
Not every time. I've seen mountains
Oh,
when
then
they
it's not
had it
the mountain
wrong,
then.
but that's based on them incorrectly identifying the mass of the mountain.
rubbish and lunacy.
Then it can't be the mountain
rubbish and
then.
lunacy.
Just like you said it wasn't the eclipse earlier. It's just an anomaly. It's
No, I didn't say it was an
the
anomaly.
Rubbish.
What I said
It's
was
just
the
rubbish.
predictions
I
of the
just
mass of the
asked you if it
mountains
was an
have given them
anomaly. You said,
errors.
yeah, it's an anomaly. It doesn't happen
I didn't
every
say it was
time.
an anomaly. I didn't say that. I said it's the mass of the mountains that they are incorrectly estimating.
Absolute rubbish.
How can it be the mass of the mountain? The mass of the mountain goes away sometimes?
The mass of the
doesn't-
mountains that they are incorrectly estimating for the 5th time.
Well,
Yeah, but it doesn't happen every
they
time.
can detect underground like iron loads and lead loads with discrepancies. Like,
Yep.
so just the fact that they can do that, it would have to throw off something else where it's just the whole hemisphere at the south has more mass to it. Would have to.
No, I'm not sure
That's
where you
below
see
you.
this difference being, though. Because first of all, it's not measuring anything in the downward direction. It just happens to be pulled
Yes, it is.
downwards. But the fact that it's pulling downwards, that's not going to change its precession of its swing.
Okay, so if you set something up perfectly east to west on the equator, like a frame to hang a pendulum, and you're expecting that pendulum to hang perfectly plumb within that frame, but you notice it's hanging slightly to the left of it, and you think, have I built my frame fucking wrong? Or is gravity slightly leaning to the south here? And you'll keep checking your frame and go, oh, fuck, no, my frame's fucking plumb as, even though you can't really get your frame plumb, maybe square to the fucking vertical off the ground.
Hypothetically,
But
until you show us it. You haven't got a plumb bob next to a mountain, have you? Not yet.
Yeah. No one's ever used a plumb bob near a mountain. All the people that live in Wyoming, their houses lean towards the west.
Yeah, but nobody claims that, though.
They haven't shown us yet.
No, but nobody's claiming this. Like I said, it's when they swing a pendulum close to these mountains. This is when they're claiming to get this deviation, and it's a slight deviation. And
No,
it's based on the mass of the mountains.
There's one where
that has nothing to do.
Where they look up at a star.
It has nothing to do with the direction of the center of mass being below you. There's no. I don't understand what sort of error you think that's going to cause if it's below you in both cases.
It's showing that there's an influence that can move a plumb. So the center of Earth isn't overriding the influence, and therefore, if there's an influence at the equator, south of the equator, if there's an influence even slightly south, it's going to affect things. And therefore, from the equator north, the data collected there on Foucault versus the equator south, that data would vary. And you would be able to actually look at that data and go, oh, shit, look, this correlates with the fact that we have an oblate spheroid. And there is more mass to the south than there is to the top. But that correlation has never been made because it's rubbish.
Yeah, but you're thinking about something being south of you in both cases, or I'm sorry, below you in both cases as having an effect when it wouldn't. Things that are below you are going to the vectors are all going to add to the center of mass. But something that's beside you is going to give you an additional direction, additional force in a different direction. But you're talking about things that are below you, and the center of mass is
not directly below.
Directly below everything.
No, it's not, though. It's not directly. Let's just say the molten iron core, for example, wasn't in the dead 3D space center of the Earth, and it was slightly lower than the equatorial plane. Do you reckon the plumb would still be straight down plumb at the equator, or do you think plumb would actually be slightly lower than the equator now?
I think it'd probably be, you'd probably see some tilts and stuff like that, but that's not the case. It is directly below everything.
No, but how do you know that
That's
when we
not
have
what
an
Dawn
ablative
That's what dictates
spheroid?
what direction down is.
That's not what Dawn said. He said the molten iron core moves.
That's fine.
Well,
And
I
I'm sorry
said
he
it
said that. It has nothing
the
to do with
molten
what I'm
iron
saying.
core accounts for the oblateness of Earth by making a new center of mass that's always down.
Down. Center of mass
What?
is always down.
Down.
That's what dictates direction of down every
Are you
time.
joking, Dawn? Okay.
No, that's literally how planets form and work.
Okay. I love it. Excellent. The furthest we've ever dug down 12 kilometers, but you guys have got everything below that fucking down to a fucking
You don't have to
science,
dig.
apparently.
You don't
Not
have to dig to know.
pseudoscience, but
You don't have to
actual
dig to know
science.
things. You can use X-rays and
I
other
know.
equipment.
Oh,
Yeah. You don't have to dig in a
X-rays and
woman's
then
body to
interpret
see
shit.
what
Wow.
sex the baby is.
Interesting.
Use actually the same technology they use on the Earth.
Yeah, and they can use ultrasound and whatever and get it wrong, dude. Babies are born all the time when they think shit's right and out they come and it's wrong.
You can dig
So
and get it
fuck.
wrong as well.
Hey?
You can dig and get it wrong as well.
Well, no, exactly.
So
You know,
there's
exactly.
both
You can
methods
dig and
that
get it
can
wrong.
go wrong, right? Digging is slower though.
No, but you don't know either way, do you? Just because you dug one hole maybe to the center of the earth doesn't mean that's the same as on the other side. You'd have to dig all the way through, wouldn't you, to know?
Fucking hell. But you're suggesting us dig instead of using other tools, but even if we dig, that's not a good answer either. It's a rubbish suggestion.
Well, no, if you dig to the center, then you know what's to the center, but you don't know what's through to the other side. You would have to then dig through, wouldn't you,
Solipsism, mate.
Dawn, to know?
Solipsism.
You can
It's your
assume all
own
you
fault.
fucking like.
There's nothing. There's no assumptions involved. They just make measurements that aren't the measurements that you're saying they need to make. But when they try to discover where oil is, for example, they use these same techniques. They use the same. They used to set off explosions, TNT in the desert. This is an old method. They used to set up TNT in underneath the earth.
We know
and then they would
this,
measure
we know.
the ultrasound. They would measure the seismological detectors to see what refractive measurements
But what
they
you're
were going to get.
forgetting,
And that would tell them the
just stop.
densities.
We understand. What you're forgetting is they then drill down and then verify what they suspected. That has never been done with what we are talking about now, has it?
Well, they dug down.
No,
so they
it hasn't, would be the answer.
They dug
No, it
down
hasn't.
because they were digging in the right places. They wouldn't dig down until they, were like, okay, what's down here?
No, that's past tense. At the start, they were trialing this new technology. I wonder how it works. And then they verified, and they did it enough time to go, shit, yep, you know what? We've physically verified this technology enough now that we can go out and pretty much with confidence say, we do this, and we know that's there.
Yeah.
But does the technology ever get used to the center of the earth where they then dug down and verified it at least fucking once, mate? No.
Well, I mean, you just said the technology works. They tested it with the oil, so they tested it.
To the depth that they verified, Kosho. You need to be able to verify stuff.
Yeah,
Simple.
but if it works,
How it is.
if it works, then it works. And
No,
plus,
it works to a certain depth that they know is reliable. They don't know any more than that. They can assume stuff, sure, I'll give you that, but you don't know. And you should acknowledge that at least.
Yeah, no one's saying that they know for absolute fact, like it's a proven fact. What we're saying is the evidence points exactly. The evidence points to the conclusion that we currently have. Otherwise, we wouldn't accept the conclusion. And it doesn't mean
the
that
evidence is based on interpretation, unless it's been verified.
Stopped looking at their data. But the evidence does.
Yeah, you need to interpret data. Yeah,
It's impossible. It is impossible to know what is 6,000 miles below your feet. Okay, to the Earth's core, that's impossible. We don't have the technology. We never will. You're just following the what's it called? It's called the appeal to the what's the expression I'm looking for here? Conforming to the majority fallacy. That's what you're doing. You're just following the majority. Yeah.
I'd say
that's a bit ridiculous, Jim.
You can't know what
there's no scientific. You've got no scientific evidence. We don't have the technology. And when they drilled,
just describe the technology.
Hang on. When they drilled 7.6 miles in Russia over 20 years. So they had plenty of time to do the research to know what they were going to encounter with that drill. They were wrong every single centimeter, all the way down. Every single centimeter or every single inch, they were wrong. They didn't know what they to encounter. Everything they said they would encounter was wrong. So how could they then now tell us what's fucking 4,000 miles down? It's impossible. Okay,
As I
they're
said,
wrong for 7 miles.
as I said
7.6 miles.
earlier, you know, what you said they can't possibly ever know. As I said earlier,
It's
with the
impossible.
crossword puzzle, you can't possibly ever know what the answers to the crossword puzzle is because you didn't write it. However, when the answers are, matching the left and right and up and down,
You're not the creator. You are not the creator.
If you can't
have a
know,
pretty good
that's your
idea.
problem, but
You have
other
a pretty
people
good
can,
idea that
thank
is
you.
correct.
No, the technology is not there to know. That is required a lot of faith. You need to rely on faith. They're saying that they can send signals 8,000 miles deep into, 4,000 miles deep into the Earth's core, and to know what's there and beyond. That's bullshit. They were
Some
wrong
of our
for
knowledge is based on
7.6
faith.
miles.
That's correct.
Yes, you've got to have faith with that technology, which is like a
Some
lot
of
of
our
rubbish.
knowledge is based on faith, just like yours.
There
That's
is no
correct.
such thing as an Earth core, because as
in your
we well
in your
know,
mind,
the
but
Earth
in
is
our
not a
minds,
ball.
there is.
The Earth is not a spherical ball. There is not one
For us,
degree
it
evidence.
is, though.
There's not one degree of evidence. Yeah, but you're carrying a belief.
Yeah, for me, there's loads of evidence. Otherwise, I wouldn't believe it, would I?
There's no. You're believing in something that you cannot prove. It's not provable.
No, that's not true. I proved
It's
it.
not provable at all.
I
Otherwise, you
proved
would
it
have
to
done so
myself.
by
I've already
now.
told you all this.
You proved it to yourself.
Yes,
To yourself,
that's
yeah,
what
but you haven't
proving
proven it
is.
to us. So
I
you're
don't need
living
to
in a
prove it
world
to
of
you.
fantasy. That's fine.
I've
You can
never tried to prove it
anything
to you,
yourself.
really.
Anything
Alright,
can be
okay,
fantasy
okay.
for you.
Back
Anything can be
to
fantasy.
actual topics.
Jen, just
Come on.
calm down.
Yeah.
Remember, you
I'm
can't
cool,
just
man.
tell
I'm just
us
saying.
what reality is, because then you're
I'm
not
telling you
explaining
what
it.
reality is.
And
at
I'm
the
telling you,
moment,
it's different for
at
me.
the moment that people are living in a belief system, which is what you're part of, Dawn. You believe the Earth is a globe. I know it's not a globe. So there's a difference between knowing and believing. Mine is provable. We have the evidence. It's there in front of you. You are willfully
Mine's
not
knowledge, dude. I've
accepting
got
it.
evidence too.
And I've forgotten the expression where you're denying
Mine's
the truth.
knowledge,
It's
and
part
I have
of
evidence too.
it's part of the something experiment that was conducted recently. I say recently, many years ago, but I looked it up recently because of that video that we watched, that you can fake a space program. Okay, now when I looked into the space cadets, I read all that, and it led me to some psychological experiments that have been conducted, right? And one of them was called, hang on a second, I've forgotten it now, but I will get it for you. Just allow me a couple of mins to get my shit together
See,
here.
I'd much rather you show me stuff, tell me stuff, explain stuff, than just telling me what I believe, and that's just wrong.
Well, I'm
when
telling
when
you
do
according
that.
to what
About the show you were telling me to watch?
They ask you to watch something called the You Can Fake a Space program.
You talking about that TV show you had me watch?
Cadets.
Yeah, I watched that before.
Yes, that's correct. They were fooled into thinking they were going to go to space. In fact, yes, that's correct. They were fooled into thinking that they could go to space and go into low Earth orbit. They wouldn't feel 0G because there's anti-gravity devices in the spacecraft that they're in. But there was 4 of them. One of them knew they weren't going. Okay, one of them knew they weren't going, but the other 3 believed that they were going. After doing all the physical training, they thought they were in Russia, but they were in Britain. And but the one beautiful thing that you saw, 3 of them, was the truth. And the truth in that they thought they saw the curvature of the Earth. They saw the Earth from space. That when you see their emotional response to that was priceless. It was real, 100% genuine. And you can tell the difference because when you compare them, those 3 individuals, to the Apollo astronauts and those on the ISS, they displayed the characteristics and psychology of the 4th member of that group, the one that knew that they weren't going because he was blasé. Okay? So you can tell that the human being, when confronted with truth and emotion, it will be displayed. You can't hide it. Okay? That's what was displayed in that program. Okay? And the characters were there. 3 of them believed it. And one of them said this. His name's Paul. He said in his emotional state of mind when he was speaking to the camera by himself, one-on-one with the camera, he said, you know, when you fly in planes and you see those straight lines, he said, straight lines, which he's talking about the horizon. And he said, well, I saw, and he didn't know how to get it out, you know, the curvature of the earth, but he did the body language. I saw the earth, you know, he was so overcome with emotion, he couldn't even get his words out. It's just beautiful, the truth in its entirety. You watch it, you see the truth being displayed. And they thought they were on the inner spacecraft looking at Earth from space. They really thought that. It was beautiful to watch. I suggest you watch it. Yes, you can fake a space program. It's about 25 minutes long. It's actually 10 episodes condensed into 25 minutes. Okay? So if you watch the whole thing, 10 episodes, it's brilliant.
Can I respond?
Yes, sorry, go ahead. My mistake.
I watched it. It was very interesting. They spent quite a bit of money, and they did manage to fake a space mission to about 4 or 5 people. Which is
3 people.
Fascinating and
3
interesting.
people.
But I don't think it speaks to the whole of space being easily faked.
Oh, it certainly does. It certainly does. It speaks to the whole of humanity. It speaks to the whole of humanity. Because this is how the whole of humanity can easily be deceived that they're living on a globe when you yourself haven't gone out there and measured that curvature, right? You haven't measured it. And here you have a young man, 25 years old, by the name of Paul, speaking of his experience to date on that time, 2005, when he flew, he saw straight lines, right? He knew the difference between seeing the curvature of the earth, right? What he thought he saw from a spacecraft in space to what he had actually experienced on earth. Speaks volumes, man. You got to look at the psychology of all this stuff. So I'm trying to get you the name of the experiment. Hang on. Yeah. It's really, really good because I read it. Went into it.
What about the idea that if you're really going to go somewhere, you're going to actually die, and you're risking your life if you're really going to space, especially if it's the first time ever? I would say they were the most risked lives, right?
That's correct. You see, but they didn't even click onto
happy,
that danger.
like they're ready to die, right?
Yeah, but they didn't have that. They didn't exhibit that. They did not exhibit the danger. Although when they were actually finally, they made the cut and they were finally selected to go to space. The woman, her name is Kerry, she had to take a lie down because the realization of going to space started to kick in for her. The other guy, Paul, heavy breathing, you know, because his emotions were overcoming him, right? Overcoming him, and he was obviously nervous.
The trip to space. They won that.
Sorry. They won that trip to space. Those were the 3 characters that won the trip to space.
And they didn't want it.
No. They went. They wanted to go. They disregarded the danger all through the training.
Right.
Because it was training, by a Russian military drill sergeant trained them for, I think, 6 weeks or so. Heavy training. Okay. They were complaining it was tough for them. I thought they were physically unfit and in terrible condition, but they got fit anyway. And they were really selected. The day they were selected to go, you could see that Kerry had to have a lie down because she's starting to go into space. Fucking hell! Wow! She had to have a lie down, man. Now, then she started to probably think about the dangers, but they didn't think of it for long. That was the thing. They wanted to go. Okay. One of them, the other character, whose name I can't remember now, said, when I have my children, he's going to say I want to go to space like my dad. That's what he was saying. He was so excited. The things they were saying.
The funny thing is, the only reason they thought they could go to space, and smile about it and say, man, it's like this. It's like this. If me and you line up and there's 2 doorways, you got one, I got one. Yours can be sudden death no matter what. You don't know. And mine is just roses and flowers. I'm going to wave and be funny and be cool on mine because it's nothing. You're going to be worried.
I'm going to be sick.
Yes, you're going to see something on your, because you are actually having a chance to really die, and you know this.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. You see? And they didn't really register that. Do you get me?
Yeah, why would Neil
Globus should go,
Armstrong
wouldn't you,
cry?
Globus?
Why would Neil
Yeah.
Armstrong come back 20 years later and start crying on stage more than ever before he even got on the bottle rocket and went? You
Yeah.
don't sit on a big bomb that nobody's ever
Yeah.
been on and say, "Yeah, I'm good to go. It's gonna be a great ride."
Yeah. Now the fourth guy who was the actor amongst them, there was 3 actors amongst 12 of them, okay, because the actors were there to keep them invested, just in case any one of them started to realize that this was a hoax. We're not really going to go to space. So if they ever displayed that, then they would be able to persuade them back to the idea that we're definitely going to space. This is real, okay? So when
That's
it came
Grissom.
to select, yeah, that's it. When it came to select the last 3 now, okay, there was the last 3. In fact, 4. Sorry, one of them was an actor. Okay, now that actor, he displayed exactly what the astronauts who are boisterous, who don't give a damn, don't give a shit, they're not scared of the danger because there is no danger. So he displayed the same thing by being relaxed, blasé, painting, not taking it serious. Whereas the other 3 had their quiet moments where they were nervous, thinking about it, having a lie down, heavy breathing. But the actor, who knew they were never going to be going to space, acted just like the other astronauts that we see, taking everything for granted. ISS, the dangers they're in, but they're just in their short sleeve shirts,
Look, I'm
flying
playing
out.
with ice cream. I'm
Yes,
having fun
gorilla
in
suits,
space.
guitars, football shirts. Everything's just normal, right? Taking it easy, no danger. That's exactly what this fourth guy, the actor, displayed. So when you see what goes, you see the psychology at work. It's brilliant. Now, the psychology that I'm talking about, the experiment I'm talking about, one of them is called the, here it is. Where is it now? At last. I did have it. I've lost it. Hang on a sec. Sorry about that.
Well, what are the odds? I mean, when you get up in one of those things, are you guaranteed to come back every time when you get in a space shuttle launch thing or whatever takes you
Yeah.
there? Like, are you supposed to be guaranteed? Like, how does this work?
Yeah, it's called the Ash Experiment. Solomon Ash Experiment. Okay.
Actors cannot die.
Yeah, actors cannot die. Yeah. Social conformity experiment. So it's a social conformity experiment where one individual is amongst 5 other individuals. The other 4 have been given instructions to behave in a certain way. Okay. And now he's going to be asked, they're all going to ask the same questions, but the other 4 are going to give the wrong answer. And the idea is to see whether the guy who's actually being genuine, the genuine participant, will follow suit and give the correct answer or give the wrong answer like the rest. And he does. He gives the wrong answer, even though you can see with his own eyes that line is what it is. He's got X, one line marked as X on one card on the left side. On the right side, you've got 3 different lengths lines, A, B, C, and ABC. The correct answer is C. But everybody says B, which is number 2. The answer then, number 2. So when they're asking the first guy on his extreme right, first man says 2, second man says 2, second man says 2. Right, sorry, I keep saying first man, second man, third man, fourth man. Now the 5th guy himself, now he thinks 2, even though he can see it C. Number 3 is the right answer. He gives 2 as the answer, and he does that several times during the experiment. Conformity. Conform to majority disorder, that is. It's not thinking for himself. He's denying what he can see is the true answer, but because he wants to fit in with the group, he follows the group and says 2.
Exactly. There's the problem. Yeah. As soon as the first second goes by and the science and all the lies aren't pointed out, that's the problem.
Yeah.
When the guy goes, what? And like he doesn't do that. He doesn't go, what's wrong here? You guys are clearly wrong. It's number 2.
Yeah.
Something's wrong.
Yeah. I'm making a hash of this. It might be boring to others, and I do apologize if you're finding it rather boring, but that's not my intention. I'm trying to articulate this as best I can. Sorry, a little bit excited.
You should go over the Neil Armstrong speech where he cries.
Like, I know the speech. Yeah, why would you cry? Yeah.
For 20 minutes, and say, "We'll be brief." Why would you be
Yeah.
brief? And why
Why
would
would
you
you
have to
be
be so
brief?
fast? If
Exactly.
you got so much charisma and you're the #1 dude that ever went to, and you're
Exactly.
talking to the kids, why would you have to be rushed off stage after 20 seconds?
Did you say why would you cry?
Why would you? Yeah, why would you? He
Why
was
would you
crying the
cry?
whole
Why would they
time.
cry?
Listen,
Yeah.
why would an actor be able to die? I don't know. You tell me why.
Yeah.
You get bars. You got bars.
Maybe I don't
When
know
a
why,
bird
because
is,
he swallowed a
listen,
fly.
when an astronaut's
That's
like a
why.
parrot and they can't even fly, they can talk a good game and they really love to lie.
That's correct.
Written
They
by
do what
Wilbur
they're
Wright.
told.
Wilbur
They do
Wright.
what they're told. They repeat what they're told. That's what a parrot
Exactly.
does. And it doesn't
Wilbur
fly
Wright.
very well.
You know what that means, Kosho? In a
No, tell
rocket,
me.
when you bear right, huh?
No, tell me.
It means you fly in a right-handed circle around the other direction that nobody, you're going the north way or the south way, like you're going up and taking a right. All the airplanes go left, 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 left. You're going up and you're bearing right. When you bear right, you're not leaving anything. Okay?
Yeah.
You're not leaving.
He said that, nah? There are troops, something that's, unless you remove troops special as covering. I've forgotten the expression he said. I used to know it.
Yeah, he goes from which there are lies, there lies, there lies. And he paused and he said, pause, human destiny. He said, you've been much left that is undone.
Undone.
And then he
That's
said, there lies.
Yeah, there lies. You see?
The lies. The
There
much
lies.
undone is the lies. You have to discover
To those
that.
who can remove truths,
Protective
cover
layers.
or something. Yeah, protective layers.
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 Listen to what a layer is. What is a layer in physics? It's definitely not round.
Oh, it's flat, isn't it? It's a layer.
Yes, sir. And it's a protective layer.
Yeah.
Protective layer.
Hiding the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing that you can hide the truth with is a lie, because the truth doesn't hide itself.
Right. And that's why when I say, if you watch that documentary, The Space Cadets, it's brilliant. The psychology is there. You see 3 people genuinely believe they're looking at Earth. And that's the first time you're going to see that. You never see that expression in any of the astronauts from the Apollo missions or any of those who have since gone up to the ISS that's not up there. None of those people displayed what you will see in that documentary.
How old is Buzz Aldrin right now? He's still around, right?
Yeah. He never displayed that.
Would he be able to risk his life again if we were like, hey, we got this other little thing. You're guaranteed. We're going to send you right to the moon real quick. Take you 20 minutes. Can you do it one more time? As soon as you get back, we're good to go. Do you think he would want to?
No, he'd probably say no. Fed up with all the lying and that. Remember, he was crying. He was crying. He became a drunken bum. And when he was asked what it was like to be on the moon and walk on the surface on the moon, he broke down, cried, and left the studio crying. Apparently, that was what was said of Buzz Aldrin. And he went around asking people, "Did we really go to the moon? Did we go to the moon?" In his drunken state. His sister. We got that from his sister. His sister told us that.
Well, supposedly they all went to the moons and stuff. One of their sisters was like supposed to be high and messed up, and she said they all did like weird parties and did drugs and hallucinated a lot.
That's right. Yeah, that would be right.
So they were probably on acid the day they supposedly went.
Yeah.
See, when you're hallucinating, you're on acid. It's a lot easier to trick you. I'm serious as hell.
The astonishing thing is,
the government will fuck you up, buddy.
Oh yeah, they will fuck you up. Yeah, I mean, look at what they did. Look at 9/11. Look at 9/11. That's all you got to know. Look at what they did at 9/11. Yeah, that was a big.
I think they admitted to taking acid on those missions.
The astonishing thing is, they're there and they don't on Earth once. Take a picture of the Earth. Do a picture of me on the Earth, Buzz. They don't even talk
Look at their eyes and shit when they come back. They're all fucking lit. In certain things they seem lit. Some of them they don't. They're real serious and scared and goofy, like they know they're gonna die if they don't answer right.
Right, but the press conference
was
totally.
And they still mess up.
Yeah,
What's
the
the
press
deal with
conference.
That?
Yeah,
if
that
your
press
life's on the line and you still mess up, you can't keep 3 stories straight to the one story. That's weird.
Yeah, the press conference was
3
very
fucking
telling.
guys 3 dudes ain't got to write same story on then they all went. That's weird.
Yep. It was definitely very telling, their demeanor sitting there with all the cameras and all the reporters and that press conference, debrief, whatever. It was telling. They didn't look happy at all. Nervous. And that's not. Why would they be nervous? They've just done 250,000 miles in space to the moon.
With no
couple of hours
scientific
and
footage.
returned. 8-day journey, roughly. 3, 6,
And no
7 days
scientific
journey.
footage. No space, no nothing, no zooming in anywhere in space or nothing, doing nothing, not a fucking thing of any footage of anything. And then all of a sudden they're away from Earth by thousands and thousands of miles, just out of nowhere. They don't see the slow, gradual every second. Where'd that go? Where'd the start to finish go? Why would we only see see nothing, wait 20 days or wait 6 hours or wait 20, whatever, and then see something like, oh, there it is, 10 years away? No, I don't think so.
Nah, that was bullshit. They should have been on TV every fucking day of the week, or at least every anniversary TV.
There should have been 30 cameras everywhere, in every orientation of every location, and maybe 50 of them that we didn't know about, and 20 of them we do. There's no way.
Yeah, it was definitely a hoax. You can't go up there. We don't have the technology to go up there. No doubt about that.
They would have sent a rocket with no man.
Yeah.
Why would you ever send a guy the first time without sending a fucking camera that we already had control of?
Ralph Renee said you don't send man to a place where you haven't sent a monkey. That's what he said anyway. That was Ralph Renee. But there you go.
You don't send man where you don't send a remote either.
Yeah. The thing is, when you watch that documentary that I mentioned, for 25 minutes, only 25 minutes long, you just see the truth there. That's what you see. You see how easy it is to deceive people.
What are they riding? Have you ever seen the cartoons where Wile E. Coyote straps himself to a rocket?
Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
Roadrunner.
It's death. It's sudden death.
That's correct. I knew that as a kid. Look, I knew that as a kid. I said, man, those astronauts are brave, because if that thing blew up, they're dead. As a child, when I was watching
if it doesn't come back,
their training and getting themselves ready to go to the moon in Britain, I was a kid at the time. I knew that rockets were dangerous. I always knew that those astronauts were brave.
What did the first astronauts take to eat with them?
Didn't the first guy piss in his pants?
That would be
if you go to space and you don't have any food, what did they take to eat with them? When you get on the moon and you don't have any food, what are you going to eat and drink?
Yeah, what are you going to eat and drink?
Your piss and your shit or your neighbor.
You're going to die. Yeah.
Yep, and then you're going to die after you eat shit. They came from Aleister Crowley. That's their favorite thing. Hey guys, guess what you're going to have to do? Eat some shit.
Eat some shit and drink your piss.
Yeah.
As a menu.
It's
ridiculous. So
they couldn't wait.
So we cannot know.
That's what all the trendy people are doing now.
We cannot know what is 4,000 miles deep within this Earth. That's impossible.
No, you can't even make it to Antarctica that far. So, and if you go to Antarctica, guess what you're going to have to do?
1,000
eat your
miles
shit and drink your piss. If you go there, they ain't got no more food and can't grow nothing. Sorry.
They don't know they got everything wrong for 7.6 miles, and now they want to tell you what's 4,000 miles.
And after a certain temperature, you're dead. After a certain compression, the human dies.
Yeah.
After a certain temperature, you die.
Yeah.
It's too bad. Yeah. There's nothing else
happening.
It's
ridiculous. Dead. Ridiculous.
Humans will die.
I'm glad I watched that documentary. I was watching Mark Sargent's Strange World, you see, and then he mentioned it. I thought, 2005, did they do that? And he said that production, it was the most expensive TV hoax ever, was better than NASA's Apollo missions. I thought, I've got to see this. Fucking hell. And when I watched it was in Britain, the UK. Yeah, I thought, man, they took every measure to deceive these individuals. And they did a good job. It's so easy to fool.
You could probably go get 5 bums right now off the side of the road.
Of course you can.
Set them up with them, let them party, spike their punch, tell them, hey, you guys are going to the moon, give them outfits and everything, and make them think the same thing.
Yeah.
Perfectly. and film it
Yeah,
all.
I believe you can do that. Mind control, yeah, that can definitely be happening if you're on those
And
kind of illicit drugs. Yeah.
and if
No,
you're a millionaire and you own like a radio station, say if you did, or like a couple radio stations, or you had the power to put somebody on there, you could go get the goofiest bum in the world and make him the best rapper.
Right.
And
What
just
about
just be like, go to sleep. I'm so tired. Leave me alone. I'm tired. I want to go to sleep while I'm sleeping. And you just put some dumb stuff, and that would be the world's best rap ever. I mean, leave me alone. I don't want to be awake. I'm trying to sleep, for goodness sake.
What
I'm just
about
telling you.
what about that situation where they broadcasted aliens coming in, and I think the American public, I think this was in the
War of the
50s.
Worlds,
War of the Worlds,
1984.
exactly. There you go,
Orson
right? And
Welles.
they broadcasted
That
it, and the
came from
public
an
went,
author. Do you know who Orson Welles is and where he came from? Anybody do any
yeah,
research on that?
yeah,
Who
Orson
is he?
Welles.
Who's his mom and dad?
I don't know who his mum and dad were. Who are they?
See, we got to do some research. A lot of these people, do you know? I mean, not do you know, because you don't really know. I mean, I'm not
No.
really saying that, but what do we know about him?
Orson Welles. No, I don't know. I don't know much about him.
Was it
And
his
who owned the
mom?
TV station? One company owned the TV station when the rockets were going up. Not you and me, and not no guy named Tom the Jew. Sorry.
Right.
You sure his name wasn't Tom the Jew?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Well, it could
But
have
anyway,
been, though. I mean, it could
yeah,
have been anything.
the point I was trying to raise was that it's amazing how the American citizens panicked just by listening to a radio show. That they went out on the streets panicking after listening to the radio show of aliens landing and the noise and the sirens and everything coming off their radio, that they ran out in panic in their masses. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
So what? Oh, I wonder what they thought the good outcome from that was going to be when they just let some random dude get on the radio and start reading like he's like the top person from the military. Why would you think a radio guy is the military, right? That's pretty weird to me, that if you turn on your radio, you're just gonna be like, oh man, this guy's the military telling me there's a war going on instead of entertainment. That's kind of weird, right?
Yeah, it is weird. Yeah, you got that. There's
Unless
also
the guy said, I am military right now and we are in a war. I'm bringing this, you know what I mean? Like, no, come on, that's kind of weird.
Yeah. Practicing control. That's how they know they have control of everyone. You know?
And that was only one channel or two channels, right? How many channels you have back then? Channel 2, channel 5. What do we have? 3, 5, 3, 2. What do we have? Channel U. What do we have?
Doesn't matter how many you've got if they control them all.
Yeah, all controlled by the same people. ABC. All
Look
that
over the last 2 years.
NBC,
every channel
ABC.
in lockstep.
RKO TV and radio production. I remember that one. My dad used to talk about
all the same.
Yeah, true.
The broadcasting system, not broadcasting America, not broadcasting Russia, not broadcasting Britain, not broadcasting China, the broadcasting system.
That's right. Broadcasting system, correct.
And the television programming.
Programming, exactly. Exactly. This is why I don't watch TV. Don't watch TV, no need now. Stopped that years ago now. 4 years now.
You don't even watch Game of Thrones?
Nah, I don't watch any of that. I've never seen one episode, mate.
There's a lot of tits.
Yeah. If I want to see tits, I see my wife's tits. Yeah. If I want to see tits.
Exactly.
Pretty much. I do have a wife.
Put my fucking cock right between them. Don't need to fucking watch it on television.
There's some penises too.
I got the real deal. You know.
Oh yeah.
That's it. I've never been.
So do you though.
I've never been for that kind of thing, you know. I mean, I remember once I was at a party, okay, given by an owner of a wine bar that I used to work, and I was with my girlfriend Sharon, and of course there were some women there who were there were models, okay, part of the party and that, right? And I'm talking to my mates and that, right? And then they said, look, Jin. And my girlfriend's right there by my shoulder. Yeah, we're right there. And they've gone, Jin, look at that bird. Wouldn't you want to give her one of that? I go, me? Look at my Sharon. Look how beautiful she is. I'm going to be giving her one later on. Then they shut. Then when Sharon went off, I go, look, don't ever do that with Miguel there. Yeah, have some fucking respect, and have some respect for your own as well, because they're with their girlfriends and they're still looking at the models, devaluing what they have. Stupid bastards. They're never going to get
the song, My Sharona. You started it, Jen.
Yeah, that's right. So there's my Sharon.
My Shazza.
And she was so happy, you know, that I said that. You know, she was floating like a balloon. Do you understand? Because I showed those. I said I'm not interested in those models whatsoever, and she was just uplifted. You know, great night that night was. We went on to dance together. We took over the dance floor. People had to move out of the way because she was a Scorpio, so was I. So we were just firing off of each other.
You were a schoolgirl.
I'm a Scorpio.
Fucking
Scorpion. Scorpio.
He might live in Japan, but he's not a schoolgirl.
But there you go, right? And we took over the dance floor. Everybody made a circle, made room. We entertained. Yeah, it was a great night.
Sounds
jazz
like
fusion. We were dancing to jazz fusion. Yeah. 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 That was a night to remember.
1912, you said?
1912? I didn't give a date.
So
I don't know where you got that date from.
He said smooth,
Knuckle
smooth
dusters,
jazz.
Jim.
Where did he get the date from? I didn't give a date.
So, what do you think about the U.S. thing, BK thing, Coach Show? This is a little bit off topic, but
Go ahead.
Say that again.
The USB thing I asked you about, you never answered.
USB. Yeah, you did ask. Yeah, you asked me that, and then I was trying to think about when. Remind me again.
A big building like a port, you know, that you plug into your computer and you store all the information on it, right? Like a memory thing. You take it like a building, make a big one like a collider or whatever, put an antenna on it. The lightning hits it, and that's what you're using actually. You use the lightning, and you take it and you plug your audio video in, right, or whatever, because you have a big port that's a memory thing. It's taking in the electricity, right? And then you take your audio video, plug it in, and see if it shows you a video, see if it plays a radio station, a frequency.
Oh, you're talking about okay, because you wanna interpret the lightning.
Yes. I think that's what they've done from way back, and I'm just trying to see if it even makes sense. Because if you had some way, like a big thing, like they have a collider or CERN or whatever, so I think it's like a big USB, and the lightning comes in and they try to decipher it through a processor. That's what I think's going on. And I think they're talking to the shit.
What supports that? Sounds good, but what makes you think that they're doing something with lightning at CERN?
Because that's what a USB port does. It plugs in, gets the electricity like it's ground, right? Then you take it out and go home and you plug it into yours, and now you got their computer on yours from that shit that was ground or gonna be ground or what, you know what I mean? Do you get it? It's just electricity that you pull on one piece of metal. You put electricity onto one metal from another. A transference of like an electrical field or the electricity. So you take.
Aren't you just flipping switches? Isn't it not electricity?
No,
Isn't it
listen,
flipping all over switches?
Hold on a minute, man. Can you hear me? The way you can find that out is make a big USB and shock it. Rub across the carpet. Make a little one. Shock it. See if you get any information when you plug it into the computer. Like, however, that's getting into that thing. Like by when you put it in there, it's getting shocked. It's getting energy into it from that thing, like a ground, right? Completely.
Yeah, but then it flips ones and zeros, doesn't it?
What are you talking about? Where do you see a 1 and a 0 at?
Like in the USB, in the hard drive.
When you plug it in,
like
you
electricity.
See 1s and zeros. Are you transferring
No,
electricity?
but my point is the electricity goes in.
No, there is no electricity in USB.
Switches.
I mean, there's no 1s and 0s, goddammit. It's electricity.
It goes through it. Electricity goes through it.
When you
hang on, so
plug your
are you under the impression you're carting around like 6 volts in your USB or something?
Yeah, let's take it down a tone.
Are
Take
you
it down a
plugging
peg
your
or two.
computer into the to ones and O's? I don't get what you're saying.
No. But like, is the USB a battery to you? You're carting around
No,
electricity?
it's like a plug-in. Did you hear me? Your computer, you plug it into the wall. That's not ones and O's. Your USB, you plug it into your computer. That's electrical. Those are metal pieces that are touching. That's
Yeah.
electricity you're transferring, not ones and O's. So if lightning, right,
But if it's
is
transferring,
information,
the USB must
right?
have been carrying it.
Can you hear me? If lightning is information, the same lightning that comes out of your computer to that little USB, right? Then you can probably figure
No.
that out by having something that processes it the same way that you process the USB port. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
Yeah, but what about when you use your
I don't know the
USB port?
outcome.
Cool. What about when you use your USB port to transfer information? What's going on there then?
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
If this electricity, like when you rub across the carpet, and you spark the door. Are you not transferring information?
What information am I transferring?
I'd like to know. I'd like to process it. I have the
Yeah.
doorknob isn't
It's just
processing it.
electrical signals.
Okay, so
The
it's an idea.
doorknob is not the USB. If I could shock the USB and then try to plug it in and see, we would be talking. I'd like to know.
Yeah.
Good question.
Well, we have to do an experiment there then, won't we?
Yeah.
To
What
find
about
out.
what about the idea of carbon dioxide? When you breathe a certain amount of air in, right? Think about this, and you're supposed to breathe out carbon dioxide. Is there
Yeah.
any way we could ground like what's in a balloon, like put a little wire in there, ground it, do something like some way to like exert the charge, and then let the air out of the balloon that you know it's not taking it in like a human body at all,
Yeah.
right?
You know what?
And
Yeah,
to
you
see
know,
the difference.
Pete and Pete have done this one. You know the guys, Pete and Pete from Britain? They've done this one.
No, I don't know them, but I heard a lot about them. I heard you
Yeah,
guys
they've
talk
done
about
this
them.
one. Yeah, they've done this one.
So
They've done
would
that.
they get the right outcome, or what would they do?
Yeah, I think they did. I think they concluded that, you know, like fish don't breathe air; they breathe water. For example, they
Right.
don't breathe air.
Right. I mean, that's common sense. There's no way in hell. Gas does not dissolve in the shit. Only minerals do.
Right.
Gas does not dissolve in liquid. Only minerals do.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Show me where. Show me where air bubbles dissolve into the water and don't leave it.
Carbonated liquid, for God's sake.
What is what?
Carbonated liquid.
So liquid. What are you talking about? We're talking about air.
Yeah, air, gas.
Show
gas.
me when air and gas, like natural gas out of a container, like the containers the man gives you of gases, show me when those stay around in water.
Well, it depends on the temperature. They might come out, but like at room temperature, you've got water with carbon in it, like a soda stream, Jobby. You can carbonate the
air
water.
bubbles, dude. I know you keep saying words, but I'm talking about air bubbles. When I blow out of my body, try to keep that air down in the water at the bottom or in the middle or somewhere, and don't let it out.
No, but your lungs,
and then you'll be right.
Your
okay?
lungs convert carbonic
you don't
acid into
understand.
carbon dioxide.
No, I don't think so.
You're not.
No, I
Yeah,
don't
so
think
you're
so.
mistaking what happened.
No, you're
It
mistaking
transports
what you're
differently.
saying.
Fair
Stay
enough.
with me here, buddy.
Yeah, you need to look into it.
No, I haven't.
You need to
I haven't
relearn
been.
on what you thought about a balloon bag that you breathe with. It's a big balloon. Sorry, you're not absorbing shit, but electrical continuity. Sorry, unless you can go show me that. Show me. Show me what you're absorbing with the air. Show me your experiment with the 10 pounds of air and how much electricity or carbon you turn it into or how you're doing that. Show me that real quick, please. With the
I don't know
air
what you're
right
talking
around
about
us
with
right
the
now,
balloon,
because
man.
we're going, watch this. You need to do it that quick also. You got 1 millionth of a second to produce your whatever process that you think's happening, buddy.
It's true.
Hurry up.
That's what they said. This is what Peter and Pete said.
Hurry up, pal.
Yeah, you have to listen
We'll
to what he
wait
said.
for your science and physics,
I'm looking.
buddy,
I'm
instead of your
frantically
stories.
looking for this video. I'm
Yeah,
looking for
your
the
stories about Mickey Mouse don't help me.
I'm going to look for the video so I can help.
No one's trying to help you, mate.
That's good, because I don't want your book help. I'd rather help myself.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you got to check everything we've been.
I tell you what, remove the oxygen out of the air and see how you go
don't know
breathing.
what oxygen is, buddy.
I
Tell you
think
what.
you'll
Tell you what. Show me what the oxygen is besides air. Tell you what.
Yeah,
It's a
don't get me
component
wrong.
of air.
You're just saying a lot of story stuff, man. Stop.
Yeah, but you're hang on.
Stories on stories. You can't even defend none of it.
I don't know what oxygen actually is, but it has properties.
Yeah, good,
Right,
good,
and
good.
those
So if you say
properties are
remove the
vital.
oxygen,
It's
yeah,
potential.
if you remove the oxygen, you've still got
It's
the
not
other
potential.
gases. You've still got the other gases that you breathe in, got the other elements of the air.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they won't support you.
Nitrogen.
They won't support you.
Well, you're breathing in
You
all.
die.
When you breathe in air, when you're breathing in air, you're breathing in
Yeah.
polluted air from the car exhaust fumes. That's going in your lungs, okay? Plus the
Of
air
course.
and other gases. So obviously I'm alive.
Right, but
So they're keeping me alive, aren't
no,
they?
but
So,
they go into your lungs, which is a filter,
correct.
and your lungs
73%
only
nitrogen,
absorb
supposedly.
oxygen.
Mostly all nitrogen,
Right?
supposedly. Did you know that?
Yeah, there you go.
It's in the atmosphere. Yes, it's in
Nitrogen.
21%,
Not
19%
oxygen.
oxygen.
But you know what the truth is, though? It's a bucket of
No.
air, and you ain't separating shit unless you can show me that.
Bucket of air.
Yeah,
No,
bucket
your
of air,
lungs
and
will be.
and everything else is your imagination. See how that works?
Not really.
Yeah, that's how the globe
No.
works. Yeah, you take reality, and instead of reality, which is your bucket of air, you guys want to contain something in a container and sell us a story and tell us the phenomenon.
No, see,
that
that's
is
where
I
that's
think
where it's
Denmark.
different.
I think
container.
Denmark
That's
is
where it's
saying
different.
Denmark is
We
saying
can
we need to
experiment
review.
with the body.
We
We
need to
can't
review what you
experiment
have.
with the earth.
No, you can't. You don't even know
Fair
what
enough,
air
innit?
is. What are you
Yes,
talking about?
we
You can
can.
experiment with it.
Fair enough.
Show
We
me
need-
the
It has
carbon
properties.
dioxide. You go get 10 pounds of air. Go suck. Go. I mean, come on, man. Get your car, your tire pump, whatever you got to do.
Okay, well then explain this to me. Explain this to me. How
I don't
can the
have to
air that
explain
we
anything.
breathe
You
in
explain
that's
it to
supposed
yourself because
Okay,
you're the
if
one
you're
that
not going
doesn't
to listen,
understand what
if
air
you're not
is.
going to listen, that's fine. I don't know what you're talking for if you
Hold
can't
on,
listen.
buddy. You don't understand anything.
Yeah,
What am I?
no, he's not even listening. Don't even engage him. He's not listening to you. He's talking over you the whole
You don't know
time.
what
Should I
air is.
mute
What
him?
can I
No,
explain to you?
sometimes you can fucking
No, he
make
doesn't
sense,
mean to be
mate.
rude.
It's
He's not
best
meaning
get
to be
right
rude here. Let's not get it.
Well, how about he just
get
stop
it
and
wrong.
listen
Didn't be
for a
rude
minute?
to
That'd be
anybody.
really good.
Yeah.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, but I
I
mean,
can't
the
believe you hear
problem
what
is
that
like,
dude's saying.
the molecules
He
is
sounds
spinning
like a
true.
mumble.
All the globe is right now.
Yeah. So
You
let's
actually the molecules.
let's slow it down a bit. Give everyone a chance to breathe and talk. I think what Denmark is just basically trying to say is that what we understand about air and how it works in a human body needs to be reviewed. That's all he's saying. That's all.
Yes, sir.
okay.
And
All right,
demonstrated
okay, then
and
stop.
proven, not
That's all he's
story
saying.
time.
That's
Not
good.
story time.
Yeah.
Not
Proper.
story time.
Sure.
Demonstrate.
Sure.
How can you demonstrate?
Okay.
That's the question,
All right.
not story time.
Are
How
you
can
going to
you
stop?
demonstrate
When do
to
you stop?
us what you
Yeah.
think their story is doing, or how you prove it? That when you breathe in air for a millionth of a second, it turns to anything but air when you let it out, or what's going on there?
That's
The
what Pete and
actual
Pete
thing
said.
that's happening.
Yeah. How's
Don't
that?
worry about it.
Yeah. Hang on.
Shoot.
He's just saying that that's what Pete and Pete said, that when you breathe in air and then when you release it back out, that's air you're releasing. How does it change so quickly, that volume, into carbon dioxide? How is
But
that?
you can measure it. You can measure
Well,
the
they did that.
change. So I don't
They did
understand.
that. They measured it, and it didn't come up what they said it was. That's why I'm trying to find you the video.
Who said what was? It's going to be
How'd
different
you
for
get your
every individual.
information? What we're asking you guys, since you have the book on it, air guys and science guys from your Science of Giants, you tell us from step 1 to 2 and give
Okay.
us a video in the back chat, please, of how your lung bag is all of a sudden magical now. Show us.
It's not magical. You're claiming that air is air
No, we
when
didn't
it's
claim
not.
anything.
There's different
No, we
components
deny
in the
your
air
claim.
which have
We
different
deny your
properties. Am I
claim.
allowed to
All
talk?
right, Demok,
Or
stop over talking.
no? Right.
Well,
Demok,
we
stop.
deny the claim
Demok,
of
stop
science.
over
Do you
talking. Can you
understand
hear
this?
me?
How come you guys get
Demok,
it
can
wrong
you
all the
hear me?
time? Well, don't misinterpret what I'm
Demok, can you
saying.
hear me?
Can you hear me? We're denying
Yeah,
science.
stop over
Repeat that
talking
sentence.
people.
Well, we deny science's story.
I said stop over talking people.
We'll repeat that when you say something about what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not interested in your nonsense gibberish. I'm telling you to stop over talking people. That's all I care about.
You're the only one talking to me right now, not to over
Yes,
talking
I'm
anybody.
talking to you. I'm telling you to stop over talking people.
I'm not over talking anybody. You are talking to me right now, and I'm waiting for you to stop every
You
time.
just over talked White's word every time for the past 5 minutes.
Because he keeps saying something I didn't say. Why would you come back and say Democ said
Dude.
turkeys when I never said the word turkey? Don't ever do that, Jeremy. That's not a conversation.
Cool over talk him. Think it's cool
You're
over
gonna
talk
keep
him.
letting him say wrong shit. If I say what color's Mountain Dew and he's gonna keep saying Pepsi is good, how's that helping us?
But that's not he was.
All
He
I
wasn't
want's
really
a
doing that.
demonstration. That's real simple, right? Can he put his
We all
videos
know
of
it.
all
What's
his
he doing?
science?
He was basically defending his knowledge. That's what he was doing. You might see it wrong, but that's what he was doing. He was defending what he thought, what he thinks he knows, basically.
I
His
didn't even get to
experience.
defend it. I didn't even
Well,
get to say any component of it.
no, you did
Just
say a
kept on
little
getting
bit. You dismissed
overridden
it.
by
You dismissed.
nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. You dismissed what Denmark was saying, and you did let out what you thought a little bit, because I was listening. You didn't get to get it out.
A little
full,
bit.
no.
But did I get a
Granted.
point? Did I get a point out? I don't
No,
think
you
I got a
didn't.
point
No,
out,
you
no.
didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You didn't get the point out at all. You tried to. You were trying to.
If we
Get
bag
it out.
every breath that we blow out
Go ahead.
and then take a sample of every bit of breath that we breathe in, one of those bags will support a flame, one won't. Why would that be if there's no difference between what you breathe in and what you breathe out?
Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. I have to see that as in an experiment to see that for real. That's what I've got to see there before I can give you an
What
answer
about
on that.
electrolysis, Jim? If you perform
What about-
electrolysis on water, you capture the gases from each electrode you've got. One can support a flame, one won't. What's the difference there?
Your comprehension, your miscomprehension of everything to do with science is the problem.
Okay. No, that makes it very clear. Thank you. That's not general at all.
That
That's
means
good.
everything you think you know is wrong. That's very clear. Sorry.
No, but what's the
protons,
difference?
No neutrons, none of that dog shit. There's only electricity.
What's the difference,
and the
Demma?
exchange, high to
Come
low,
on.
hot to cold, positive to negative. That's all you'll ever have.
So what's the difference then, Demma, with the two gases or whatever it is that you think are coming off those electrodes?
High to low, hot to cold, positive to negative. Do you understand? It's all
Yeah, but why does one
it's
support a
a magnetic
flame
differential.
and one doesn't?
Everything is. Do I need to repeat this
Why
again
would-
and again and again? Hello?
Yeah. Why would one support a flame and what not?
High to low,
and one not?
hot to cold, positive to negative.
No, that doesn't
Answer your
explain
own
anything,
questions.
Demma. It's just
Listen,
fucking
Narnia.
words. Doesn't explain
Narnia.
shit. Jesus Christ.
Narnia. Answer your own Narnia
fair enough.
questions. High to low, hot to cold, positive to negative. Meet me in the lab or outside. Okay?
Meet
It's
me
real
in the
simple.
lab. It's going
In the
down.
lab or in the fucking
Meet you in the
outside
asylum,
in the dirt to do your
pal.
experiment
In the
that you're
asylum.
telling me about. Show me how you turn air into anything but air real quick with a balloon. Show me how you can do that. Demonstrate
What's
your
air, Demma? What's air, bud? What's air? Tell me what air is.
You show me, science guy.
Hey.
I'm telling you,
Hey,
it's alive.
how would you know what it's
Air is
not if you don't know what it
How
is?
do you know what potential is? Apparently you don't, huh? Apparently you're scared
Fair
of me,
enough,
huh?
mate.
Apparently you don't know about
Oh, dead
electricity,
scared.
do you? Don't tell me
Nah, not as much as you, pal.
Air is potential. I've said this for the last how many years now? Stop acting like you guys can't clean out your
Who gives a shit how long you said something for if it's wrong? Air is potential.
It
Jesus
can be
Christ.
positive, negative, and neutral. Ground, it can be anything that you want it to be in the medium that you give it the allow or the ability to. It doesn't matter. And that's why your science is fucked, because they don't understand that everything has the potential to be whatever. And the medium controls it,
Really?
the temperature, the conduction, and it's all like a magnet.
Crazy.
There ain't no fucking vacuum. Everything you
Oi,
thought you knew.
You know
It's
your
a
name's
lie.
spelled wrong, bro. You don't know how to spell there properly.
I'm
show me what
surprised
air
you're
is.
not some
Hurry
god
up and
Demma.
demonstrate how. Get the 73% nitrogen out of the air for me real quick and show me how this works.
Quick, electrolyze some water.
Hello,
Get it
go
all
get
out.
your air chart and show me which percentages you can pull out of the air live for us.
Go and see if you can survive on carbon
Yeah,
dioxide.
you couldn't even
Quick.
go get any air unless you bought it from a container, could you, air guy?
I'm talking about
since
your
you know so
name,
much?
mate. You don't know how to spell there,
What about your air, mate? Where are you getting it from?
Go
Container
and
boy.
rebreathe in a bag them up.
Go
If I could just get a brown
pre-labeled
bag
air
and just
from your
rebreathe
company,
for 5
from your
minutes,
air
mate. Go on.
company, from your
Prove
science
something
guys at
for
the
me,
air
quick.
company.
We'll do a live test, then, right? You go rebreathe in a bag and see if it works.
Hey guys, I want to direct your attention real quick. Do you see that? I drew a perfect circle with the X in it. You see it?
Yeah, please. I'm not looking now. I can't see it. Yeah, that bag test would be pretty definitive, Mark. Jim, you can try that too, mate. Get a bag and rebreathe in it for 20 minutes and see if you survive the test.
Well, put some fish gills on your face and go down in the ocean and have fun. That's what you should do. Right? Separate the fucking get your air out of that water with the fish gills, right? Get your oxygen. You can't do
just
that?
trust me.
What do you mean?
Air is not air.
So you're telling me now you can't use a fish gill and strap it to your lips and go down there and breathe? That's crazy.
Hey, Monk, I was going to argue your point. I made this picture for your point. I was just trying to see if everybody could see the perfect circle I drew with the
hold on
X.
a second. Argue his point.
Everyone see the perfect circle?
Nah, describe it for me.
There's like a perfect circle with X in
Why
it.
don't you put the crosshair up and down straight? Why do you got it like an X?
Well, I wanted to make it diagonal because actually I was trying to find the center of the ball, and so the easiest way to do that was diagonal. Yeah, easy day. But there's everybody sees a perfect circle X. Everyone sees it.
Yes, I see it now. I've made the effort. Better be good.
It's not a perfect circle. Okay, it's actually got more oblateness than the oblateness of the Earth. Okay.
Oh, so it was wordplay. Does everyone see?
That's not wordplay.
Not really an
wordplay. I just want to make sure you guys couldn't tell that it wasn't a perfect circle.
Coach, I got one question. Where's the Marianas Trench? Where's the highest cliff? Where's the Niagara Falls? Where is the Grand Canyon? And where's the tallest mountain?
Actually, I was making it for your argument about the sand ball. So that's why it's brown like that. I made a sand ball, and I was in the middle of drawing the lakes and the rivers and stuff. I just wanted to make sure the size was okay.
The size is very poor.
That's like 2 inches. What do you mean the size of what?
Believe it or not, that's 8,000 pixels.
I teach chemistry at many different levels.
All directions.
8,000 pixels equals what in reality?
Pixel was supposed to equal like a mile.
A mile, so it's 8,000 miles of a flat surface on your screen.
Yeah, I was going to draw an orthographic view of the Earth.
Well, yeah, if you do the orthographic view, all you need is like just the top portion of that ball, right? Like a bubble wrap piece. You only need this top section. You don't even need the whole ball. Just to show you like a little human and what you could do, right? For the physics.
That's a good point.
On a computer, right? Yeah. You never really need the whole ball. You just need that little bitty fucking section like an island where the guy exists and his reality is. You understand? And then you wrap your little ocean around your little edge of water around that, and that represents your water. And then you color a layer for your air, your atmosphere, and then you have a rocket or any object and show when it can actually leave horizontally.
Wake up, Jim.
That's what you should do.
Wake up, Jim.
Yeah, did you see it? I posted the video there for you.
Oh, I thought you were snoring.
Connie.
Sorry.
Not me. No. I'm not sleeping at all, mate. That's someone else.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah, okay.
Real quick.
Wide awake. Don't you?
What was that raps? What was that? Remember you said that you'd pull a homeless guy off the street, Demarc, and he comes up with some rap lyrics. What were those rap lyrics?
I'm tired.
Oh my god.
I want to go to sleep while I'm sleeping. Leave me alone. I'm getting deep, man. I'm trying to go. Leave me back on the damn street, man. Don't wake me up. I'm trying to go to sleep. Leave me alone. It'll get real deep. You just go on forever with some goofy shit. And it literally, I swear, it'll hit the top of the charts. I'm so tired of being tired. I'm trying to sleep while I'm sleeping. I can't sleep enough.
If you market it, it'll go to the top of the charts. Yeah.
I'm
But if
just
you don't,
saying, think about it though, man. I could write so many raps you would just shit your pants. But that was just being goofy. I'm just telling you, if you're a millionaire, the things you could do with stupidity and your money.
That's true.
Yes.
How many
if
of you
only,
think
huh?
that rap would make it? Just saying the word "I'm tired" a lot and goofy shit around that.
Probably depends on the beat.
No.
Given the
Good beat,
opportunity, it
maybe.
could make it.
You'd have to market it. You wouldn't just make it on its own because it's just stupid. But there's plenty of
No.
stupid
It's
shit
just
that has made it.
listen. Nah, hold on. You didn't hear my whole idea. It's just a bum laying on the ground, and you play the rap video behind him sleeping the whole fucking time, and you're the one making the lyrics and everything. He's just a bum sitting there. You gave him $100 to watch him sleep for the video. I'm so tired.
Okay, I posted that video by Pete and Pete. Please watch it if you're interested about what Denmark is saying. Okay, you know it's a good
And
one.
I've
It's
never
44
watched a
minutes
Pete
long.
and Pete video.
Yeah, but Pete and Pete covered that. You know,
No, I
they're
mean, I'm
saying
just
that
letting you guys know, though.
Yeah. You're thinking out of the box. Guess what? Listen, Denmark. This will make you think. Okay, it says here at the beginning. Hang on a second. Where is it? It says because a lot of people dislike hearing other people's views and opinions. In this video, in this episode, Pete and Pete ask viewers and YouTube content producers alike to undertake the challenge to prove water is H2O. Okay, there you go. Okay, so you know what you were saying. You're speaking your mind, and other people tend to shy away from that, and that's the beginning of the comments. So if you click on the video, and
because most of the stuff was built on philosophy of religion anyway, like most all the stuff. And the
challenges
alchemy,
people's beliefs.
Yeah, alchemy was the only thing that actually was dealing with the material stuff, trying to work with it and actually do science with material of physics of like the dirt, the lead, the sand, the water, and manipulate variables and change lead to gold. And they couldn't because they couldn't manipulate. There's so many fucking variables that you had to manipulate. And now, supposedly, all you have to do is shock it.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, and if you look in the comments, it's got a little timestamp of particular topics they're going to talk about in the video. So you can click on the one you want if you don't want to watch the whole thing. It's really good. Okay.
Right. So all the
go into the descriptions. Go into the description. I keep saying comments. I meant descriptions.
Right, but pay attention to this. All the alchemy they knew back in the day, the ones who gave it to us, couldn't turn lead to gold. But today you can shock it. Or heat it, what, nuclear shocking? Chemical shocking? Oh, okay.
Why do you believe that, though, Denmark? Why do you believe that they can take lead to gold with shocking? Is that because you've read it, or you've done it yourself, or what?
Why do I what?
Why would you believe that lead can be shocked into gold, if you believe that?
Because it's your science, buddy. What do you mean? Your science says they can do it right now. Why would you? I don't need a belief. That's fact. There's no Bibles here, buddy. No Bibles, buddy. I don't read Bibles.
Right.
This is fact.
So,
Mercury.
So do you believe
lead,
that's fact,
all
though, or
kinds
not?
of shit. Listen, it's not a belief, dude. It's fact. There ain't no fucking belief to do with it.
Do you fucking think it's true? Jesus Christ.
It is true. Your science says it.
Right, okay.
It comes from your science, dude. You want me to put the thing in the chat for you? You
Not
don't
sure
know your
why
own
you're saying
science
it's
that you're
my
arguing about?
science, but fair enough. Whatever it is you can test, yeah.
Okay, now if you watch,
fair enough.
If you watch this video, they break it down into subtitles there. You've got electrolysis of water in living color, film scientific. Next one, Peter and Pete YouTube challenge, creator challenge. Then the next one is electrolysis of water claim. Okay, and it gives you the timestamp where you can watch the video, where you can, target what you're really interested in.
What's their claim for electrolysis of water, Jim? Can you, off the top of your head, what's their claim for the electrolysis of water?
Well, they're saying it's nothing to do with air, so you need to watch it. It's really good.
Right.
And the end result is, H2O is H2O, and fish don't breathe air; they breathe water. They don't breathe air. They don't need air at all. No oxygen.
Okay, no oxygen.
No air. No air. Whatever the air is,
Right.
whatever we breathe in, they don't do the same. They don't need it.
Hang on. So so I think we need to define this air word, because obviously there's no air bubbles in the ocean that necessarily the fish are breathing in through their gills per se.
No, that's right. There's no air. They're not breathing in air at all. Nothing.
Right.
It's just the water. It's just
Okay.
that water. So the challenge.
Yeah,
H2O.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go on. H2O.
Sorry, yeah, proving. Yeah. What this video is about is proving water is H2O. You've got to try and prove it, because there's two gases, isn't there? H2O, the gas. Yeah. Those molecules are not in the water. That's the claim, but those molecules are not in that water. That's what they're claiming.
Okay, fair enough.
That's why great video to watch. It is interesting. It really is. You see? So even though Denmark was saying something, he was saying something quite truthful, and that we need to recheck. And I did that. You know, I did it years ago, this Pete and Pete one.
Yeah, when again, it goes against stuff I've done. I mean, I've done
That's right. I
electrolysis.
could tell.
Jen,
I've got things
that you're knowledgeable
different.
in what you know.
Jen, can you tell them how long ago I said this stuff?
Oh, bloody hell! You're talking about Hangouts 5 years.
Long ago, probably
5
before
years
Pete
ago.
and
What?
Peter were saying it. Anyway,
Yeah.
I've been saying it for a long time. I didn't just start saying it today, you guys. Trust me, Jen's known me for a long time.
Long time. 5 years. Hangouts.
And none of this stuff is new. Nothing I say is new that I say. It's all from me a long time ago.
Yeah, I can say 7 years I've known you anyway. 2016,
yep, and it's that old and more. It's
gone so quickly.
Before I even met Jen.
It's gone so quick. Don't you think?
Yep.
After the what's his name? Come on.
It definitely
Pete.
has. Jimmy Jedi too. Remember?
Jimmy Jedi. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And what's the guy that went loopy? I've forgotten his bloody name now. Jez went up there to go and see him, and they ended up having a fight. Come on, Pete. No,
Poncho Pete.
Yeah, Poncho Pete. That's it. Yeah, Poncho Pete. Yeah, right. You know, ever since then, it's gone so quickly.
Yep. Yes, sir.
It's gone like that. Shit.
Definitely That's when we were proving the air was power for the planes and stuff too.
That's right.
Come on, man. It's pretty simple, dude.
Yeah. So yeah, we had some really interesting conversations back then. Real fire on the Hangouts, PPC. Yeah, Outer Ponders Pirates. And then Poncho Pete went mad.
So white is wrong.
Let him go by bombarding with protons. That makes sense.
Yeah, but we've concluded that Jin and Demark are right, and White's words is wrong. Cool.
Sorry?
But you can conclude whatever you like, really. Consensus can even come to that. Doesn't make it right.
Yeah, but I mean, I just want to know, like, who's right here. Like, I've been listening.
Oh, well, yeah, it's going to be down to looking at the video and then making an understanding of that and relating it to your reality. Then you'll know.
Yeah, I haven't watched it, but if there's a contention that you can't break water down into two components, I mean, I already contest that. If the contention is that those components aren't what we're told, then that obviously I can't even verify, and I can't tell you if hydrogen is actually fucking hydrogen or whether it's something else. But it acts a certain way with certain properties. I know that.
Right, in certain conditions. This is what they test.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
This is what they test for us. It's worth a watch. It's definitely worth a watch. I mean, it's only 44 minutes. You might come away rethinking what you've learned. That's all I'm saying.
You never know, Jim. I'm open to it all, mate.
Yeah, I have to be open to it all just to make sure, you know, at the end of the day. I took up my knowledge from other people, supposed educators, and the others are flat playing. There you go, you know. Thought it was a ball at one point.
Yeah, I know, Jim, but if you could go out and test it for yourself physically, like we all wish we really could, and just definitively put a ruler to the egg and see that it's not curved, you'd know that they were lying, or vice versa, and see that it was.
No,
curved,
well, I know they're lying. I mean, we know we're not living on a ball. That's obvious. That's obvious.
Yeah, but you can't. There's nothing you can show to other people and like ballers, for example, that just make them switch straight to flat.
Oh no,
because
I
there's nothing
can,
definitive, right? Oh, okay.
I can.
Shit.
And what's actually going on is this: they are willfully they're willfully following consensus. That's what's going on here. They want to be with the in crowd. It's an appeal to consensus. That's all that's going on. The majority.
So you've got a giant ruler that you can go down and show
I
people
can
with.
prove
Look
to
here,
you that
it's
it
not
doesn't
curving.
require. It doesn't
All
require
right,
a
okay.
giant ruler. It doesn't require
Fair
a
enough.
giant ruler. It doesn't require a giant ruler, really.
Can you
It doesn't
imagine a sphere versus a flat plane,
really. Yeah,
right? And a
it's
flat plane
obvious.
like a sandlot, and it has topography. It's got little hills and stuff like the pitcher's
Mm.
mound. It might have a dugout, right? But it's still a sandlot, right? Nonetheless. And it's
Yeah.
flat, and all the layers and gradients reside on it as such. If you lived on a round thing, your gradients and layers would have to reside in a roundness that does not exist in physics. It just does not.
It
So when
doesn't
you keep
exist in
talking,
natural law. Yeah.
right? So you talk physics, and you go into the lab to do physics. Your globe, no one's globe. Gas physics or water gas physics can ever be demonstrated, and we only have one
Exactly.
physics. So you got to tell me when the magic time for physics starts out of the lab, when it's not in the lab or not outside.
Yeah.
So
It's just
not
maths.
physically
We know it's
outside
just
on our
maths.
dirt in the
But
physics
remember,
we live in.
maths doesn't always prove reality. You can make maths.
No,
and
it never does.
Right, and you can always use computer programs to create whatever you like at the end of the day, and it will work.
But physics
That's where the
Think about
globe
it
is.
this way.
In
The
maths.
reality is that when you open your front door, you go out there, you're not experiencing life on a spinning ball. It would be very difficult for you in natural law, in nature's, in the creator's world that we live in. Living on a ball would be very obvious. It'd be difficult for you. You would notice the curvature. The curvature would be a problem.
According to
fall
the
off at the
maths,
bottom.
it wouldn't be, but that's where the ball exists.
Again,
in the
again,
maths.
No, hold on.
no, hang on a
You
second.
know why that?
You're
You know why that
you're
is?
having to. Can I not speak, Denmark? You're having to evoke things that are not real, non-natural.
No, maths. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
the ball
yeah,
is in the maths, Jim.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah, you're right. But if that's correct. Thank you. You're right. Yeah, I misunderstood you. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. Because if you started to
It's
walk
the only
across
place
this
it exists.
yeah, it's in the maths. It's not in reality.
Yeah,
Thank
you're kind of low. That's all. I just can't hear you that good. The other guy.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, I misunderstood
No,
you
it's
there.
not you. It's not you. It's probably my phone. I'm
But,
not trying to talk over you. I just can't hear you that good.
Yeah. That's why, the globe is obvious. The globe is obviously not there. Obviously not there.
Lots of composites.
Yeah, that's right. Composites only. And like I said, if you watch that documentary, the one, yes, you can fake a space program. Tell you, man, those 3 individuals. In fact, you need to watch all 4 of them. That's at the very end. But as they're doing their training, you look at the whole group as they're doing their training and the way they behave. And then when it came to the final selection, the 4 that are supposed to be going to the space, one of them being an actor, and you see the way they act when they've been selected, you know that
Very telling.
real emotions at play, real. Nothing's being hidden.
Do you want to link that one again, Jim?
Yeah, of course. I'll link it for you. Yeah, I'll do it in a minute. 1 sec.
Sweet.
But it's so good. It's about the human disposition, the psychological truth that is uncontrollable. That's what you see here.
Undeniable, yeah.
Undeniable, yeah. And uncontrollable as well, because the individuals are being in with their behavior. Even the one that's pretending that knew he's not going to space, his actions is definitely on par with the Apollo mission astronauts and those who go to the supposed ISS. Okay? The way they behave and their psychology is so apparent to the actor.
Ooh,
Unreal.
I know a good game show. Can we fool you? And then put people on the game show
Very
and see if you can trick their reality to different things and see. Yeah, that would be awesome.
Well, there you go. Yeah, that's a good game show, isn't it? Can you fool me? Yep. I know if I was back in 2000 and I wouldn't be fooled because I already knew that the moon landings were a hoax. So I'd have to go back to the 90s.
Yeah, and do the experiments like, can you fool me about spin? Can you fool me about momentum, inertia, all this shit? Just test
That
it
would be the
all,
one.
right? Different things, yeah.
Yeah.
Blindfold you
Yeah.
do so, yeah, for real.
Fooled.
Can't be fooled or whatever, you know. Name it that, and then you get money when you pass it when you're right.
Isn't there a magic show like that already?
Hey.
Penn and Teller?
No, not like that. No, I'm talking like where you actually are a part of it yourself, and then the government or whoever and all like they try to trick you to thinking you're in like went somewhere different or do something right. You don't know what it's gonna be, but you just have to determine whether it was real, whether you really went there and they took you, or whether you were faked. You get blindfolded, you know, you can't hear nothing, you can't see nothing, and they put you in this thing, and when you start out, you're where you're at, and you have to determine whether you went to really Hawaii or to like a fake Hawaii they set up. And if you can't tell the difference, you lose. And if you can tell the difference, you know what I mean? Something like that, to where if you can tell the difference, not a magic trick of a guy doing card tricks on stage. I understand, yeah, fool me, Penn and Teller, whatever. But it's going to be different than that, okay? Like the astronaut type shit or whatever, like a plane ride. Do you know if you're in Antarctica, or do you know if you're in South Pole if I take the blindfold off? Do you know if, come on, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you get it?
I get it. It'd be fucking difficult to pull off. But yeah, I get it.
Yeah, are you in Hawaii right now in sand? Or are you in Florida? Or are you in Mexico where I put a whole bunch of sand? Do you know?
Or a studio.
Yeah, you just get to get dropped down. You get the blindfold taken off. You get the earplugs taken out. You know, your senses get to come to you, and you get like a certain amount of time, whatever. You can do a couple things, and then they grab you up, blindfold you back, whatever, put you back in the thing, bring you back, and we say, was it real?
I'd like to know if they could pull off a Truman Show style thing.
That's
Actually
what I'm talking
raise
about
someone.
right now. That's exactly what I'm describing. Exactly.
They have to be born into it though. Almost, you know.
Yeah, you'd have to be really.
But that's what the oh, you know how there's all the claims that they've used train loads, or not train loads, but shiploads of children to repopulate areas, and they're just of that age where they can basically be taken into a whole new world. That's interesting thought, isn't it?
Yeah, it would be a new city or country, wouldn't it, eventually? Would it not?
Yeah, no, exactly. You could redo the whole history and fucking everything. Bam, done.
What if they do that with like orphans in the future? There's like somebody buys up a bunch of orphans and then just makes a TV show like that.
Well, how do you know certain cities or certain places haven't been started like that, and they aren't controlled from the beginning?
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, exactly. There are
Does
records
anybody
of
know
that.
their 10th great grandma?
Dude, North
We know
Korea
all
could
this
live now.
history. Does anybody know their 10th great grandma, their own great grandma?
No, who fucking knows that?
We should.
No. Yeah. I say that disappointingly, of course, but yeah. You know,
And what's with all these old photos of like really old photos of big cities like London, all this stuff where they're just fucking empty as hell? Like, what's with that? Or where everyone, including the kids and absolutely everyone's dressed up like in suit and tie and fucking all fancy and shit.
Yeah, they're Sunday best. They're Sunday best, as we call it. Yeah. What is all that? I've seen those images. What is this?
Should be horse
Yeah, it's
shit
like a
everywhere. No one
school,
want
isn't
to
it?
wear a fucking suit.
Like, what is going on?
Your connection's breaking up, Gene, I think.
Yeah, I'm experiencing some conductivity issues. I've got that again.
Kind of reminds me
Here
of
comes
school.
that video now that I promised about an hour ago. Fucking system here I got. What should take 30 seconds is taking 30 days.
That happens.
I don't think I'm feeding my mice enough. You know, the mice that work on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
They're on strike. Look at that fucking thing. Come on, man. Sake, man. Shit. Right, Twitter. I don't want to use Twitter today. Thank you very much. I know I don't have an account with Twitter. Okay, now fuck off. Give me what I want. I've never had a Twitter account. Never had a Facebook account. Never will. These things never.
Oh, but I'm just saying, I've never seen a lab production where they've actually produced oxygen from the gills, like any way other than like saying, look at that fish, it's getting oxygen. You know what I mean? It's just weird. They always
Matt.
reaffirm.
Never happened.
Yeah.
Have you got someone sleeping there with you? Is somebody sleeping there where you are? Because I can hear
Every
a
day.
snoring. Yes, I can hear someone snoring.
They sleep every day here. I'm so tired. Just playing.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Jesus Christ.
Okay, video posted anyway at last. So you should be happy it's there. It's clips from 10 episodes. So what it is, it's 10 episodes condensed into 25 minutes. They've taken the best bits. But you need to, I think you should watch the whole thing so you get the whole psychological build up, you know? So it's like you're with them all the way rather than just taking the best bits. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. You get to know the characters more, what they think, how they feel. You know, when you watch the full episodes, there's 10. Each episode's only like 9 minutes.
Did you know that when you eject out of an ejector seat, you're not supposed to be allowed to go back to be a pilot ever again?
Oh, I didn't know that. No.
Because it has the ability to break your back.
Oh,
shit,
right.
Did you know that?
Can you imagine? Listen, you know those jet
now,
fighters.
Hold
you know
on,
those jet
I got
fighters.
to point to this. Hold on. I'll be done.
Go on.
Neil Armstrong ejected out of those how many times?
Loads.
How many times?
Well,
I don't know.
To be a pilot, isn't that weird?
He got to be an astronaut even. What do you mean?
Yeah, with a broken
an astronaut.
Back.
Yeah,
with a broken back. Huh.
I tell you what I was always worried about. I tell you what I'm worried about.
Oh no, there was no problem. He never hurt himself. I know actors don't hurt themselves. I know that.
Now, what about you know when they're in their jet fighter plane, okay, and they do have to eject. Now, what if the canopy didn't open? My image was that would be a broken neck, wouldn't it? Because the seat would fire and you'd smash yourself into the fucking instant.
Yeah, the timing's off.
Yeah.
Broken neck.
You'd be dead in there. Because that force is just tremendous.
Either you
smash through that glass and you'd be shredded as you go through.
I heard if you eject yourself from that seat, the propulsion, the power of that ejection has the ability to fuck you up bad.
Of course it does. Because it's coming under rocket power, that thing. It's explosion coming out, leaving the plane. It's ejecting you out at some serious force that it would kill you. Yeah, that's mad. Yeah, I know. That's what I always thought. But that canopy's never there. That canopy goes first, and then.
Well, who's ejected out of the plane the most times in history ever? like in real life, like they're in a like a, you know.
Who knows? I haven't even looked at that. I don't know.
Right. And what is that force? I wonder what the amount of force it puts on the
It's
body.
a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. I tell you that now because you're talking. That seat's not light. That's a heavy fucking seat that they're sitting in. Remember, you got a human being. You got the seat itself's heavy. Then you got the pilot himself strapped in and all his equipment, and then that's got to be fired out. And the plane is on the move. The plane is moving as well. Nah, man,
An explosion. So you're exploding.
Serious rocket
so
power.
if you're gonna die, they explode your seat to send you up out of the plane.
Yep. Rocket power in its own rights. Rockets.
Oh, man, they're trying to blame meat eaters or meat. They're warning meat eaters for fucking monkeypox. Oh my god, what a fucking
it's stupid,
joke.
isn't it? Stupid. This is
What
what I mean now.
Joke.
Because people are appealing to consensus all the time, they're going to believe that nonsense, aren't they?
Yep.
Not thinking for themselves.
95%, Will.
And all you got to do is show one
picture. How many percent was that you say? 94? Yeah, that's right.
94.
94.
94.
Oh, the rocket equation.
Yeah, the tyranny rocket equation by John Petty.
Fuel.
You know why they called it that, right?
Right. I watched that one.
They were so fucking scared of it.
Scared of what?
The rocket equation. They were afraid of it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's called The Tyranny of the Rocket Equation by Robert Pisano and Don Pettit.
It can't be done unless you.
It can't be done because 95% of the rocket is fuel and the other 5% is the payload. So it's not possible to take that to go to space.
Exists on this planet that matches that, except the helium balloon.
There you go.
Well, blimp also. Blimps are comparable.
Well, right. You know what I'm saying? A balloon.
Yeah,
balloon. Maybe they are helium balloons.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, that's what
the question can't be answered.
Propulsion. And then after they propel the helium up so high at a certain rate because of the weight and the actual tanks of fuel that go up with the big helium balloon, and then they let it go, and then they let it go, and then that like peters out.
If you look at Dave Weiss's video, right, when he shows you Felix von Wagner, whatever his name is, he jumps off that platform and he drops and disappears pretty quick, and then they show you the tank. What's that tank called?
What would you expect him to do if he dropped off a platform into nothing? What would you expect him to do?
Exactly. But it's the rate of fall. The rate of the fall, actually, yeah? And then, the fuel tanks of the shuttle that are jettisoned, when they show you an image of that, it doesn't drop at the same rate. It's floating. It doesn't appear to be dropping at the same rate as Felix.
Well, balloons float. Balloons float.
That's correct. That's correct. So that's what we're saying, that they're balloons. That's why they're floating. That's why there's a mismatch there.
Well, you never know, though. I mean, there might be a buoyant, or like the idea of that factor, too, if like something's totally empty, right? And it's a container floating
But it's a massive thing. It weighs tons. It's still to come down as fast.
Not to the air, because the air can lift up freight liners and planes and
Now that's going to drop like a stone, man. That's a big thing. It's going to drop.
What are we talking about? Which
we're talking about? We're talking about the fuel cell. When it takes off, you have the two white ones, the orange tank. Yeah, that orange thing. Yeah, that massive thing.
Okay, yeah, they should drop.
That should drop like a stone.
Little bit of resistance on the way down, though, right?
Yeah, but not for so long that it's still there. Minutes. Doesn't appear to be dropping downwards.
Right,
it's
right.
Floating.
No, I understand. The physics don't match reality. I understand 100% what you're saying.
It does not match reality at all.
So, how high do you reckon a ballistics missile can get, Jin? Right? Because we've all seen those.
33 seconds.
Sorry, Dale, what'd you say?
33 seconds.
33.
It can go up 33 seconds and then it
so
comes
down
or turns. Yep.
Right, 33 seconds up. How high can that be?
So, do you not think there's these things that they call intercontinental missiles?
Ballistic missiles, yeah, I believe
No,
they exist.
no such thing. Because if there
Really?
was, there would be no limit. Because if a rocket is a missile, right? A rocket
Yeah.
is the biggest missile ever made, not Putin or not whoever's
But it's
lied.
heavy.
So
Yeah.
hold
Yeah, yeah.
on, please.
Yep,
One
yep,
second.
yep, yep.
So if the rocket is just a big missile, or the ISS is an object, and we can send objects around anywhere around the world within 50 seconds or 90 seconds, anywhere we wanted, why would there be any kind of range limit to any missile ever?
Well,
If
there's
they're
not.
all just missiles.
Well, but do you not think that they can't build a missile? I'm not talking about going to space here. I'm not talking about that
No, they
whatsoever.
can't. Not to go too far. No, not to others. No. If they could, listen. Today they said, today we've just fucking got this missile this big, and we can shoot it this far. This is the record now. They're lying. If they had the ability to go around a planet with a projectile, they would do that with their projectile they would have always been doing that. So their missile could go anywhere they wanted at any time. It's the proof is in
Well,
the
you could
pudding.
call that an aeroplane. An
Okay.
aeroplane
Well,
can go anywhere it fucking wants. So
yeah,
Right.
shit.
What's stopping it?
Yeah, that's right. But what's to stop an intercontinental ballistic missile, say, going from, you know, America to North Korea?
Iraq.
Resistance.
Well, yeah, no, I get that. I get that. I get that, Dan. Right, I've got no problems with that.
So you
but
can only go so far, bandsaw. Like if I shoot a projectile, the amount of energy I put behind its ass is all it's
Yeah.
going to go forward. Now, if I don't have enough energy, it's never going to go any more forward. So eventually they found out a better way to energize the acid so they can push it a little bit more forward. And that's the real technology, not fake ass. They can go anywhere they want at any second, 90 times in front of your view. Like, oh, there's the ISS missile. There's the ISS ballistic. There's mother of all Russia bombs. No.
So you're saying, you're basically, from what I think you're saying, right, and correct me if I'm wrong, mate, that they have enough thrust in the missile to get them to a certain altitude. Then that thrust that they have behind them reaches its limit. Like, it's now got no more thrust.
Yep.
And they don't have wings or anything. They don't have wings or anything like that. So now that thrust that they have that they can't put any more into, now that missile starts to come down because it can no longer keep on going up and going. Okay, I get what you're saying. Yep.
It has to come down to the flat Earth. It's never leaving this dirt ever. There is no end. You could never leave this flat plane horizontally ever. That's the difference between a globe and a flat Earth. If they can leave a globe horizontally, then it's a globe. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying about leaving the globe like in the outer space.
Right,
I'm
but it's
just
the same
purely
principle.
saying, I'm just purely saying from continent to continent. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly. You're exactly right. Exactly what you said. They get just like a bullet. If you're aiming your gun at the deer, same exact thing. They just got a better gun.
Yep. Okay. Interesting.
It's still not that good though. It's still a shit gun though. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. No, I get exactly what you're saying.
Oi, Denmark,
So
you
no,
guys drank your own piss?
Do what?
Did you drink your own piss?
Hell no. Fuck no.
You sound like the guy. You have the same accent.
It doesn't sound anything like.
Who was the guy? What was his name? Nah, he got the same accent.
No, they don't.
No, you're talking about Dave Murphy. You're talking about Dave Murphy, different guy. What guy are you talking about? That's American.
No, he's talking about.
He's talking about Issa.
Well, there's probably a lot of people that do that, but I don't. I mean, it doesn't matter what my accent sounds like. I don't even have an accent. So.
Yeah, that's what we
Well, I don't have an accent, but you definitely do, Demo.
You sound like a criminal, Bandsaw.
Oh, go away.
I know what you're saying there. I got you.
Democ, remember you told me You told me that you played Grand Theft Auto and you were on that team, that you were in that gang for a year. It was like an all black gang.
About a year. About
Yeah.
a year.
Yeah, I guess they didn't know that they thought you were black the whole time, but you didn't know that they thought that.
Yes, I didn't know. I was just talking to him every day and playing with him, and then they were like, "Oh, something." And then a new dude joined, and like for some reason he just didn't believe it. You know what I mean? And he was like, "Oh man, I think Democ's white." Something. It was like, "No fucking way. What are you talking about? This is an all black crew." I was thinking, "What the hell?" I didn't even know that myself. I was just in the group, you know. I mean, I knew they were all black dudes, but I didn't know it was, you know, just like what he said. I just didn't even really pay attention to that. I was just playing with him, you know what I mean? Like a group of people. And so, like, the dude's like something, and they started betting and calling each other out. And the 5 or 6 dudes started arguing with the other new dude or whatever. And they were like, "No, motherfucker, he's black," and this and that. And I was like, "Hey, guys." And they were like, "Yeah, what up?" And I was like, "I'm white." And they were like, and I was never in the gang again.
It's messed up, man.
Oh, damn. Apparently, Blue is waiting for a brilliant flat scientist to have any math or physics to explain any of our theories.
Hold
He'll
on a
patiently
second.
wait.
Hold on a second. So you want us to write numbers and words down on a piece of, so you want a book and a math problem for reality? That's weird. So I'll give you a Dr. Seuss book and I'll give you the math problem. 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish. Does that help?
And I like Granny's and Ham. Those are actually 2 of my favorite books.
We'll see. We'll see what he comes back with.
Hey, Demarc, I'm about to share my screen and make a simulation.
Okay.
Going sideways, and then leaving the Earth if that's possible.
Horizontally, just 1 foot to where a camera footage would see no dirt underneath it. You have 20, all the cameras you want on the outside of this, your own cameras. Nobody else has the footage to, right? You're not seeing NASA's garbage. You see your own. And if you can leave this planet and see live footage of leaving this dirt underneath the object horizontally, like past the bow, past the horizon, then we're on a globe. And I wouldn't even, I'm with the globe after that. It doesn't matter what the cartoons are doing. You know what I mean? It only matters if you can't leave this dirt, right? I don't care about numbers. I don't care about dog shit stories. If your object cannot leave this horizontal plane horizontally, then you're not on a globe. You're on a horizontal plane. Then you're not leaving it. It's really simple. And your math dictates from the point you start, within 33 seconds, you should have left this globe by a long shot. But I don't care about space. I just want you to leave the dirt. You don't even got to be to the clouds. You don't got to be to anything special. Pass that magic boat over the curve.
That's understandable.
It seems like a pretty easy out, really.
It's not actually, Bandsaw. Easy for cheaters like you, but not easy for people who are honest and wholesome like me. So.
Yeah, the ones that are making the outrageous, wild, unbackable claims. Yep, I understand.
Don't work in real physics in a real physics lab. Now take your ball off the computer, and we want it to match the physics lab too, right? Coach Show, make sure that's
right.
where we're at.
You're right about that. I'm just messing with you, Bandsaw. You know.
No. Listen, understand what I said. If we take your model off the computer, we have to be able to rub that orange ball in our hand, because I got an orange or a blue or a yellow ball, and I can write an X on it. And we have to, and I can put a line on top of it that's straight like a toothpick. I can do physics. This is real shit for shapes, physical shapes, and attributes and characters of the outside surface area of a physical shape. These are physics. So what we need to really do are back the idea, what you're trying to put on a flat screen computer, in physical reality of 3D, right? So we can postulate what you're talking about. Right? Because I can take a toothpick and stick it off a ball right now and put it on my camera and turn my video on and show you, right? And stick it horizontally. and I can stick one vertically, and I can stab both of them into that ball, and I don't have any problem. These are physics. The only thing you guys have a problem with is physics. Your guys' physics are not physics; they're stories and numbers.
Breaking news, everybody! Breaking news: Russia is going to the moon in September. It's been confirmed.
Excellent.
Are they going to
All right.
put an R on it? What date are they going to do it so we can all line our cameras up on our front porch so we can watch it live from wherever they leave the Earth from and
No,
go
the
from
back
that
of
point
the
all the way to the
moon.
moon?
I think it's
Oh, come
September the 25th, and what they are doing, right? They're going to take a drill, right? They're going to take a drill and they're going to drill the moon.
So on the
on the bright
24th,
side or the
on the
dark side?
24th, everybody be filming on the 24th live. Have your time-lapse photography thing, your biggest, best cameras out, all zoomed in on the moon, and watch it even get to the moon. Watch it hit, land, do all of its stuff live, everybody. Have your high-altitude footage balloons, everything focused on the moon on the 24th.
They are going to be taking 30 kilograms of scientific equipment, right? And the lander, it also boasts a robotic arm with a built-in drill bit, right, to perform various experiments and take core samples of the lunar regolith.
I
The
wonder
bright
how
side
many
or the dark
observatories.
side? Come on, Bandy. Bright side or dark side?
It's landing near the Bogus-Lavsky crater.
Oh my God!
Oh,
Wherever
that one.
that is. Now, the fact that it's named Bogus should be a bit of a clue.
No.
The Bogus-Lavsky.
They should have named it fucking Pluto. The Pluto crater.
Did you say Bogus Lavsky?
I think it was pronounced Bogan.
Oh my
bogus.
fucking God!
Bogus-Lavsky.
Oh my fucking God!
I think it was pronounced Bogan, and they're landing on Australia.
It's not pronounced bogan at all. It is bogus. It's in your face. It's bogus. It's in your face. They are telling you it's all bogus.
You're
Well, you're gonna know because you should be able to see with your eyeball. We can see the moon with our eyeball. So when we zoom in with our best stuff, everybody, all the billionaires, millionaires, thousandaires, $10 heirs with their $20 cameras and telescopes and their P900s and P9000s and all their shit. Where's the observatory focused on the moon live to watch this shit leave the Earth and hit the moon live from start to finish?
It sounds bogus, so I'm gonna be left in.
I mean, why isn't the observatory, you know, all these colleges you can go to and look through that little thing, Show? Which one can you focus on the moon on the 24th and let us see the thing landing, and we can watch the live stuff as it happens and goes down?
Okay.
Everybody.
Hey, if we land on a human on the moon by 2027, I think what's it's going to give me $20,000.
How would you be able to prove you're landing somebody on the moon if they don't put a big R or a big I on it and let you see from your front porch?
Well, there was a guy Hollywood in this community. I don't know if you guys remember Hollywood, but Hollywood bet everybody, and I took the bet. He bet $3,000 that we wouldn't. What was it? Oh, that SpaceX wasn't going to orbit. It wasn't going to take anybody to space. I don't know, a couple of years ago, or by the end of the next year. But he did it that year. And I had 2 pieces of gold, so I bet him 2 pieces of gold. He bet me $3,000, and he's actually left the community.
Will you owe him
Never
that
been
gold
back.
and that money? Because they haven't.
So what?
How did you prove that?
No. That was I was going to say that the bet that he made was specifically not that we were definitely. He said even if we claimed to have done it, that even if he couldn't prove that it actually happened, but we only claimed that he did, then it was still a winning bet. I'm going to go by the same rules for the moon landing.
I'm not betting anything on any fairy tale shit. Not unless you got a new camera where I can see them motherfuckers pop a squat on the moon.
Well, speaking of which, I'm getting ready to share my screen right now.
I want to see a fucking Pepsi logo on the fucking moon, personally.
I just want to see an eye. Just a line appear, a number 1, Russia number 1, the color red on the moon, a red number 1. Just go up and go down. 2 guys, leave each other, come back. Leave each other, come back. Leave each other, come back. We can see you. We know you're there. Good to go. Check. Where are the engineers at? Why would a dishwasher have to be saying this shit? Come on, man.
And it's not like you're a rocket scientist or anything.
No, not at all. It's just like I know that when a little kid goes outside and draws in the sand with his foot, he can do it for miles, and it's fucking huge, and it's easy to do. They can do it in a day. You couldn't even imagine the stuff a grown person would do with a brain in a vehicle. Oh my gosh, in the dirt, you could make SOS and all kinds of stuff. Where the fuck is our SOS on the moon? Just an I. Just a number 1, an L. That's it. A measly fucking line in the
fucking
dirt.
good point, man. Pisses me off too.
No.
Democracy, by the way, I'm making that rocket I told you, the sideways one. Yeah.
Yes. Now, Kosho, what would be the best? The rocket would be the best object, right? Just to get off the dirt horizontally, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you'd want to go really fast, though. Incredibly fast. Because you have to remember.
Why is that?
Well, the ISS orbits at 17,000 miles per hour, and it does. So you would somewhere around 16,000 miles per hour on the surface. In order to.
So what is the airplane doing when it leaves the dirt, Kosho, by 10 foot and 20 foot in a mile?
It's purposely
when an airplane is away from the Earth in like the green line, a mile away from the whole Earth, all the way around in the circumference of a ring. How did it do that when a rocket can't do it unless it gets real fast? I don't understand here.
Well, you have to remember that an airplane is specifically raising
really altitude. Slow.
Well, it's going really upward. Weak. It's raising its altitude upwards, so it's pointing upwards as it's flying. Whereas whereas you're describing something that's going horizontally. You want something that's strictly flying horizontal and leave the Earth.
You're saying the airplane's not going straight forward and catching lift off the wind?
Well, it's catching lift, but it's raising its nose upwards so that it can.
So I mean, what I'm asking you is, how is it getting away from the ground? Because to somebody's perspective on this planet, that's super fucking horizontal. I promise you. I swear to God.
Oh, yeah, sure. It seems perfectly horizontal, but it's slightly not.
So in physics, every direction is horizontal, man. I don't understand where we're not comprehending here. In art class, if I say draw a straight line from the center of that ball, horizontally outward or vertical, what are you going to draw me, Kosho? Are those lines going to look any different?
Yeah, they will look a little different.
No, listen. No. From the center of the ball outward, a vertical line and a horizontal line.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So yeah,
they're both exactly the same thing. So if everybody could stop acting like they don't comprehend this, that they are the same fucking thing. So there's no way on a spinning ball falling through space you should ever not be able to leave this planet horizontally by a couple feet.
Well, you have to remember, Democ, though, there is one issue, is that horizontal
and stories. I know, goddammit.
That horizontal and that vertical are going to be horizontal and vertical, but they're not going to be in the same location, right?
Physics Kosho, in the lab when we do physics with the ball, and you put 4 toothpicks in there from the center, you show me whatever you're talking about, dude.
All right, fair enough. Let me see if I can come up with it.
Damn. I think I hurt Blue's feelings.
You need to fucking apologize, dude. This isn't fucking Melbourne, bro.
Come on, Kosha. Like, seriously, like, it is pretty damn funny, like, that the crater has the name Bogus in Boguslavski, right? Now, if no one can see the humor in that, well, what can I say? At the end of the day,
If I was
but
from
I think
Australia, I'd probably be laughing my ass off right now.
If an engineer at 70 years old doesn't understand the physics of his own planet and being able to leave horizontally, that's weird too.
It's unfortunate that his name has the word bogus in it. Well, that's just unfortunate, but it's not my fault.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Alzheimer's is a disease that old people have. Old timers have Alzheimer's. That's pretty unfortunate. You think probably that's a joke too, don't you?
Is that what makes them the shoulders of giants?
It's as funny. It's as funny as it's. It's as funny as. Come on.
Jesus.
Oh man, that's all we do here is take the piss out of people's names.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
It's a fictitious force, right? It's a
Mhm.
bogus force. Just a bogus force.
Well, I mean, if you tried to push the airplane straight up vertically, Kosho, how come it's not going to do as good as it does horizontally when the physics are going to allow it to go forward way easier than up? Now you guys want to flip that and invert reality and lie with stories and numbers and say, now we can't go horizontally forward. That's harder than going up. But then when we go up,
Yeah, but that's
we got to
forward.
turn. Hold on. Then when we go up, we got to turn right, which is horizontal. So we got to go vertical, then turn horizontal to leave the planet. But we can't leave the planet horizontally. How does this make sense? You can do it horizontally, but not horizontally. Come on, man.
No, because there's different forces at play higher up horizontally.
No, listen. Horizontal. Did I say a force?
Well, no, but you said it was easier.
Show
It should
me
be
the
easier
physics
to
of
go
your different
horizontal.
force.
So when you go horizontal, you're fighting down, and you're trying to push forward. When you go up, you're just fighting down, and then when you get to the top and you try and go horizontal, you're essentially missing the Earth. Remember, you fall, but you
Sounds
miss
good.
the Earth.
Can I see that on a ball?
It does sound good. No, you can't. It's all in the maths, as described earlier.
Damn it. It's on the chalkboard. Damn it. So in reality, in real
Exactly.
physics, do we have any problem shooting bullets at the fucking deer?
Get ready to
leave the
launch
barrel.
Nah.
Every bullet leaves the barrel in reality. In real physics, it doesn't stay in weight. It doesn't hit the ground. It leaves the barrel.
If it doesn't have
Definitely
enough
by a
power,
foot
it
or an
doesn't
inch.
get to the target.
Definitely by a foot or an inch. If you can shoot a tank and hit your target anywhere in front of you horizontally, every object is leaving the fucking thing it left from horizontally. These are physics. You're never getting away from it. Sorry.
If you put the right power in, you're right.
That's just another excuse, dude.
I'm not gonna
Well, no, if you don't put enough power in it, it's going to fall
A
short.
slingshot does it. My spit does it. I piss and it does it. Everything leaves the thing it came from. Sorry. Real physics.
Yeah, but does the BB gun have an unlimited distance, or does it drop?
Does my piss have rocket power?
Don't answer the question. Sir.
You're not answering any questions. Does my piss have super rocket power to leave
You
my
didn't
body?
ask a question. You were just saying shit. Then I asked one. That's all.
What you
That's
ask?
cool. Does the BB have a range, or is it unlimited horizontally?
I don't care about. Listen, you keep saying stupid shit. Listen, 1 foot off the dirt.
Fair enough, man.
1 foot off the dirt. I don't give a fuck about the range. We're not paying attention to the range. We don't care about where the BB's hitting. We care if it leaves the barrel 1 inch or not. Does the BB leave the barrel with 1 inch? Yes.
How much power did it have?
Malcolm, get ready to launch, brother.
Shit. Depends on the power, doesn't it?
Why can't a helium
BB's
balloon
going
leave horizontally?
Because of our density gradient.
How come a
It's
helium
vertical.
balloon has to pick a certain direction on a sphere from the center outward? Tell me fucking that.
Because of the
There
density
ain't no way.
gradient.
No, your physics ain't running from this shit, dude. There ain't no way.
Density gradient. It's the same physics on a ball or a plane.
Yeah,
It's the same
cool
density
cartoon.
gradient.
Do you have a spinning ball to show us your claim?
What about a flat plane? It's the same shit.
Do you have one of those?
A flat plane? Yeah, we're standing on
Yeah,
it
do you
currently.
have them next to each other? No? Then stop telling stories about your imaginary globe. The only one you have is a flat plane and flat physics. Sorry.
Damn.
Oh man, we've got everybody listening to us on YouTube and no one willing to come in and confront anything.
No, it's a retarded conversation. I'm so bored. Otherwise, I would have chimed out by now.
Yeah, it's retarded. You can't leave the barrel
I might
of
have
any
to
gun
watch
all of a
Jim's
sudden. How
Jim's
fast does
YouTube
our
videos.
rocket BB have to go? 18,000 miles an hour to leave the barrel? The mass and the gravity of the barrel that the BB's in? Away from the human and the mountain that I'm standing in front of? That's weird. You're telling me this BB doesn't shoot back at me when I shoot it out of the barrel to the mountain? That's a bigger mass than me and the gun it came out of? That's weird. When does the BB curve back to the mountain? Can we see this mass attracting mass, the physical reality of this, with physics outside, please? I mean, there's a 70-year-old engineer. If he'd like to come in here and tell us how nothing can leave the barrel or leave the object it's left from, I'd like to be amazed. Narnia not included.
So did you scare off all the ballers? Did you while I was gone? Well,
Nah. Oh, probably.
I'm back from checking my family, but I don't want to talk about the globe. It's well boring.
You're back from choking your family. Don't do that.
I'm checking on choking.
Oh, that's much better than choking. Good.
understandable why you don't want to talk about a fantasy
Yeah.
door. I kind of get it. It's understandable.
Embarrassing for me to
It
keep
is.
re-explaining the truth.
I know that, when you're stuck in a delusional world, it's hard to get out of that loop. But,
There's people trying to tell other people, Dawn, that the metaverse is real already, even though they know it's not real. They're trying to tell you, but you can go into it, and it's real. No, sorry, it's not real.
I haven't joined yet. I'm waiting for someone to review it and show me how cool it is. And I'm waiting for my.
You're going to fall
to
straight into the Dawn.
When it comes down to price, like in the bargain bin in Target, I'll get one.
Really?
Yeah, I'll go in there.
Then you'll
troll.
fall for all the traps. You'll be in it too late, mate, and you'll fall for all the scams.
What if the metaverse is the best modern new place to flat smack people?
Oh man, it's gonna be so great. You're gonna be able to have like an outhouse that you get into. You can poop and pee in it while you're on the metaverse. It's gonna be great. The meta house.
And will it be real poop? Or
oh yeah, it's gonna be real poop.
Meta poop.
It's gonna be real poop, but you're gonna be in the meta world.
Yeah, your real nose will smell the real poop, even though you're trying to escape from it in the metaverse.
That'd be fucked up.
Yeah, that's going to be a thing. People are going to shit themselves while stuck in the metaverse. That's definitely going to be a thing.
Colostomy bags for the metaverse.
Yeah, they'll put a tube to your mouth, won't they? And then a tube on the other side. So there's just a flow, a current going through you while you surf the web.
Metapede.
Fuel in, waste out, and then you can just sit there.
You'd be a metapede, in and out.
I had a conversation with a born-again Christian on Facebook Messenger because she said Jesus' blood heals. So I asked her, do you mean blood magic, or is it an allegory for Jesus dying ages ago? And first she said, no, it's definitely real. It's real blood. And then I spoke her through it, and she admitted, yes, an allegory. We're just remembering how he died in the past.
He had a lot of blood if everyone's sucking on that blood.
I said, you're not a vampire then. It's just an idea about someone dying.
Do you think there's people starting adult diaper companies in preparation for the metaverse?
What?
People made a
Fucking
tube.
hell, what do you mean
Special
starting?
scene.
There's already adult diaper companies.
Investing in them, I meant. Investing in them.
Maybe.
Yeah, I reckon.
Definitely tissue companies, yeah.
Fanny panties.
No,
I can see like Razer putting their
yourself.
logo on there and
How to feed yourself and go to the toilet while like in a virtual world. This has definitely been paid for and researched.
Meta diaper.
Meta buckets.
bottomless pot noodles.
Buckets. Yeah, bottomless meta pit.
If you drink just fluid with the nutrients in, you just pee it out, wouldn't you? You could stop pooing by just taking everything in fluid.
Yo, Demonic, I'm flying horizontally, man.
Yeah, but where's your bottom camera? That's what we got to see. The bottom camera, how long it takes to leave the globe. The underneath side view.
My rocket's going crazy, bro.
It's really taken about the turbulence.
Holy shit. I've never seen no rocket do all that.
I'm in the atmosphere.
It's about to blow up, man.
I turned off atmospheric drag. I can turn it back on.
What the hell?
So, atmospheric drag looks like a hand not letting you do shit.
That looks dangerous. Really dangerous.
That looks like you're dead if you were alive. You'd be dead now.
Yeah.
No wonder we can't get to the moon with those sort of simulations.
All right, man. So.
What?
If you see a man,
not me.
I think maybe your FPS frames per second is something.
Yeah, now send one up on that big old thing and then show us how long it takes to come down and not leave the thing.
I'm about to not leave it. So I'm at 7,000 meters per second. So I'm sure I'm in orbit now. I'm not yet.
Orbit.
Someone's hand holding a P900 trying to track
orbit.
him.
What are you talking? Hold on a minute. You're not in any orbit. What are you talking about?
Well, you got to enter orbit before you can get us to escape velocity.
Before you can leave the dirt?
Oh,
you got to enter orbit before you can leave the dirt. How does that work?
Why
do you say shit like that?
Hold on a minute. You got to leave. You got to enter orbit before you leave the dirt.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's right.
So hold on. So you got to close your eyes and imagine you're in the orbit away from the dirt before you leave the dirt.
No, I'm saying if you're flying horizontally and your idea
you're not
is
on
to
the
leave the
dirt
Earth
right now. Your
horizontally.
thing's away from the dirt right now, Kosho.
Before you leave the Earth, you're gonna have
How did you leave the Earth just now?
In the simulation, in the simulation, you have to leave Earth in an orbit to leave Earth.
No. I'm saying if you're going horizontal, if you shoot a bullet horizontal, or if you shoot a craft horizontally, if you want to leave the Earth going horizontally, you have to first go into orbit, and then go even faster than that.
Where else does the match system? I mean, like if I got a mountain behind me and I'm shooting a BB, right? Where does the BB come back to the mountain before going forward?
Shit, I'm going to the moon already.
You're to the moon already, and you have.
I'm about to go to the.
And you can't even leave the dirt, and you're about to be on the moon.
Going round and round Earth really fast, Denmark, and it's slowly getting higher away from Earth, a bigger and bigger circle.
Yeah, right. That sounds cool story, man.
In the simulation.
Now, listen, reality is if you shoot something, if you shoot something at me, it's going to leave your gun barrel and hit me, and it's not going 18,000 miles an hour to leave away from you. I don't care what the Earth is doing. It's not pulling the bullet down to the ground before it hits the target that's 10 inches in front of it. It's not 1 inch in front of it. All I want to do is leave the dirt 1 foot with a rocket. You should not have to go thousands of millions of miles an hour in La La Land to leave the dirt of a ball 1 foot with a rocket. This is ridiculous. Do you understand this? I mean, I hope people are writing this down.
No, you're right. You can blast the rocket off straight upwards a few feet. You can even go quite a few thousand feet, I think, but it's not very good for leaving Earth that way. It's better to go across and round in a circle.
Why do you keep saying leaving Earth? I just want to get off the dirt. I don't want to leave the planet. I don't want to go to the clouds.
Sure.
I don't want to go to space. I just want to get.
You can just use a
camera
trampoline
view.
for that. You don't need any rockets. Just use a trampoline and then boom, you're off Earth.
No. Horizontally. I want to go past the boat and watch the boat go under my plane and then enter my back view, and no dirt or water be under the fucking object. None.
Yeah, an airplane. I think an
not going to do
airplane.
that, buddy.
You need an airplane.
Trampoline's always going to have a trampoline under me in my view forever. Not
I
going to
see
work.
what you're saying. You want to go up and then see the Earth go along underneath.
No, I want to go straight forward away from the dirt of a ball, a sandball. So if I am a rocket, I am a bullet, and I want to shoot to the boat that's already went over the horizon. I'm a bullet. I'm going to pass that boat up in 2 seconds, and now I'm going to be away from the dirt horizontally. This is very simple.
That's what he's done in the
Yeah,
simulation.
we all understand.
That's what he
It's
did in the
super
simulation.
simple.
He
It's
went
very
horizontally.
simple. We all get it.
So where's the footage of it?
We all
So
get
where's
it.
the
Hello.
footage?
Look, I put a picture of him going horizontally to leave Earth.
So where are the
in the
million
chat.
videos of all this shit happening?
Oh, it's
Yeah,
in a
we all
simulation.
understand it. It's a very simple thing. Stop fucking saying it day after day after day, every day, all day fucking long.
So why does a room full of people keep not getting it day after day?
We all
after
understand,
day
dude.
after
We
day?
all understand.
So why are we saying magic shit about physics that don't exist when we go into the physics class? Do you understand what's happening there, Jeremy? With a bullet and a gun and a BB and a slingshot and your spit.
I'm just telling you right now, dude. You
lips.
ain't gonna make it. You ain't gonna make it here, bro.
Well, you're not going to make it in physics class. When you spit on the wall, the spit doesn't have to be 18,000 miles to leave your lips, buddy.
Here you go. I shared you one in the chat, Denmark. There's a simulated version and then a real version that I think is real. Actual picture of it happening. Shoot up and sideways, and you keep going sideways and up until you're in orbit, leaving Earth.
What's up and sideways from the center of a ball? Pointed out to
Horizontal,
me.
like you said, a bit like a bullet, but a bit more up as well.
No. From
then
the
horizontal.
listen, I don't think you guys hear very good. From the center of the ball.
Oh, the center. Yeah, you can't fly from the center.
The center.
The center's
Horizontal versus vertical. No excuses.
not the center, dude.
Physics,
We
man.
can't do that. That's a mystery.
You can. Now that doesn't exist in reality. Like
The
I just showed you it
conspiracy we
does.
call hell.
Holy fuck, dude. Why are we having a problem with physics here?
How would you leave Earth from the center of Earth? You can't even get to the
What
center.
is a toothpick poking into the center of the ball horizontally versus poking into the center of the ball vertically? Show me.
I don't know what you mean. You seem confused about
I
balls.
don't know what you mean. That's what I'm trying to find out. Show me the difference.
All I'm telling you is what you asked
don't know.
for. What you asked for, the thing going sideways and leaving Earth. I've shown you a version of that
I
happening
asked
in
for
real life.
vertical and horizontal from the center of a ball.
Yeah,
Can you hear
that's
me?
the arc that they go up and out.
No, he can't hear you because he was in the middle of a sentence.
I did not see what he's talking about. I did not see the toothpick.
Muted. He couldn't hear you because he was in the middle of a sentence. He couldn't hear you, Demok.
From the
He couldn't hear you, Demok, because he was in the middle of a fucking sentence. That's why he couldn't hear you.
But getting a rocket to leave from a tangent point horizontally, well, you could possibly see that. You aren't going to get it from the center of the Earth.
We don't shoot them totally horizontally.
He just sits here and rambles fucking goofy shit all day, dude. All day, non-stop, just goofy shit.
Toothpicks are so hard to stick in
You're
the
right.
ball to the
You are
center.
right.
So hard. Don't go home and stick any toothpicks into a ball, kids. Don't ever do any physics for yourself.
Mark,
That's
the
gonna be
reason
crazy.
the reason we fire rockets if hang on, the reason we fire rockets if they're rear up and then across and not just across is because it's dangerous to fire a rocket across Earth. Like that's
Cool
like a missile,
story.
like a huge missile.
Yeah, right.
Dangerous. That's not why. Dawn.
Asking for a rocket to be launched from the center of the Earth, that's a little bit silly, damn. Come on, that ain't gonna
That's
happen.
not what
So
I'm
we can't
asking
ask
about
for
at all.
silly things.
I didn't ask for that. I
Okay,
said
well, no,
what I said
hold
was
on, Tim, hold on. It sounded like to me that you asked for something to be launched from the center of the Earth. Now, to me, right, and maybe to others, the center of the Earth sounds like the center, like the core. That's what it sounds like.
I'm saying in physical art class, if I'm the art teacher and I say, take these two sticks and you got a styrofoam ball. And in that styrofoam ball, you got a little core that's metal. And when you touch it, you're going to know. Take these two sticks and I want you to stick one to the center horizontally into the styrofoam ball and one vertically. This is just to show you physical direction, right? From the ball outward. I don't want you to leave from there. You're going to be leaving from the surface. But in reality, when we look at this 3D ball, there is no difference from these two directions, is my point. There's no...
Okay, then. Cool. I get it now. I
Okay,
get it. So
now,
you want one to leave. You want one to leave plumb from that point, and you want one to leave horizontally, perpendicular to plumb from that point. I get it now.
I thought he
Yeah,
meant
you can
didn't
send
sound
one
like that
vertical
before.
and one horizontal
I
and
think he
live
mean.
both at the same
Can
time.
I say what I think you mean, Demo? I think you mean one launching from the equator sideways off the globe, one upwards. So a different upwards, two different upwardses. One from the North Pole and one from the equator.
No.
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 That's
No,
what
I mean
two
from the
toothpicks
same
would look like.
exact dirt.
That's what two
From the
toothpicks
same
are going to
beach.
look like, sticking out from the
No.
core on a ball. If they're 90 degrees.
No. Yeah, no, one perpendicular, so one plumb going straight up, right? And at that point, as you know, Dawn, horizontal on a globe is at a point, right? So it's a tangent point on a ball.
And I know what you mean when now you've explained it, but he didn't say that. He said the
Okay.
toothpicks going through to the core of the
Yeah,
styrofoam.
Exactly.
yeah, he's
Yeah, you're probably right,
so
Banster.
now so now it's the direction. So one straight up and one horizontal.
Yeah, and I'm saying we do them straight up, and we do aim from straight up to the horizontal, but we don't go straight horizontal because that's dangerous to do that with rockets. Like, because it could hit the
It's not
ground
that
or
it's
hit a
dangerous.
building.
It's not practical.
What?
There you go.
What can you hit leaving the planet with any rocket or projectile?
The
You
ground.
have the chance to come back or kill everyone, right? What are you talking about? There's no difference here.
What are the chances?
That's what I think, Banster.
What are the chances?
Two different
Neil
verticals
Armstrong
on a
had to
globe.
rocket himself out of that ship. What were his chances of making it anywhere? He didn't do too good, did he?
I don't know. What are the odds that you blow up on a rocket leaving Earth?
What are the odds you can get in a rocket and leave anywhere?
Why you answering my question with a question?
Why don't you answer your own fucking stupid question? I don't know the answer.
I don't
to
know.
that
You knew the other day. You knew the odds the other day of blowing up on a rocket that was launched from Earth.
100%
Now you
death
forgot.
if you leave the planet. You're a dead fucking duck. There is no other chance.
100%
You're 100 million
chance you blow up
dead.
on a rocket going up in air.
Yeah, when you turn, did you see Coach Show's simulation, or are you missing me here? You see that
It's
fucking
nice.
light bulb you were
Right
riding?
off, isn't it?
The whole light bulb that the fucking rocket was a light bulb. You missed that? You'd be dead.
Tell Geo not to bother rendering this one out.
You'd be dead.
Skip it. Skip a day.
There is no chance of coming back. Only actors come
What
back,
happens
Jeremy.
every
Come
day
on,
now,
man.
White?
A real person risking their life really risks their life.
I'm trying to land on Jupiter, dude.
Now the percentage to go on stage is always 100% life. The percentage for an actor not, if you were really getting in a spaceship on a bomb, is 0. Now the only time you can change the percentage is if they made it back, and you had full live footage, live, start to finish of everything. And if you don't have that, then you still have no fucking clue. So the percentages that go into my black hole are 50-50. Those still remain the same. You can either live or die.
Yeah.
Like, it's just not a conversation. There's no conversation to be had.
Yeah.
About what? Fake space that you can't demonstrate?
Just when you talk, dude. When you talk, there's like no conversation to be had.
About what? Fake space?
Yeah,
Tell me
about
all
anything
your
you
fake
talk
space.
about.
Tell me all
Why
your
would you
physics
ask
about
about?
fake space.
Why would you ask about space if you don't believe
why
it?
would you
That's
tell
the
me about
point
your
of no
magic
conversation.
physics that only exists on a computer?
If it's fake, why would you ask questions about it and pretend to have a conversation?
Well, you're asking me. Well, Jeremy asked just retarded questions. I don't know what the hell that even has anything to do with. He's repeated the last 8 years now. And can we get to the physics? Why are we not paying attention to physics? Why do we keep saying what Democ's doing? Why don't you just shut Democ down with physics?
We can't talk real sense because you keep
No
talking.
real physics in the lab. You can't talk them. Why
You've
not?
got a few serious things wrong with your brain.
Because you got to go to a computer to show us physics and reality. No, you got the problem with your brain, buddy.
Yeah, show him some globe physics, Don. You got any globe science or globe
Doesn't mean
physics?
anything, does it, Jeremy? Globe physics.
Hold on.
Literally not a thing.
We're gonna have a bit of a break, demo.
Yeah, shut him down, Dawn. With some actual definitive globe Earth science, please. That was a good one, Jeremy. When you're ready, Dawn.
I'll show you two. I can't show them.
I mean, Democ's been asking for some globe science or globe physics for the past fucking, I don't know how long, but, you know, I haven't seen anyone show him any. Some people are saying they don't even know what those words mean in conjunction with each other.
I don't know
Right
exactly
now,
what he
bro.
means. I think he means.
Any globe science, Kosho?
I'm trying to come right now. Don't get ready to land on fucking Jupiter.
On your computer game? That's your globe science?
I've got a picture of some globe science here, Jeremy. Look, the SpaceX rocket going up.
Dude, don't show it to me, bro. I've seen all your bullshit. Democ's looking for it. Apparently, he's never seen it.
But you just agreed with us. Democ was silly and saying silly stuff, so I don't know why you're bringing them up again.
What do you mean? What do you mean, bro? People love that shit.
Check your DMs, Jeremy. Yeah, we'll have a look at the evidence and
Jeremy,
round and round in circles again with it.
Jerry, what does Bandsaw's ball sack look like? Why is that not what you sent him in your DMs?
Yep. I did.
Jeremy was annoyed with Denmark, and then Jeremy used the same line of inquiry.
Well, I'm just saying these are just the things he keeps asking for. Let's show it to him so he can just fucking stop saying the same thing over and over and over again every day, day after day.
Jeremy, I try my best to show him different types of globe science every time he asks, and he doesn't like it. He just talks over me and goes mental.
Look, in his defense a bit, like the same topics are spoken about over and over and over and over again. Same questions, same answers, over and over and over again. So, you know, him asking for the same things.
That's Democ's fault asking again for something he doesn't actually want to see again. Why is he asking again? That's his fault.
Well, you know, things are asked and things are given. Okay.
Some of you ask more honestly in a better way than him. That's all I'm saying.
Well, look, I'm not going to dictate how he asks things or anything like that, but you know, I think my inquiries are just as genuine as what his are. I just may have a different way of going about.
After just making him take a break. I don't know why you'd need to defend him after that when you agree that he was talking shit.
No, I don't think he's talking shit at all. I'd like to see some globe physics
Okay,
Right.
you tell me what you mean, what you want to see, and what you mean by
Right.
globe physics. And
So I would love to see some globe physics. I see
what
plenty
do you
of.
mean
I see.
exactly? What sort of thing would you
Well,
like
just
to
that.
see?
Well, just that sort of thing that backs up the globe. Refraction,
Yeah,
for
that's
argument's sake. Okay, hold on. We want to go there. We want to go there. No problems. Refraction, globe-wise. Show me how that works. Show me how it's been experimented with
you want to see
globe-wise.
the light
Right?
bending down.
No, I can see plenty of those sorts of things demonstrated, right, in a horizontal environment. I can see plenty of that, right? You know what I can't see? You know what I can't find? I can't see any of that done in a curved or spherical environment. Absolutely none. So please go ahead, show me
Or
some
over long
globular
distance.
physics.
Okay, remain
Show
calm.
me.
Remain calm. What you'd
Show me
like to
some.
see? Is this what you'd like to see? Some light bending down.
I mean, over
above a
long.
curved hang on, Jeremy. Above a curved surface.
You have no idea which way the light's curving because you never
Why are you talking
have
over
a
me? Why
baseline to
didn't you try
measure
to
it
give him
against.
what he asked for?
You
What
didn't
the
hear the
fuck?
end of my sentence. It's fine. It's not important what I said.
No, not at that moment it wasn't, because I was answering a question and trying to provide a thing
Oh, go ahead.
Mansour just asked for in quite a long form way.
Go ahead.
So
Provide it. Let's see it.
what's the point in him asking if you're going to talk over my answer?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's see it.
Right. So I'm just checking what you want to see, Mansour. Is light curving down over a curved surface, right?
You know how you can, if you want to show me light curving in a density gradient, right? Every second person pull out a fish tank full of sugar water where a laser beam is fired through it, and the
Yeah.
light is bending down, right? Now that is a horizontal, all right?
Yeah.
Horizontal environment. It's not a curved environment. It's
I'm
not a
just
curved
asking,
environment.
if we
Right?
had the bottom of the tank curved, would that be any different?
Sorry?
If we had the
Sorry?
bottom of the tank curved, does that make it
No, not
curved?
at all.
Okay, what do you mean
Not at
by
all.
curved environment? What do you mean
A
by that?
curved density gradient, right? So
Oh,
the density gradient itself has to
yeah.
be curved
Okay, that's
or
interesting.
spherical.
Okay, my honest answer to this is I don't have that
No,
science. Sorry.
I know.
Have you seen the one where the gas is over the curved gas cylinder and they're showing obstruction? That's the only other science I've seen with a gradient of gas around the curve of a surface.
Yeah, and it represents nothing like
No, that's not what you asked for.
no.
Yeah,
And
that's a good one, and I haven't got it. I haven't got that science.
yep, cool. All right. So there you asked for an example. There's an example.
And you would like to see it. I understand that, and I think it's a legitimate desire.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll tell you one. I would like to see evidence of the dome above the flat Earth. I haven't seemed to see that yet. So dome physics. Yeah, when you've got it.
Hey, cool. Yep, I'd like to see a rocket working in a vacuum. Boom. We can go on and on forever with
Yeah.
these.
Yeah.
You know, sort of thing. You know, I would much rather have something that is demonstrable here on Earth. Now, if you want me to jump in a rocket, right, and fly up to the dome, I get you a test tube of it. It ain't gonna happen. Just like you can't bring back a test tube of the sun or anything like that. Like you can't do it.
No, I'm leaving it open. Any type of evidence that would be convincing to me that there is a dome.
Well, a dome, I don't know really if there is a dome or not, but there is some sort of containment because we do have, right, pressure with the
believe in
gas
that too,
that's in the atmosphere. So there is a finite ending to wherever we are because we have
I
that.
believe in this containment air environment, yeah.
Now, your idea of containment and my idea of containment are obviously a little bit different, but
Yeah.
that's fine. All right.
So that's fine, yeah. What were you saying, Jeremy? You come in.
Yeah, I mean, you can show whatever you want in a fish tank. When it comes down to it, you need to show if an object's appearing higher or lower than it actually is. And I don't know how you would know where it actually is, other than drawing a physical straight line to it. You can't use light, so how would you know where it is to begin with to know if it's higher or lower than its actual spot? Does that make sense to you?
You're agreeing that the laser in the tank's not enough to replicate Earth.
Does it make sense to you what I said about you? You're going to tell me something's higher or lower than its actual position when you don't even know its actual position?
No, I would only use the laser through the water to prove light can bend. That's all I'd use it for.
So it's not important where its actual position is?
I understand it is for you to understand the nuance of how things are apparent and not apparent. But for me, I just believe sometimes they're a bit blurred. Sometimes they go up and down, but generally I can tell where they are.
Yeah, so you're saying something's going up or down. I believe that, right? I've seen that. But we need to know if it's up or down from its actual position, and you have no baseline of you have no actual position to know whether it's up or higher or lower than that.
At that point, I would tell you to look more at nature and actually light on Earth instead of fish tanks and lasers.
And we have no actual position of the stuff in the distance. We don't know if it's higher or lower because we don't have its actual position.
But for me, I use my knowledge of knowing it's a globe to see if it makes sense that stuff's moving up and down in different positions. But for you, I understand it's still like a mystery how it's moving up and down.
It's not a mystery how it's moving up and down. Not a mystery how it's moving up and down. The mystery is where is its actual position, so we know if it's higher or lower than that.
Okay, that's what I mean.
Don't try to play me, dude.
Of the actual position of stuff.
Sneaky shit you guys try to do. Don't try to fucking play me and condescend me and shit.
No, all I mean, Jeremy, is I'm sure when I see stuff that I can tell where it might be positioned on a globe, but you're saying you're not sure about if it's apparent or not.
Saying that either. I'm saying you don't know where if it's higher or lower than its actual position because you don't know its actual position.
I'm fine with knowing where stuff is when I look at it.
You don't know where it is. You don't know its actual position.
Let me tell you again. I'm absolutely fine knowing where stuff is when I look at it. Maybe you're not, but I am. Honestly, this one.
So you look at something and you think that's where it is?
I think to myself, it's probably near where I'm seeing it, and then I think about the other nuances. Could I be wrong because of the angle? Could I be wrong because of the shadows? I'll look a bit closer, think about it again. Yep, I think it's still about over there.
You're cool just believing their story, thinking that it's, higher or lower than its actual position when you don't know its actual position. Yeah.
When I see a huge building or a huge boat behind a hard water line, I think to myself, yes, I'm sure that's obstructed by the water. And its actual position is below the water line, the top of the hump.
How do you know its actual position, though? How do you actually know it?
I don't have to know its actual position. I just think about where I think its actual position is. And then I decide if I feel like I'm correct or not.
So you don't have to know its actual position to know if it's higher or lower than its actual position. That makes sense.
I don't have to know actual positions. I look at stuff and I decide where I think it is if it's important.
You're the arbiter of where stuff is in the distance.
Yeah, of course I am. It's my
Cons of mind.
My brain.
That makes sense.
I don't have to tell myself, yeah, but it might not be exactly where you think every time, because I'm not like in self-doubt all the time. I'm a confident person. If you doubt everything that you see, then good luck surviving.
Doubting everything you see, well, no, you see what you see. But if you're trying to put exact locations on these things, well, you know that from experience that you can't, right? We all know the example of a fish in a lake. when you go spearfishing, Dawn, you know you have to doubt exactly where you see it because it isn't exactly where you see it.
Yes, but once that doubt has been learned, when you train in spearfishing, you don't doubt each movement. It factors in. You just think it's slightly
Yeah.
ahead, so I'll stab now.
Yeah.
Right.
You can definitely adjust for it, but you still, even though you're adjusting for it, right, you're still not seeing it for where it actually is.
I'm saying
And
once you
you
realise
already
that, you
know that.
account for it. You account for it in life and
Yeah,
get on with your life.
you account for it. Exactly right. Exactly right.
I don't need someone else to tell me, but that thing might not be exactly where you think it is, do I? That's a problem they've got, not me. I'm sure where it is.
Well, you know from experience that you can have a better idea where it is.
No,
Right
I
now,
told you before, I'm super confident when I see things in knowing about where they are.
Well, no, you don't. And
Yeah,
I just gave you an
you might
example
have a
where.
problem, but I don't on this.
No, I'm just I just said with the example of the spearfishing. Even with spearfishing, you may be able to adjust for it, but depending on how far away you are from the water, exactly the depth of that fish, you may get it slightly wrong because you haven't adjusted enough. So you
I've
have
been
to.
a monkey spearfish before.
I mean, Bandy, the very fact that you would make an adjustment is doubting your vision, isn't it?
Well, of course, you
He's
know it.
example, yeah,
You
you're
know
not
where it
doubting it.
is. You know where it is because of experience, and you try to adjust for that. Exactly, Paul. Exactly. That's what we're saying. You don't know where it
If you
is.
didn't doubt your vision, you wouldn't make an adjustment, would you?
Well, then you keep on missing, then, wouldn't you?
Yeah, exactly.
You'd be going hungry that night. The wife wouldn't be too happy when you got back to the camp.
Let me give you an example. I'm looking out the window and I see a tree in the distance on the horizon. I don't think that height, angular height, or whatever, the height in my vision, to me, I don't think that tree is as tall as I am. I think it's on a different elevation and smaller. Just happens to look taller, right? I'm confident I know where the tree is, even though there's parallax, atmosphere, and the tree in the way and glass, and I'm in a dingy room and I'm stoned with my eyes. I still know where the tree is, about where it is. So I don't need Jeremy to say, "Are you sure?" and tell me I don't know where the tree is, because I'm fucking sure where that tree is. Okay.
Well,
is it where you see it?
Yeah.
It's right where you see it. That's where you
Yeah.
think things are, right where we see them.
Very close to where I see it.
Pretty close. So you're saying you have an actual position, and it's pretty close to that actual position.
I'm saying after seeing it, I'm confident about where it is.
Because you saw it there.
Yep. One of the
But
reasons.
that doesn't tell you where it actually is, though, and how far off
Seeing
of
it
its
is
actual
one of the main
position it
reasons.
is. I know.
Seeing it is one of the main reasons how I knew where it was.
It doesn't even make sense. This is some kind of circular reasoning thing or something. I don't know.
If you're on a road and you see a building in the distance, do you trust your eyes that there is a building in the distance?
Yeah, there's definitely a building out there. Yep.
Well, there you go.
Now, how do we know where the building actually is?
Do you hear me
Is
telling
it
you?
higher? Is it
There's
lower?
no building, or it's different. It might be
You
weird.
act like you made some kind of profound point there, but it was not. You said nothing. We
No,
know there's a building in the distance.
The
Great.
point is, I trust you to have seen a building. I've got no negative comment on it.
And we're talking about where the building is. Is it higher? Is it lower? Is that its
I'm not.
actual spot?
saying
That's what
if
we
you
were talking
saw it,
about. I
it's
don't know.
fine.
Are you following the conversation or?
If you saw it in the distance, I'd trust you and believe you. There's a building in the distance.
Great. So is it higher or lower than where we're seeing it? Or is
I'm
that
not
its
a
actual
solipsist.
position?
I'm not a solipsist, so I don't doubt the position of a building just because you've seen it.
So you think that's their actual position where we see them?
So do you, to some extent.
What? What?
So do you, to some extent.
So do I what?
Trust that when you see things, that's their real position.
I don't. Not in long range in the distance. I don't think that they're in their actual
You just
position.
told me you trust that there's a building in the distance.
Yeah, there's a building there. I don't know where exactly it is, according to me. Is it higher? Is it lower?
No, you know it's in the distance. That's enough, isn't it, sometimes?
What? Man, yeah, we know there's a building out there that does nothing.
Yeah, so you've seen it. You've trusted that it was in the distance. Just like I do sometimes.
I don't know if you're not following the conversation or what kind of point you're making.
I don't know if you're
There's a
making
building in the distance. Great.
a weird
Okay.
point about
We know there's a
apparent
building.
place or something. I don't know.
Don't worry, Jeremy. Dawn's good at making non-points.
Boom. Shots fired.
Point is, you can totally relax while looking at nature and Earth. You don't have to worry about apparent positions. You can just know what you know and relax.
Yeah, that's profound right there. You should have just let Demok keep talking to him, Banzo.
Well, I kind of figured you hadn't had breakfast yet, Jeremy, so I was looking out for you. Right. You sounded like you were losing, doing a poof of a valve.
You do have to worry about apparent positions when you spearfish, as an example, but only until you're trying to be good at spearfishing, and then you just account for it and stab slightly above or slightly below, depending on the water.
Yeah, and then, like I said, depending on the depth of that water and how deep that fish is, you can still miss because that position will change according to many different factors, which you have to learn.
So
right?
sometimes, I'll give you this point. Sometimes you can be wrong about the exact position on something you saw. But then I'll tell you my thing, that doesn't make Earth flat, I'm afraid.
Unless the actual positions of the things in the distance are where they would be on a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's not true because we all check.
Easily. Now they're asking me how to make a curve density gradient. Oh my God, I've gone through so many times, it's not even funny.
If you explain it properly, maybe Blue could do it.
Oh, Blue wants to come in and have a conversation, he can, or he can continue to listen in on YouTube and with kind of stalkerish-like behaviour, which I find.
That's his right, though, isn't it?
Yeah, look, he can listen on YouTube and then type away in chat while he's listening to the conversation.
So you know your idea about the huge lead ball.
Because he's doing that, I can talk to him as if he is still here, and I think it's rather stalkerish, that kind of behaviour, to be responding to people in the chat while listening to on YouTube and not be willing to come in and have a conversation.
So you know your idea about the huge lead ball and do experiments on the curved surface.
Sorry, mate.
You know your idea of a huge lead ball and doing experiments around the surface of it. So my first reaction. Hang on, let me just finish my thing. My first reaction is it's silly, but I thought about it the other night, and I thought if you had a lab that was a mile high and a mile long, and you had a mile circumference or diameter lead ball, then maybe you could do experiments on its surface with some type of gravity in the middle.
That's a big ball, Dawn. Yeah, it's a big ball.
And if you somehow made that in the sky so that the Earth's gravity field was less.
Well, like when it came out, whenever it came out. I think Nate was here when I said it, and I don't know. He seemed to suggest that there could be a possibility that that's what you may see. I don't know.
Just thought of another map one. Or we could wait till anti-gravity chambers are invented, then put a heavy ball inside one and do spherical experiments on the surface of the heavy ball. So we do a chamber that turns off the Earth's gravity, then we do anti-gravity experiments inside it with gravity balls.
How would you turn off the Earth's gravity without turning off the gravity of the ball in the experiment?
No, well, they could work that out later. I'm just saying, hypothetically, if they invented that, we could do Bansov's curved experiments.
Well, it's not really an experiment per se, Dawn. It's more of a demonstration, I suppose, more than an experiment. To be fair.
Okay. Because Blue Marble and Jarvis both ask, so I'll ask you my voice. How would you start? So let's say we gave you a curved surface. It's 10 meters by 10 meters, and it's the same depth curve as the Earth's supposed to be, and it's made
What
of
does that mean?
metal or something, and you've got to experiment with gases on that surface, Bansov. How would you set this up?
Well, don't worry about it being the same as the Earth curve or anything like that.
Just similar sort of curve.
Hold on.
Oh, I mean to scale. That's what I mean to scale.
To scale or
just a small section of the curved surface to scale, any scale.
When we were talking about it the very first time, we were talking about different jellies of different densities. Okay, and then you could lay them on top of a curved surface to shine your laser through it. And I think I'm pretty sure it was Chronic that said maybe ballistics gel maybe better for that. He reckons you may be able to play with the densities of the ballistics gel a bit easier than what you could jelly per se. But anyway, it's in the same vein.
At least visualizing it now. A curved surface with curved gel on it, and then shine a light through that.
Yeah. And you could have a couple of different densities of whether it's jelly or ballistics gel laid on top of each other somehow, and then you can shine your laser.
Don't you think you'll get skeptics that say that's not a replication of Earth? It's not a good enough model or whatever. Like you say with our fish tank and the laser. You'll say, someone else will say, even though it's curved, it's just jelly. It's not like an atmosphere.
That's fine, Dawn, to say that, but to turn around and say this is how light refracts in a downward kind of motion, and to show a fish tank full of sugar water as your demonstration of Earth and how light behaves in that. Yeah, fine, whatever. But I think it's a valid point myself to show it in a curved or a spherical environment, not just a horizontal environment. That's my.
If your experiment worked, you got gel around it, and the light went through it, and we got extra information, I think it would bend down towards the surface through the gel, and just slightly differently to what it does in a fish tank through sugar water, because the thing's bigger and curved.
I don't know, Dawn. You
I
may be
think,
right. Yeah, you may be right. I've got no idea, but the only thing that I can find in regards to gradients over a curved surface are in books. You know, their drawings, their words, their computer animations, right? But there's no real physical demonstration of these things. That's all. Right? You know, everyone's about the physical demonstrations and all that sort of stuff. So
Well, it shouldn't be that hard, Bandy. All you'd need to do is use gelatin. Don't use jelly crystals, right? Because they're coloured.
yeah.
Right? So use gelatin. And all you need to do is use the same amount of gelatin per batch, right? So, and the same volume of liquid. But the volume of liquid that you use, you make different densities by dissolving different amounts of sugar in it. So you might put, say, 1 cup of sugar in 1 litre of water. And then the next one, you might put 2 cups of sugar in 1 litre, 3 cups of sugar in 1 litre. And then you mix it up. And then once you've got that solution, you use the same volume of each solution and mix it with your gelatin to make the same sort of gelatin concentration. And then you let them set in thin layers. And then, okay, lay over a curved surface. Can't see why it couldn't be done, actually.
Yeah. And you know, I also too thought Paul, you know, because you'd have those very distinct surfaces, you know, it could create in itself, you know, some sort of, you know, obstacle. So if you were to get a you know, one of those brulee torches, you know, just before you laid them on top of each other, just heat up those two surfaces so they kind of meld into each other a little bit, if that makes sense. What I'm saying there. So you don't have those distinct
boundary layers.
Boundary layers, exactly.
Yeah, because if you've got a distinct boundary layer, you're going to get a reflection from the boundary surface as well.
Exactly right. So, you know, but I didn't think it was much of a poo-poo of an idea, to be honest with you, Paul. I thought it kind of had a little bit of merit myself, but what do I know at the end of the day?
I think you'd have to lay it over a cylindrical surface, not a spherical surface, because getting flat layers to lay evenly over a spherical surface isn't really going to work very well. You're going to distort them. But if you lay them over a cylinder, that's easily done, and then you shine the beam, you know, at right angles to the cylinder.
Which I suppose, you know, it'd be okay if you're just observing a beam itself, you know, just put it over a cylindrical surface would be okay.
Yeah.
Well, you could put a camera in the jelly and set up like a type of ball light, try and make it look like the sun. But what I think is, even though you could do this, if your mind is at the point where you need to see this type of experiment and you can't get it from just conceptualizing it in your head, you'll never get it. Even this won't be enough. But I can see it being really nerdy on a TV program like a Bill Nye thing. I can see Bill Nye standing in front of it, talking about it.
With his big bow tie, I should email him, get him to do it.
Yeah, saying, so this jelly represents this bit here represents this.
There are online refraction simulators where you can do this, Bandy, where you can put in spheres or, you know, circles of different refractive index and layers and shine beams of light through them and stuff like that. That'll show you what'll happen.
Yeah. And Kosho's actually done it. You know, we've done it live here. He made a bot or something that actually did it as well. And I'm fine with the simulators. To me, it's it's just it's another tool. It's another tool to be used. All right. So you take it from the the idea and the mathematics, and then you put in simulation, and that confirms this and that. Well, then take it from that into reality and put all those ideas to the test and see if it reacts even somewhat the same. You know, you can do your calculations just for one density gradient. So just do it for one and see if it marries up to all those calculations. and see if it confirms, or denies things.
It would roughly confirm light can bend round a curved surface through a medium.
Sorry, Dawn, you dropped out a bit.
I think it would roughly confirm that light bends round the surface a bit through a medium.
Look, maybe, Dawn, maybe. I'm not gonna deny it at all. I said it. And just to see the practicality of it is all.
Well, you know, Bandy, it might satisfy.
Hey, damn! Don't jump in like that, Blue, and scare the shit out of me. There you go, Blue. You're in there harassing me in the bloody text chat.
Yeah,
I'm calling you out.
Now, now, while you're at it, how about jacking Rocky his ass up for doing the same thing to me right now?
Oh,
he's doing exactly the same thing.
Oh,
So
sorry, I wasn't looking.
So tell Rocky if he's not listening to get his happy ass in here then. But you know the test you're talking about.
Hold on. I'll tell him, Rakia, if you're out there, Blue would like to have a chat with you. So there you go. Message passed on. No, I only looked at your messages, Blue, because you tagged me in them.
Yeah, I know. No, there's not
harassing me.
But my point is, it's not a problem doing a test like you're talking about, using something like Paul was talking about, gelatin or something of a varying density, to do that's sort of an observation, and it may satisfy you completely. But we're just going to turn around and see 1,000 other guys say, "Oh, that's bullshit. That's gelatin. It doesn't have anything. It's nothing like the damn atmosphere we live in. This proves nothing."
Yeah.
So you just chase yourself your tail around, and that's what I object to.
Okay, Blue, and when I thought of it, I'm not speaking on anyone else's behalf. I'm just speaking for me, mate. Right?
Yeah.
So what other people may say about it, that's up for them. If I was to see it myself, I'd go, okay, then whatever these results are, well, that's interesting this way or the other way. I'm going to look at it honestly. I am, Blue, right? I'm not. But what other people say about these things, I have absolutely no control over it, and I, to some extent, I kind of get where you're coming from too. Do this, okay? These holes are going to be pointed in this, that, and the other thing. Whether from this side or the other side. I kind of get it. But anyway, my thought process and my inquiry was genuine at all. Wasn't to get anyone to chase their tails around in circles at all.
Yeah, see, like I agree with Blue. I wouldn't consider doing that experiment because I don't see it proving any point. But you might think differently, Bandy. It might be a worthwhile experiment for you to do to satisfy just yourself. All right?
I agree with Blue. It's impractical and therefore silly. But it could. I also agree with you. You could do it if you really wanted.
No, I don't think it's silly. All right.
I know. I'm saying that. I think it's silly.
I know. Okay, you think it's silly for you to do, or maybe for other people to do. But I personally don't think it's silly at all. Seeing the practicality of these things, I think it. But that's just me. And you got to admit, Blue, you got to admit, right? Having the word bogus in the name of a crater is pretty funny. Come on. Come on.
Well, the word ski is in there too, Bandy. Are we talking about winter or water sports as well? Come on, man.
I just
the
saw it.
fucking guy can't help what his name is. And he was born in the late 1700s, for God's sake. It's not like they just came up with this the other day. That crater's been named that for the last 200-something years.
I know.
Jesus.
That triggered you. And I'm reading this comment, this reply. I'm going, oh, damn. I hit a soft spot there. But that wasn't my intention. Like I said, I just thought, gee, it's funny. Like this can't be coincidence to have the word bogus in the name of a moon crater that they're going to land at next.
Then you've truly discovered a conspiracy that dates back hundreds of years. It's that's rather the problem with that sort of thing, though, is, and the reason I sometimes react the way I do, is you won't believe the number of people it will take something that's been said like that to heart and actually fucking believe it. And the next thing we're going to know is the next thing we know, we're hearing that bullshit out of somebody else like it's real.
Yes, well,
we find it funny, but you're not taking it seriously, but others might.
Well, I did say it with the intentions of which I saw it, because I just saw it amusing. But because the moon landings was way before flat Earth for me, Blue. And the fact that Russia's going to the moon again in September, and they're landing next to a crater with the name Bogus Kalowski, but I just it was too much. I couldn't keep it to myself, to be quite honest with you. But as you requested, Blue, Ruckia is in the house, so I don't know if you two want to go at it. Here's your
You want to have a go at me, Ruckia? Come on, bring it.
Here's your opportunity, but try and keep it above board, guys, a little bit.
Or maybe not.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Blue came in asking to talk to you, Ruckia. Asked me to call you in here, so that's what I've done.
Wanted you to mod him. Being
Sorry?
a bit. Blue said, "Can you mod Ruckia because he's being toxic?" And you just warned Blue for being toxic, so he was saying Ruckia's doing it to me now.
No, hold on. I never warned Blue for being toxic at all. I never said that at all. No, I never said.
Okay, let me re-explain. Let me re-explain it. I'm really stunned. Blue was bantering, and you made a joke about Blue harassing you.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. In the faith at which.
And then Blue said, "Can you check on Ruckia because he's harassing me now?"
Right.
And they didn't want actually to have a debate. Ruckia was just doing a bit of harassing because Blue was annoyed with your request to do this curved experiment.
I don't think Blue was annoyed at it at all, to be
Well,
honest with you.
Enough to write a triggered text, that's all. But then triggered Ruckia.
I think you're too stoned to know what you're talking about at the moment.
Who gets triggered by who and where it starts? I have done it for years. Sorry, it's just a thing I do.
So
I don't think I was triggering anybody. I haven't been in VC for like hours.
You did. You reposted Blue's comment and said, "Look, this is bad. This is bigotry," and then reposted loads of his comments and said it's a pattern.
Oh yeah. How's that?
Why wouldn't you admit
toxic?
to doing that? Fucking hell.
Anyway.
Oh, I thought you were talking about being toxic in VC. No. Yeah, I reposted Blue's comments. I often do.
Yeah, you do that frequently, don't you?
Yeah, well, what's wrong with that?
Hey.
You're accusing someone of being a bigot when you are one of the people that annoyed him in the first place.
You do what you like, right?
Yeah, no problem. I did. I woke up. I scrolled up like 10
so
minutes. Saw one person post like some hate speech against a group, and I posted it. It just happened to be Blue again.
Hate speech.
Yeah, calling people stupid, dumb. You want me to read them out? I'll read them out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let's see.
My point, Bansor, was that they weren't going to debate science. It was just a banner. They were annoyed with each other.
Oh, I don't know. I just Blue requested me to call Ruckia into the chat, and I did.
Oh, you requested me?
No,
Yeah,
I wasn't in the.
Yeah, well, yeah. Blue asked me, because you're in text chat, for me to call you into VC. So that's what I did, Ruckia. No more, no less.
He didn't ask you to call him in. He said,
He did.
"Can you tell him about him harassing
You know
me?"
what? You know what? Don't talk for Blue, right? Because you're getting what Blue said wrong, right? So Blue can talk for himself if he wants
That's
to.
how I heard it. I was here and I heard it.
Okay, then.
Yeah, it is strange how things get turned around. You hear something the wrong way if you're, everyone's biased. I'm biased, so maybe you just heard it wrong.
No, I don't think so. Pretty
I
sure
think
how I
you
heard
did,
it.
Dawn,
Well,
because
why
I
would
agree with
you?
Bandy.
Why would you if you
There
are
you
biased?
go. There you
Okay,
go.
here we'll just read a couple of the latest hits. Except really now he's answering, I think, Bandsaw. It's funny how bogus thing, whatever y'all were talking. He said, except really stupid people hear BS like that and try to take it seriously.
That's not hate speech.
Calling people stupid, it's pretty close to hate.
No,
You don't
it's
need.
not. It's not even remotely on the level of hate speech.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you. I'm just reading. I said
I
I was
don't
going to read them
care.
out. Yeah, I know you don't. You don't need to be very smart to think up impossible tests or demonstrations. That's the standard mode of operation for a flat earther, which is basically calling a group of flat earthers not very smart. Right?
That's correct.
Okay. So that's a group, calling a group not very smart. This is directed to a certain guy. I won't mention the guy's name, don't really matter what guy that Blue is talking about. It says the guy is a crackpot, whatever that means. This guy is totally out of his mind, which means has psychological problems or something like that. What the F is Whistle Dick on about today? Talking about a man in a group. Should I go on?
No, I get the point.
You're wasting your breath, S.E. Montreal. That sovereign citizen guys are deadbeat crackpots and con men.
What? Okay, can I ask you about this?
That's attacking another group.
Okay, can I ask you about this?
Hang on, I'm almost done, Don. That's attacking another group called sovereign citizens.
And you're defending them, right?
I'm not defending anything. I'm
No,
showing
you're
how
obviously defending sovereign citizens.
No,
yeah.
obviously I didn't say anything to the good or bad about sovereign citizens. I just read your text. It's a total BS made up by a network of half-wits. So a
They're all
network would be a
sovereign, so
group
that's correct. I don't know.
trying to game the system and skirt their responsibilities. The only useful function they serve is providing a platform the police can use their tasers from time to time on. So that's implicating violence against a certain group.
How many of those have you seen where they end up having to do that? Because sovereign citizens
I don't know.
won't
I'm
obey
not talking about
lawful orders of a police department, Rakia. That's
if
what
you
I'm
want to
talking
talk,
about.
if you want to talk about sovereign
Lawful orders of
citizens,
a
I'm
police.
fine. But
Oh
right
my
now
God.
we're talking about you, Blue, and I'll
Okay,
read
so
the
that-
word. I'll read the definition of bigotry, and y'all can make out what you can about it. Bigotry, unreasonable attachment to a belief, opinion, or faction, in particular prejudice against a person or a people group on the basis of membership of a particular group.
Oh, that's you, dude.
Oh,
That's literally
man.
you.
Yeah, maybe so. But what we're talking about now, before y'all try and turn it around on me as a common tactic, we're
Please
talking
apply
about
that to
Blue.
yourself after doing this whole point, please.
Go on, don't cut him off. Don't cut him off. Have your response after he finishes, please.
Now, if you can bring up quotes that that I've typed in the chat and calling a people group, dumb
I can quote you.
or
Yeah.
or
Don't even need to bring
crackpots.
it up.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep, it's back on, JJ. We're live. And you're about to get into the whirlwind of Coriolis. I feel it. How's that song going, Isa? Any more licks?
I'm Dawn and I'm a conspiracy
Can't talk
theorist.
about it. Can't talk about it.
Yeah, I can't say that.
Can't say that. Can't talk about it.
Are we discussing Coriolis stuff or some
I
other?
don't know. Have you got a topic, Brenda, you'd like to sink your teeth into?
Not particularly. I'm just slowly waking up here. I haven't had any coffee.
Oh well.
Morning, Brenda.
Have you realized like taxes aren't good? And is that what you mean by waking up, Brenda?
Hold on. I got
Good
a
morning, by the
question.
way.
Got a question for you, Brenda. Do we see?
Are you going to watch TV today?
Yeah, hold on, Dawn. Hold on. Do we see in 2D or 3D?
The image that hits the retina of your eye is two-dimensional, and your brain
Oh,
converts.
she's calling. She's talking on another server.
What?
In this voice.
Why are you talking? I was answering.
Oh, sorry.
So-
Am I not hearing someone else?
Oh, is this the cell phone issue again?
What are you doing, Dawn?
Go. Well, it's because mobile sometimes doesn't connect up right.
You
What are you
sound fine to me. You sound fine to me.
What are you talking about, so?
I'm talking.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Alright. So yeah, Brenda, do we see in 3D or 2D? Because this has been a hot topic for the last day and a bit.
The image that hits your retina is 2D, and your brain converts it into 3D.
Really? So you don't see in 3D?
No,
Well-
that is seeing in 3D. She said we see in 3D. Our brain interprets it into 3D.
Oh, okay then. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
But when the information comes into our eyeballs, it's in 2D, but it's not an image.
Yep.
Right, Brenda?
The image that comes to your retina is two-dimensional, and your brain converts it to 3D.
It's a 3D image that comes to your retina as 2D.
No.
Well, it has to be. You're looking at reality. Everything in reality is 3D. If it hits your retina as 2D, it means it's just information.
Reality isn't an image, it's an object.
Yeah, if I put on a pair of virtual goggles, right, and I see that image as 3D, is it 3D? No, it's not. It's 2D. I just interpret it.
Holy shit, I agree with Brenda on something.
I'm also going to owe you an apology, Brenda. Apparently, they were saying a shoe is a hypothesis. A shoe is a phenomena last night. So, yeah.
Huh?
They were saying a shoe is a phenomena.
Yeah, of course it is. Well, what we see, what in philosophy, phenomenon simply refers to your sensory experience. That's different than, for instance, reasoning or logic.
Yeah, if your brain let me ask you this: if your brain interprets the image as 3D, and you know, so you're essentially saying you can see in 3D. Could I ever show you a 2D thing, and your brain gets tricked into thinking it's 3D when it's not? If you can actually see in 3D,
that's how those 3D goggles work, right?
No, I'm telling you, if you can see, and if your brain can interpret what's 3D and what's not, what's 2D, right? Would I ever be able to show you a 2D image, you into thinking it's a 3D image?
Yeah.
If your brain can tell the difference.
Like the Ocular Rift goggles, right? That's what they do.
Yeah, but if you're If I show you, I can show you a 2D image. Your brain don't know if it's 3D or 2D. Still think you would be able, you can see in 3D?
That's how a perspective drawing works.
Brenda's saying that you see in 2D, but then you have an interpretation of it through your brain that converts it to a 3D image typically with other input, mainly movement and or feel. So the sense of touch and also movement is what allows your brain to convert it into 3D.
What's the point of this discussion? What are we going to find out?
Well, I think getting to the root of how the human eye sees and the fact that we see in 2D gives us a better idea of how to best interpret images that we're seeing via observation.
Well, my response to that is if you're an adult and you don't know how to see, you've got huge problems, and you're not going to work those problems out by discussing it with people on Discord.
Well, it's not that adults don't know how to see.
Well, I don't need to debate this.
Some adults want a better understanding of what's taking place, not just the fact that we can see. Some of us would like to really dig down and find a deeper explanation as to the mechanics of how we see. So if you're not one of those adults, then you
Let me
can
just say my bit, and
listen to the
I'll let you
conversation.
speak. Okay,
Yeah, no
I
worries.
feel like I'm above you all at seeing, so I'll leave and you can talk about it.
Well, the way VR glasses work is they present two slightly different views to each eye, and then your brain converts them, combines them together to give you a single experience, a single three-dimensional experience. Right? That's how you see. That's how you can reach for a doorknob and find it. People that perspective view, right?
Yeah, and I would say stereoscopic vision, meaning utilizing both eyes, isn't really even technically 3D. I would associate a actual 3D, like viewing some.
You can only see it left to right, up and down.
Correct. Is SE this morning by any chance? I don't know if he's opened his mic yet.
So what you see in with your eyes is a combined image from both in your head. What you see in your head is a combined image from both eyes that allows you to judge how far things are away from you.
Yeah, it gives you a little bit better idea of depth.
Right, because if you have just one eye, it's hard for you to judge distance. Right?
No, your brain adjusts if you only have one eye. Ask Jeremy.
Yeah, it does adjust. My depth perception's fine.
Yeah, depth perception, distance between objects is something the brain, I don't think, does very well in humans. It does it close up, like they think around 20 feet. But once you get past that, humans aren't very good at judging distance or depth perception, distance between objects. But depth perception can be the distance between you and a distant object. And that distance is, humans aren't good at that.
I reckon a bird would probably have better vision and that sort of thing because of, like, especially a bird of prey, because of the speeds they're doing and they have to get their prey and they have to be accurate from a distance.
I'm not sure about birds. I just know that humans seem to see things closer up better in 3D and can judge with their motor skills and brain functions better than in the distance,
I'd like to touch on the bird thing because most birds have their eyes on the sides of their head, not directly in front of them, utilizing both eyes simultaneously. So how would they have such accurate depth perception and accuracy by utilizing a single eye instead of two?
Probably a bird of
If you're going to talk about birds, chicken, have you seen chickens in the walking around the chicken pen? They nod their heads back and forward to get their depth perception
That is
correct.
true. Correct. Yes, but I'm speaking more in regards to like a bird of prey, like an eagle per se, or a hawk.
I get, yeah, maybe where is the back of the eye? Is it towards the nostril or is it behind, just like our eyes are? It just seems like it's on the side of the head, but its vision is concentrated on straight ahead. Nah.
Yeah, but if you do look at an image of an eagle straight on, their eyes are pretty well set to see straight forward.
Yeah, like if you ever see them when they're in the act of flying and they're searching, seeking prey, and they lock onto something, it's typically out of the side of one eye, and then I don't know if they fixate both eyes on it prior to diving down and dropping on top of the prey, but I'm not sure. That would be something to look into.
You know what I've learned, or what people have told me, is like humans with 20/20 vision, of course, are going to see better than humans that don't have, that same perfect vision or whatever. But I think our eyeballs do capture two different views of what it's looking at and combine it into one. But distance plays a part in that. We were talking about that earlier. An object close up to you, when you close one eye, will appear to shift, but that same object further away at some point when you close one eye just is still in the position that it's in. So there's some intricacies. Yeah, I can't say it. The angle and distance does matter because the eyes are two separate, things that are combining into one. I think Brenda was right. I just don't think it's an image that's hitting your retina. It's just information that's hitting all the receptors of the retina, like all the nerve endings receiving that, whatever it is, information, light, frequency, whatever it's doing. And then the brain takes all that information that's gathered by the receptors and turns it into an image. I don't think that image is there in your eyeball. Like you can't, you're not seeing the back of your eyeball. You're seeing the image that your brain creates from the information from the 3D object in reality. Now, those 3D objects at a certain angle can appear to be 2D, and it fools your brain. But in reality, you can always go up to that object and know that it's 3D. We also talked about the brain learning, like they were talking about this test where, whatever, you see something in 2D and it's actually 3D. And then if you look at it a number of times, you would see it in 3D. I don't believe that. I think your brain interprets it as it sees it each time. I don't think it's learning to see things in 3D. I think we see what we see at that moment. But
didn't you spend like an hour or 2 or 3 going over this yesterday?
Yeah.
And you're just reverting back to your original position.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Because we've already deduced this to be 2.5 at best.
Oh, I wasn't here when y'all deduced that, so.
Hey,
Yeah, I
Rocky,
wasn't here either, Rocky.
Yeah, if you don't mind, we can talk about it again. But if you want to bring up something else, I'm sure people would want to talk about that too. I
Hey,
thought this
Rakia.
was the current topic.
Rakia, if you're interested in the subject, I did post a video yesterday. I can repost it again. It's about 20 minutes, and it just goes over kind of Thomas Reed's view on how we use vision and other sensory inputs, and kind of what's really taking place within the eye and how we view the world around us. It's pretty interesting, and I'll just post it if you want to take a look at it for further
Yeah,
info.
definitely post it. My knowledge on this is very limited, just on what I've learned, whatever, throughout life. And then a couple of days, and here it's been, over the last 2 years, it's been talked about a little bit. And it just logic can read that the optic, the back of the eye is 2D, but I don't think that's what they're saying. I don't think that's our vision. I think our sight, or how we see, is how that information is interpreted by the brain as 3D, but often can be fooled. The
Yeah, and it's
brain is.
also, Thomas Reed goes into the fact that you see through a curved lens in your eye and a curved retina in the back of your eye. So some of the fundamentals of perspective are based on this fact that you have kind of spherical vision due to your eye over a planar surface.
Yeah,
So
that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
everything's converged into a single focal point due to the convex nature of the eye.
Yeah, that's another good point. I mean, that angle change, even when you're looking, that's why, like yesterday, I gave the example of looking at telephone poles. The one closer to you, you can see the depth of that round telephone pole, but as that same size pole goes off into the distance, it looks more 2D, like it looks more flat. You can't see the depth of it anymore. It just kind of blends in with what's next to it. It all looks like, your end is like a flat screen, basically.
The human eye at best has I think it's 2 nanometers of a aperture, to where everything's being essentially bottlenecked into this smaller point of view, which limits the bandwidth, for lack of better terminology, of the information being decoded.
Yeah.
So, and that's how you get peripheral, which is not as focused as your direct line of sight of vision. But all of this is for face value. Like you can only see what's been. It's up until you get another vantage point of perspective that you can indicate or deduce something to be 3-dimensional. I mean, we're going to perceive it to be 3-dimensional in our brains due to the nature of our world being 3-dimensional. But our eye is limited in the sense that it only gives you 2D projections that are then decoded into your 3-dimensional understanding. But the human eye is very limited.
And I think the eye focuses, right? That's why people, like my vision up close has gone, so I have to wear readers to magnify that, that image more, and for my brain to see it more clearly, or my eye to receive the information more clearly, however you want to put it.
Like Lemon was explaining yesterday, how the eye goes between the foreground and the background to create this angular dimension of placement of objects being closer or further in front or behind something, and all of that information is just being crunched into
compressed perspective is what they call it, when like the Lake Pontchartrain power lines. It just gets compressed into such a small area, you can't decipher. You don't get all the information. It gets jumbled. I don't know. You change your angle and it changes, right?
Yeah, that goes into angular resolution, right? The reason we have kind of the angular resolution limits that we do within the eye is due to the curvature of the lens of the eye and the retina itself, and how we take in all of this information, right? That's why we see in perspective. That's why we have a perceived ramping up of the floor and dropping down of the ceiling. That's all due to the circular nature of our eyeball, right?
Angular perspective, convergence, all of that.
I think the perspective issue over distance is different. It gets to a point like things appear to ramp up, but then at a certain point where, due to perspective, also start to go down, and that creates, a problem. Our brain can't, that's an optical illusion to me. The water or whatever obviously isn't ramping up. It isn't going up. It's just the way we perceive it. I think that's an optical illusion.
Correct. Yeah, it's based on how we view things, right? Based on the fact that we're looking through a curved lens. with our eyes, and coupled with the fact that the receiver of that information on the back of our eye is also curved. And I tried to have this discussion a little bit with Zanuck regarding, a lot of people will take like a orthoscopic view of what's taking place. So you can draw a figure on the left-hand side and you can draw like telephone poles going down. And there's the assumption that you can basically use like Euclidean geometry or Euclidean mathematics to be able to figure out how those objects are going to be viewed. But I'm of the opinion that when you're talking about perspective and the image that you're actually viewing within perspective, you can no longer apply just standard Euclidean mathematics to, rates in which things are going to either ramp up or fall off or anything of that nature. It's not going to be a standard Euclidean equation that you can apply to perspective, because perspective brings a few other things into play, at least in my opinion.
Perspective is just things get smaller in the distance.
Yeah, we're talking about the apparent ramping up, though, like coming up towards your line of sight. But another thing, I think yeah, I know we agree. Another thing is how I think our eyeballs, they say, are like lenses. I think they may be in certain instances, but I have a video of my lens, and it's a P900, so it can zoom really far, change focal length, and it receives information at a certain zoom from the top of the lens, and then the camera deciphers that information and puts it on a plate or whatever.
So what's slightly different, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what's slightly different within a camera is that the lens of a camera is going to focus that image. The direct focal point would be the sensor at the back of the camera, whereas in the human eye, the image is focused basically into the middle of the eye and becomes inverted onto the back of the retina. So the direct focal point in the human eye would be in the center of the human eye, whereas in a camera, the direct focal point would be on the sensor itself. But somebody can correct me if I'm wrong in that assumption.
Yeah, I'll correct you on that assumption, because the image itself is spread over the whole retina. You don't get the focusing of the whole image on the focal point. That's not how lenses work. Sure, there is a focal point, but that's not where the entire image is focused. The image is focused all over the retina, not just at the focal point.
Yeah, that's what I said. The focal point within the human eye is basically directly in the middle of the human eye, right? So you have these.
Well, here's the thing. You're both right, because the focusing point would be in the middle, whereas everything that seems to be getting fuzzy and blurry, i.e. your peripheral, would be what I think that was Bansoff, scattering about the complete retina. So the only thing that's rendered to be understandable and clear would be the direct center, and everything else is just kind of blurry and fuzzy. That's why you can only make out things that are directly in front of you, not off to the side of where your eyeballs focus.
I posted the video.
The reason why you can sense things in your central vision is simply because of the fact that you have a higher density of photoreceptors in that area. It's got nothing to do with it being a focal point. The reason why our vision gets fuzzier at the edges and the periphery is not because the image is not being focused at that point. It is being focused in those areas. It's because you have a less dense population of photoreceptors in your peripheral vision around the edges of your retina. That's why.
Yeah, so you're getting less information, maybe?
Yeah, you're getting less information from the peripheral vision at the edges of your retina because you don't have as many sensors there as you do in the central vision. Yeah.
That
So
makes sense.
again, the image, your eye does act like a lens, and like all lenses, it produces an image not just at the focal point, but over the entire plane of the back. Right. So if you've ever used a lens to focus an image of the window in your room onto a piece of paper, you'll see you don't see that image right at the focal point. You see it spread over the piece of paper, and it's just
Have
as
you ever?
sharp. It's just
You
as
ever
sharp
tried
everywhere
taking?
on the piece of paper, not just at the
You ever
center.
tried taking a colored piece of paper? Let's just say blue per se, putting it directly in front of your eye to where you obviously can accurately say, yeah, that's a blue piece of paper, but then taking it off to the side to your peripheral and trying to distinguish the color of that said piece of paper. Everything, for some reason, kind of loses its detectability as far as what it is. Like, I
He
think
just gave you the reason.
yeah,
Well, a
right.
reason.
It's
I
because
understand,
the color
but color is
sensing
a little
receptors
different.
in our eye are all concentrated in the central vision. The peripheral vision doesn't have as many color receptors.
Well, I would challenge you as we're talking about lens and the eye to watch my video, because it really, like, this was the first time I'd ever seen this or heard about this, and I captured it by mistake. And it seemed like what must be happening logically is the top of the lens is above a rock, and the center down of the lens is below the rock. And as I zoom in and out, the rock is in my way, and then all of a sudden I can see things beyond the rock, like that the rock is obstructing. It was a weird thing that I captured by mistake, but I tried to go reproduce it and couldn't. So it's still kind of weird to me, but logically, that's the only thing that can be happening. And I don't think the eyeball, the human eye, works like that. Does that make? You'll have to watch the video to see what I'm talking about. It seems like the top of the lens, once I zoom out, is receiving information from the distance. It's being magnified into that lens from the top, and as I zoom back out, the total lens is taking in the information, so it's blurry at one point, and then you're only seeing the rock at another point.
You've got to remember that your depth of field, in other words, the things that are in focus changes as you zoom. So at high zoom levels, your depth of field isn't very, very big, whereas at low zoom levels, your depth of field is much greater.
But part of the lens would have to be above the rock, wouldn't you agree? Like the whole lens isn't above the rock. I can tell you that 100%.
So can you see the bridge when it's zoomed in or when it's not zoomed in?
Well, yeah, at max zoom, you can see beyond the rock. You see the rock in the beginning, and then I start zooming, and it gets more blurry and more blurry, and then you can start seeing the bridge behind, through the rock, basically through that blurriness. And then all of a sudden, the distant object, which is the bridge, appears clear because I've magnified it. I've zoomed in. I don't think our eyeballs do that, but I think the human eye is designed to see up close better, to focus better on the things that are up close for, I believe, survival and, basically survival. That's how humans, however you want to say it, are designed or evolved or whatever you believe in that. And then things in the distance start to get, more blurry and obscured. We lose that information. With a camera that is able to magnify that, it just, I think it might be the opposite or have some opposite effects.
Well, as you're looking through a scope, long distances, your field of view narrows down to a smaller point. So it all has to do with the diameter of that aperture increasing or decreasing depending on how far or near you're focused.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But that's because the lens is set back into a tunnel, like a scope. You have the tube and then the lens is set back. So you're going to get that point source, that more focused, into the distance type thing, because the actual tube of the scope is extending past the lens. But yeah, the human eye is definitely definitely amazing.
Evolution, man, evolution.
Evolution, yeah, could be.
Nah, I was joking.
Yeah, and this is another reason I think it's intelligently designed, because we talk about how birds, are designed to do things differently than we are. They have to, they're moving fast, and they have to see further distances because they are moving so quickly. Those objects are approaching them quicker, so they have to have a different design in their eye or their brain function to be able to interpret what the eye is bringing in. But it is strange how, like, some of these huge mammals have really, really tiny brains, but can see and detect and use other sensories, better than we can sometimes. But a blind person will acquire a sense of higher intensity of sound or vibration than someone that has sight, usually because you're relying on your sight more than you would other sensory, objects. So I guess it has something to do with that too. Some people have worse vision than others,
Yeah, so I think you'd find that video that I posted and tagged you in, Rakia, pretty interesting. Be interested in your opinion on it after you watch it. It's about 20 minutes.
Looking for it now. So you tag me?
Yeah, I tagged you. Probably just have to scroll up a little bit.
Okay, I got it. I'll click on it now so it'll be on my YouTube.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm interested in all of this because this is things I never learned about. Like, what I'm saying? We're not really, unless you go into that field and want to prescribe people eyeglasses, you're not really taught, even how the eye works too much. You're shown the picture of the angle of the information coming in and it being inverted, and you're taught those very basic things, but it pretty much stops there unless you go and,
Well, they kind of cross over a little bit of perspective, like in art class when you're drawing your horizon and stuff, and how everything kind of converges to that point.
Yeah,
It
art
shows.
classes, photography and art class is definitely somewhere where you would learn a little bit more.
Vortex Puppy, or Gav, he's got a couple of really good videos on vision and how the eye works, perspective and angles and all that sort of stuff. Really good stuff, and he breaks it down really simply.
Yeah, that's the individual that I posted the video of. Yeah, he does a really good job. He's really dug into it, and also the Thomas Reed comes at things from kind of a philosophical perspective and a very tying philosophy to the natural world and observation and how it equates to reality pretty well. And
Well, that's the key point, how it relates to reality. Because I mean, I've had conversations with my eye doctor about the horizon being apparent versus physical, and he got it wrong. And this is a fucking eye doctor. So it really takes that relationship between reality versus how the eye works to gain the full perspective.
quite literally full perspective.
Right.
Here's different perspective. Here's another thing that I think people get wrong in reality is, like, you can draw on paper the angle of the line of sight and then an object in front of them, how much it would block in the distance, like foreground and background, due to that angle only. but that is basically, not taking into account everything else. I think a distant object that is obstructing things even further in the distance actually blocks more, sometimes due to the conditions and other factors, because you're losing more and more of that information into the distance, along with that angle problem that you created with an object in front of you. I'm probably not very clear, but like if you have a tree, like you're pretty relatively close to it, and that tree is above you, and you're looking out into the distance above that tree, something beyond that that's higher than that tree, you're actually seeing less of that object than just the tree is obstructing. Does that make sense? You're losing that information, because it's blending in with the top of the tree, and because it's further away, you're losing some of that information.
Yeah, it's almost like it's an exponential function too, right? The amount of information that is lost over distance.
Correct. That's why I'm saying, on paper, it looks like only, let's say 10 feet would be obstructed bottom up due to, that object being in front of your line of sight. But in actual reality, more is being obstructed, or you're not getting that information from more of that object, at the bottom due to other reasons. You combine all of them together, and depending on the distance and the conditions, you might have twice as much, obstructed than you would on a piece of paper, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I found a decent paper going over various intellectuals' ideas of perspective, and whether or not the way that we can interpret an image that we're viewing in perspective using like Euclidean or non-Euclidean equations. And it seems to be that this whole entire topic is really still kind of up for debate and hasn't really fully been settled. There seems to be multiple opinions as to how to properly interpret the images that we see in perspective, and how, what exactly is the perspective function within what we're observing. So I find it interesting because I feel like it's a field that hasn't really fully been fleshed out, and I think there may be some good answers to some of the debates that we have back and forth about the imagery that we are seeing through observations that we have.
This ties into light and how light works, because we can't perceive anything visually without things being illuminated. And science today, is still under the impression that light's an emission, and photons are entering your eye, hitting your macular region of your eye. So, I mean, there's definitely a lot to unravel with vision and what science tells us today in terms of the key necessary antecedent components involved in it.
Do you not disagree with that description of light?
I disagree with that description of light completely. Yes, light's not photons. There's no discrete packet of light that's traveling down a said pathway. And furthermore, light's not traveling. It's a rate of induction.
So what's happening inside your eye? Between the object and you and the eye?
Well, like I said, we would have to dive into what light is to start unraveling these things.
Do you think that something hits the photoreceptors in your eyes and generates a signal?
I don't necessarily think that. No, I don't think that something is necessarily entering your eye. I think your eye is perceiving the interactions around the world, or the world you live in.
How is it doing that?
Well, that's a good question. I think there's some sort of an electrical impulse that is probably involved with it.
It's not too far from what's kind of almost described. It's an electromagnetic impulse.
Right. Yeah, and we're seeing that field disturbance and perceiving that and decoding that.
You're not. I like to understand how you say that you're not actually. There's something leaving that object and reaching your eye and touching the physical matter of your eye. You're not just seeing something at a distance. Some of that happening.
Yeah, I mean, I perceive it as like ripples in water. Like you drop a stone in water, and that creates this field disturbance within the surface of that water, and that disturbance propagates outward, and we perceive that. But there's no discrete pebble hitting your eye. It's the interaction between that medium and the action of that medium being disturbed that's being perceived.
Die slow. Your mic went a little wonky there.
Get hot, Mike and Jeremy.
Sure.
Your mic died slow.
Dies slow, Mike. Mike is another name, right? I don't think they got both of our jokes. I got yours.
The photoelectric experiment is literally an experiment that shows that light does indeed come in discrete packets.
Well, not quite. I don't think Einstein was accurate in his understandings on that. I think Hertz had a way better accurate understanding as to what was happening within the photoelectric effect. And he probably should have gotten that Nobel Prize instead. Let me pull it up here. Hertz says, what does he say?
Talking about Hertz, the guy that started that car rental company?
No, Hertz, the one who discovered the photoelectric effect, in saying that the red and blue spectrum of light is different within its volume, and the blue end spectrum has a higher capacitance, due to the fact that the atomic capacitance is created when the threshold frequency light is used to create a charge disparity between the electrode and the interatomic magnetodielectric permeability, which is breached.
So you're saying he doesn't know anything about renting a car?
Pretty much.
Do the Spurving baryons the side fumbling of the Marsal veins?
What's
because
that?
Because that sounded like a complete lot of word salad to me.
Well, I mean, you could deduce it to that, but if you were to go over each and every word I used, it was concise and accurate.
But not in a complete sentence. When you put those words together in that sentence, it literally is just word salad.
No, not at all. The threshold frequency.
Yeah, it is.
Threshold frequency is where an electrostatic charge is generated and released. And science understands geometry, but they don't understand field geometry. And we know that the smaller the volume of the higher capacitance, high energy discharge has a very small coaxial volume and frequency. I mean, I don't understand why this is so word salad to you. I mean, it's
well, it is
sense to me.
Again, that's word salads. What do you mean by the volume of a capacitance?
So this is why the Crookes radiometer processes due to the blue end spectrum of light and not the red end spectrum of light. And this is why science is yet to understand how a Crookes radiometer actually works.
I love those Crookes radiometers. Those things are awesome.
Yeah.
How it works.
Yeah,
how does it actually work?
The bluer end spectrum of light has a higher capacitance. So when you decrease the volume of something, it has a higher capacitance, and vice versa.
No, capacitance doesn't depend on volume at all.
Yeah, actually it does. When
No,
we're talking
it depends
about,
on the
we're
distance
talking
between
about,
capacitance
we're
depends
talking
on
about
the
the
area
wavelength.
of the plates, and it depends on the separation of the plates. It doesn't depend on volume at all.
We're talking about the wavelength.
No, you were talking about capacitance, and capacitance depends on the area of the plates and the separation of the plates. It has no component of volume in it at all.
What you're
It sounds
explaining
like
there,
there's a
when you're
volume
talking,
there.
Yeah,
Oh, my bad.
if you're
It
talking
sounds like
about
you
just
got
a
a
simple
volume there because you're talking
capacitor,
about the area of the plates and then the distance between the two plates. I mean, it would all be
seems
a
to be
volume, no?
volume to me, right? Seems to be a pretty good definition of how volume would come into play within a capacitor or within capacitance.
Yeah, it's a false belief that inductance is the storage of electrons. I mean, that this is a pure farce. Capacitance is essentially the threshold a medium is able to absorb of units of dielectric induction before discharge. And this is why when you look at things like oil and air, and glass, etc., these are all clear mediums, which are dielectric reflectors. And anytime you have things like reflective mediums, mostly metals, those are dielectric reflectors, whereas glass and air and stuff like that is a capacitor, dielectric capacitor. So, like, if you were to look at the Leyden jar experiment, it's well proven that there's no charge whatsoever in the metal jar or the rod, rather than in the glass medium itself.
Well proven? Where?
Go look into the Leyden jar experiment. I could spell it out for you if you need to have it spelled out.
Because it's also well known that charges exist on metal objects on the surface.
No, they don't. This is why if you were to go out to your power line in front of your house and you were to take a long copper rod or something, you could get within two or 3 feet and induce a current without ever even touching that wire.
That doesn't negate the fact that the charges exist on the surface of a conductor.
No, charges don't exist on the surface. That's a misnomer. Even Steinmetz discovered that and discussed that. That's a prehistoric concept.
I don't think so.
Well, you might want to look into it because I don't think anyone still believes that to be the
I mean,
case.
Steinmetz was big time, right? There's parks and schools and fucking housing projects named after him.
Yeah, he was the one who perfected Tesla's AC generator. I mean, he was the real brilliance behind a lot of the inventions that we're still using today. I'll quote him right now. He says, "Unfortunately, to a large extent in dealing with dielectric fields, the prehistoric conception of the electrostatic charge, the electron, on the conductor still exists, and by its use destroys the analogy between the two components of the electric field, the magnetic and the dielectric. This makes the consideration of dielectric fields unnecessarily complicated." He wrote that in his book, Electric
That's a word
Discharges,
salad,
Waves,
bro.
and Impulses.
That's word
That's
salad.
straight out of his book, dude. So
I provided an image in the voice text to support that from that very same writing from Steinmetz. And what you're looking at in that is basically like two power lines, but you're looking directly down the power lines and it's showing the dielectric and the magnetic fields and what the lines are doing within the power lines.
Yeah, but what it's not showing is the charges, is it? Fields aren't charges, man.
So what's a charge? Can you explain a charge?
Yeah.
All right.
Charge is a charge. I mean, like, what do you mean? Explain a charge.
I'm asking
a charge
you what
is in
a charge
field.
is.
A charge is in a field.
No,
a
a
charge
field is a
produces
field.
a field.
A field is a field.
That's right. And what
A
this
charge is a
diagram is
charge.
showing, and what these diagram is showing, is fields, not charges.
So then what's a field opposed to a charge? Are you saying they're both the same thing?
No, I'm not saying they're the same thing. I'm saying that a charge produces a field, and what this diagram is showing is a field. It's not showing the charges on the surface of the conductor.
And what field does a charge produce? Explain that.
Well, it depends on the shape of the conductor, what shape the field produces, doesn't it?
Can you ever separate the magnetic component from the electric field?
No, but that doesn't still
So,
negate
so
the fact that charges exist on the surface,
so
right?
electricity is
So
not a thing in itself.
no, that's not what I said at all.
Well, I'm asking you, what's electricity? And science today would tell us it's the flow of electrons. Then you ask them what an electron is,
It's the
and
flow
they'll
of
tell you
charged
that
particles, not just
it's a
electrons.
charge-carrying particle. And then when you ask them what a charge is within the charge-carrying particle, they're stumped. Why is
No,
that?
because the charge is a basic thing. It's not something that you can explain is made up of something else. Why do I have to explain what a charge is when it's just that's what it is, a charge? We call this thing a charge. It's a
Why do
concept.
you have to explain what a charge is? Because this is getting down to what energy is, and science has yet to define energy. So that's why I'm trying to
No,
see if you have a better understanding.
charge is different to energy. They're not the same
So what's
concept.
charge?
Charges can carry energy, but energy is not charge.
I mean, you're giving me attributes, but you're not identifying the principle of what
Same
something
thing.
is.
You're trying to equate attributes. You're trying to equate energy with charge, and that's not the same thing.
So that's why I'm asking you if you can be concise in explaining charge.
Charge is a fundamental quantity.
So things
you
can
might,
only exist.
well
if they can be
laugh, but we have to
quantified.
define all things in terms of fundamental things. Charge is one of the fundamental quantities. Mass, length.
I wouldn't say charge is a quantity.
It is.
I would say charge. I would equate charge with potential.
No, potential is a different thing. Potential is a voltage. Charge is not a voltage.
So what is the
Did you
difference
put your
between a
remote?
charge and a discharge?
And a green discharge.
So you have a charge and you have a discharge. If Dyslo is saying that he perceives a charge to be the potential, what would
Discharge is just a discharge is just a flow of charge going in a particular direction, isn't it?
So
well, there's nothing
discharge is
flowing.
a
There's
flow
nothing
of
flowing. Like if something was flowing, then how would you induce power, wireless power induction within a vacuum if there's no medium to flow through?
You don't need to flow because moving charges create magnetic fields, and magnetic fields, when they interact with other moving charges, can create current.
Whoa,
You
whoa,
don't
whoa!
need
Wait a
to
minute.
you don't
Wait a
need to
minute.
have the charges flowing through the vacuum.
Wait a minute. Magnetic fields are magnetic fields. How are you equivocating charge and magnetic fields together
I'm
while simultaneously trying to tell me that electricity is a thing of itself?
I'm not equivocating magnetic fields with electric charge. You trying to say that I am, but I'm not.
I asked you earlier. I said, how do you separate the electric field from the magnetic field?
And I said you don't.
Right, because electricity is not a thing in itself. So to simply say that charge is charge, and not understand what I'm telling you is kind of fallacious.
Well, what do those words mean when you say electricity is not a thing in itself? That's kind of meaningless, really, isn't it?
No, not at all.
Well, yes, it is, because it's not actually telling me anything about electricity.
Well, electricity is essentially. Well, here, let's get into it.
Electricity is what?
Yeah, we're going to get into that right now. Electricity is a circuit composed of the dielectric and magnetism, these two fields. In other words, it's a whole entity comprised of two constituents for its existence. So the dielectric induction voltage is always proportional to the rate of increase of the magnetic field, of which this is so deemed the electric circuit. So comprising these two field modalities, we have a conjugate pair. The magnetic times the dielectric equals quantity of electrification. So electricity is nature's more simplex circuit, and its own field conjugate phenomena follows electricity to propagate without guiding wires, etc., on its own. Hence, we have light.
Dyslo, are you able to explain that in really simple terms?
Because that was
basically
that literally was salad.
What I'm telling you is phi times psi equals Q and Planck of electrification. You can't have it any other way.
No, well, can you just explain it in a really simple way? So a person that may not have ever heard you speak before, maybe they can understand it. You're hot micing, Jeremy.
All
Are
right.
you able to do that, Dicelo?
Yeah.
Chance?
Yep. Electricity is not a thing in itself. What you guys consider being this electron is pure atomistic materialism. A terminal of an electrostatic dielectric induction is what is referred to as an electron. And J.J. Thomson was the discoverer of this concept, the electron. In his own words, Thomson considered the electron the terminal end of one unit line of dielectric induction, because you can't say that stretching a trillion rubber bands nailed to the floor and releasing them or breaking their force lines is the flow of electrons. Discharge is a terminal movement in systems of inductance or dielectric capacitance. And there's no discrete particle in the universe, and certainly none that mediate charges, discharges, magnetism, electromagnetism, gravity, and radiation. This only belongs to fields, which are modalities of the ether. So your so-called electron is not a particle nor an object or subjects, but rather dynamic principles of discharge. And it's just as simple as that.
That's not simple at all. That was word
Electricity,
salad.
electricity is an ether in a state of dynamic polarization, to be hyper concise.
So you're
So
not
the
going to do what Andy
the
asked.
maybe it'll better further the conversation if the gentleman that just keeps calling everything word salad can maybe try to break down some of those words and find out where he's having an issue following what Dicelo is saying, other than just simply claiming word salad.
Yeah, word
Then
salad would be a string of words that don't even add up to each other. Like blueberry falls, red
That's
raspberry.
exactly
I fell on
right.
my foot.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. I'm not saying it's word salad. I'm just saying that myself, I don't get it. And because we are, you know, streaming to the big wide world, some people in this chat may understand what is being said, but I presume there's other people in this chat and maybe also too listening that don't quite understand, you know, the terminology or what is being talked about.
Yeah, understand
I
not understanding
apologize for that.
something. No, dialogue. I get what you're saying. Because some people don't want to understand, and they put these walls in front of them to make it seem like. I mean, if you know the source, right? The source is not a flat earther, so they should be able to understand something.
No, I want Crit to recite what Dicelo is saying in simple terms that we can understand. Go ahead.
Okay, like as simple as I can make it. Halloween is not candy.
Oh, that doesn't help, Crit.
Yeah, because it's a big like all the whole scope of what electricity doesn't boil down to just the transfer of electrons. The reason why it's been described that way is to push a narrative of materialism. There's something much higher going on that isn't fully observed by people, but can also be observed in other things too that closely relate, like this clear substances or clear containers in that or the Luddite thing. I'm not pronouncing that right. So the issue is massive. It covers the wide range of just the nature of creation and how people interact with it.
I agree with that. That's why I say when someone asks me what is light, because I don't think it's ever been described perfectly or can be described perfectly. I say God is light, and people get triggered by that. But that's what he's just trying to say. It's above human understanding.
Or like I got a good one too to go on what Rakia said, if I may. Or okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, but the way it's spoken about, right, and the terminology that is used, it sounds like there is a very definite idea of what is going on. Right?
Part of the problem.
Instead of just saying like we've got no idea, you know, it's God's doing, and I'm cool with that. Right? That explanation.
Part of the problem is language gets bastardized throughout the ages, and words that had an original denotative understanding currently conceptually have a different understanding, such as like words like inertia or dielectric. These words were used quite often originally, and were understood to be as such. But today, they've just been inverted into something completely different from their original content.
Yeah, but maybe so, Di. But like I said, we're not just talking to the audience here in this chat. We do have a broader audience. That's why I said, okay, then if the words are being bastardized and all that sort of stuff, if someone's listening to it, they may not go into the etymology of all the words to try and understand it. They want to kind of get it on the first go.
Well, this is why I'm pointing out this crucial point in that just because you think you understand what a word means because the dictionary told you so, sometimes it's far more efficient to go back to the original sources, like inertia, for example. Understanding what the original understanding of inertia was via Henri Poincaré in talking about potential, like completely different from today's usage of the word.
Which, by the way, most of Einstein's work was stolen from Poincaré, by the way.
Correct. If not 90% of it, yeah.
Anyways.
So really, it just
If
boils
I
down
had to guess, his wife was having an affair with that dude, and then kind of because women couldn't be listened to back then or write stuff down and have it published, she passed it on to her husband Einstein, and from a patent clerk, he became a god to people even in today's time. That would just be my guess.
I think what it boils down to really is that when someone says that the issue is more complex than what's being presented, and people think that's word salad because they also have a bias towards other metaphysical or spiritual ideas. Like, I'd be willing to curse with a high IQ. Are you an atheist?
Well, that's absolutely correct. Science today only deems things to be real that can be quantifiably measured and subdivided into discrete units of measure. But that doesn't necessarily tell us what's taking place. Like, not everything can be quantified.
Yeah, I'm not calling it word salad myself per se. Just trying to follow it myself. I found it a little bit difficult myself, so that's why I was calling on.
Yeah, I think it's worded in that way to avoid that sort of new age spiritualism. It's kind of worded in terms of science and higher academia because a lot of people would normally hear some of these ideas and just write it off. Just write it off as like, some sort of crystal worship or something like that.
Yeah,
This
but
way,
what Rukia said just before about light and invoking God, sort of thing. I'm cool with that explanation too, right? It's God's doing, so it's done. No need to kind of worry about it. We're not going to understand it because it's His doing, and it's just done. That's fine. But when the explanation comes, like there is some sort of explanation that doesn't seem to be too easily followed, from my side of the fence, that's when I kind of ask questions like, what is going on? You seem to be giving an explanation.
Well,
but
would you
kind of,
rather be given
but
an
kind of,
explanation or some abstract
no,
concept to reify something's essence?
yeah, but kind of like breaking down the mechanic really simply. Slow. You try to say something, Rakia?
Well, I don't think it can be broken down simply. And as he's reading and talking about this, he's using words that I don't know the meaning of, so I don't fully understand it either. But I'm not sure it can be broken down easily.
Yeah, I can
Maybe
break it
not.
all down.
Hey,
Okay.
hey, Diceflow, would you have the ability to kind of put these concepts into a more simple analogy that maybe people could follow, right? Meaning it would be an analogy, not an exact example, but it might be able to paint the picture a little bit better when you're talking about these fields and how they're kind of governed by pressure mediation, which we can see in other aspects of the world.
Correct. Yes. Field pressure and temperature mediations is the fundamentals of what governs everything in our phenomenal existence. Furthermore, everything in the entire universe. And understanding this concept really understands, or to be based on understanding these conjugate field geometries, which is essentially to say that you've got these geometries of these fields, and precisely the magnetic and the dielectric field. So the magnetic field, as you should know, is a toroidal field. And if you don't know what a toroid is, it's essentially this donut shape. And when you have this donut shape of this magnetic field, the inverse, the negative image of that donut shape is the hyperboloid, which is the hourglass shape. And vice versa with the hourglass shape, which is the dielectric field, the negative inverse of that would be the toroid. So these two geometries are synonymous with one another. They're tied at the hip, they're inseparable. And the entire field, the ether field, is based on these two geometries. Anything that takes Cartesianal presence within our reality that's perceivable is always going to be on this magnetic field side. And anything within this this metaphysical counter space, so to speak, pertaining to the dielectric field, would be in this hyperbole geometry. And this is why the magnetic field has this precessional rotation to it, with centrifugal permittivity and centripetal permeability. Hopefully I didn't get those mixed up, but either way, everything is coming out of and going back into this realm of counter space, which doesn't have this localized presence phenomenally due to its attributes. But it's these two geometries that make up the entire existence of our reality.
Would that be cycle due to pressure and temperature change, like energy change? Like I know pressure and energy, that's what you're describing, right? A cycle?
Right, correct. Yes, it's
okay,
being
that's
exhausted.
kind of the layman's term.
But that's the simplest way to try and explain the ether field as being one field, and there's only one field, that being this ether field, comprised of these two fields to make its existence. And yeah, that's pretty much to sum it up.
Do you think ether lets information flow through it instantly?
Yeah, this is how you have instantaneous action at a distance, or Chernikov radiation, or Tesla's death coil. Like, these things were faster than C, if not 20 times faster than C.
That makes sense to me, and especially when I've I think our thoughts are connected in some way, or our energy is, or whatever you want to call it. Different, the Chinese call it one thing, we call it another, or whatever. But it's all interconnection, and when you think about a long lost cousin, and then all of a sudden you get a phone call from him. It's kind of strange, sometimes how we seem to be more connected than we've imagined.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've had that happen so many times. You're thinking of somebody, you get the phone call, or you're thinking of a song, and next thing you know, it's on the radio. Like, yeah, there's some unexplainable connections that science has yet to touch on, for sure.
And let's get down to something else. Like I even say, like, if I press my button right now and I can send a picture across the other side of the world instantly. Now, if you're saying that's going to all of these towers and going into a processing room, going through a mainframe computer, then going into a fiber optic cable that's under the sea and traveling all the way over there to that other person and going through, another transformation of information to their phone through towers. Okay, okay, fine with you saying that, but I see it as something that just instantaneously the information is traveling through whatever medium we're in, which I think is light, basically ether, and it just is able to be received. They've harnessed that, ability to transmit through that medium.
Right. Light, electricity, magnetism. I mean, literally all of this is the same thing. It's only different due to its attributional expressions and its manifestation, which is coming from its pressure and temperature mediation. So there's really no difference between gravity or electrostatic cling or light versus electricity, other than what I've just alluded to.
When you don't have formal training, you can get lost in the weeds a little bit on a particular subject. But when you know there's some type of magnetic field, there's some type of static electricity, or other types of electricity that are around you that are released and that show their power, and they exist. Those forces can do certain things like, create currents and up and down flow of particles, or whatever you want to call it. That's the easiest, most simple way. That seems to be the correct way to think about things.
Yeah, well, think about the fact that we say that energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only be transformed, right? So that
Right.
would necessitate a pre-existing energy, right?
That's what I'm talking about, which I just happen, I put my faith that is the creator, God. I call it God, but that is the energy, that is the light, that is the everything, the existence, your consciousness, everything is that entity which is above. We talk about intelligence a lot. Like I'm less
I just wanted to
intelligent
touch on
than
something he said, which is a crucial thing in understanding all of this and how ether works. I apologize, Rakia. Go
No,
ahead.
go ahead. I'll go after you because I know
I
it was
just
on the
didn't want
point
it
that
to
we were
slip
talking about.
by because it was a
Right.
very important thing that Napalm said, and it needs a little more emphasis in the sense that you cannot create or generate energy. Okay, to say that energy is created or generated is a superficial farce. You can only manifest what's already existent and bring it into manifestation or bring it into fruition. You cannot create it. It's no different than putting a fishing hook on the end of a fishing line and casting it into the waters and retrieving a fish, or should I say manifesting, because you didn't create that fish, nor did you generate it. It was already there to begin with. You just manifested it into fruition, and it's no different than when we discuss light or electricity.
Yeah, I like that point. That's pretty easy to understand. My point was going to be how, like, I'm less intelligent than, let's say, Kosho, and Kosho is less intelligent than Elon Musk. Elon Musk, I'm sure, has someone that's more intelligent than him. Then there's someone with more intelligence than that person, and on upwards. What point do you say that intelligent design? How can you deny that when you're in reality you're talking about how people are more intelligent, on a scale. So at what point do you agree that scale gets so above human intellect that even humans can't understand it because that entity is so far above in intelligence or of being able to design things? I
Hey,
invoke God
Joshua.
in that, but that's just an intelligent way of looking at it.
Joshua, would you agree that the reason why they have to separate all these different phenomena into different fields and packets of energy and all that is to just make it kind of easier to work with?
No, I don't think it makes it any easier by overcomplicating things unnecessarily, by subdividing everything into these separated fields, and then trying to wave the flag saying that you're searching for a grand unified theory, and doing quite the opposite. And that's
Yeah,
what
it's a
science has
contradiction.
done.
Well, I think kind of the opposite of that. I think they're actually in some way showing everyone or telling the truth in some way that there is a higher being that humans won't ever figure out. Like there are certain things that are just beyond us. It seems like we'll never figure them out.
and there's so many discussions about one topic that so many people disagree on. It just shows you right there that, you know, we're beneath something, right? There's something above us that's more intelligent, has not only figured it out, but who created it, and we're just trying to figure out what it does, what's the cause, or, you know, whatever, one little simple part, and we can't.
Well, I feel like the upper echelons of the intellectual community, specifically within science, there probably is individuals who do understand that there is this unifying field, and they work diligently to make sure that it does become separated into a bunch of different parts, because I think the understanding of that unifying field may not fit within their philosophical beliefs in a way that they don't necessarily want to convey maybe the philosophical implications of a grand unifying field that they already know exists.
I used to think that there was the evil, you know, like they're trying to control blah blah blah, but there could be a flip side to that where it is so dangerous to have this power with the common person that they're, you know, they're making it hard to understand, or you know, keeping it
there's
hidden.
truth to that.
So yeah, so we don't destroy ourselves, basically.
Innovation and technology is parabolic comparative to the legal system that's quite archaic and slow. So as you have things being discovered and created and invented, it's very hard to try and create laws on these types of things. It takes time. So it could be very dangerous to have such understanding prevalent within the general public, and not be able to adjudicate law fast enough to protect the community, right?
Well, I feel like the biggest danger, if there is a group of people who really understand this grand unifying field and are working to make sure that it is constantly separated or remains in separate constituent parts, I feel like the biggest fear or threat of this getting out is to some of their levers of control that they may have over the general population.
Yeah, I'll give you a real world example. This morning, I was actually, when we were arguing with Blue, or we were having that discussion, my son had to go to court over a moving violation, like lane change violation. And he came home and put on a fresh shirt because he was at work, you know, he was kind of grimy. And he went to the courthouse, but when he walked up to the metal detector, he had shorts on. And they were denying him entrance. And he pointed to the girl next to him that had the shortest mini skirt on that she could possibly wear without showing her butt cheeks, basically. And he goes, so that's allowed, but my dress shorts.
Yeah, it's fucked up. You're clipping or something. You cut out.
Yeah, it's me. Yeah, man, I want to hear about this short mini skirt. But anyhow, yeah, science should always be getting to the premise of what phenomena is resulting from. There's a connecting factor there that's inseparable from all phenomena, and I would say that would be magnetism or the magnetic field. And science should be trying to dive headfirst into understanding magnetism at its most fundamental core. And I don't think they have. I don't even think they've given a close, brief explanation, let alone a description.
What about the development and the utility of the way that it's currently being done according to the mainstream? You know, we've got all these things and all this technology based on these scientific principles that is well understood that you're saying is all wrong, yet it works.
Well, a lot of that technology was premised off the ether field theorists who gave us our entire electrical grid that we're still using today, and we've only built off the backbone of it. And this is how you have computers and you're able to communicate with me right now was from a different logical premise, and they've only inverted and perverted the understanding since then. And this is why we're still using combustible energy to launch and strap men to explosives to get them into the depths of space, supposedly.
Yeah, that worked too.
Yeah, but to say something works doesn't necessarily mean it's efficient or practical. Today's science will tell you that. Excuse me, I wasn't quite finished. I definitely wasn't done.
You're never quite finished.
Yeah, yeah. You made a point, and I was going to address that point.
Yeah, please don't monologue. You know, like maybe take it point by point, Dice Flow. Yeah, but Dice Flow, you all making like 5 points in a monologue. You know, maybe let
they're together though. That's why.
Well, maybe you've never heard
yeah,
before, and
but it becomes a bit difficult to respond to all 5 points if you just say them in one long monologue.
I'm just going to back out. Just let him go. It's hard to maintain a conversation in that manner. So I'm just going to step back.
If you just listen to what he's
my
saying,
goodness, he just was making a couple points, and then y'all interrupted him, and then he stopped, and then
Yeah, that's
5 people spoke. You can back out if you want, Howard, but I mean, come on.
Yeah, Howard, why not attack the first point he made, and you and Dicelo have like a back and forth? You know, I think no one minds you two.
My point is to the utility and the functionality of the way it's currently being done according to mainstream, that it's functional, it's working, we're utilizing it, it has utility, but it's all wrong. That's the point.
Well, that's no different than saying that Tesla was wrong in his understanding, but somehow seemingly created a multitude of inventions that are still currently being used, but being described as being functioning differently than the inventor described it, which seems fallacious to me. Like science today explains magnetism as this emission of virtual photons or virtual particles. And
did you say submission or this emission?
Yeah, it's an emission from the opposing dipoles of a magnet having these virtual particles creating this magnetic attraction or repulsion. And there's nothing to back up these or substantiate these claims. And even Feynman himself agrees that that they're non-existent. They're only used to make mathematical equations balance out. So is that really getting to an explanation, or is that just loosely describing something for the lack of knowledge?
So what done? Oh,
go ahead.
No, go ahead, Al. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, if all these things that you say prove to be have any significance or factual, how would we implement these different concepts to change the way things are?
Well, I would suggest first understanding the fundamentals of what's being discussed, and from there you can try to be intuitive and maybe think of how you could be more practical or efficient with creating or designing something. But I think it has limitless implications if understood properly. And even Tesla himself said his greatest invention or discovery wasn't that of the AC generator, rather than that of rotational magnetic fields. And he said that there would live longer than science itself.
Yeah. Okay.
So, you kind of mischaracterizing what science says about magnetism, and even what Feynman says about it. Definitely, Feynman does say that virtual particles aren't real; they just math. But there are scientists that say virtual particles are real. Number one. Number two, virtual particles alone aren't what, at least within quantum field theory or within QED, quantum electrodynamics, them alone isn't what describes the electromagnetic phenomena or even magnetism. The idea is that we still have charged particles. They create a field, and within this field, you have these oscillations or disturbances, which manifest as particles, as electrons. And when these electrons are decelerated, they emit a photon. These photons are real particles, but what can happen is that a photon can be emitted with a virtual photon. And this virtual photon would exhibit itself as matter, antimatter pairs which annihilate, So because they don't exist long enough for us to interact with them, we say that they're virtual. And because of that, it is questioned whether or not they exist or not, But all Feynman did was he found a way to use these mathematically within Feynman diagrams. And that's where he comes with the statement that they're just mathematics. But, for some physicists, these things are real. So I just wanted to, clear that up.
I would say that's an abstract concept based upon mathematical assertions, literally putting the cart before the horse.
What's an abstract concept?
The virtual particles and virtual photons. There's nothing to indicate that at all. There's no isolation. There's no validation behind it, other than mathematical assertions. And math isn't what governs our universe. That's just not how it works.
Yeah, I agree with you. Math doesn't govern our universe, but I disagree with you when you say that there's nothing to back up the existence of virtual photons or virtual particles. That's not true.
I mean, there literally
also, there is, though. You just need to look into it. I'm not going to give it to you because I would rather you look into it yourself. Because to see and say there isn't means you haven't looked into it.
I'm quoting.
If you had looked into it, you would say something like, the things done to verify the existence of.
That's what's said. That's what's said as the constituents of these virtual
can you hear
particles. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So if you had looked into it, you would have maybe said something like, these tests that were done to detect or validate the existence of virtual particles are flawed. But to say that nothing's been done to verify they exist isn't true, man. Go ahead.
I think maybe what Dicelo is saying, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Dicelo, is that when these energies terminate, right, and current science is equating that to a virtual particle that we only see when that particle terminates, they're making a broad assumption that there is some sort of physical particle prior to that termination, right? That's why they call it virtual particles, because they don't really see what's taking place within the energy in a way that can be quantified. So they call it a virtual particle. And what they're calling the particle is really only the energetic termination.
I'm going to quote Walter Russell here in saying that nothing is more fantastical and a travesty of how nature works than is quantum theory. Its very basis has no relationship to reality. I'd also like to quote Leonard Susskind. Pulling it up right now. He's got a pretty nice quote here. He says, where common sense and intuition failed, we, the insane relativist, had to create a new form of intuition based on abstract, unreal mathematics. So when common sense fails, we must create uncommon sense, end quote. I mean, does that sound like you're doing science, or does that sound like you're using math to support your narrative? Because that's what I see. Virtual photons is, here, let's read a quote by Feynman, Richard Feynman. A virtual particle is an abstraction which facilitates in calculations and understanding. The term is very vague and loosely defined. They never appear as inputs or outputs of experiments. Their existence is questionable at best. However, they are very useful in rendering concepts and making equations balance out. End quote. I mean, does that sound like doing science?
Yes, it does. Because Richard Feynman was a scientist, and as a scientist, he created virtual particles. He created the framework in which we use virtual particles. He used them all the time to perform science, you know, and you don't understand what it is he's trying to say in the quote you read. And to go back to the Walter Russell quote, was it Walter Russell that you quoted the first time?
Yeah, Walter Russell, Leonard Susskind.
So
and
do
Richard
you
Feynman.
know who Walter Russell was or what he did for a living? Do you know the history behind this guy?
Yeah, Walter Russell was brilliant.
But he was a painter. That's all he was. He wasn't a scientist. He hasn't invented anything scientifical. He hasn't had any contributions to science. He did invent a few things. There are some patents out there under his name, but they aren't scientifical at all. You know, he wasn't a scientist. He just made comments on science that no other scientist took seriously.
Well, let's look into Walter Russell. That's actually a good topic to
Yeah,
bring up.
look into him.
I gotta
Look into him.
call my next customer really quick. Give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Take your time.
If somebody could be as so kind as to Wikipedia Walter Russell and let's see of his contributions to science and humanity.
Yeah. But I still think at the end of the day, Howard's point speaks volumes. You know, as much as you guys want to say these scientists are liars and their interpretations of things are wrong, this, that, and the third, the inventions made from their theories and their mathematics give us so much utility every day. The fact that we're talking on Discord, you know, like, I don't know, man.
But you realize Dyslo is also quoting and utilizing much of what was said by the actual people that actually give you the ability to talk on Discord today, right?
Sorry,
Walter Russell is not one of those actual people. Walter
you
Russell
think
didn't
Tesla?
invent
Do you think
anything that allows you to use Discord or quantum technology.
Do you
Richard
think that
Feynman
Tesla
definitely.
and Charles Proteus Steinmetz have anything to do with?
How about Oliver Heaviside, James Clerk Maxwell, Tesla,
Yeah,
Steinmetz?
those are important people, definitely. I totally. Well, I haven't heard you quote all of those guys. You know, it seems you only quoted 3 people.
Well,
Feynman being one of them.
You
all of
asked
those
for
guys
Walter.
talk about the dielectric field.
You asked for Walter Russell to be wikied. Is it Walter Bowman Russell?
Yeah, that's the guy.
Artist, philosopher, builder, musician, author, and
That's the guy, Benson. That's the guy.
Can we have an unbiased reference?
Well, you just told me to wiki him, so that's
Yeah.
what I've done.
I was being
What does it say about him, Benson? What like what does the wiki say
It
about
was a
him?
joke. It was a joke because like Feynman.
Okay,
Was it a joke?
Yeah, because like
No.
here's an idea. This is an idea. Okay, sorry.
I never heard of the guy, so I wikied him.
And what do you think, Benson? What do you think
I
about
don't
this
know.
Walter Russell?
It says that he wrote extensively on scientific topics. However, he was not taken seriously by the scientific community.
There you go.
Well,
where did you read that, Howard?
It actually
Howard, where did you read that?
We're not taken seriously by scientists. It doesn't say the scientific community. All right, so
Is that on his wiki?
So Howard just threw his own little extra word in there.
No, I ad-libbed. I ad-libbed it. I read it while ago. Here's what it says. Let's see. Russell wrote extensively on scientific topics, but these writings were not taken seriously by scientists. So that's not far from what I said. I mean, it's kind of the same thing.
Well, that's because they had a bias towards them. Like if you're contradicting one's paradigm, I mean,
Okay, Di, what do I look up to get an unbiased view on Walter Russell, seeing
no,
that it's not wiki?
I was being funny in saying that, man. I was breaking your balls.
Okay, well, you broke my balls successfully. Right.
You sounded pretty serious though, Dicelo, when you said that. But if you were joking, then cool.
Come on. You led me down a garden path, you Dicelo.
Yeah, you said
Well, I would
bad
say like
stuff. This is a bad look.
Well, I would say like with everything, right? If you want to get a good idea of an individual's ideas and what they're putting forth, why not go directly to the source and maybe digest some of Walter Russell's information outside of maybe somebody who has a bias critique of Walter Russell?
Well,
So you mean like read his own writings, right? Do you know what Walter Russell wrote about? That's why I think you guys don't really know Walter Russell. This dude was crazy. This dude talked about having an epiphany where he could perceive all sorts of motion and he was aware of everything and God talked to him. Wada.
I don't know.
You know?
He wrote a book called The Secret of Light. So you did write
Yeah.
a book.
How about Leonard
He did
Cohen?
write a book. Have you read that book, Banso? You should really read what this guy writes.
I'm not even reading. No.
Yeah, I had to read about this guy's ideas during school. So, I'm pretty well aware of who Walter Russell is. And trust me, guys, once you really read the things this guy wrote about, I don't know if you're going to be bringing up his quotes the way you are right now,
Well, could you say the same thing about Einstein, like some of the shit that he was into?
Definitely,
on the side.
Jerry. Einstein was a weird dude. Like
all these guys are weirdos.
Yeah, they're all weird. But the things he wrote about, in terms of claims he made about the nature of reality, those, I would say, 80% of it was pretty accurate. Einstein got a lot of things wrong, but he wasn't out there talking about having epiphanies, and his epiphanies prove how light works. He wasn't doing that. He was doing real experimentation, mathematics, and modeling.
Einstein. You just said Einstein wasn't doing that, or was?
Was.
Yeah, that's what Einstein was doing. Yeah.
He was. Yeah.
This
Russell dude.
He was just having
No, he
epiphanies
wasn't
in
doing
his
that.
head and coming up with how light works. That's what Einstein did. Yeah.
Did you hear me say that, Jeremy, or are you saying that's what you think he was doing?
That's what you said he was doing, right?
That's not what I said he was doing. Like, you don't even listen to me, bro. Jesus.
I thought you said he was doing that. My bad.
What I said was like 180 degrees in the opposite direction of saying that.
Yeah, so I must have misheard a word or two. Yeah.
You must have misheard a whole sentence. Yeah.
All right, break us off with some Einstein experiments.
The photoelectric effect. There's one. I mean, just look into that, Jim.
The photoelectric effect.
But I think I've made my point. I don't know, Dicelo.
Walter
Was that an experiment?
He did say that the sunlight we feel upon our bodies is not actual light from the sun. That's one of his quotes.
So where's that light from, Jess? You see what I'm saying? Like, are you gonna take someone seriously that says the light from the? So you're not taking him seriously. Good.
No, I did not say that at all. This guy could be a genius for all I know.
Yeah, it's like, dude, what's the difference between saying that and that you could bend space and time? It's like,
yeah, listen to this. Listen to this real quick, guys, real quick. A hallmark of Albert Einstein's career was his use of visualized thought experiments.
Yeah.
Speaking the
yeah,
God.
not what you said about him doing experiments and all kinds of goofy shit.
Whoa, Jeremy, just because he had thought experiments doesn't mean he didn't do any actual experiments.
That was
it just means that he was that was his one of the big things he was noted for, being the first type of theorist that could come up with these sort of experiments in his head, you know, such as Schrodinger's cat. That is a thought experiment. That's not an actual experiment. No one put a cat and cyanide inside a box and then wanted to wait and see, is the cat going to live or die? It's a thought experiment. Einstein created those. That, you know, that's
what's
why.
an experiment, Einstein? You gave me an effect, the photoelectric effect. You said.
Yeah, that's the name of the experiment and the outcome of that experiment.
Oh, and Einstein did this experiment?
Yeah, he did it at the same time Tesla was trying to do the experiment as well. And there was a third person also doing this experiment. Because him, Tesla, and someone else, they were trying to... So during that time, the prevailing idea within physics was that light acts as a wave. The problem was there were a few anomalies that this wasn't addressing. So there was this race to show that light can also act as a particle.
Listen, I googled what experiments. I googled what experiments did Einstein do, and this is from Wiki. The first result says, in his youth, he mentally chased beams of light for special
thought
relativity. I'm looking for an experiment.
Oh, I gave you one, the photoelectric effect. Why don't you Google that?
Nate, a race to show, right?
Mm-hmm.
Presupposing the model.
What do you mean presupposing the model?
Well, I think what he's saying is within the statement, there was a race to show light as a particle is kind of presupposing light being a particle and then trying to find a way to justify it.
He seems to have a lot of philosophical ideas, which is exactly what astrophysics is all about. Philosophical ideas.
Yeah, he's doing shit in his mind.
No, come on, guys. You guys, this is ridiculous.
I can't believe you're such a knocker of him. You should be all over him. Like yourself.
But the philosophical is just like, you know, the philosophical is just about like, you know, your internal thought process and things like that, like or your philosophy on your outlook on things. And so that being said, that's not synonymous with them saying these are rocks up there, they're this distance, here's a quasar, here's a collapsing star, here's all this and that, and those are just my thought experiments. Hell no. No. And if they were saying those are just my thought experiments, guess what? That would be totally fine. But they're not.
They add another layer to it. They say, this is my thought experiment, and it's your thought experiment too. You're like, no, thank you. Yeah, no, that's not. I don't see the bending and warping of space-time or see space and time as conceptual things that can be bent and warped. I mean, Kai says it the best. How many fat chicks does it take to get to an hour?
Yeah, I just want to onto the whole presupposition of light being particles. That isn't the case. The thing is, the way we see light interact with the natural world leads us to believe it's either a particle or a wave. We didn't blindly decide light is a particle, and I'm going to do experiments to prove it's a particle. That isn't science. That isn't falsification. What we did is, you gotta let me finish talking, bro. Come on.
You're monologuing, man.
What do you mean I'm monologuing? What? I just started talking, dog. I was quiet. It was Elijah talking, not me. Anywho, the reason we think light acts as a particle or a wave is because of how we see light interact with the world around us. It wasn't a presupposition. It's a hypothesis we came up with based on the nature of light.
Okay,
and
bro.
The first person to have that hypothesis was Newton with his corpusculary theory of light. Sorry, Don. I'm so sorry.
No, I'm sorry, and I'm interrupting because like I want to focus. Like we're gonna own the conflict right here. You said race to show. Okay, that's what you said, right? Okay, so that means it wasn't shown before, right?
That light acts as a particle, no. It wasn't shown before.
Right. So then they didn't know it because it wasn't shown yet, right?
But it was hypothesized. So because of how we see light interact with things, Newton came up with the hypothesis that light is a particle, right? It's called his corpuscular theory of light. He thought light should be made up of small particles.
You're getting way too
and this
deep,
helps.
though, man. Way too deep. Simple logics, yes or no's that we're on here. And it's just I'm just kidding around with you on your phrase out and kidding how it's like, of course that's what they do. Of course they're not gonna try to cheat and show it, but they are presupposing that it's there, and that's why they're spending work to try to freaking show it.
All scientific principles come out of presupposition. Everything is
Sure.
presupposed. I don't know.
And I'm just
It doesn't make
kidding.
it a balance though.
I don't know about
But
that.
you're gonna own
it's
that
just
shit,
that
mate. You're gonna own it. That's some funny shit.
Yeah, I'm going to own it, but I'm explaining why it's not a presupposition. We see light act in certain ways, and based on how we see light interact with the world around us, we make hypotheses on it. Because when light touches the surface of something, we see that its interaction is point-like. We don't see light interact with it in a wave-like fashion. We see light interact with this surface at this specific point. So from that, I could hypothesize light is a particle. I'm going to now go do experiments to prove it's a particle or to falsify my hypothesis. That's what they did. Yeah, it's not someone just sat down saying, I think light's a particle.
I don't
They had observations.
Well,
okay, what
I think it has to be. I think it has to be like the same as everything, whatever they want to call it. It ain't no different, right? Like there's not a special wave particle thing or whatever. You know what I mean? Everything is. I think everything's material, but we've laughed about that many times. But yeah, I think it's.
You might be right, Don. You might be right. The fact that we say light has a wave particle duality, the fact that we say an electron can interact with itself, right? That if you shoot one electron through two slits, we somehow see it split, interact with itself on the other side, and create interference. The fact we say this proves we don't really know what's going on. At the core of it, we don't really know what's going on in reality when we're not observing it or when we're not interacting with it. We are only able to know what's happening within reality as a participatory observer, not just as a 100% observer. We need to participate and interact and be a part of this to know what's going on.
Can you show me an isolated electron or an isolated photon? A single one?
What do you mean show you? Like you want me to show you a picture of one?
Well, it's claimed that, quote unquote, we can shoot single electrons or single photons and then study the effects of this. Do we have a good solid isolation of a single photon?
Yeah, we can isolate elementary particles pretty well. I'm not going to show you a picture. I don't have a picture, but you can Google a picture.
It's a good question, though. How would one go about isolating a single photon?
A single photon? You would need to use, I would use cold temperatures. I would use really strong magnets to at least polarize the medium it's in, so you can trap this photon within the medium it's in. To strongly magnetize it. So for a photon, there is a device we use. I totally forgot what we call it. Well, you could use microscopes, right? You could use a tunneling microscope, an electron tunneling microscope. You could use spectroscopy. But for things that have mass like protons and electrons, you would tend to use like a penning trap. Because these things have a charge, a positive or like a negative charge, which determines their magnetic moments. You could use a penning trap to trap it within a really strong magnetic field. But for something like a photon, yeah, I think you would use something optical, you know, a spectroscope or a tunneling microscope.
Photon tweezers.
Some sort of a trap medium. I would, you know,
Yes,
like
yes. You want to, because you were trying to
sensor.
trap light. You know, that's what you're
Yeah.
doing.
Double
so you need
slit.
a medium. What about the double slit?
Would that not work?
No. No, the double slit experiment was just here to show. Well, it was initially done because Thomas Young wanted to prove the wave nature of light. It's just later it turned into showing the quantum mechanical nature of light.
God, it's a beautiful day in California.
All light should be money.
I
All
mean,
money.
if you grew up in my house, you would have thought it was. Turn them damn lights off. Lights, money.
It sure is. I can imagine, like, you know how gas just doubled again in price, basically, over, 2 years.
A year and a half, 2 years, yeah.
So, like, I can imagine, like, if there was a time when, like, our parents went through that with, like, electricity power prices, where they're like, it's $10 a week, and then it's 20.
Taught me about the brownouts,
Sir?
the fake fucking. Who do you think taught us about those brownouts? The fake, when they act like they have to shut down everybody's power here and there so they can save power. They were running that shit.
Oh,
They're doing that in South Africa at the moment. Twice a day in South Africa, they shut off the power for a couple of hours.
Yeah, it teaches people that that's a very, very important commodity and that we can play with the price if we want. You'll pay anything for that shit.
Yeah. Kurt, do you think that they can't make enough in South Africa?
Yeah, well, that's like, in the in the 80s, all the oil was supposed to be gone, remember? And then it kept going and going, and now here we are, and now it's even more full than it was in the 80s. What is going on?
Yeah, like it's filling back up or something like that. Like
Yeah, like it's abiotic or something. Like the Earth is making it through electrochemical processes very rapidly underground or something. It's almost like oil is a renewable resource. Yeah. I'm sorry. Let me try that coffee.
That's what's up, man. Good morning.
Good morning, baby.
Good morning.
I've seen that conspiracy theorist video where they have that oil guy talking about how all the oil people know that there's hella oil everywhere.
Dude, I have a friend she used to be on my hangouts and shit years ago all the time, and she was an ex-executive of the Shell company, and she told me all about that shit. She said we've known about it like since the 80s. We've known that a lot of the wells we cap off after we initially drain them as fast as down to their lower levels. 20 years later, they were all full again, overfilled, like exploding out.
Right.
And
Chick, what do you think about that, Cheek? What do you think? IQ, what do you think? Is that real? Is that propaganda?
Oh, it's 100% real. It's admitted, but they have an excuse for it that the porous stone is, holding a lot of the oil, so it's just falling back out of the porous stone.
They seem genuine. I'll put my opinion out there. To me, it seems like genuine stuff. Like it'd be just weird. Go ahead.
No, it's possible, right?
It
Well,
just
there
seems
is a chemical process, right? We just need to know that if that electrochemical process is the features necessary for that are present. and it's all the materials are present. Is the electric circuitry present?
I want to see
Yeah.
a mainstream agree with it. I want to see.
Yeah.
Like, who do we have? We have nobody. Nate, do you just? What's up, Nate?
What's up?
What do you think about the oil thing that we talking about? Do you think it's some conspiracy bullshit propaganda, or do you think it's like, yeah, they definitely there's hella oil, you know, we it ain't what we think. What you think?
I do think there is a lot of oil, but I don't think it's like an infinite supply. You know, I would say it's very hard to reach, and if we dried up all of the reserves we have now that are easy to reach, you know, it does take a while for them to supplement, to fill up again. So maybe from that standpoint, you could say it's
What
I
about
don't know,
the what about
it's a
the
precious commodity.
yeah? What about the fact that since we're moving out of oil, right? The U.S. is still not letting its citizens have the oil. I mean, why don't we just for a couple of years get some free fucking oil? Since you know what I mean, we're not going to be using this shit like that. It just doesn't make any sense
Oh,
that
dude, there's tons of
they're
yeah,
rope doping us.
there's tons of oil at the American-Canadian border. They won't let us drill for, they claim, because the EPA and shit. Dude, if you're making trillions of dollars a year selling this thing, you're not gonna just unleash a shit ton of it on the world. Like guys that own these oil rigs and shit, or you know, these Saudi Arabia oil princes and shit, like they're not gonna just unleash a ton of it to make the price go down. They want to get as much per gallon as possible.
Exactly, and they want to give you a scarcity story, like they always do. Remember, it was going to be global freezing. The world was going to freeze over in the 70s. We were moving into an ice age, and it scared everybody into buying energy, oil, fucking stocks, all that shit. And then now we're going to overheat, you know. So now we got to buy, you know, electricity for, you know what I mean, stocks for our fucking nuclear plants, and it just seems like we're getting rope-a-doped every time we turn around, man. Here, now buy this vaccine because of this other thing we fear porned you with. And then here, now buy this because, you know, I'm like over it. Meanwhile, there's an opium epidemic, and the same company giving you the vaccines just pays a little fine for killing lots of people every year.
Yeah, don't. Let's not go there.
On accident.
On accident.
Yeah. Now we're fine. Now I can say that. It's fine.
Well, considering that global warming was first identified in the 1800s, it hardly seems like they'd say we were going into an ice age in the 1970s.
Oh, you didn't see the newspaper articles and all that shit?
You believe everything you read in the newspaper, right?
Oh, is that what I'm saying here? That I believed it or that I don't believe it? Try to figure it out here, man, with me. Come on. I'll give you one more shot.
I don't think the scientific community seriously thought we were going into an ice age in the 70s.
Well, they were sure telling that to the news articles, and the news articles were pumping it. I mean, I don't think they made it up, right? Like they just had the science on their own. Just some regular journalists went with science from themselves.
I mean, Noah's got an article. Oh my bad. No, this is climate.gov. In 1970s, they said there'd be an ice age. This is from Noah, actually.
So there you go. That's not from some journalist, is it? That's from a scientific publication. Well, it is a .com, isn't it? Oh no, it's .gov.
That's from the
Oh
government.
no,
So
this
well,
is actually
believe
saying
that
this
anyway.
is a video overview of the history of climate science with the goal of debunking the idea that in the 1970s climate scientists were predicting global cooling. So they're saying they weren't saying that.
No, but the news
Very
articles were.
misleading title.
Mm-hmm. I remember reading the damn things.
Well, Wiki's got an article on it. They said it was a conjecture in the 70s.
There's a lot of
especially
backpedaling having to
during.
be done. They probably swept up a lot of the fucking fear porn that they were pushing out about it, since they're pushing this new one now, right? And they do control the fucking internet.
Information
funny.
era, man. And I don't know. Well,
Sorry, go ahead, man.
I know that, like, okay, even if it's conjecture and stuff, like, you know, this fringe science stuff or these maybes, when that shit comes out, like the clickbait articles, the science teachers are into that shit. And then the science teachers teach that to the kids, regardless of his career. You know what I mean? Like, that shit, that's kind of what the messy issue is in this whole arena for me, is like that message of how
politicizing it. Yeah.
Yeah. The confidence level needs to really be communicated more to the masses.
Here we go. Indeed, the global cooling trend of the 50s and 60s led to a minor global cooling hysteria in the 70s.
I told you. And then look up the oil shortages and the predictions of oil and how they were going to run out in the 80s. It's just all
There's
this
a lot
fear
of
porn.
people trying to
It pushes people
debunk
to buy
this
things.
notion. There's a lot of people trying to debunk this notion that there's in the 70s they were saying it was global cooling.
Well, they got to save face, right? Because you can't just turn around and say the very opposite thing and still be the authority on the science. Without, you got to cover your tracks a little bit and like, oh, well, we weren't saying that exactly. I mean, yeah.
Be more believable if they were honest and said, yeah, we were saying that, but now we're saying this.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, are they saying that there's hella oil right now? I think it's interesting how much work they must actually do with this oil in these places where they claim it's causing these crazy earthquakes and stuff like that. Like, it must be a real delicate system or massive amount of taking, whatever you call it, the taking of the oil.
Yeah.
Massive. Like, can you imagine shaking whole towns and shit? Like, with the whole fucking town? From drilling some holes in the ground and taking out the little, you know what I mean? The little liquid layer. Like, that's crazy. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's propaganda. I guess I want to ask that. Is that some
Bro, if you search this shit, it's all propaganda. I'm like 3 pages deep into the Google search. It's just all.
They got documentaries, dude, of like really these towns having crazy earthquakes that they didn't have before, you know, from taking this oil, right? Like, to me, that's the coolest shit about like flat earth, to be like, yo, if this totally other model, like if it's not a lava ball or something, or, you know.
Yeah, this is from CBS News right here. Myth. In the 1970s, scientists warned about the coming ice age. They were wrong, so why should we believe them now? Question mark. Like, there's just tons of propaganda.
And that's what it's taught in schools.
Here's an EDU site, umd.edu. One reason they supported that idea in the 70s is because usually every 11,500 years we go through cycles of shifts from ice ages. I mean, I don't know. They got so much shit up here you don't even know what to believe.
I thought the main thing was like because of automobiles, right? And emissions. And that was like the main thing. They were trying to be like compel people to, you know, not hurt the earth environment. And it was because of this new man-made technology that it was massively on a massive scale hurting. Right? That was like the main thing. Other than that, what else was we gonna do about it? What else was, you know,
buy more oil. We were gonna burn more oil and coal.
But it's like, yeah, that's making me think like they were doing like, and then there was the aerosol thing that was a little bit, but it's like, why are they trying to say
both things make the oil price go up, right? It's going to get cold, so you need to invest in oil, right? And you know what I mean? And then
I see that side of it.
so,
I see some like
and then
get
there's
away
a
from
scarcity.
oil
Hold on
leverage
one
though
second.
too, right?
There's a scarcity, right? At the same time, so that puts the price up. So you need it real bad, and the price just went up. So it's a double. You know, it gives you the motivation to buy it, even though the price is higher.
But do you think there's two groups that are fighting, or do you think it's one group that wants to transition out of that hard oil work and into some new work? Because don't you also see like positions of them saying like, don't do the carbon stuff, save the oil, less renewable, different energies. Like, do you think it's
Look,
two
I'm a
sides?
conspiracy theorist, hardcore, right? So here's my opinion. My opinion is they know that oil is abiotic and it keeps on. It's like renewable and it keeps replenishing itself, and there's no scarcity. So and we're going to find out. And it's going to just a matter of time at this point. So they need to transition into another with a different excuse, into another energy before we find out that this shit is actually free, like water, and we should not be paying so much for it. So now that because lithium is not renewable, obviously we have to mine it from mountains, and it's, you know what I mean? And so I'm just saying, to me, it just seems like the same people pretending to be other people, the other side. They already own the other side of the energy company. The oil companies, they've bought all the fucking, you know, the oil companies aren't just oil companies; they're energy companies. So they have all the energy. You know what I mean? So it's just they're not really fighting each other. They're themselves playing controlled opposition. You know, Pepsi and Coke, the same bank owns them, but you know, you think they're separate, but they're both of their money goes in the same savings pit.
That would be amazing.
Well, I mean, that's
a lot of money.
When you go to a restaurant, when you go to Taco Bell or you know what I mean, or Kentucky Fried Chicken or whatever, you know, the thing that makes the most money at the restaurant is the Coke and the Pepsi. That's really who owns the restaurants.
My number one thing, bro. That's my, I needs it. I need some the Pepsi energy.
Tell you right now, it's worth going to Taco Bell just for Mountain Dew Baja Blast.
Hey, Jeremy, did you say you just kind of did a cursory look and they're now claiming that when scientists were saying there was going to be a coming ice age, that's allegedly now a myth, that was never promoted?
Oh, yeah, dude, the top Google results, I went through like 3 or 4 pages.
So this is...
It's obvious what's going on.
Yeah, this is a good example of how you should not put 100% trust in the results that you find within the internet, because things can easily be hidden for certain agendas.
Yeah,
And just to let you know, I distinctly remember as a child, we took a school field trip to a place that's called Mastodon State Park in Missouri, where they had allegedly discovered the fossil remains of woolly mammoths in the state of Missouri, and the claim was that there was a glacier during the ice age that reached all the way down to Missouri, if not further. And I very distinctly remember being propagandized within that field trip through a 30 minute to an hour lecture about how if we don't stop doing the things that we're doing, we're going to see another ice age and that Missouri would be covered by another glacier. So that idea was being perpetuated even into the mid 80s when this took place. I know that from personal experience.
Yeah, but the whole like not the whole thing, but most of the first 3 or 4 Google search page results were all shit on how it's debunked, how it's a myth, how it wasn't true, tons of shit.
How the claim that was promoted wasn't true, or that the science that was promoted was a myth and wasn't true?
You're saying scientists didn't believe this.
That's complete nonsense, because like I gave in that example, I was personally propagandized as a child at a state park.
not at a state park, but I mean, same, man. I remember this as a big deal. It was, we were going into a mini ice age. I was scared.
Whether scientists were saying it or not, I think is irrelevant at this point. The point is, it was getting pushed to the public hardcore, and if the scientists weren't with it, that makes it even fucking worse. We're just getting fed bullshit.
Hey, Jeremy, which scientist told us that it would be safe if we, from a nuclear war, if we just hid under our desks at school?
Duck and cover, baby.
That's so silly. That's
They
gonna
used to
save
do that
you.
to us, though. They did
I
that
know.
to us. Man. They're like, hey, the horns would go off, wah, 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 and they'd be like, under your desk. This is a drill under your desk, and where everybody freaks out, man. This is what you prepare for a nuclear war. Prepare for a nuclear war. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh no, honey, I'm older than you. It was about nuclear war. Definitely, we were in the Cold War. And this was about Russia and the nuclear war. This was all about pushing fear of the communists on us children, dude. We were there all about it, man, knowing it.
You would have been all right, bro. Getting under that desk. That's like, that's the equivalent of like when you're a kid and you think of monsters in the room and you just put the blankets over you and you make sure that there's no gaps in it.
Yeah.
That's the equivalent of getting under your desk if a nuclear bomb hits.
Yeah, here's a grizzly bear. Just put a blanket over your head.
Yeah. Think of the psychological aspects the psychological effects that.
Exactly. And you guys
does
wonder
on
why
the
I have a
children.
twitch? You wonder why I've got a twitch? You know what I mean?
So it furthers the propaganda in a way that makes it real to every individual, right? You know that there's a threat of nuclear war because in school you have to prepare for it, right? Even though the threat can be 100% fictitious, it drives home, especially into the minds of children, the fear propaganda of the threat of a nuclear war from.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. They're saying it's not true with the scientists. If that is the case, though, that just makes it even that much worse that they were pushing this on the public so hard without any scientific backing to it at all. You think that's better or worse?
Look at right now, Jeremy. It's worse. Look at right now, Jeremy. The science on the
Do they
mask.
think that's really better that they were reporting on it back then? They had no scientific backing. Now they're reporting it was a myth, and scientists never believed that, and they were just pushing bullshit. So we supposed to, and like one of the people quoted it like that. They're like, well, they said it was going to be an ice age, so why should we believe them now? Why should we believe you guys now when you tell us that global warming's coming when you were just lying to us before? If it wasn't the scientists and you just made that shit up, you're the guys we shouldn't be listening to.
Yeah, especially when the whole global warming thing was pushed from the start, saying that the science was settled, meaning it could not be disputed. That was at the very beginning of the campaign for global warming. The science had already been settled, allegedly. So there's no need to discuss the science behind the global warming agenda. That's been settled. That's what's messed up about the whole global warming thing. And people believe that, and people push that trope, right? I don't know how many people I've gotten in an argument about global warming with over the years that say the science has already been settled, right? But there is no actual intellectual discussion about the science that ever takes place. Most people that are proponents of global warming already come from the assumption that the science has been settled without understanding what the science is at all to begin with, if there even is any. Like many things, it comes from this presumed assumption, right? The science is settled on global warming. Now let's move forward, right? Since we know the Earth is a globe, now let's move forward with everything. Since we know this, since we know that, the science has already been settled, right? Most of these ideas come from a alleged already established point, and there can be no discussion or argumentation about how that point was initially established.
Here
My
goes
bad. My
the
AirPod died
nasty one.
earlier. Did you guys hear what I said?
Yeah.
Nah, bro. Didn't hear nothing.
I said if the media was pushing this on us without any scientific backing, if that's what heads want to claim, why should we listen to them now? Like, why should we listen to them about anything if they were just lying to us before?
What did they lie about?
Well, if the scientists didn't think an ice age was coming, and they got all these articles saying an ice age is coming, why should we believe them now about anything they say if they were just lying to us back then? Like, I don't think
Well,
they're in
maybe
this weird
maybe
catch-22.
maybe they weren't lying. Maybe they were just wrong, Jeremy. Maybe I mean, let's try and get context. Why did they believe an ice age was coming? Like, what
Jeremy,
about
Nate, you're not
global
listening.
climate?
He's saying that they did not believe it, but yet they said it anyway. This is what the evidence is. You have to challenge his evidence now or something, because it
What?
seems you're not following his assumption.
Is that really what happened? Scientists
now-
didn't believe an ice age was coming, but they said it's coming.
What he said
Bro,
in triplicate.
now hold on, Don. Right now, the media is saying it's a myth. There was never an ice age coming. Scientists didn't believe that shit. Okay, that's what they're saying now. But if they were pushing it in the 70s, why should we believe them now?
I'm so confused. What the media today is saying in the 70s, scientists didn't believe in an ice age.
And
but
then-
in the
and it was a myth.
70s, okay, but in the 70s, who was saying there's an ice age? Was it the media or scientists?
The media. So why should we believe the media? Why should we believe
Alright,
the
so
media now
if-
when they're telling us it was a myth?
Yeah, if what you were saying is actually what happened, Jeremy, I'm not sure. Then yes, you shouldn't believe the media. Yeah, it sounds like they're going back on their own statements, but you also got to think that between now and the 70s, that's like 50 years. The people that were in the media then are not the same people now, and you can't just see the media as like one person. It's different people, and maybe the information the media had in the 70s told them there's a thingy
Dude,
happening.
they're all reading from the same script, bro. Bob Dole's got this awesome clip of them doing a speech. It's verbatim, word for word. They're all reading off the same script, dude.
So, question, right? Throughout the 70s and early 80s, the coming ice age that was pushed through the media, this was allegedly backed by science data at the time, right? Didn't they use the scientific community in order to push that that idea of a coming ice age?
Aren't there people alive
or
here
they
that
just
that
made it up. Or they just made it up and we shouldn't believe. They're in a catch-22. Like if they say there was no
Wasn't any of
scientific
you
data
alive
for
in
it.
the 70s? Wasn't you
Yes,
alive in the 70s,
most of
Jeremy?
us were. Most of us were, yes.
Yeah, so I mean, I have no idea. Like, this is the first time I'm hearing about this. You guys were alive when it happened. Like, what was going on?
Dude, they were promoting that an ice age was coming.
Mm-hmm.
They were saying, yo, an
Oh.
ice age is coming. Watch out.
They perpetuated that up through the mid 80s because I was born in the beginning of the 80s, and as a child I was shown this propaganda at a Mastodon State Park, which is where woolly mammoth fossils were allegedly found, and supposedly at one point in time there was a glacier that came all the way down through the state of Missouri. And I was taken on a school field trip to this Mastodon State Park and then pumped full of this propaganda of a coming ice age as a young child in the mid to late 80s.
So how did it go from there's an ice age coming towards global warming? Like, why did they stop talking about the ice age? Did you guys do something to fix things? Like the
For
way
decades
we
before
stopped using,
for decades.
yeah, but say, for example, we stopped using CFC, so the ozone's closed. Did you guys do something like that?
I'll tell you why they thought an ice age was coming. For decades before the 70s, we were in a period of global cool. It was getting cooler.
Okay.
Earth was getting cooler, according to them. So they thought an ice age was coming.
And we sell more aerosols now than we did then, by the way, guys. So
Okay,
I mean, it's
so-
not as if stopping aerosols would stop the ozone. Remember, because the ozone, they were showing us the holes in the ozone over the poles, and they were going, "Oh my God, look, it's getting bigger." But that's because the sun doesn't reach that area at the time because it takes the UV
Acid
rays.
rain. Acid
It
rain
takes,
was the
Yeah,
big thing.
but
hold on a second. The UV rays
isn't
have
it?
to be the oxygen in order to stack the oxygen to threes, and that's how that's what ozone is O3. So when there's no sunlight present, there's not going to be any ozone there. So, but when that time of the year happens, so when the sun comes back to that area, it builds the ozone back. But they were using that as a fear porn, as if we didn't know the actual mechanism, and they were trying to tell us that the ozone is disappearing and that we're all going to burn up and die.
I remember
So
that
I
acid
thought,
rain thing.
yeah, but I thought it was due to CFC gases. Like that's what I got told in grade school, that we shouldn't buy like deodorants that have CFC. You should look at the back. You shouldn't buy a fridge that uses CFC chemicals, or like, yeah, I thought it was all about CFCs and pesticides having CFCs and whatnot. I don't know.
I mean, either
Irregardless,
way.
the point being is that the fear that was foisted on the general public was a coming ice age, and then when the climate started to go back to more of a warming period, now the fear has been transformed from fear of a coming ice age to fear of global warming, melting of the polar ice caps, rise in sea levels, all of this stuff. And I guarantee you, when we get a certain amount of years down the road and none of those fear projections come to fruition, there will be probably another shift back to a coming ice age or whatever,
Yeah, who knows, man? So you guys don't think global temperatures are rising, or
Dude, if they
feel?
are, I don't think it's under our control, because I mean, let's face it, there was an ice age before, and humans weren't putting CFCs or whatever the fuck we were doing driving cars, 10,000 years ago or whenever they claimed the ice age was. So it's clearly beyond our control on if an ice age or global warming happens. And if the planet is getting cooler or hotter, it doesn't mean that we're necessarily headed into a doomsday scenario. You know what I mean? It was getting cooler in the 50s and 60s. They thought an ice age was
Jeremy,
coming.
the Earth is greener now than 30 years ago. All the
Yeah, do you know
satellite
why
data,
it's greener?
all the high
Answer
altitude images that you go listen, bro, all the high altitude images that you can go look at shows the vegetation growth of Earth has increased. If the Earth is increasing in vegetation growth, is that a negative thing? How could that possibly be a negative thing? More vegetation means more food for critters, more food production in general, more life, more plant, more life. So how
Well,
is
I'll
this a
tell you why
negative?
it's
Oh, well,
negative.
it puts more precipitation into the air, and that's what they're claiming. The reason why it's more flooding is because there's more precipitation. Okay, so man has been
I'll tell you why
nomadic
it's
for
negative.
thousands of years. We've moved and basically migrated like animals do, based on seasons and so forth. Well, modern technology allows man to live in environments that are not inhabitable, right? We can put up dikes and we can put up things to prevent flooding and all that stuff, trying to manhandle Mother Nature. And so we're now at this stage where we're trying to manhandle Mother Nature, but yet we're not winning. And so therefore we're a cause because we're not winning. No, man, the Earth is the greenest it's ever been. It's great, fantastic. It's wonderful. The Earth is expanding. We're not overpopulated. None of that stuff exists. The only thing that does exist that needs to be fixed is the excess materialism that we've gotten ourselves into, the planned obsolescence that corporations have practiced, and the nullification of our legal system when it comes to having just the right amount of money to get away with
I mean,
it.
the planned obsolescence thing is probably
I was
the
gonna
number
say.
one contributor. The planned obsolescence thing is probably the number one contributor when it comes to us
Well, you know what
releasing CO2 or
they're
whatever.
saying? You know what they're saying by 2030? And this is businessmen saying this. This is something you can go fact check. If you watch BNN or investment companies, businessmen are investing in the future. Part of the future includes this: no TVs, no cell phones. Oh, wow. How is that possible? Because they claim that the new 5G, well, 6G technology by then will produce holographic images that you can basically interact with in 3D space, meaning there's no need for TVs and there's no need for fucking cell phones because you're going to have transponders in your house. They're going to basically project 3D. This is businessmen are saying this shit. They're investing billions of dollars into this for the future. So part of the Great Reset is the idea is that you're going to take on a monk-esque belief system, in the sense is that they're doing it now. It's just a form of virtual signaling, which is you're going to take on the personal burden and responsibility for the environment, your brethren and stuff. It's going to be a campaign towards the individual state of sacrifice for the greater cause. That is going to be what they're going to be programming the kids with. It's going to be coming heavy by 2025. It's crazy, dude. It's going to be like monk shit. And this is it's called a Joachim prophecy. If you go look at it, and it's something they've wrote about thousands of years ago, and they're manifesting it through technology, right? So it's quite brilliant how they planned, like, it's just, I don't know whether it's planned. It's just they look at ancient writings, they claim it's ancient writings, and for some reason it matches up to modern times. It's like, okay, so Newton predicted 17,500 miles an hour, and yet in modern science we travel 17,500 miles an hour. So the point is that you have this setup, it seems, right? Now, whether it's ancient historical fact you can verify, or it's just a setup to tell a story.
So the winner, data. What if they know this was the ancient technology, right? What if this is something that they know is cyclical, like a catastrophe or whatever this, humanity, it's like a cycle of humanity, and then they wipe it out
It's a cycle.
start it over.
They did know it's a cycle. 1300 years ago. 1300 years ago, it happened. They have evidence now. In the 1500s, there was an explorer. Apparently, I haven't verified much of this, but a Hancock guy talks about it. He talks about how an explorer in the 1500s went past a canal in Brazil, perhaps, or the southern countries, past the equator there, Brazil, Argentina, that stuff, that area. Anyway, he sailed in that, I can't remember the river, but he sailed past major civilizations. He described them as beautiful people, millions of people, structures, buildings, crowds. And then 100 years later, another explorer went to go verify these findings, and none of it existed. So literally 100 years it took for this major population just to disappear and vanish, and it was millions of people, right? And now they have evidence, because what's happened is the part of the jungle is now exposing itself. Now I can't remember why it's being exposed, but anyway, they're starting to see the artifacts that were reported in the 1500s, showing that a great civilization actually did live there. And in fact, the theory is that the Europeans, as they were exploring these places, brought smallpox. And the theory is that the civilization caught smallpox and killed them all. I think that's bullshit. I think it's a lie. It's probably just another catastrophic event, right? Like a flood or something like that nature, something environmental in that nature, right? Because that's what the evidence shows. If we look at land masses in the prairies here in Canada, we have where it looks like waves or big ocean bodies sat there and vibrated or like oscillated, causing the ground to have these ripple patterns, right? And that only happens on a plane surface, by the way.
Tell us more about the TVs in your head. I would claim that the holographic projectors in the home, those are just new TVs, but the thing in your head where it's just gonna walk around and pop out of your eye or whatever, like tell me more about their plan for that.
So I'm not talking about any of that stuff. I'm just talking about what the businessmen are hyped about and investing. They're claiming in the videos that I've seen that they've had firsthand experience with holographic technology, and by 2030, no, there's not going to be a need for a cell phone the way that they have it set up. Now, what is that? All the detail of that, I can't tell you the 100% of that detail. I'm just reporting back what these businessmen are suggesting the future is going to be like and what they're investing in.
Do they think it's going to be more infrastructure upgrade, or if it's going to be more like cyborg implant?
It's going to be I have
they need the grid system, right? They need it. They need everything on a grid system. So ideally, their future is everything's connected. So your dishwasher, your fridge, your stove, your TV, your glasses, your computer, your watch, everything will have a grid system. So like Skynet, right? So Amazon, it's essentially Skynet. So you have all of these integrated systems communicating with each other through Bluetooth, essentially through Bluetooth, unless when they upgrade to whatever system it is. So they're communicating, building a grid system, right? So basically anything in that field of range, once they have anything in between that field of range, they can detect what's there. So it's just monitoring, right? It's a grid system that they're trying to build with these devices. So that's why they have to have everything digital and on the system. And so they're curtailing to that technology. So whatever device they create, it's dependent on the Skynet they're creating.
Okay.
Fun conversation.
Oh, and Skynet's a real thing. You can go fact check it. I know it's from Terminator, but it's a real thing. So,
see, I mean, I know they want all these smart, not they want, but I know there's all these smart devices, and the more connectivity can just give them more spying possible information or whatever. But
well, here's how I know this stuff.
Priority, right? I'm saying, don't you? Let me get to it. Don't you think? I definitely would think if I was the business person, I would want the implant in the person's head, and like that would be the thing I want everyone to make sure. Oh, let's talk them all into connecting these implants, bro. Y'all got to get the implant.
Well, if you're talking about Neuralink, yes, that's obviously the end game. This is why Elon Musk, to me, is not they're all being charged in court anyway. At least there's a guy trying to charge them all for crimes against humanity. Basically, the idea is that big tech in general, whoever is involved in big tech, supplied a device, a service for people to perform illegal activity. And that's just a given. If you're given something, a platform that can hide privacy and shield information, of course, you're going to perform illegal activity on it. And a lot of my information I get comes from BlackBerry. BlackBerry is a security company. It was once a cell phone company, but now it's all about cybersecurity. So the information that I get about connectivity, Skynet, how they're using their algorithms and their artificial intelligence, whether it's CrowdStrike, Norton, whatever, they're all... Anyway, BlackBerry is what I find reveals the future. The idea is that every corner block, every building will have transponders. And these transponders are going to be communicating 24, instantaneously to every single device. Well, every single device has to be protected security-wise, right? So BlackBerry is actually building the security for this network, apparently. And they just made a deal with, I think they're sitting at $5 or $6 a share. And they just made a deal with Microsoft or Google for security. So all that information I get is not mine. I'm not creating it up. It's there for you. They're planning for a connected world. They need a connected world. And the ironic part is if you look at the solar cycle, if we're on an electrical system and we have floods and we have weather changes, cold weather, the electric system is something we should be not going towards. Be something going the opposite direction. But I think that's how they get their collapse because the mining thing is an issue too. Because how can you be environmentally friendly in mining? It's oil heavy. Now, granted, there's places like Suncor in Alberta, Canada, have robots that do the mining. Like officially, there's no employees anymore. There's just machines that go and pick the material up and bring it back. Suncor is like extremely advanced when it comes to mining oil and stuff. Whatever, the robot world is crazy, right? It's growing exponentially fast. But it's that transition. There's no way you can have any carbon neutral. There's no way that you can do any of this ESG if you're going to mine lithium, cobalt, nickel, copper, gold all over again. You need a lot of oil. So it's and the mining thing is going to go, right? That's what they need for their electrical cars. So it's just this real big hypocrisy that I see. I don't know who else sees it, but they don't hide a thing.
I'm with you on that. They try to sell you. They try to sell you the story, but they don't hide it. They put both sides up in front.
They don't hide fucking nothing. They're so cocky and arrogant. They don't care. They know you're not going to do anything. So I'm the nutter for just going, hey, look at that. Hey, look at that. What's that?
Hey, Data. No, you're not a nutter for any of this shit. It's for that other shit.
I have a question for you, Data. You see this kind of physical infrastructure being set up for the Skynet type world, right? Do you feel that even as that is going to be implemented and that infrastructure is going to come in place, that people's interactions within the world, within commerce and all of that is also simultaneously going to be shifted to a more virtual type environment, similar to like metaverse type ideas?
Well, here's the thing. Here's how they're going to build it first. So the idea online with all these satellite companies and these imaging companies, if you will, basically the idea is to have us on a system, an alert system, right? An environmental alert system, let's say. So when there's environmental hazards or something, the system can integrate itself and respond. This is what BlackBerry's working on for security, for environmental disasters, and so forth, right? So it's going to start out as a cause for forest fires. It's going to start out. So we're going to basically what it is to get the 24-hour surveillance. They're already doing it now, but just to have it actually legal and upfront and it's a different story, right? Espionage and what they're doing now is different. So the idea is to have the satellites observe, land, whether it be public land, private land, whatever. They're going to have the right to observe it because they're going to say, well, we're going to surveil this land because it's for environmental purposes. So that's what's coming first. So you're going to have all this surveillance put in place, due for my environmental purposes, and then you're going to have the warning system set up. And BlackBerry is going to be the front-loaded artificial intelligence system. It's called Cylance. That's their AI division, and they have this whole portal thing. So like the idea is they want to have your own portal. So right now you have an IP address. It's just like essentially a portal, right? But the new Web 3.0, you're going to have your own portal that you're going to work out of, and everything that you lay in your block can't be altered. It's like you can't delete anything, you can't change anything, you can't edit anything. Once it's there, it's there. You can have copies, but then you have to have anyway. The system they have is crazy. It's definitely online, like you say, definitely more driven towards making money online, definitely towards less travel, and then with the carbon credits and the ESG system, it's going to be crazy, man. It's going to be, well, it could be the way they have to sell it, though. They have to make people money, right? They're going to have to give people a lot of money in the crypto world. They're going to have to make people have unique jobs. Like, for instance, they're already doing it now. There's a coin called Steppen, which is basically a cryptocurrency that if you eat, exercise, and do these regimens, they'll pay you cryptocurrency to do it. It's already happening. Steppen is the coin. So this is the new economy, right? So it's definitely online, but it's going to appeal to a lot of people, especially the online metaverse, because for the novelty of going into the metaverse, walking up to Pizza Hut and ordering pizza in the metaverse, and all of a sudden it shows up to your door, kids like that shit. And who wouldn't like that shit as a kid? And who doesn't like 3D graphics as a kid? So it's
right. So yeah,
it's going to be.
I can personally lend some credence to this based on some information that I have via the what I do for a living. And yes, there is a big shift. Even within health benefit programs, you used to see these health benefit programs where you could manually log physical activities that you're doing in order to receive physical gift cards to be able to have a reward for living a healthy lifestyle. And over the years, that shifted recently into a requirement for the program is a biometric device like a Fitbit or an Apple Watch to be able to log your biometrics, get that input into the system for further confirmation and now payment in the form of a digital cryptocurrency that can be used similarly to the gift cards, but it's been a slow shift away from manual input into the system to receive physical gift cards to this linked biometric system to receive cryptocurrency. And I know within most industries as a whole, because what I do for a living goes across all industries of commerce. The biggest focus currently is on the metaverse, as flat out stated within correspondence within industry.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. I mean, that particular environment for the youth, especially if they make occupations, jobs, codings, and stuff like that, very profitable. Which I think that's why they have so much money and have extorted the money that they have.
I was reading somebody works at a Burger King in the metaverse. I think they get like $2 an hour or some shit.
Well, here's
But
the thing.
yeah, I'm
So if you,
about to get that Steppin' app. It's for the iPhone. Do you know about it or?
yeah, no, I know about it, but I haven't used it. I about 4 years ago, I came across a patent that Bill Gates did, and it's patent 060606 or something like that. And it's regarding the technology. It's a wearable technology. It's not an injection or an edible or an injection like most people think. It's just a wearable. It starts out off as a wearable, but in the sense that this wearable tracks your fitness health. And I'd have to go back and read exactly because it's been years ago. But Bill Gates came up with it apparently, and so that's just the first birthings of it, if you will. Which again, like Klaus Schwab said from the World Economic Forum, he said that they have to make it attractive, right? They can't just go and do the Great Reset and make everybody harm, even though there's going to be a lot of angry people because essentially it's the job shift. And
100%.
So when it's the job shift, the security of that individual now becomes threatening because nobody in that field change is going to do coding. Now, what they might do is do a shift to renewables, but again, you're looking at by 2050, 2060, maybe that's possible.
Well, think of it this way. We were sold this idea that all of this surveillance and technological tyranny would come in the form of something similar to like 1984, where a jackbooted authoritarian regime would come in and install cameras everywhere and gather all this information. But in reality, what's taking place, and I think this is the diversion, everybody's looking for this tyrannical overlords to have jackbooted thugs come in to install this system of tyranny. But what's actually taking place is these little technological devices are slowly being sold to the public in a way that the public is actually begging for more of this surveillance type equipment to come into their life. And the public as a whole doesn't see how this technocratic tyranny is being slowly laid on top of them because they're looking for something like a regime coming in and forcing people to have cameras in their home or forcing them to wear something that gives them the biometric data. It's actually the exact opposite. People are being sold the idea of these things and are actively installing this technological tyranny themselves enthusiastically.
I don't think there's an end game to it. That's the issue. It's just entertainment, right? So they don't understand that the end game for the person who's designing the technology is not just to give you the material for free, but to benefit in some way, to offer you something free so that you're compliant to give it. And that compliance allows them to biohack human beings. So that information is solely just for biohacking human beings. That's all this is about. That grid system, Skynet system, is not just for solely spying, it's biohacking. That's the ultimate goal with it. And again, they clearly tell you in their paperwork. They don't hide it.
Yeah, and the unassuming public looks at anybody that kind of understands the end game as a quote unquote conspiracy theorist, right? When the people who are implementing all of this stuff basically come right out and tell you for the most part what's taking place, the unassuming public just doesn't necessarily research that or understand it.
The World Economic Forum doctors on stage in front of Leonardo DiCaprio and Biden and the whole crowd, at least that's the edit, what the edit shows, standing on stage talking about what they're doing. They essentially are allowing the elites to use the technology, the algorithms and codes and script language to create their own digital tyrannies, forms of it, groups of it, right? And the idea is that the change, the fourth industrial revolution, if you will, is to change the inner individual genetically, because they call it gene therapy for fuck's sakes, and to build back a system that is a two-class system. That's it. That's what the Build Back Better is about. It's for a two-class system. It's not actually to build back better. It's just to have a two-class system. So. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe these billionaires are benevolent. They're kind. They're generous. They do, and I understand the useless eater comment. Even though I'm not a psychopath, I can understand how many people take a lot of things that they have for granted, and a lot of privileges they have created a lot of bedwetting. And so I can understand that, right? Because we observe it in daily life and in attitudes and in teenagers and youth that we see nowadays. The attitude towards expecting everything without working for it, right? That's a dangerous person to raise in a world that have so much material excess and so many temptations that somebody who's not willing to work hard for it but sees it and wants it, demands it, and can't get it. Those are very, very angry. I think very emotionally disturbed people, and they're dangerous. And I think they're going to create a whole bunch more of those people, right? Essentially psychopaths. A bunch of young psychopaths running around.
Yeah, I think we see a lot of that within today's youth. The expectation of everything that their parents have acquired through hard work and effort being basically handed to them, right? Or an expectation of all of these things being provided to them by some sort of, governmental apparatus, right? They have the expectation of these things without the effort.
Well, I don't know how old you are, but if I look at like if you become analytical to a certain degree, maybe not at all. But when you're young, you obviously what the saying is, I wish I knew then what I know now, right? I was programmed as a youth through the propaganda machine of Hollywood movies and music. As being born in North America with the typical World War II nuclear family regime, which is, family, house, job, white picket fence, get married, do the same, do the cycle. The interjection or the distraction of that goal, let's say, which is to get a good career or a good education and a good job and then get a good wife and then have a family and work for 30 years, get a pension, or 40 years, get a pension, retire, and this have a second home, right? That kind of mindset. Well, that was working because they didn't really have much interjecting into the 50s other than the motivation of outer space. Like that was the motivation, but that motivation wasn't a distraction from the nuclear family or a distraction from the family unit. It was actually to inspire wonderment and achievement and the possibilities of things. The connotation behind it anyway in the 50s was that. So have a family was bottom line the best thing you could possibly do, and everything above that was icing on the cake or cherry on the pie or whatever, cherry on the top. But when I was a kid, you saw the interjection of rock music, like you saw it in the 60s and 70s with LSD and drugs. And then I got the 7 bands in the 70s when I was in the 90s, right? And then the 90s to the 90s music, from 70s to the 90s music. What were they doing? It was influencing the youth to act a certain way, dress a certain way, right? And was the music about family? Was the movies about family? No, none of that. And then what happened? They started putting man and woman against each other. I saw that all growing up, because when I was a kid, we had in the classroom, 80%, 90% of the class were married. It only took 10 years after that less than 50% of the class, well, maybe more than 15 years. It took 15 years of propaganda on television to start dividing families to where it was normal, or less than half of the people in the classroom had parents that were married.
Yeah, we're probably of a similar age, right? Because I grew up in a time in which, if you're sitting in a classroom, the outlier would certainly be the child who has divorced parents. It was very uncommon in that day and age, and we also saw the implementation through TV programming, through sitcoms. We also saw the introduction into various non-nuclear family situations. My two dads,
Exactly, right? And you're totally oblivious to any of it. You just look at it as entertainment. But then if you study it, and now because I'm doing a book and a documentary and all this shit, I see it as subversion. I see it as a form of actual psychological subversion.
100%. Yuri Bezmenov lays that out pretty succinctly.
Who's this?
Yuri Bezmenov. Are you familiar with Yuri Bezmenov?
Is that the guy that has the dark glasses and talks about Marxism and Russia? And okay, yeah, I've seen parts of that clip. But I never knew anything. I never knew anything about it until I actually started researching this. And then you can see in a timeline, if I ever have the I'm fucking lazy, but if in my brain, I can see the timeline, I can actually lay it out to how it started to grow this sort of branch, if you will, went from a root to a big branch, right? And then it broke off, and then, you know what I mean? It's sort of a weak analogy, but whatever. The point is you can kind of see its origins. And then now where we're at in 2022, you know what the end game is, why they needed to get to the point where we're at now, and why the influx of entertainment, like in the last 10 years, they've spent more money on making movies than ever before in history. And they have, and here's the thing, they spent so much money making movies in the last 10 years that even if they stop making movies for 10 years, they still have enough content in the bag to keep releasing it. That's how much movies they've made. Unreal, unbelievable. I think what went from like 5 billion to 8 billion in this is in BC alone, BC, Canada, $8 billion they spent making movies per year. That's like unheard of amount of money. So the machine was cranked up, but nobody has made a video to show it yet. Nobody has made a like 1970. Like if I took 1970 and started from 1970, whether it's the Trudeau government here in 1970 that was in power, and then the birth of the United Nations in 1971, and NATO, and NATO after World War II, like the whole, like it's just, you can see it. Do you know what I mean? Like you can see their agenda coming to fruition and how they put their agenda together to get the psychology they needed, because they needed people to be a certain way, whether it's atheist, nihilistic, or completely lost. They needed people that were so malleable that you could basically tell them anything and they'd believe it. And that's, I think, where we're at in 2022, and why Flat Earth is a really, really interesting psychological experiment on people.
Can you maybe elaborate a little more on that last statement of Flat Earth being a psychological operation?
Well, first of all, Flat Earth is a misnomer, the name itself, right? The orientation is horizontal and stationary. Those are objective realities. I can present a speech from Ronald Reagan that says, look, if you were to obey your senses, you might have to end up thinking the earth is flat, right? This is coming out of your mouth, because if you do obey your senses, that's what it appears to be. That is a fact. When people go out of the way to fight that objective reality, then you have to ask, why do you have a dog in a fight? Number one. Number two, you're fucking literally insane, because you're fighting against objective reality that somebody just believes. whether they can prove outside of that objective reality. That's what you're arguing for. And that is the most stupidest thing you can argue for, something unfalsifiable. So that to me is intriguing. Right? I'll go back to the book of Job, and where God asked Job, were you there when I laid the foundations? That too, there's where I'll leave the earth with you, what I think the earth is. Number two, none of the maps are real. I mean, locally maps are fine, but grand scale, the sizes of continents, they're all not the right size, not the right shape. They already tell you in plain sight. So what maps are we working for? We're working for an illusion and an approximation. We're not looking at the exact real thing, and they'll tell you that. But that's not what they want. They want people to fill in the spots and have a suspension of disbelief that what they're seeing, it makes sense because they themselves have taken the time to fill in the gaps in their own mind. That is the PSYOP. So whether it's flat Earth, allowing people to fill in the blanks of how I got opposite star rotations, the objective reality is the aim. If you can convince people to have that paradoxical, put people in that paradoxical state where it appears one way, but then there's these other unexplainable effects, then what you end up doing is you try to get somebody to put a globe model on a flat plane and a flat plane on a globe model. And why are you arguing that? You can't do that. Now you can take a point in 3D space and have coordinate systems, Cartesian and then spherical, but you'll still have that point in 3D space. It's just one is a curved path, one is a straight path, right? So anyway, that's a long explanation there, buddy. Sorry, I get pedantic sometimes. I don't even know if I answered you. Did I answer you?
Yeah, you did. That was a good explanation. I understood it. I followed. A little wordy, but I got it.
Yeah, it can be probably wordy, but at the end of the day, I
followed the logic.
Good. Well, I'm in a position just to be as honest as possible, and that's hard when emotions or bias or maybe even religious beliefs are involved, right? So it would be foolish for me to say that I knew anything of this world other than flying a plane, which I've done, which there's no application for a ball, zero. I build things. I use geometry. I've looked at the history.
No, there is.
And
there is things built for the ball. Actually,
No,
there's things
Danny,
that are well. There are
locally,
things that are well. No, hold on.
Can you let him
made a
finish?
couple- I'm listening.
Yo,
very
hold
attentively.
on. Can you let him
why are you
finish?
talking the whole time? Why can't I just make
Can you
a
let
comment
him?
without you?
Can you
talking
let
over
him
me?
finish?
He's been talking for 15 minutes.
Can you let him finish though?
But he's making mistakes along the
But
way.
can you
He's
let
making
him
very
finish
dangerous
his
assumptions.
sentences though?
Go ahead,
Is
finish.
that
And
too hard to ask?
then I'll interject something to correct you.
So at the end of the day, to fight against objective reality, and it's, for instance, if I take anybody who believes that the Earth's a ball and take them up in my aircraft at 2,500 feet, and I ask them at what point do I calculate?
You have an aircraft? I don't think so.
At what point when I ask them, at what point do they respond in a manner that backs up their belief system? When I say to them, okay, I'm operating this aircraft, we're going to fly to this mountain, we're going to fly to that mountain, we're going to come back to the base. At what point do I calculate for curvature or spin? And the expression, the look, the confusion, I wish I could document these expressions. You know how you see those experiments with the guy?
If you understand the model, why would you?
Moderator, we're trying to just get one complete full thought out so that he can
it's
be
been an
done.
hour of thought.
Listen, you know what? It's priceless. Listen, it's priceless when you
Go ahead, Janik.
Thank you. If you go, I mean, I don't mean to be
How
rude.
are you
I like to
how
have
you
a
gonna
conversation.
mute? How you gonna mute him?
Because he won't stop. He's
Because
not going to have a
data
break.
was going on, and I mean data.
Going
data's
on and on and telling somebody
Elijah,
will wrap up.
now you're
If
causing
you,
the problem. It should be a Discord. That's what the word Discord means. It should be some
yeah,
interaction. He's not
I was
giving a
talking.
break. Even the person he's speaking to, who sounded very professional, like it's a radio
Wrap it up because
station
I was
interview.
talking to the other guy. Just
Yeah,
wrap it up because I was responding to the other guy when you started talking.
Yeah, I know. So he was doing a great job. He even said, it's very wordy. It's very, and he even admitted it is. So let me just have a sentence to just address the
You
objective
can,
reality.
but not through somebody to start an argument. Because first of all,
I've already been given the floor. I've been given the floor.
Bro, I don't want to talk and then try to relay a point.
I've been given
and
the
you
floor
talk while
to
I'm
talk to you all.
yo, because you're like a woman, bro.
Can I
It
interject?
really makes no. You can
Hello,
Not like
interject.
a woman.
Okay, I'm going to start muting people in a sec. Right. It looks like I'm the moderator here. I don't know if there's any other mods on, so I'm gonna take control of this. Zanik, do you want to go ahead, say a couple of sentences, and then when you're done, please let everyone know.
Thank you. As long as Elijah won't interrupt me. Jesus, that's why I jumped in, Elijah, because someone said to talk. So yeah,
All
the
right,
objective.
Zanik,
Let me just
please.
respond to the objective reality. No,
Don't
yeah,
make
we
jabs
don't.
at other people. Zanik,
I
just
guess I
quickly.
can't. I guess I
Don't
can't say
make-
anything.
Okay, but I'm
Oh,
telling
sorry, I
you,
didn't know it was
don't
you.
make, wait
Sorry.
a second. Don't make jabs at people as your first sentence, because then you are asking people to interrupt you.
You're right. You're right. My mistake there. Okay, so the objective reality portion of what he said. No, we look around. We don't sense motion. We don't see curvature. Obviously, and why would we look for it? And that might be a good argument. But when we do start doing simple measurements that are beyond, that allow us to see things that are and detect things that are beyond human perception, that's a term you should probably file away in your mind. We can detect that there's spin, and we can detect that there's curvature. So that's false. Flying an airplane? No. Why would anybody want to take in curvature when we fly over a curved surface with an atmosphere that has that's responding to a varying plumb line, and that plumb line would actually allow the atmosphere to actually curve over the surface. So because of the way planes fly, if you did take a few flying lessons, which it sounds like you might have, you understand that this pressure differential is critical in determining how planes fly and why they don't have to be adjusting for the curved surface beneath you, because the atmosphere is actually curved beneath you. So that's number two. And the third thing, I don't think that's probably enough right there to chew on.
Yeah, good joke there, buddy. Funny story. I don't know if I told you this. I don't know if I told you this, Anik. I don't know if I told you this, Anik, but I wanted to, for shits and giggles, what I wanted to do is go to a school again, right, and tell the instructor, show up. Let me finish, please.
Yeah.
So I wanted to go to
because I wanted to give Elijah the floor if he wanted to say something. Elijah, do you want to go ahead?
No. I just want everybody to get it out because I don't want to get in the middle of all that.
Well, get this, Elijah. This is what I want to do. I want to go to a pilot school, right? And I want to go up with a hidden camera, and I want to go to the pilot and be like, listen, man, I have a fear, I have a phobia, but I want to spend the $200 today. I need you to take me up because I'm afraid of heights because the Earth is spinning and there's curvature, and I'm just so terrified. I need to get over my fear. Right. And I want to go and take this lesson because one of my first experiences going back to pilot school, my instructor said, don't worry, it's flat. He wasn't saying it's flat because it's a flat Earth. He was saying it's flat because people apparently, when they go to learn, going to learn private, going to private school, if you will, a lot of people think that the Earth is spinning and has curvature up there. This is what he said. Okay. Now, I wish I had a camera. I wish I was rolling at the time for documentary purpose, but that's just what happened in class. They had no idea I was in that class again because I was researching flat Earth. They had no idea I was there. So when I was asking these questions, I was looking for straight up information, and the information they provided me was exactly what I observed, which is objective reality, which is just no application for a ball. No matter if I'm flying 200 miles, 300 miles, 500 miles, there's nothing. In a locale in the distance between.
You why that's true.
So stop. Let me finish. So there's no need for it. So even when I use the simulator, right? So to prep you up for landing, right? They get you to do your simulation a few times. Because before you go to do your own landing, right, you're going to have to do it a couple of times in the simulator, and then you do it with your instructor, of course, in reality. But the same thing, the application in the simulator is the same thing. There's not once the plane operates off of air. Okay, that's the fundamental practice of it in real life and in the simulator. It works off of air because fuck the shit. It doesn't care the shape of the Earth. Zero.
You're right.
That's
We've
why
already agreed to that.
That's why you have an instrument that helps it navigate in 3D space, right? Because then you can find your orientation irrelevant of the shape of the Earth. Really? And that's how you go up mountains. You can fly into valleys, right? Because you can fly to the shape of the Earth. You can fly to the contours of the Earth. Xanax, let me finish. So you can fly to the contours of the Earth. Can we go back and forth at all? You can fly to the contours of the Earth because the airplane works off of the air. The point is, I want to go to my instructor and say, take me up. I have fears of the ball Earth, and then film this instructor.
You could do that with me if you want.
I'll take you instructor going, well, there's no ball. No, it's not a sphere up there. Don't worry. It's not a sphere. No, you don't have to count for curvature. No. What do you mean rotation? The Earth isn't rotating up here. And that's what I want to do because it's fucking hilarious. We know what you want to do.
You said this up for 5 minutes already.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to put that on film.
Listen, Data, there's some smart people in the room. We all understand what you mean. You don't have to belabor the point and go over things fucking 100 times. So I could have said in one sentence, I want to go up to the pilot and say, hey, get over my fears of this round spinning Earth and take me up high so I can, see the curvature or whatever. That's all you had to say. And you're not going to find a pilot that'll do that because we all understand, as I explained earlier, that the Earth is unnoticeably round and unnoticeably spinning because it's very slight, beyond human perception.
Okay.
So the
Why are you
atmosphere
claiming boats
is
going
going to
over
be
the edge
curved.
there,
So,
Danik? Why are you claiming boats going over the edge at 3 miles then, bud?
Pardon me?
You just contradicted yourself, right?
No,
So
I didn't.
listen, the reason why I wrote the book is
No,
right
what'd
there.
you
That
say?
example,
Over the, what do you
that's the
edge?
example
What do you
right
mean going
there is
over the
why I
edge at
wrote the
3
book.
miles?
Because you're
What do you
either
mean?
you're really Zanik, either
Please.
you're really dumb. No offense, either you're really dumb
Data,
or
what do
you're
you, I
purposely
just want to hear what you
lying,
said.
buddy.
What edge at 3 miles?
Listen,
What do you mean
bud,
edge at
that's how
3
bad it
miles?
is. That's how bad it
What
is
do you,
for your group,
oh my
whatever you're
God,
doing,
are
whatever
you
you're
that
paid to do.
retarded?
That's how bad it is.
Flat
Do
Earth
you know
data,
how
may I
many
ask a
times?
question?
Do you know how many times I've got you on
5, 4, 3. Okay, thank you, guys. You need to stop talking over each other. If you can't stop talking over each other, you need to both shut up and let someone else talk. Really, really simple. I'm not as nice as Jeremy. I'm not as nice as Bandsaw. If I get pissed off, I'm just going to mute you both.
Oh, I muted him. What do you mean? I muted him.
Oh, there we are.
Bro,
Then.
yeah.
Even better.
If you gotta interrupt somebody like that, like multiple people talking, it's best to just mute them, because if you try to like talk over them, it just adds to the chaos. So it's fine. Just mute them. They know they're only muted for a couple seconds.
Thing is, though, Jeremy, is that the second they hear like a moderator, so I guess it's different for me because I'm new to the team here, I guess. But if I've heard you try to get in multiple times before, and it's like, where's hang out? If a
That's
moderator's
why.
talking, you need to shut up instantly.
That's why you
Because
gotta just
the
mute them.
moderator's moderating.
There's some
Go
weird
on.
thing with your mic where like you are the most easily overtalked person. I don't know why. Like if you and another person go to talk, like they always overpower you, and your mic will like cut out or something. I don't know what it is.
I need to get a new phone. That's what it is.
Something,
It's
yeah.
not that bad. It's just there is a problem with data and our interaction. I can't say that's all him. I will admit to some of that, but I think it'd be nice to be able to have a couple points and hear someone in the background and actually stop and listen and have a conversation like you would at a coffee table or at a bar or something. Not that hard.
I think
Would now
what
would
it
now
is,
be
Yannick. Sorry, go on.
would now be a good time to ask Data a question, if I could jump in?
Yeah,
Real
go ahead.
quick, I just had a question about the edge he mentioned.
No,
'cause he didn't
come on,
repeat it.
let me go. Zanik, you and
All right,
Data talk a lot. Let
Sure.
someone new talk.
Okay.
No problem.
No problem. So, Flat Earth Data, can you expound upon the experience you had with this instructor? Like, was it a classroom setting that
Yeah.
they
So
admitted
basically,
to you? And be
basically,
brief,
what it
because I have
was,
a
I came
follow-up
across.
question.
Yeah, so I came across flat Earth, right? I was like, interesting. Well, I studied aviation when I was in my early 20s. I went to pilot school, ground school, all that stuff for a couple of months. But then I had my appendix burst and I couldn't complete school. So I took it off for a bit and came back to it, a decade later because of flat Earth. And then my first day in my schooling to get my light wing ticket, the first day he said, "Don't worry, it's flat," but he had no idea why I was there. So I was perplexed by why he said that. It's because the operation and pragmatic use.
Okay, I heard that part from earlier, so you don't have to repeat that
So that's
part.
what it is.
Data,
So that's what
again,
it
you
is.
just
So
don't have to go over
here's
things
the
in
issue.
detail.
Somebody like Zanik, who
Okay,
I've
so I have
confronted
a
many
I have a
times.
follow-up question, because
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
understood that part. I heard that part of the conversation, so that's good. So, by your estimation, would every pilot, be them a private pilot or a commercial pilot, would every single pilot have to be aware of the truth that the Earth is flat?
Did I stop there? No, I didn't stop there. I'm glad you asked. So I interviewed other pilots, commercial pilots, right?
Well, I mean, I'm
And
talking
so I
globally.
interviewed them.
Sorry,
Listen,
not globally.
I interviewed them on camera, right? I interviewed them on camera, and I had an observation that I made. Okay, so I made an observation. What I did is while we're at cruising altitude, I calibrated a protractor to the position of the airplane in 3D space. So what I did is whatever angle the aircraft was at in 3D space, I calibrated to it, and
Attitude?
I presented it exactly.
Or heading.
So it's the tilt. So it's your tilt, right? So when
I don't
I'm
know what that means.
calibrating,
You have your
let me
pitch,
finish.
your
Let me
yaw.
finish. Let me finish, and I'll get to it, and you'll understand.
Sure.
Okay. So
Oh,
when
yes,
I presented when I presented this to the pilot, I said, "Look, I calibrated while you're in cruising altitude, just before you announced descent. I calibrated a protractor to your airplane in 3D space, and then when we landed, the protractor highlighted a certain degree." And I said, "Do you know what degree?" And this is on camera. Okay. I said, "Do you know what degree it highlighted?" And he goes, "What, 3 to 4? I think he said 4 degrees." And I said, "Well, between 3 and 4 degrees," I said, which means while the airplane is cruising in cruising altitude, the nose is tipped up 3 to 4 degrees, right? So as I'm and I'm recording the flight path,
5
right?
seconds.
So
5 seconds.
as we're
Oh my
landing,
God. Seriously, come on.
it's about a 45-minute descent, right? So I'm traveling 45 minutes and using a protractor while it's recording its linear path, the flight of the aircraft. As it lands, it comes to a halt. The protractor shows 3.5 degrees, roughly. Okay, meaning
Time.
I'm not sure you've answered my question. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase it a little bit more simply. Would every single private pilot, commercial pilot, ATC coordinator, you name it, and anybody involved with the operation of private
No.
aircraft or commercial aircraft, would every
Does
single
spot
one of
change-
them
does
have
spot
to
change
be?
the physicality? Does
Hang
spot
on,
change the
hang on.
physicality? So if you're flying an aircraft
Let me
over a plane,
finish the question.
and that's your objective.
Thank you. Appreciate it. You're claiming that you're in a classroom and this instructor is saying, "Don't worry, it's actually flat." And that instructor, I guess, is passing on secret knowledge that is not normally allowed, that he would not say normally outside of this setting. Okay, it is clearly information that he does not want out. So when he says, "Don't worry, it's actually flat," and then I think you claimed earlier, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that you wish you had been recording, but you couldn't. So you couldn't, in theory, go back to this instructor and ask the same question again and get the same answer that it's flat. He would say that it's round. My question is would every single private pilot and commercial pilot have to be aware that the Earth is flat, yet publicly state that the Earth is round? And would they be knowingly deceiving and or lying about that fact?
So the 3 pilots that I interviewed said the Earth is
I'm talking
objectively
about all
flat.
of them. All of them.
Okay,
Every
so
pilot ever.
So here's the thing you're going to have to realize in that question and why that question would be applicable if everybody was asked that question: does the Earth appear objectively flat? Not all pilots have been asked that. And not all pilots have been asked that in context to the actual physicality and what that would imply if they acknowledge what they actually said, which means the instructor in the class who told me the Earth was flat, like I said earlier, he said it was flat because people were coming to the class thinking that the Earth was rotating in a ball when they went up in the sky. So he wasn't saying the Earth was flat. He was just implying that our objective reality, the Earth's flat, it's not a ball spinning. In other words, don't be worried going up there because people have worries going up there when they're first learning how to fly. I stated that before. Now, whether or not you've heard that, listen, buddy, whether or not you've heard me say that, I just repeated again verbatim for what I said. That was the first thing you should have recognized, is that he wasn't saying it was flat because it's a flat Earth. He's saying it's because objectively it's flat. When you go up there, there's no ball, there's no spinning when you operate a plane. So people have a misconception. He says that when you go up there flying a plane, you're flying over a spinning ball, and that's not what objective
I don't believe
reality
anybody.
states.
Let me
Again,
respond to that real quick.
Again, objective reality does not show a
talk,
ball.
Data, please. Come on.
Maybe I can.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
so
maybe I can just leap in here just quickly.
I'm going to make an
Maybe
assertion here.
I'll ask a more pointed question. Because what you're probably asking is because I feel like you kind of half dodged the question, but it was a fair half dodge because the question was incomplete. I guess what you're asking
I'll try to further explain the question.
Yeah, give him an answerable question. That's what I would suggest. Sorry,
Sure. All right. So I'm going to make an assertion that I have never heard. I myself, I'm at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. I live in this world. These are my people. I live very much entrenched in this world. Okay. I have never once heard of a person being concerned about or afraid of flying an airplane above a spinning globe. That is never something I've ever, or even mention it. That is never a concern.
We're not familiar with it, doesn't exist, right? So listen, buddy, it didn't come out of my mouth. It came out of the instructor's mouth. Now the instructor.
Let me finish.
Well,
So first of all, I'm going to make.
the guy out of the gate himself.
Wait,
What kind of?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
God damn it.
Sorry about that.
Let
All
it
right. So
finish.
first of all, I'm just going to make the assertion, and you can dispute it if you want, that I have never heard of that in my life anywhere of anybody being concerned that that's a problem. When we do physics or math, generally we don't take into account curvature because the Earth is so damn big that for most of our calculations, it doesn't matter. When we're doing a projectile motion problem, we're not taking into account curvature. Over really long distances, yeah, sure. Like if you're doing like trajectory of a bullet, you have to take into account bullet drop and the rotation of the Earth at very extreme distances. And small stuff, it doesn't really matter, and it makes the math really hard, so we just omit that stuff. When you're doing navigation in a small area, generally you don't have to worry about rotation of the Earth. The maps you're operating on already kind of account for that. When you're doing long distance flights, international flights, that stuff, the flight paths follow the path that would be taken on a spherical Earth. The flight times that we're talking about to some of these lower and higher latitude locations just would not make sense on a round Earth. And I have never seen someone come up with a set of flight maps. I'm sorry, yes. I've never seen someone come up with a set of flight maps that use a flat Earth reference that make any sense. So
okay, so do yourself a favor, right? Right now,
I'll
do yourself a favor.
I'll let
do
Data
yourself a
respond.
favor. Yeah, do yourself a favor. Go get a map for me right now. In that map, show me
what kind of
show me any. Just let you go get an air map, right? That's got a distance of, let's say, 100 miles on it.
Can I use
from the airport? No, listen to me, buddy. Just go to any of your flight maps. Go to any map that you use for if you're flying, let's say a Cessna 150, just use a plotter and a map. Okay, you're going to fly 500. You're going to fly 500 miles, 1,000 miles to two locations. Now, in that map, can I map the distance of that 500 miles there and back? I can, can't I? I can actually have a dead reckoning path from the point A to point B and back, right? I can keep a dead reckoning straight path from those 2 points. And funny enough, my map that I'm using, holy shit, it's just distance and elevation information. Holy shit, I can operate linear motion across this map. Holy shit, where's the curve?
You know that a lot of lines on maps, when you look at them spread
Where's
out,
the curve? So lines are a reality, are they? Lines are reality. Give me a break, buddy. You just full of shit. You guys are full of shit.
All right, well, that was insulting. That was insulting.
Yes, you're insulting my intelligence, dude. Show me any map that you calculate for curvature. Show me any fucking map that you use that you don't use Euclidean geometry and have a dead reckoning line of sight, which is straight fucking path, a linear motion. Stop with your bullshit, dude.
I don't see. That's a lot of rhetoric. It's not an argument.
Sorry. The plane works in linear motion. The plane works in linear motion. That's drawn on a linear map.
What do you mean by that?
Straight path. Straight path. Straight fucking path.
I've got a
Dead
quick
reckoning,
question.
dude. Dead reckoning, buddy.
I've got a question for you. You said something about using a protractor to analyze the angle of the plane while you were landing. Is that what you did?
A plotter. You can know to measure. You want to if you want to know where you're approximately over the map. If you know the wind direction, you can deduce from a standard clock wind direction to get your.
Yeah, I got a. When you're landing a fucking plane, you're so focused on what you're doing. If your instructor asks your name, you probably won't be able to answer him, much less fucking around with a plotter or anything like that.
He said a protractor.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you're not
if I
focusing on nothing.
calibrated, if I did an experiment, an observation with a protractor flying in a commercial plane, and just before descent, I calibrated a protractor. That was one. The other plotter, when you do a map, when you do small flights, use a plotter and a map to do it in school. And it's 2D circles,
when you're
linear
landing,
motion, linear distances, linear calculations, no curvature, zero. So spare me
Can
the
I
shit.
say something because it's building up and I don't want to forget.
You don't do that while you're flying.
Go, Zedek. Go, Zedek.
Thank you. So, no, you talked about your protractor. You did mention protractor. Your plane was on the ground. You realize that if your plane is on the ground, that it is set up purposely to have the nose high when you land. I don't know what.
So again, you didn't listen. I calibrated the airplane in 3D space while it was cruising.
Yeah. We know that planes. That many planes.
Hold on, Zedek. Hold on 2 seconds.
Sure.
This micromanaging is getting out of control. Right now, Data, you heard Zanuck speak. let him finish before you jump all over the top of him. Have a
Can I
proper
just
back
mention
and forth,
something?
please. Yeah,
Yeah,
go,
Andy,
Crypto.
just quickly,
thank
can I
you.
mention something?
So you had
I
a
think
protractor,
Hold on,
and you were
Janik, hold on. Crypto's talking. Let him jump in quickly.
I already know what Data's point is going to be, and I want Zanuck to address it. And that's that he said that he did it mid-flight, and Zanuck was talking about taking off. So obviously, he's not quite addressing what Data actually said. I think
no.
that's contention.
I actually Crypto. I actually was talking about the last thing he said, which was on the ground. He measured that value to the protractor's setting of compared to which he used a setting at
Holy shit!
while he was
Talk about
flying.
wordy. Talk about wordy. What I did,
Well,
buddy, is I took a
well, you
digital
should correct it. If you let me
protractor.
finish, you'll
I
understand what
took
I was
a
going to say.
digital protractor.
Whatever you
I
got,
took
it
a
doesn't matter.
digital
Can I
protractor
finish?
and
Can I
I
finish?
calibrated
Can I
it to
finish?
an airplane.
Can I finish?
I'm about to finish.
So Crypto, I will respond to it directly, actually. So yes, he had a protractor. He actually measured something in flight and then compared that to when he landed. Now, yes, we all agree that some planes, not all of them, will fly slightly nose high as they fly through the air. That angle of attack is required for it to fly. When you're on the ground, the orientation of the plane can be set by the manufacturer to have the orientation of the plane be slightly nose high as well. Some can be slightly nose down. They usually do this to keep the prop from hitting the ground or make it easier to automatically take off as you're running down the runway. So this is something that is a non-point. It does not matter what the orientation of the plane is. It has no reference to whether the Earth is flat or round, or what you have done while you were flying.
When I interviewed the
when you landed.
pilot,
But I'd like to say one last thing real quick before you jump in. Going to aviation school, going to aeronautical engineering school, and even in the first couple of classes, they will have lots of qualifications of things that are being said in the book in that chapter that start with and prefaced by something that says we are assuming a flat and motionless Earth, and it was mentioned by the other guy, person from the aviation world. I forget his name, a weird name, Seas or something. He mentioned that they do this because it simplifies the calculations dramatically. And in most of the things that we work on, even in cheap simulators, they will eliminate curvature and rotation because it does make things a lot easier, and they can focus on the actual problem at hand. They want you to focus on this particular problem, not worry about the extraneous things that could complicate the math. That's all I have to say about that.
yeah. So the math, right? So not actual reality, but just the math,
No,
right? 'Cause
actual reality.
in reality, I don't need to think about math to function by flying in the air, right?
No, we are trying to not conflate or not to complicate the math for calculating either a
So if you have a
navigational
subset of, if you
equation
have a
or
set of
how
tools,
a plane flies with reference to the ground, especially in simulations. We want to just focus on flying and the dynamics of flying and not worry about small adjustments to those calculations based on curvature or rotation. For example, when our Cessna was crashed by a co-owner of ours, and we took the thing apart, we were going to rebuild it. All the instruments were taken out of the dashboard, okay, and instrument panel. And so one of the instruments is the artificial horizon. And I was asking my dad, "What are these little things? Why is this thing hanging down there?"
Nobody
we took this thing apart.
about
The
stories,
pendulous vanes are critical to allow that particular device to orient itself properly in the air or on the ground. It actually is critical because if it's not there, it will become out of sync and out of orientation properly because the Earth is curved. So these pendulous vanes induce a precession force, which creates a situation where it will always be relative to plumb. And even if you do aerobatics, because it acts so slowly, it takes like 5 to 10 minutes for it to actually respond. So if I did a bank turn and kept in that bank turn for 10 minutes, that friggin' artificial horizon would be in complete error. It would be at 45 degrees. And if I leveled out, I would not be, the thing would say I was going at 45 degrees, being level, until I flew for about 10 minutes and it would eventually orient it. Or I could cage it and reorient it. That's why you have the caging mechanism. So there is something right there that proves that the Earth is round, because if you don't have those pendulous vanes, and you do have a gyro that does not have compensation, it will start rolling back. That's a fact, and that is
Zanuck,
based on
the pendulous veins, work on different air pressures. One tube has less air
no.
than the other. Therefore, it imbalances rebalances itself by applying equal pressure in each tube. That's the original birthing of the pendulous vein. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. All it has to do with orientation, the gyro. If it's stuck in a position that is irregular, the pendulous veins helps it find its horizontal position.
Yeah, because it's based on Plum.
No, it's not
It's
based on
based on
anything other than
Plum.
the air tubes. Based on the air tubes being,
It's based on
it's like
Plum,
a
right?
ballast. It's like a ballast in a submarine. Okay, it works in the same principle, except for it's done with vacuum pressure instead of anything. And now the modern ways
Not vacuum pressure
they
makes
use
no
light.
sense.
They
You're
use
just using
light.
words they don't
They use
understand.
light to create. They use light to create a dead reckoning path because the idea of the gyro compass is to help you with dead reckoning, to keep a
Do you
orientation
know
in
how
3D
a gyro
space
compass
in a linear
works?
motion. In a
Do you
linear
know how a
motion,
gyro compass
in a
works?
linear motion in 3D
So you don't.
space, the gyro is designed to help you keep dead reckoning, which is a linear motion in 3D space, a straight path. That's the functionality of it. How do we know? It's because Zanuck, I can orientate a gyro and to make a straight path and to make a curved path. How can I do that? I can take a drone, I can program a straight path with that drone, and then I can program a curved path with that drone. That is only applicable because I have a device that allows me to locate its orientation in 3D space, which means it doesn't give a fuck about the shape of the Earth.
You're dumber than I thought. Seriously, I thought I could give you information that you actually
Zanuck,
take and learn
please, you have
something.
no. You realize
What
when you
did your
say that,
pilot think of you when you were finished flying that first
it just
lesson?
sounds like you got to go change your diapers, dude.
No, I don't have
Seriously, when you
diapers.
talk like that,
No, I don't have diapers. You're not going to insult me.
All right. Hey, stop with the insults.
well, exactly. I'm not
Enough,
insulting Zanuck.
both of
I'm
you.
always going to come back with an insult if the guy takes that path. But if you don't treat me that way, Zanuck, you get none of it from me.
I
So
just
if you're
said
gonna
the pendulous
outright
veins don't work on vacuum pressure.
yes, they do,
They
dude.
have
They
an
really when they
airflow.
first started.
They have a flow of air.
Guys, I know you want to have this competition between yourselves, right? But this micromanaging is out of control. Now, if I've got to push the mute one more time, I'm not taking it off, right? It'll be up to another mod to do that. But I'm giving you fair warning now, right? I've had enough. I'm trying to enjoy my evening. So it's up to you guys whether or not you want to continue in the conversation, do it appropriately. Otherwise, if I push the mute again, it ain't coming off. Fair warning.
Fair enough. So, Data, you were confused about the orientation and the operation of the pendulous veins and their purpose. They are designed to point perfectly plumb. They do involve a precession force that is involving the air that's being flowing through it. I don't know what you got this vacuum pressure, these contradictory terms, and how you're describing things, but it sounds like you're just very confused. And that's
How it's
okay.
driven.
Pardon me?
It's driven through vacuum pressure. That's
How's
how
it
it's driven.
driven by
Now the
vacuum
modern
pressure?
ones,
Hey guys, I'm sorry. I
use.
got disconnected. I got interrupted, so I didn't mean to just bolt on you guys. I'm back and listening, and I'll catch up
No
with the
problem.
conversation.
How do you get vacuum
Didn't
pressure?
know you
What is
left,
vacuum
dude.
pressure?
Didn't even know you left.
What runs the airflow system in the tubes that go eventually end up at the near the pendulous veins and
So
look
you
at
have
and
air
flow
coming
through port
from
from where?
outside of the plane. You have an air coming from outside of the plane in through a tube into the device, right?
No. So gyros
earlier
don't work on the
pendulous
ground?
veins,
So gyros don't
earlier.
work on the ground? Hold on. Do gyros don't work on the ground when you're sitting there idling?
Quit wasting my time. Listen, buddy, this is what makes
Well,
you an
you're
evil
saying
human
things that don't make
being.
any sense to me or
So,
anybody else.
yeah, I'm not interested what your opinion is, right? You realize that you
It's
have
not
no
my opinion. I know how they work. You don't.
Yeah, we
Well,
can't be calling
you got
people evil human beings and shit, please, guys.
no, we're all good people. You guys are talking about flying through the air to figure out the shape of the air. That doesn't even make any sense. It's not going to help either one of you.
Because we weren't
The
talking about the
only way
shape of
you're
the
going to
air,
find.
Timo.
Whoa. Okay, 3 seconds the whole day. Okay, cool. Thanks, Annie. So when you're flying through the air or water, you're like a fish. You can do loop-de-loops, anything you want. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're in the medium of water. You're not testing anything. You're not telling the shape by flying in it or swimming in it. I guarantee you this. The only thing you're going to tell the shape of is the topography of the dirt. Or the surface itself of the water that's in the dirt. That's it. You can't say flying around in water or flying around in air can tell you it's a ball or round. That doesn't even make no sense. I
That's
can do a
helpful.
lot of things
I
with my
don't think
finger
anyone's
in
talking about
air
that,
and
Dimo.
water. Yeah, show me how that makes sense to you.
I don't think
I don't
anyone's
think
talking about that.
I don't think he was claiming that. It didn't sound like that to me.
Well, normally people bring up the pendulous veins and stuff like that in the setting of saying that the plane self-corrects to fly around the curvature of the Earth. by these instruments without the pilot having to dip the nose of the plane or correct in any way, shape, or form. That's kind of hard to believe.
No, because the
Well,
Earth. Go ahead. You want to take it? Go ahead.
yeah, essentially, aircraft have pressure sensors on them, and if it detects a drop or a rise in pressure, it knows whether it's ascending or descending.
No,
Right.
that's
But
not
the thing
ascending.
is,
That's
that
not
makes
ascending or
the
descending. Hold
curvature
on.
of the Earth irrelevant.
Electrical reading of resistance, that doesn't have anything to do with going up or down. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Try again. The
this is what we
temperature
needed,
can change
DMOC.
that. The voltage can change that, and temperature
That's
can
exactly what we
change
needed for
that.
this
So what do you?
conversation. Is a
Hold on.
DMOC.
Stop.
I actually do know how that
Are
instrument
you
works.
reading your
Yo, there's
voltage,
way
your
too many
temperature,
people
or your
talking right now.
altitude? Voltage, temperature, or altitude? Which one are you reading? Let me know.
Voltage of what?
Whatever you just talked about. Voltage, temperature, or altitude. Which one's which?
Okay, so I don't know if you. Let me get
Don't
back.
stutter.
Give me 1 second. It's a work thing. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. So we have a pressure, we have a density altitude that we actually work
Voltage,
in.
temperature,
That
or
density
altitude. Which
gradient
one
is
is
how
it?
the
All I
plane
need to know
flies.
is
That
Zanuck, not a story
I
about
was
nothing.
talking, damn it, DMOC.
Yeah, about nothing that had anything to do with it.
Yeah, well, yeah. You asked about voltage
Like
and
always.
current and all this. Look, the airplanes fly in an atmosphere that has a pressure gradient, and that density altitude is critical for it to fly. That determines how much
It's an
lift at the.
ABC choice.
Can I finish my
Zanuck.
sentence?
What are you
DMOC?
talking? You already said.
No, I didn't. So it flies in that density gradient. It flies at a pressure altitude, and that if it's going to go up, it has to do work, and if it's going to sink, it's going to start speeding up because it's losing energy. And so you have to understand that it doesn't need to accommodate the curvature of the Earth. It actually does it automatically because it's flying in a curved atmosphere, and it takes energy to make it climb, and it doesn't need energy to descend.
But if
So
the airplane pilot doesn't need to manually correct for the curvature of the Earth, that
no,
makes
of course
the
not.
curvature of the Earth irrelevant. We're just
Yeah.
saying that equipment takes care of it, so people don't have to
No,
course
that's not true.
correct
We're not talking about.
curve
Hold
around the
on.
ball of the Earth.
We're not
That makes
talking about
the curvature
autopilot,
of the Earth
Lemon.
Hold on. The equipment doesn't have anything to do with it. That
We're talking
airplane,
about pendulous veins.
that
That's not
airplane,
equipment.
No, that doesn't. We're
that
not talking about
airplane will do.
autopilot. We're talking about how
That
the plane
airplane will do.
flies in the atmosphere. Go ahead,
That
boss.
airplane will
Zanuck, you
do.
make the
That
assertion of
airplane.
a curved atmosphere, right? Do you have
That,
any substantial evidence that can support the claim of
Blue.
these gases having some sort of shape that is curving?
Yes, of course, very easily. And how we
Yeah,
do this
Blue.
is that we would all agree that we can measure the altitude and the pressure over certain areas of
We don't all agree on anything.
a trip we've taken.
Can I interject?
Can we let Blue get in?
trying to.
Everyone had a chance. Go ahead, Blue.
Was that a yes? Oh, Blue. Okay,
go
let
ahead.
Blue go.
Yeah, the airplane doesn't need any of those instruments to maintain its altitude. None of that is necessary. It's all about lift, weight, thrust, and drag.
That's actually totally correct.
If lift is equal to weight and thrust is equal to drag, you're in stable, non-accelerating, non-climbing, non-descending flight, level flight, period, without any of those other instruments. And all of that is simply a matter of how much thrust you've got and what angle of attack you're maintaining. That will eventually tell you what altitude the airplane has to be at to balance lift and weight.
But Blue,
All that's going to happen.
But Blue, the main question here is, if the Earth is curved, why don't airplane pilots have to do anything to address the curvature? The Globers, like yourself and others, are using specialized equipment that somehow keeps you curving around the ball, which is kind of like special pleating because that makes the curvature irrelevant. And so it's not the principles of flight that we're talking about, Blue, in general. We're talking about whether there is any curvature of the Earth that the pilot needs to curve around and address or not.
All right, sorry.
Lemon, the pressure gradient is the same, pretty much the same, regardless of where you are.
Before you continue, we really do need to stop this over talking stuff. Really, really, really shit. And it shows a massive level of disrespect for the person who's talking. So what I would like for Lemon to do is actually start again so that everyone, because I didn't really hear what he said, and I'm sure a lot of other people didn't really hear what he said, because there was 2 or 3 people talking over him. Lemon, make your statement, and then they can respond to it properly.
Well, Lou, we're not talking about the general principles of flight. That doesn't really help the discussion about whether we're trying to find the curvature of the Earth or not in any sort of way. We're trying to see if there's curvature of the Earth that the pilot needs to address in any significant way or not. The Globers are kind of doing special pleading. If they're saying that, the curvature of the Earth is there, but pilots don't really need to do anything to address it. The pendulous vanes take care of it. The equipment takes care of it. The pilot just sits back and, just waits for the equipment to take care of this, non-existent Earth curvature. It's kind of like special pleading, that's all. We're trying to see if there's any sort of curvature that the pilot needs to address to go with the curvature of the Earth or not. And this stuff about equipment taking care of it with the pendulous vanes and this other altitude indicators is kind of special pleading.
So it's the trim that he's pointing out.
I'm not making any claims about the equipment, Lemon. The claim is very simple. The pressure gradient is the same, regardless of whether the Earth is flat, concave, convex, banana-shaped, or any other shape. The pressure gradient is the same on the Earth. You can't determine the shape of the Earth from that. The pressure gradient is what it is. We've got a certain air pressure at 10,000 feet, and if the plane is trimmed to fly at 10,000 feet, if it descends into more dense air, it will gain lift and it will climb. If the plane tries to climb from 10,000 feet, it will climb into less dense air, it will lose lift, and it will descend with no intervention on the part of the pilot. The airplane is going to fly. The airplane is going to fly at the altitude you've got it trimmed to fly at, based on your power setting. It's that simple. And you cannot determine the shape of the damn Earth simply from that.
We can, however, determine that we are flying at the same altitude. We can verify this with radar or other types of factors. And we also then realize that if that's true, the Earth can be either flat or round. There's no real determination at that point. But then when you see the Earth at a high altitude and you see the fact that the horizon drops with altitude, as you go up, it's further and further below the level line, then we can assert that the Earth is curved. So one with plus the other determines that you're flying around the curved surface.
So you're going to double, triple down on Blue's bullshit when the airplane is trimmed to fly. Hold up, motherfucker. Don't interrupt me, bro. I'm talking, bro. I'm talking. So the thing is the airplane is trimmed to fly at a specific density. Am I not correct? Thank you. Not altitude. Thanks, guys.
Well,
you're assuming the altitude.
Well, it's a density altitude.
Well, the altitude is translated into a density because of the pressure or whatever of the air, the pressure, the density, whatever of the air. But the thing is, this argument has been going around globe flat Earth circles for a while, because the flatties are like, okay, if the Earth is curved, why don't, they dip down the nose of their plane? Why don't pilots dip down the nose of their plane? Out come this talk about equipment and instrumentation that takes care of it for them, like pendulous vanes and altitude indicators and all this other crap. And so the nature of that argument is being explored with this pendulous vanes, reading and all this other, stuff, whether or not, it's relevant or not.
I just explained it to you without pendulous vanes or any piece of equipment whatsoever, Lemon.
But she didn't really explain anything in that vein, some pun intended, Blue. We're talking about whether this proves flat or round, and you're saying it doesn't really prove either. Okay, well, why are people invoking these pendulous vanes and these other things if they are relevant to the curvature of the Earth in the first place? Why are you talking about generalized flight principles if it doesn't help us figure out whether it's flat or round in the first place? It's just a meaningless discussion at that point.
I mean, I would like to add something because it's no different than when a submarine is below the surface of water and there's that consistent pressure where we don't have this high-low pressure indifference to a large degree, but yet they still have to account for the trim before they exit the water on the spherical surface that you guys are supposing, traveling at a set speed and at a set angle.
If you're 1 foot below the water, if you're 1 foot below the surface, a submarine does not have to trim anything. If you're set 1 foot below, you're not trimming, and you will go hundreds of miles and not porpoise up. You know that, right? For the same, can I finish? Can I finish? For the same reason, an airplane can sit there with the nose up. Let's say you set your nose full throttle, and you put the nose up 4 degrees. At some point in time, you'll reach a density altitude where the plane will not climb anymore. It will not have the thrust to overcome the density of the air at that altitude, and you will basically stay at that altitude indefinitely as long as you have fuel. And you will follow the curve of the Earth.
But that's precisely the point, is the fact that the submarine operator doesn't have to account for trim over a 100-mile span. Should tell you something.
I just got done telling you why that is. You set that thing 1 foot below the surface of the water, and you set the submarine at that angle where you are now basically flying through the water at 1 foot below the surface. You will stay there indefinitely. It will not rise or fall, but you will follow the curve of the Earth. For the same reason airplanes. What?
I've had Globers say to the contrary, that they have to account for the trim every 15 minutes or so that they don't expose themselves.
Well, yeah, because it's never perfect. And what if the water becomes colder? What if the water becomes noticeably colder? And then you'll have a little denser, that same velocity flying over the surfaces of the submarine will cause it to have a slight amount of lift that over several miles might allow it to start rising to the surface. So they got it, yes. Just like an hold on. Just like that airplane I talked about, if we flew into an air mass that was very warm and very moist, it would start to sink.
Well,
we have to trim it.
That's the funny thing is that the surface water of the oceans is fairly consistent.
Yes,
even throughout
it's not. The surface of the ocean?
It only fluctuates by a small margin.
Enough to make it. Go ahead. It's enough to make a small change.
You're talking to a recording, bro.
Yeah, either one of us can respond. It's up to you, Leaky.
And I apologize for leaving abruptly earlier. I lost signal during the conversation. But anyhow.
Yeah. The small variations is why we have trim. There could be currents. There could be currents that are pushing the boat up. That's why we have the trim. That's why we have controls. That's why things aren't just point and let it go, because that doesn't work, because there is some inconsistency in the atmosphere, inconsistency in the water, temperature, density, etc. And that's why they do that, or actually in currents as well.
Well, that's why ATC is constantly reminding you what the altimeter setting is, where you are. That's why you're constantly monitoring your altimeter to make sure you've got the pressure window set correctly. Barometric pressure changes. Now, you may fly 300 miles, 500 miles, and see no change in barometric pressure. On the other hand, it may move quite a bit just in the span of 50 miles. I've seen it many, many times. That will have an effect on the altitude, absolutely. It'll have an effect on the way you have to trim the airplane.
How much of a density indifference are you going to see with like a 10-degree indifference?
That's a good question. When we fly into Denver, and you're at 6,000 feet, 5,000 feet, and it's a 100-degree day versus let's go make it more dramatic to make the point. A 30-degree day, the density altitude is much higher. So if we have 100-degree in Denver, that might be equivalent to a 7,000 foot area that we have to start thinking about. So it's acting like the plane's flying at 7,000 feet, which is quite a bit, 10% more less dense. That will just let me finish the sentence so I don't have to keep on talking over you. So we would then be looking at that particular airport saying, you know what, this is not like flying at 5,000 feet. I have to really adjust my calculations. It's like we're flying at 6,000 or 7,000 feet because of this temperature. And that's substantial. That's a lot less air to utilize to fly the plane. So we have to have the power to do it. And if we don't, and if we're very heavy, we have a full load of people and all the luggage, we might start thinking, hey, we might not be able to make this climb out of Denver to get over the mountain range with the power we have, because the air is much thinner. The density altitude is equivalent to 7,000 feet, not 5,000 feet. Now, we got to think about that.
I was applying this analogously to a submarine due to the fact that there's far less variables to have to contend with.
Correct. And but the currents and the temperature and all that will really affect it very slightly, but over hundreds of miles would actually allow the boat to kind of rise up to the surface or maybe sink. So they're constantly trimming it.
And how much Earth's surface curvature do we have 100 miles?
Well, 8 inches per mile square is perfectly sufficient. 0.02 degrees over 3 miles.
Well, you gave the value of 100 miles, so that's why I was trying to figure out how much indifference would we see in elevation, subsurface, over that far of a span.
I think 0.02 degrees would be enough to alter that setting. Not even a degree, not a half a degree, 0.02 degrees.
Well, I wanted feet.
2/100ths of a degree to accommodate the curve. It's very slight.
Yeah, I was looking for feet representation of your answer in feet. The bulge of the surface over a 100-mile span using the Pythagorean theorem. How many feet would that equivocate to?
Over 100 miles? Over 400 miles, it might be 30,000 feet or something. It might be some huge number.
So that's precisely the point, is that it's a huge difference over a 100-mile span of how much supposed surface curvature we should be contending with, trying to maintain that 1 foot subsurface elevation.
We just got done telling you that it's the atmosphere that's curved.
No, you're bringing it to the atmosphere. I'm taking it
the
subsurface.
Water too. The water's curved also. Everything's curved.
Well, that's my point, is like I'm trying to bring this analogously subsurface so that everyone can kind of stay on point with the conversation a little smoother.
Well, the 3-ring laser gyro actually detects the spin and also the curvature of the Earth. It has to. It will detect. It can detect that you have rotated in space over any distance. Very accurate. And in fact, pilots will have to sit there for 8 minutes watching the 3-ring laser gyroscope, make sure that there is a 15 degree per hour rate of spin. It knows it's. If it doesn't see it, they got a problem. If they don't see that, they got an issue. So they have to see it before they take off.
That's one of the reasons they operate via the gyro, or they operate based on, the maps. They have both in case they don't have one or the other.
So they factor in ether drift, 15 degrees per hour. Cool.
But why would the ether drift, no matter what orientation the plane's at, north, south, east, or west?
What can you explain that claim about the ether drifting 15 degrees per hour? What does that mean?
I might just direct you back to Sagnac, the one who kind of pioneered and discovered the Sagnac effect, which is used within the ring laser gyro.
I'm going to have to Google that. I'll be back in a minute.
Still don't know how they know their elevation on a ball still, whether it's temperature, pressure, voltage.
There you go. Good job, D-Mike. Perfect timing.
Well, the gentleman who
haven't answered the question. It's been an hour about Zanuck.
The gentleman who just said, "Let me Google it. I'll be back in a minute." You're not going to get sufficient enough evidence if you just Google something. Take 1 minute to study it.
Well, yeah, that's why this
Sagnac. Well, I'm first of all reading the textbook definition of the Sagnac effect. I'm not familiar with it, so I'm going to get that first. You're claiming that the ether drifts 15 degrees per hour? I just don't know what you mean by that.
Yeah, it's the drift of the ether across the surface of the Earth.
Does it have a direction? Is it always one direction, or is it every direction?
East to west, but it's toroidal, so it changes.
Okay, but if I take the plane and I point it north, will that have a different reading in that 3-ring laser gyroscope if it's based on ether drift? Because you're saying it's going east to west.
The center of the toroid would be at the north, what we call the north.
Can you drop some more information on this in the live stream text? Because I'm still having a hard time visualizing what you're talking about.
Just look at a magnetic field. That's fair enough of a...
Yeah, it's a big donut shape.
Comparison. Yeah, it's a big donut shape. So you've got this centrifugal and centripetal processing that's taking place in this twisting-like motion. Where it's
processing of what?
Of magnetic torque.
What's magnetic torque?
Gyromagnetic precession.
Oh, the Earth's... What? I'm confused by what you're talking about.
Gyromagnetic precession, also known as Lamar precession. It's essentially field friction, where the magnetic...
Sounds like Star Trek technobabble. Hang on, I gotta look this
up. He's just making stuff up.
What's the name of that effect you're talking about?
I wasn't finished. I definitely wasn't done speaking.
Sure. Can you give me the name again?
If you want to Google Lamar precession, it's literally the same thing on the micro scale versus the macro. And essentially, it's magnetic torque where the magnetic field generates field friction, which causes a phase shift from 1 to 5, depending on the location of it. But it's usually a 1 to 5 ratio between the north and south poles of the magnetic field.
What would this have to do with the gyro?
This is what's said when you have a rotational magnetic field, i.e. ether drift.
I'm still new to this. What the hell is ether?
Oh boy. Well,
yeah, I'm sorry.
You would have to understand conjugate field geometry to better understand the ether field. But essentially, it's two fields combined to create one ultimate field. So you have the magnetic field, have the dielectric field, and as the dielectric field loses
Star Trek terms.
No, this isn't Star Trek terms. Okay. This is very well understood.
Okay, so yeah, conjugate element field theory is a real thing. I just don't think you're applying it correctly or interpreting it correctly.
No, this is all accurate. I can read you the exact definition if you'd like, if that's going to maybe help.
I have the Wikipedia definition here, conjugate element field theory. I have that.
Well,
my question is, what is ether? About. This does not discuss
ether. Ether is essentially just unmanifested pure potential.
All right, so I'm gonna need some more explanation there.
Well, yeah, we could have a very long discussion about this, but I'm ready. The crux of our conversation was geomagnetic precession, which is, like I told you, magnetic torque.
All right, but still, what is ether?
So again, ether is unmanifested potential. So you would have to understand what potential is versus manifested or unmanifested potential to discern it.
Electrical potential energy or gravitational potential energy?
Well, essentially, yeah.
If I lift an object and I hold it above the ground, it has potential energy because as soon as I let it go, it's going to fall. That's potential energy.
Debating kinetic versus, potential would be, futile.
Potential energy. It's a pretty discrete and well agreed upon physics concept. We talk about potential energy. We talk about kinetic energy.
Again,
that's not disputed.
It all equals potential, right?
Well, all objects have potential energy.
Yeah, the potential to be anything: positive, negative, neutral, ground, all three. How do you differentiate elevation horizontally from vertically on a ball?
What is horizontal elevation?
Elevation, Blue. What's elevation, vertical or horizontal on a ball?
Your distance above the ground.
That's funny, you don't know, right?
Elevation. No, your distance above the ground.
Globe physics 101, Blue.
I'm amused with your question.
High and horizontal elevation. Or
I
vertical
don't
elevation.
understand. I do not understand horizontal elevation.
So you don't understand. Your physics guy doesn't.
No, I don't understand horizontal elevation. I do not.
The question is confusing.
So you go
That's the
past
problem.
horizon, the curve, the ring of the clouds. There's a ring of the clouds going forward, and there's a ring of your cloud going straight up. How do you know which one you are?
What?
We have no horizontal
I'm
elevation.
very confused now. I asked for clarification and I somehow got more confused. My question was, what is ether? And he said unmanifested potential energy, which I guess makes some amount of sense because there's potential energy there. It's not manifested per se yet, I guess. But I just explain things.
Essentially, and it's often confused with the dissipation or diminution of energy as manifest, which is the impotency of energy. And this is why no branch is accurately explained to anyone's satisfaction energy. They literally have no idea from the absolute perspective, which follows 1 over 5 to the power of -3 being the intrinsic nature of the absolute. All we've been given is bulk quantification of energy units, which no sooner explains energy than it can define it. So,
oh my God, I'm still getting more and more confused. Okay, is it a substance? Is it a electromagnetic field? Is it a field? Is it a force similar to gravity or intermolecular force?
Yes,
what are we talking about?
Similar. So electrostatic clean, gravity, and magnetism are all 1, 3 and the same thing. They're only different due to their attributional manifestations.
Well, no. I mean, we know pretty well from experimentation that intermolecular forces are very distinct from, say, gravitational forces, say, distinct from magnetic forces or electrical fields. We know those things are quite different.
No, I mean, they're different in their attributions, but not in their
Okay,
principles.
so I have taken college level physics, and I can tell you right now. Have you taken college level physics? Physics 1,
It's
physics
irrelevant.
2. No, it's completely irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant.
No,
So what
because
he's saying is
what you're doing is parroting a paradigm that I don't subscribe to because it's
It's
illogical.
not a paradigm. If you ask me to perform, if I go to interview to be a surgeon at a hospital and they ask me what my qualifications are, and I give them a diploma from clown school, I'm probably not going to be their first pick. I'm not going to have the relevant experience or knowledge to be able to perform that job well. Having a background in math and physics does matter.
Right, but before we go down the realm of like appeal to authority or credential,
it's not an appeal to authority.
Let me just kind of explain it in more simplex terms, right? If you want to think of the ether, think of it as a field. It is the background energy, right? We understand that energy cannot be created nor destroyed; it can only be transformed.
Correct. I agree.
The ether field is the pure potential of energy that has not yet been manifested. And when it does manifest, it manifests in different ether field modalities, right?
Well,
so that's what Dyslow is explaining, the difference
between
Zanuck. I'm sorry. Did I say hey Zanuck? No, I didn't. I was still talking.
I need a question for you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So as Dyslow was saying that what you're talking about with like static, electrostatic, cling, gravity, and these concepts are all different ether field modalities. Meaning it's just a different modality of the ether field. And when we're talking about ether drift, the energetic field in which all energy is transformed from its pure potential seems to have a movement to it in a toroidal pattern over the surface of the earth. That's what we're referring to when we talk about ether drift. And it seems to be 15 degrees per hour.
Clarifying questions then. All right, so you're making the claim that all of these forces, the force that we observe as gravity, electromagnetism, all those forces are actually the same force, but
they're
I
all,
guess different. Hang on.
One force.
Okay, so like if I was to get religious on you, it'd be like the Trinity, how God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit are all distinct, but they're all the same thing. Similar. It's kind of a paradox, right?
Hold on.
Let me give a real quick to help you. This will help you. It's no different than saying water, steam, and ice are all but the same thing. They're only different in their attributional manifestations, meaning they only change their manifestation due to temperature and pressure mediations. But there's no difference on a molecular or anatomical level between water, steam, and ice.
What about energy level? What about energy?
But go ahead.
I think that's a good point. So you say they're all the same and they're just different states. Would you say that those three states of water, the same amount of it, would have a different energy level?
Yes.
Okay, and why is that? So their entropies would be different for the same amount of you have a mole of water, and one's at ice, one's in steam, and one's in liquid. All those have different energy levels, correct? And have different entropies.
Well, they have a different amount of capacity.
What does that mean?
So, meaning they have a different amount of potential that they could essentially capacitate or store the energy within.
Those are not words.
You're making things up again.
Capacitance is a very common word. Yes, it is.
Capacitance is
context.
Well, he asked for a specific answer.
Why was the entropy of the gas?
He broke up.
No, someone muted him.
So we have the same amount of water, of molecules of water, One's in a gas state, one's in a solid form ice, and one's in a liquid form of ice. Why would the entropies be different of those three states of the same amount of water? What you're saying is true. Dyslow.
Due to their, I would assume due to their density, how close and pressurized those molecules are compacted upon each other.
Same pressure, same temperature, all three states.
Well, you can't have the same pressure and same temperature with different states. That's just
Really?
a contradiction.
That's
Not
interesting.
exactly true.
Yeah, that's interesting.
You actually can.
You're reinventing physics. So this is why a few of us have, and believe me, I will be the first to admit, I haven't taken physics in 30 or 40 years.
It's been a while for me too, to be fair.
Yeah, but I have books that I've read all the time in physics, and I enjoy it. You tend to refute it and say that they're wrong and backward. But we do know that those things that you just said that can't happen can happen.
Can you have steam? Can you have steam with zero pressure at negative 10 degrees?
Hang on, I'm looking up the critical point. Give me a second. I got to find this graph. Give me one
I think I
second.
posted it last time we were talking about this.
All right, yeah, I already know where this is going. Critical point, thermodynamics.
Right.
Copy link address. All right. Familiarize yourself with this. It is very common, especially in thermodynamics. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yes.
We all know you can get water to remain a liquid and not freeze below 32 degrees. But of course, it has to be in a sealed bottle under pressure. So how can you have that below freezing temperature water that's liquid and then bring it back up to not being say natural sea level pressure and keep it a liquid without it freezing?
So you don't think you're going to have water vapor at 70 degrees?
He didn't say
water vapor. No, I didn't say water vapor. I said you can have liquid water below freezing temperatures as long as it's under pressure. Now, how do you remove that pressure and still keep it a liquid?
You wouldn't. I'd have to think about that for a second.
We're talking about water being a solid,
possible.
liquid, and ice all at 70 degrees at room temperature. Is that possible? Does everyone agree that we can have water vapor and liquid water and ice cubes sitting on your table at 70 degrees in your room or 20 degrees C?
Stabilized, Danik? We're talking about
that ice cube would be melting.
Sure, but that's not the point. We're just saying we have these three
We're not talking
substances.
we're not talking about the environment it's in. We're talking about the temperature of the matter itself. And also, you didn't mention the pressure. Also, you didn't mention the pressure, which Dyslow's one and only point was you can't have H2O under the same pressure and the same temperature being different states.
Everything in the universe is governed by temperature and field pressure mediation alone, not your mathematics, not your.
What is field pressure
interoperability.
mediation?
Well, you described it using entropy fairly well.
Field pressure Okay. I got a separate question that maybe takes it down a slightly different road. All right. Yeah. You're saying that gravity and electromagnetism and magnetism are all essentially the same force.
Well,
the same force in different ways.
I wouldn't say that you could ever separate them, the electric or the magnetic field from the electric field. So it's kind of a misnomer to equivocate electromagnetic fields all into one thing, being that they're premised off one another and they're inseparable. Electricity isn't a thing of itself. Neither is light.
Electric. I mean, they kind of are. I mean, for our purposes of understanding them in the realm of physics.
Electricity, from the physics standpoint, is the flow of electrons. And an electron is a charge carrying particle. So you have two things consistent there. You have a particle and then you have a charge. And essentially what it's telling you is that this electron goes down the road, and at the end of the road it stops and 1,000 Coulomb clowns jump out, equivocating to one electron, meaning that there's not a sole entity comprised of electricity rather than that of a consubstantial relationship between a charge and this.
I don't think I would describe electricity that way.
So what is the what is the charge within your electron? Can you define the charge?
Wait, before you go back
I
to
wouldn't
that,
even know how to begin.
Right, correct. And this is why
I don't mean it for the reasons that you think.
this is why science hasn't
we're
addressed
going down a rat hole
what
here.
energy is.
Come on, we talked about the substance, in water, as a liquid and a gas. You don't think they both can exist at room temperature, 20 degrees C, at standard atmospheric pressure, so standard day.
Well,
We
I
have
don't assert
water.
myself.
Can water and gas coexist at the same temperature? Both. I think Napalm said something, and it was very, in conflict with what I was saying. And we're talking about the entropy and why the entropy of the gas and the liquid is going to be different. Obviously, the gas is going to have higher entropy than liquid. Why is that?
Because everything seeks this homeostasis, equalized equilibrium realm where
That's not answering my question.
we live in a dynamic system.
So you agree that they both can exist? Napalm? You agree that both a gas and a liquid can exist at the same temperature and pressure?
Well, we weren't just specifically talking about
Napalm, you objected
gas. We were talking
vehemently
about the
against.
difference between all three: gas, steam, gas, right, and liquid versus ice, solid. So you're only straw manning the argument right now, Xanax.
Objected vehemently against these substances having different states because the pressure or something would have changed or temperature would have changed. Same temperature, same pressure. Can you have vapor and liquid coexist at the same temperature and pressure? Napalm, because you objected. And if we can, why is the entropy different of those two? And what does the entropy of that mean? You mentioned
an aha, I got you moment, Xanax.
No. I'm just trying to tie it all back to. I'm tying it back to your statement about the energy, the potential energy, or whatever. I don't know. I can't repeat what you said because it sounds made up to me. It may be something that I don't know about. You're bringing it up. We're all questioning because we've never heard about energy and things spoken in terms that you've brought them up to be. So, Napalm, would you agree that the gas and the liquid can coexist at the same temperature and pressure?
I mean, you can have a gradient, right? But
I'm not talking about gradient.
Well, what I'm saying is if you took a can, right, of CO2 and you were to pressurize it, you're going to have a liquid version and a gaseous version within that can, depending on the gradient in that can.
Liquid version and a gaseous version. Well, if you have the pressure to the level it would turn into a liquid, then all the CO2 would be a liquid. There wouldn't be any gas.
No, that's not true. Only the bottom extremities where it would be far denser would be liquefied, and the upper regions of the
it's going to boil off into gas to fill up the rest of the volume until it reaches an equilibrium inside the container.
It's still going to have a vapor pressure.
Right.
I don't think how that relates to my question, though, Dicelo. If we have the two,
well, because
I have even sure. We can use some water. We have a water. It's liquid at the bottom of this thing, and some water vapor in it as well.
CO2, liquid CO2.
Oh, okay, CO2. So both. We have liquid CO2, but I like using the room temperature version because it's much more simpler to imagine. You got on your table a glass of water, and in the air you have water vapor, all 70 degrees, all 20 degrees C, 1 atmosphere, standard 29.92 pressure, barometric pressure. So that's possible, right? So why is the entropy higher of the gas around you than it is in the glass?
Well, you're excluding one of the states of matter within my analogy.
No, I'm just trying to. You made a statement regarding energy, and I think entropy or enthalpy would be something we could talk about as far as what the capacity to do work of this substance is, and the energy unavailable to do work is defined as entropy. So obviously, the energy available to do work of the gas is much less, so the entropy is higher, and the energy available to do work in the glass of water is much higher. So what does that have to do with why these other made up terms and things regarding
a lot of this is not going to make sense to anybody who has not taken at least thermodynamics
Right, but
once. A lot of it is just not going to translate well.
I know, but we're throwing it out there. I mean, I don't need him to answer it. I just want to know why yes, you make up all these other terms of energy potential and dielectric gradient and
yeah.
Why we already have terms to determine what's going on there. Why do you need these
Well,
other
let me ask you a question, Zanuck and the other gentleman. If we're talking about ice, water, and steam, right? These three different states of this one substance. Within terms of entropy, when you start to have, let's say, at the surface level, we're in my backyard, I'm looking at my pool, I have a liquid state of water right there. And then there's also the gaseous version of water as well, which is which is the water
Humidity,
vapor.
yeah, water vapor.
At the very top of my pool, that highest temperature of the water, you start to see the water vapor form, right? And then you have movement, right? Meaning that water vapor will, due to that extra energy that it's containing, right? When it becomes vapor, will start to move in a specific way, right?
Well, water evaporates if left for a long period of time. Water
So would you
constantly
consider
evaporates.
right? So would you consider the evaporation of water? Would you consider that movement?
You have to rephrase the question. I'm not sure I understand.
Well, kind of the simple question that Zanuck was originally asking me, right? Can you have this water vapor and regular water basically being in the same place at the same time with the same pressure and the same temperature? And I would say once that water turns into vapor, it's no longer in the same place at the same time, at the same pressure and the same temperature. It is starting to seek equilibrium, right? Or it's starting to have some sort of movement, typically, all directions, seems to go upwards, seems to form clouds, in which eventually condenses back into its liquid form and falls back to where liquid has its.
That's not what's happening.
In the context of a pool and an open air environment, I don't think that's exactly what I think we're talking about a closed system. So if we have a big box and it's sealed, there's a set amount of
We're
oxygen.
in a closed system. We're in a closed system. That's why we see the effects that we see within.
Well, then you can look at a smaller version of it.
I'm trying to break it down into a smaller bite-sized pieces because I can't take into account the world as a closed system. That's a little more than we can chew. So if we have a box and the volume doesn't change, the pressure doesn't change, we put a cup of water in there, and eventually you're going to reach an equilibrium where there's enough liquid water and enough water vapor that the ratio of liquid water to evaporated water that's turned into moisture inside the container ceases, and there's no state change as long as if this box is totally insulated, it's in a vacuum tube or something like that, and no outside energy can get in or out. It will eventually reach a point of equilibrium depending on the amount of air and the initial starting temperature that the box is. Zanuck, Blue.
It also depends on the
is that right?
tensile
Do you agree?
strength of the container itself. If you took a water bottle and you put the water bottle either in the oven or in the freezer, it's going to have a significant impact on the container itself. Either it's going to
expanding
grow
the water bottle.
Yeah, either shrinking or expanding.
Yeah, in order for it to freeze, the volume increases because we know that ice increases in volume as it freezes, and so it has to possibly blow up the water bottle. Yeah, sure, it needs more volume.
Right.
Yeah.
And at that event, you no longer have this equalized homeostasis. It's exceeded that capability.
But that's not the situation I was talking about. I'm talking about in a hypothetical, pretty much impossible situation, because we can't ever create it's very difficult to create perfectly closed systems because, materials have properties that transmit energy and heat and temperature, and that's the whole thing. But hypothetically, if you had this completely sealed system that no energy could come in or out, and the volume was constant volume, constant pressure, eventually you'd have an equilibrium between that glass of water in the container and the water vapor that's in the container, and it would reach a certain point of humidity, and it would stop evaporating. Now, if you go out in your driveway and you put a little dish of water out there, in a few hours on a hot summer day, it's going to completely evaporate because, it obviously is not going to reach an equilibrium with the rest of the world. I mean, it will technically, but not for our purposes.
But even regardless of the how much water you got, what's the fact that they can coexist in a room, that you have water vapor around you and you have a glass of water on your table. Sure, that might be. Is that part of the problem, Napalm? You think that water is always going to be constantly trying to evaporate, like the ice was going to be melting? So that's not a good analysis or a comparison or analogy. Is that what your problem is? The fact that it's going to, and that's why, like, if you want to put in a box, like Suez just did, that way you eliminate.
Well, here's the thing.
It'll have a pressure. You'll have an equilibrium, and that's where there'll be no more water vapor being created. The water will still be, whatever's left as far as water will still be there, and nothing will ever change.
This is kind of a unique property of water, but is there any element or concoction thereof where you can show me this thing traversing its states of matter without requiring a container? Like, I want to see something go from liquid to gas to solid and back to liquid without a container being required.
That's not exactly how this works. I mean, in order to, for So, for example, if you take CO2, it, unlike water, does not go from a solid to a liquid to then a vapor. Its properties make it quite different. It sublimates from a solid to a gas directly. Now, if you want to freeze CO2, you have to drop the temperature down very, 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 very low in order to get it to a liquid state. And also compress it, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Zanuck.
Yep. Got it.
Because different elements have different properties and they behave differently. Same with liquid methane or liquid oxygen. Liquid oxygen can boil off from because remember, when you freeze liquid oxygen, it's basically boiling as soon as you release it. So it's constantly boiling off. So if you have, for example, in our case of a rocket, if you pump a bunch of liquid oxygen into a rocket, the warm Florida air around the rocket is constantly trying to warm up this liquid oxygen tank. And so as it's warming up the tank, this oxygen wants to get out. And so in order for the pressure vessel of the rocket, the fuel tank, the oxidizer tank, to not explode, because if you just let this oxygen warm up, it would explode, it would burst. You have to vent. And so a lot of times during a rocket launch, when you see venting coming off the rocket, that is them venting the boiling O2 that needs to escape the tank. So they're constantly putting new, fresh, cool O2 into it, and they're constantly venting gaseous oxygen.
I think, so I think we're just
that's a good example of that in work.
I think we're kind of getting away from the overall kind of idea that was put forth about these various states, one of which we were talking about water. You can use other things. These various modalities of the same thing tend to have some sort of relationship to temperature and pressure. Would you agree or disagree?
Not in the case of gravity.
No. We're talking about like water, for instance, or you were talking about CO2. We were just talking about in general the different modalities of the same thing, right?
It's a different form of the same element. Yeah, sure, but it's under different conditions. Sure.
Right. So these different modalities do have a connection to temperature and pressure. There is a relationship there, right?
Well,
would you agree with that?
Part of the problem is they only understand quantitative attributes. They don't understand qualitative. Similar to that of like a magnet prior to or post becoming a magnet has no difference molecularly or anatomically prior to or after becoming a magnet. It's all within its qualitative attributes, being that the magnetic field is ab extra to the magnet itself. And this is where we get into principles and attributes.
Yeah, you have to put in a 500 volt chamber, orient those field lines of flux, and then becomes a magnet. Yeah, before and after conditions, it was the same.
My point is
construction. We all agree.
My point is there's no molecular or anatomical indifference between before or after. This is all due within the attributes of this field itself. and this is why the
Well,
magnetic field is
that's
different
at the
from the
quantum
magnet.
level. We are now aligning those magnetic field lines of flux based on the atomic structures of that magnet, right? I mean, that's why there's this magnetic field that it produces, and why
Well,
we can orient
I
it.
would disagree.
What do you
Why?
think
I
the
would
voltage?
disagree.
What does the
I would
voltage
say
do when you put it in?
I would say there
When you
are no
magnetize
lines.
when you
There are
magnetize?
no lines of force.
I didn't
That's a
say there's lines of-
misnomer.
When I
That's a
put
misnomer.
when I put a magnet in an energizer, this box, and orient the lines of flux, why am I using 500 or 1,000 volts to do that? What is the voltage actually doing?
A good example would be those things that they use to degauss CRT displays, right?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah,
a good
yeah.
example.
That's
There we go.
old days right there.
Now we're talking.
Yeah. Man, I fucked up many a CRT TV back in the day.
I know.
You get a magnet too close and it messes it up.
It's kind of cool, as long as
Yeah.
it's not yours.
Yeah, it's not yours.
As long as you don't want to watch the game
So,
later tonight.
so what would you guys say is taking place with what would appear to be the action at a distance between a magnet and a CRT?
Well, science will tell you that the
Magnetic.
magnetic field carries on to the furthest reaches of our universe, which is I can't believe to be even possible. But typically, you would measure a magnetic field with a Gauss meter, roughly within a close proximity of about 11 or 12 inches before it falls off. But like as you mentioned, you could take a magnet like an N45 Gauss neodymium magnet in front of a CRT tube set up to I think it's been observed up to 60 or 80 feet away, and still see the field disparity across that tube set. So how is that possible?
What do you mean? How is that possible? I mean,
How
you
is
can
that
observe
possible,
it, right?
not impossible? How is it possible if your magnetic field can only be measured within a proximity, yet we
That's
still
not
see
true.
the effects being displayed?
That's not true. That's not a true statement.
How far of a proximity do you have to be away from a magnet to measure its magnetic field?
I could not tell you off the top of my head, but you can.
Well, I can tell you.
Well, I'm sure you have an answer, but I mean, we can. If you have a magnetized pin in a dish of water with a float, you can make your own compass, and you've got the entire Earth's magnetic field acting on that compass to constantly keep it pointing towards the pole, the magnetic pole of the Earth. But I know you guys don't believe that, so I'll save that for later.
I wouldn't say we don't believe
Define our
that.
thoughts for us.
Well, I mean, we also know that the magnetic pole is not constant. It does shift a bit, and eventually, in some very far-flung time, eventually it'll flip, and it has flipped multiple times.
Well, why does it flip? Do you have an answer for that?
It's been a long time since I learned that. I would have to Google that one for you.
Well, I could sum it up in 2 words: geomagnetic precession. I suggest you look into this.
Geomagnetic precession?
Gyro, Gyro. Yeah.
Gyromagnetic.
That's not why they flip. They flip due to magnetic striping.
I would have to look here. Let me Google. It's been a long time since I learned that.
Can't the terms and words we use in physics work for the things we talk about? Why do we have to make up new words and new terms? I've always been kind of curious about that, Dicelo. Why
Magnetic
the need?
striping
Why
isn't,
is there a perceived need that we need
a
to
word.
counteract and contradict everything that's been, worked on and utilized successfully? Might I add, for these new crazy terms that no one understands?
No, I would say Dicelo is going back to the original terms that hadn't been before they were bastardized into what we're currently using.
Yeah, well, how long ago was that? Hundreds of years ago, when we still thought bloodletting was cool. I mean, we have made some progress.
People hundreds of years ago gave you pretty much all of the electrical grid that you currently enjoy today, so they may have had some understanding.
Oh yeah, you said electrical grid.
Yeah,
Yeah,
our understanding
not a
of
few
AC
100 years
generators,
ago.
right? So AC
Not a-
generators, all of that stuff.
A few 100 years ago.
Yeah, just over 100 years ago.
No. You said a few 100 years.
Oh boy, you're gonna get hung up on the small nuances.
Well, no,
of
I
what
mean,
he said.
I was just thinking if you were talking like 1700s, or are you talking like
Over
1900s?
100 years, less than
Okay, yeah, fair.
200.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Easy.
That's fair. That's fine. I totally agree. I just wanted to clarify.
Around the turn of the century into the 19th century, yes.
Well, yeah, and also at
The
that
20th
time up
century.
until like I think in the 1800s, or no, in the Civil War, in the mid 1840s and 50s, they were still thinking that like bloodletting worked, and they hadn't really figured out like germ theory. I'm
Sure.
telling you, like there are certain things.
You can't necessarily equate other quackery that may have been taking place to, things
Well,
that
maybe
were
Tesla's
instituted.
I'm using it as an example of things that were not figured out until much later. Some things we held on to for an oddly long amount of time, kind of like that, and some things we figured out pretty early on. We didn't figure out how to generate AC power, until fairly recently in the grand scheme of history. We didn't
What about
understand
photons? You guys love that word, even though it came from Leonard Trollen, who was a fucking photons.
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 What about them?
The word was created and first used by a man named Leonard Trollen, who was into all types of fringe things like telepathy and all sorts of weird stuff.
Google it. Leonard Trollen, the story of the photon's name. Give me a few minutes. Let me read this.
Yeah, I just find it disingenuous to come in with some blanket off-topic things like, oh, just because people were doing bloodletting back in the day and thought that they knew some sort of understanding, that what you're trying to say, since it's past that period of time, has some sort of relevance. I mean, it's just kind of idiotic to just throw that in there.
Simply saying things have advanced. He's simply saying technology has advanced and we have better understandings today than we did yesterday.
Yeah,
that's
and
really all I'm trying to say.
Why is that hard
there
to
is a
understand?
possibility that even, further back in the past, they may have had a better understanding than we do now that may have been
That's
lost at some
rarely
point.
true, if ever. Give me one example. So
How
aside from
about megalithic structures that can't seemingly be reproduced today?
That is some bait I would love to take right now, but that would have to go into like sociology and racism and archaeological, and I'm not going to do that right now. But I would love to come back to the megalithic structures. Like, are you talking about like how they? Hang on. I'll explain.
I'm talking about
how they built the pyramids, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about the level of precision that was being used to create these things, where they're, we can't explain it today on how they have the capability.
We can explain most of these things.
I would say that those are
explain most
amazing.
Of these things.
Yeah, those are kind of amazing feats, but that still doesn't negate today's practices of construction.
Do you realize 90% of ancient Egypt is subsurface? You guys only touch on the small little things that you can see from a bird's eye view, but 90% of what they created is below the surface. Most people aren't aware of that. There's far more.
I got a great question. Have you been to Egypt and seen that 90%? And if you have not, how do you know that? First of all, I totally agree that there's stuff that we haven't excavated in ancient Egypt that's going to take a long time. Sure, there are still new discoveries being made all the time, but to claim that 90% of it is still buried, where do you get that figure?
I'm quoting Brian Forrester, who's a bona fide paleontologist and archaeologist who travels all over the world studying these megalithic sites, and he does videos on YouTube where he goes into these chambers.
He's an ancient aliens guy. Hang on,
no,
let me see.
He's not an ancient alien guy.
No, he's got a book about elongated skulls. First of all, he's not a flat earther.
I didn't say he was.
Then why would you take him seriously?
I'm talking about the level of I always get hung up on this word. The level of
ingenuity
measure. Yeah, there you go. That went into creating these things. Showcases how advanced they were for their time period.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say that like for example, like Roman concrete. There were some things that we discovered at some point, and then due to societal collapse or the collapse of a civilization, that technology was not passed on. and then had to be discovered like at later times. But, you know, for a lot of things, like all civilizations ended up developing the wheel, all civilizations ended up developing knives and kind of went through the Iron Age and the Bronze Age. And most of those civilizations played out at different speeds, but they all kind of came to very similar conclusions, especially with mathematics. You know, everybody kind of came to the same conclusions, just expressed differently. I have to do more reading about this Brian Forrester guy. Does he claim that like all this stuff was built by aliens or something, or what is he claiming?
No, he doesn't talk about that. He does
okay.
showcase the fact that a lot of these megalithic sites were built on top of other previous civilization structures, and
wait, previous civilizations?
Yeah, so if you go to like South America, like Chichen Itza or Pumapunku or any of these places, you can find the fact that they were other civilizations prior to the existence of the Incas and the Mayans that built the sites that they talk about.
But just to be clear, you're talking about human civilizations, right?
Yeah, man. I haven't once invoked anything supernatural.
All right, that's fine, because a lot of times when we get into megalithic structures, it always goes to like ancient aliens and stuff.
No, I'm trying to point out a specific fact that most people aren't aware that a lot of these sites were built on top of previous sites, and the deeper you go, the precision increases, and the higher up you go, the precision decreases.
That I would need a great. You're breaking up. Is it just me, or is he really breaking up?
He's breaking up.
It showcases the level of precision.
So what you're saying that society actually regresses, and in the past we had this super advanced civilization, and that we've actually regressed significantly. Is that the claim?
Yes, precisely.
So they had airplanes and rockets and cars back then, or what are we talking about?
Well, I mean, if you want to go to the Vedas, they talked about flying objects in their time period. Who can substantiate that or validate that? I mean, obviously,
who?
You know, we would the Vedas.
How do you spell that?
Damn, bro.
V-E-T-A-S?
Are you gonna have to Google everything?
The spacemen and those spaceships they have in the hieroglyphics.
Yeah, the ancient Indian Vedas.
Yeah, Vedas is a town. It's in Colombia.
We're just starting to go really.
You know I'm willing to
ancient
roll this back.
Ancient.
Do you know what Ayurveda is?
We're going a little bit too far into.
If you don't know what Vedics is, then yeah, the all of Buddhism, Hinduism, everything roots in the Vedas in terms of that entire lineage.
Can you spell it for me?
The word Ayurvedic. You know the word Ayurvedic? You've probably seen it.
I'm not familiar with it. I'm sorry.
Oh wow. Okay.
Could you spell it for me? Could you spell it for me or type it in the chat?
Ayurvedic.
Ayurvedic. Yes. Okay. Thank you. It's a natural system of medicine, alternative medicine. Oh, it's homeopathy.
No, dude, you are so off, and you're just
okay. Then send me a link.
Things trying to think that you've got something under control, and you don't. So just relax a little bit.
Send me a link.
First, look up the Vedic, Vedic, or Vedas. Look up that. It's a whole. It sounds like you're just starting with it.
Hindu. It's a religious text.
Right, but instead of trying to like ridicule things and act like you sort of have something when you don't, just start.
I'm asking.
I don't know what it is yet.
There are multiple uses of the same word. I'm just asking you to drop a link in the text chat so that I don't read the wrong thing. That way we communicate. That's the first result on Google. So I'm asking you, if that's not correct, tell me what is, because I have no idea what you're talking about. It's most commonly, Vedas is most commonly known as the Sanskrit knowledge. It's a collection of poems or hymns in Sanskrit. Yeah, that's it. A Sanskrit text. It's a religious text. It's an ancient religious text. Okay, what about it? Is that what you were referring to?
Yeah, in that text, they talk about their gods fighting wars and flying ships and whatnot.
All right, well, the Bible says that Jesus rose from the dead, yet I don't really
just before we get, before we get too far.
That's a claim of the supernatural,
right? Because this starts to get into, ancient past, things that we don't have enough primary knowledge personally of to be able to formulate
Yeah.
really good, solid ground to stand on to try to say one way or another whether technology at that point in time compared to now was either advanced or retarded compared to what we have currently.
I think you'd be very hard pressed to prove that overall society was more advanced in the past than it is now. I
Right,
think you'd
you would
be
be hard
very,
pressed.
very hard pressed.
But if tomorrow every single person on Earth died and nature came back in, it would be a very short period of time to where if you advanced forward 1,000 years and tried to discover all of the intricacies of the technology that we currently have, you would have a very hard time doing that because the Earth will reclaim a lot of these things that we
In
have
a
put
period of
together.
1,000 years?
Yeah.
No, the skyscraper I'm sitting in right now would probably be standing. These things are rated for centuries.
Possibly, but you don't know without human attention whether a lot of that steel would start to rust and eventually
They
be
do know
reclaimed
that
by the
stuff,
earth.
actually.
I'm just, bro. If you want to just
But
argue
you're
every single point,
suggesting that there are
how
ancient
long
civilizations that predate
how
ours that
long
were
would an
more advanced.
iPhone last buried under the ground? How long would
I
all
have
those
no
elements
idea.
last?
I have absolutely no
Right.
idea.
The elements will eventually break down. That's all I'm trying to say. Is we can't know for sure, right?
We do know
can't
for
know
relatively
sure.
certain how
Based on
long humans
stories
have
you've
been
heard, what
No.
primary knowledge you have of the
For
civilization
one,
and
sure.
all of their technology 1,000 years ago? What primary knowledge do you personally
Well,
have?
I can't possibly have primary knowledge because I'm
Exactly.
not
So let's
millions and
move on.
billions of
Let's
years
move
old.
forward, and
What
maybe
I'm
we'll go
saying
back
is that
to what we were talking about with the Sagnac
Come on, guys.
effect.
We're talking over each other.
Well, I'm
what I'm
just trying
saying
to
is
move the
that if there was an
conversation
ancient
forward.
civilization that predated ours that was far more technologically advanced, it would have been discovered already. We have discovered lots of civilizations, especially in the mid-US. There are a few ancient
You
civilizations
can't
that we know very little
necessarily
about, but
say that it would be discovered already. You
no,
don't know that.
we've pretty much unearthed a lot of stuff. I think if we found some
Okay.
crazy new
Well, if
civilization
dinosaurs
on
existed, they would have been discovered before the 1800s, right?
Wait, are you saying dinosaurs didn't exist? Oh my god, really?
No, I'm just saying if you lived in the 1700s and somebody came to you with the story of dinosaurs, I could easily say, well, if dinosaurs existed, they would have been discovered by now. Right?
Again, you're
Then they weren't
comparing
discovered
17th
until the
century
1800s.
technology to 21st century
I'm
technology.
just giving you an example. I'm
That's
not trying
fine.
to
That's
have
a fine example. That's a fine example.
Right. So all I'm saying is none of us in this room have enough primary knowledge to really stake our flag in one specific claim as to what technological advances people did or did not have
You're
thousands
saying
of
it's
years ago. That's all
unknowable?
I'm trying to say.
You're saying it's unknowable either way. Is that what you're claiming? That it's just something that nobody can know?
I just gave you an example.
Right. So my question is are you saying that there's really no way for any of us to be reasonably certain, beyond much doubt, that the fossil records we have, the archaeology, the ancient civilizations we've unearthed, you're saying that we still haven't found because we haven't uncovered every single square millimeter of the Earth, we can't be certain that an ancient technology that was far more advanced than ours didn't exist. You're making an argument from Zanuck, help me out here. Argument from
I'm saying we have a very tough time knowing the full picture of what was being utilized in these times because, one, we didn't live there. Two, there's been a lot of time that has passed where certain things that may have been utilized can be rusted away, right? The earth can reclaim a lot of things that we create in a very short period of time. That's all I'm trying to say.
I think that's not a very good argument, in my opinion. I mean, if you go to any natural history museum in the United States,
I'm just trying to
it
move
does
this
paint
forward.
a pretty good picture. Okay, yeah. Let's move on. Somebody else pick a new topic.
Yeah.
I'll stay quiet for a bit.
Yeah. Maybe we can go back to prior to going off the rails. The idea of, I don't know, did you spend enough time looking up the Sagnac effect?
Let me see here. Give me a second, because I've had a few
Yeah,
things
let's
here.
talk about the Sagnac and how it did improve the ether.
Again, never mind. I'm not going to try. George
What do you mean you're
Sagnac
not
set up
gonna
this
try?
experiment in an attempt to prove the existence of the ether that Einstein's theory of special relativity had discarded. Okay.
How was the ether discarded by relativity?
I'm reading right now. Give me a sec. This is
And
just off
notice
the
it
wiki.
doesn't say it doesn't say that he tried to detect the motion of the Earth.
This is the first I'm hearing of this, so give me a second to catch up. Okay, the Michelson-Morley experiment of 1887 had suggested that the hypothetical luminiferous ether, if it existed, was completely dragged by the Earth. To test this hypothesis, Oliver Lodge in 1897 proposed that a giant ring interferometer be constructed to measure the rotation of the Earth. I'm going to skip some lines here.
Don't skip too much.
Yeah, I'm not going to read it all because I don't want to bore y'all, but that is
Right. So what the
I'm
Michelson-Morley
reading through the
experiment,
conclusion here.
right? What they failed to detect was the motion of the Earth through the ether, right?
That's assuming that an ether exists. Is that under the assumption that it exists, or trying to prove that it does exist?
Begs the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's assuming the existence of the ether, correct?
Well, why would you assume that? That's you wouldn't want to
Because
assume that.
at that point in time, most of the people who were working with electrical technology, creating things like AC generators, were all coming to this understanding based on the idea and existence of an ether.
Right, which nobody assumes that anymore.
Correct. Nobody assumes that anymore because of relativity coming into play.
It's a lot of information. Give me a sec. Bear with me. I'm just trying to read it all.
Which is why I contend that we've had much stagnation in electrical advances to our electrical grid since this time.
I don't think we've had. I don't think we've
other
had a
technologies.
stagnation. What do you mean stagnation?
Okay, so the power that comes to my house, right? How is that power generation more advanced than it would have been close to the turn of the century with AC generators?
More energy efficient.
So we found a way
use
to
less
make
energy
more
to produce the same amount of electricity. That's not a hard question at all.
How much
that
more
has
efficient?
nothing to.
How much more efficient is?
I couldn't give you a number off the top of my head about how much more efficient.
Do you know how efficient, say, like Steinmetz was able to, how the efficiency that Steinmetz was able to get out of an AC generator?
I have no idea. That's the first time hearing of that.
Traditionally, AC motors are much less efficient than DC motors. Just for
They
your own
both have their
knowledge.
specific use cases.
Yeah, AC or DC. What has been our advancement within AC and DC technology?
DC motors DCs now have Hall effect sensors and things that can be commutated without brushes and things that actually cause inefficiencies and even though they had brushes and had a lot of wasted heat going off at the brushes and the contact points, they were still more efficient than AC motors. A brush motor was.
You got it. I remember on my 78 Volkswagen bus, it's got a distributor on it. It's a mechanical distributor. And it requires these brushes to go around these electrical contacts. And with improvements in technology and manufacturing, now there's electrical it's an electrical distributor. It's powered by a computer, not by mechanical motion. I mean, there have been improvements in efficiency to make things work better. But you're not gonna
right, but the overall
change
principle still stands on
Of course.
to be the same, which the overall principles came from these people who had an understanding of the ether, and they talked about it a lot. To be honest with you,
Nothing ever relevant to those discoveries or those use cases. The fact that Tesla was able to take AC current and drive a motor with it, that was what his contribution was. It had nothing to do with anything to do with ether.
Unlike the Michelson-Morley experiment, which was set up to prove an ether wind caused by Earth drag, the Sagnac experiment could not prove this type of ether wind because a universal ether would affect all parts of the rotating light equally. So it sounds like by this experiment ended up not proving their hypothesis.
Right, and their hypothesis was the movement of the Earth through.
No, movement of the ether.
No, incorrect.
Could not prove this type of ether wind because a universal ether would affect all parts of the rotating light equally. I'm trying to figure out what the light here they're talking about is.
Right.
No,
You're talking about the two beams of light that was split in the rotating disc.
Nothing better than talking about a subject with a guy that has no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This ether thing is pretty new to me.
Yeah. I kind of agree with you, Arcade. It is a bit frustrating having
someone else
wants
to take
all of this stuff.
Yeah, if somebody else wants to take my place, go for it.
No, but they
You have a
definitely want to talk to you because they realize you don't know much about this. So I mean,
not
they
with
definitely try
regards to
talk you.
ether.
Yeah, well, no one knows a lot about ether because it doesn't exist, and they've already disproved it many years ago. So that's kind of
true. But I mean, even stuff like the Sagnac.
Yo, is my mic working?
Yeah, you got talked over like 3 times in a row. Go ahead, Jeremy.
So if you
You're hot, Mike and Jeremy.
I know. So if you have a hypothesis and they didn't prove that, they must have proved their null hypothesis, right? That's how science works. If you don't prove
they don't do science like that anymore.
There is no
You don't prove a null hypothesis. The hypothesis becomes null.
Right.
Which is
I'm
proven
sorry.
the null.
You either do your experiment and the null is true, or the alternate hypothesis is true.
You have a hypothesis and it's true or it's not.
Yeah, it doesn't
If
prove
you have a
another
correctly
hypothesis.
formed
Yeah,
hypothesis,
the ether is not the cause, so the ether is not the cause. That's the null.
And the null and the alternative are different things.
yeah, the null is the antithesis of the alternate hypothesis,
which is not ether.
That's how it works. So
What is an alternate hypothesis? What is an alternate hypothesis?
Alternate. I don't know what it is. It's just your regular hypothesis saying if this.
Jeremy, you have a hypothesis.
I think this thing's gonna
if
do
you
this.
prove your hypothesis
Dude, I don't know. I
correct,
can't get a sentence out, man. Am I lagging?
Yeah,
No, they're just really annoyed by your true statement of how science works, so they're having to interrupt you constantly. Different people, even Left Lane, I think. Wasn't that him?
No, I didn't interrupt him.
That was
quiet.
Oh, it was someone that sounded like.
Anyways,
Rocky.
Anyways, listen. If you have a scientific hypothesis, you're going to have a null hypothesis, which is going to be the antithesis, the opposite of your hypothesis. That way, in the end, you know you have a true statement somewhere, whether it be with your hypothesis or your null.
That is not true.
You guys understand that, right?
What do you mean? That makes no sense, Jeremy. All
right, so here, if we're
just because you can't substantiate, see, the hypothesis is then substantiated by the evidence of through the experimentation. If you can't provide the evidence, then you just disprove the hypothesis. You've not provided enough evidence to support it. It doesn't mean that there's automatically this null that you can deduce from the hypothesis, the opposite of. That's not what it means. That's not where the null comes from.
Yes, you definitely have to have. When you make a hypothesis, you have to make a null. When you make a hypothesis, you have to have a null hypothesis because you have to have learned something when your experiment is done, right? If you don't have a null hypothesis,
we only tried to prove our hypothesis. We found that through experimentation that we could not provide the evidence to support our hypothesis.
I'm going to provide I'm going to provide an analogy here. Okay, say that. Say that you're a detective at a crime scene and there's DNA evidence left near a dead body, all right? And you say, I think Zanuck did it. I think Zanuck is the killer. You test that DNA and it comes out and it's not Zanuck's. Now, it could be literally anybody else. You have to go find somebody, but the only thing you know for certain is that it's not Zanuck's. You don't know whose DNA it is. You just know that
would be your null Your analogy is perfect. Knowing that it's not Zanuck would be your null hypothesis. I know.
It doesn't prove somebody else
Hold
was the
on,
murderer.
Leaky. Do you realize you completely interrupted him? You have to understand that when you do that, nobody can hear anything that anyone says. So please try not to do that. Jeremy, go ahead.
Yeah. Do you realize by knowing that Zanuck didn't do it, that would have been your null hypothesis, and you would have therefore proved Zanuck didn't do it. This is a terrible analogy, by the way, because crime detection is not science, but that would have been your null hypothesis right there. Zanuck didn't do it. It's the antithesis of what your hypothesis
But it doesn't prove that
is. It's the opposite.
It wouldn't prove that Rakia did it. It wouldn't prove that Jeremy did it or Blue did it. It would only prove that Zanuck didn't.
Yeah, it only proves that the Earth doesn't rotate through the ether.
It also wouldn't actually 100% prove that Zanuck didn't do it.
How do
We
you
might
guys
be
think
getting
we
into
falsify
semantics there.
things in science?
Yeah, it just
How
shows
do you
there's not
guys think
enough
we
evidence to
falsify
support
things
that
in
I did
science?
it.
We do it.
That's what the hypothesis. That's what that whole process did. It basically just showed that there was not enough evidence to support that I did it. I still could have done it, but at this point, with that hypothesis and the evidence that was provided, there's not enough there to support it.
And say, for sake of argument, that in fact, in reality, that Zanuck actually didn't do it, and that was correct. That the fact that the DNA that was there, none of Zanuck's DNA was found at the crime scene. You know,
The fact that y'all are talking about DNA at a crime scene instead of the Earth moving through the ether,
it's an analogy. It's an
very
analogy.
telling. Yeah, let's talk about what the topic was. How about that?
All right, yeah, let's talk about the
The
ether. Tell
experiment
us about
didn't prove
ether,
the
man.
ether. It just proved that the. Still trying to read more
It,
about
it
this.
didn't prove anything.
It
The
didn't
experiment
prove
didn't
the
prove anything.
ether. I'm reading here from ScienceDirect.com.
Yeah, maybe read it first before you say it didn't prove it.
Yeah.
Maybe read it.
So just to clue
let me
you
send
up,
the
the
link.
Zanuck effect didn't prove anything. It just showed a special property of light conforms with
Here's the quote.
special relativity.
Even
That's
more,
all.
and ironically enough, the Sagnac device was initially conceived to prove that the special relativity is wrong. It is used now, for testing the general relativity. For instance, in the Ginger Gyroscopes in General Relativity project, a three-dimensional array of large-size ring lasers will be conceived for measuring in a ground-based laboratory the de Sitter and Lentz-Thering effects. So, basically, from what I gather here, Sagnac was a very strong opponent of relativity. He created this test, and it ended up proving basically that relativity
You
is
mean
actually.
from the 3 sentences that you read out of the total test?
I sent the entire article. I read a quote from the article. You're welcome to read more. I'm not going to read the entire thing. I don't think.
But now
never mind, dude.
everyone feels you don't have a full understanding of it, so they feel you're not really in a position.
No,
to
we don't
argue
feel
against
it.
I'm learning
We
as I go
know.
here.
We know
I'm
as
learning as I
Okay,
go.
they know. They
he
know.
doesn't have
They know.
an understanding of the test.
Yeah.
But nobody does. Nobody
Here
can
we go.
explain how that would work.
I have a quote here.
Yeah.
I have a quote. For Sagnac, this result proves the existence of the ether. The argument of this author appears a priori quite convincing. The existence of a propagation medium for light waves seems to be confirmed by his experiment, but in science, a hypothesis cannot be validated only if it allows one to explain all the experiments, not one in particular. Other experiments definitely invalidate the hypothesis of the ether. Perhaps the most famous is the crucial experiment of Michelson and Morley. The aim of this experiment was to measure the displacement of Earth with respect to the ether using an interferometric device. They showed that the velocity of the ether wind, if any, was less than 5 kilometers per second. We should remember that the velocity of Earth in the solar system is about 30 kilometers per second, and therefore much greater. The procedure has obviously been repeated several times within a year, in case at a given time, by
Okay, but
extraordinary coincidence
come
in
on,
the
man.
Earth's velocity at the time.
Don't you want to
Zero the
read that?
Michelson.
You need to go on mute. You need to go on mute while you read, please.
I was reading it to you, actually.
Yeah, I've
Well,
already
but
read it.
we know, most of us know what the Sagnac effect is. Like,
Yes,
just
it
read
did
in your
not
head.
prove the existence of the ether. Let's be clear.
Yeah, it did.
So if it didn't prove their hypothesis, it must have proved their null hypothesis. You don't do science without a hypothesis and a null.
Give an example, Jeremy, because I don't understand what you were trying to say.
Okay, well, I think fire causes. I think heat causes water to boil. Right?
What is that? Is that your null or your alternative hypothesis?
That's my hypothesis. I think heat causes
Okay.
water to boil. My null would be heat doesn't cause water to boil.
And what
It's
would
the
be your
opposite.
alternative? What would be your alternative hypothesis?
The hypothesis is heat causes water to boil. The null would be heat doesn't cause water to boil.
And your alternative?
You see how that works?
And your
That's
alternative
it,
hypothesis? What do you mean
That's
that's
it.
it?
Dude. That's it.
What
That's
do you
it.
mean
That's all you
that's
need.
it?
You need a hypothesis and a null.
And but what would be your alternative hypothesis to your null?
Something
Don't
else
come
causes
up with an
water to boil.
alternative. Yeah,
Dude, that's all you need. Is heat
that's
causes
it.
water to boil?
Man,
Heat causes
leave him
water to boil.
alone. Leave him alone about the alternative. Jeremy, you kept categorizing the original. He know he's Nate. You know you're being funny.
Yeah,
It's like a troll.
You
It's
need a
You have to
unbelievable.
realize what he's saying.
You need a hypothesis and a null hypothesis. Okay, the hypothesis is heat causes water to boil. The null is going to be the opposite, the antithesis. Heat doesn't cause water to boil. You got to have those two things, otherwise, in the end, you don't know what's going on.
No,
So
if you didn't have a valid hypothesis, you wouldn't have those two things. That's the whole point. Then you do experiments to prove your hypothesis, and if you can't prove it, then you've proven the null. End
In
stop.
simple terms,
End of story.
in simple
Yeah, but where's your
cause and
alternative
effect.
hypothesis?
Yeah, give me the null hypothesis. Give me an example of this.
Yeah, give us an
Earth
example of a
isn't
null
rotating
hypothesis.
through an ether.
Just gave you an example of the null and the hypothesis that you would need
But
to have
where
together.
is your
and
alternative
see.
hypothesis?
Forget
then?
alternative. Forget that word alternative. You need a
What do
hypothesis
you
and a
mean
null.
forget it? And an alternative
You need to have.
hypothesis.
You need to have you think something. You need to have the cause of something that you think is the cause, and then you need to have the opposite of that, so that you end up validating something at the end. You got to validate something.
So
How do you think
no,
null
it's
your
just the test would be inconclusive.
where's your alternative hypothesis?
Forget the fancy word. Cause and effect. That's it. That's all you need to know. Cause and effect. You don't have that, you have nothing.
Yeah.
Simple. Yeah. That's
Who
it.
brought up the Sagnac effect?
You do an experiment. You have the cause. You see, is the cause that? Yes or no? Nothing can be simpler.
Actually, it's a little more
Fire
complicated than
caused
that.
the water to boil.
It's
End of
not
story.
about cause. It's not really about. It's about the effect on the dependent variable. The independent variable has.
No.
Yeah, no.
Cause and
Actually,
effect.
it is. Each experiment will have a dependent and independent variable. That independent variable is the presumed cause of the effect on the dependent variable. All it has to do is make a change. Now, the details, the devil's in the details about this experiment, but that's just one experiment. That will either provide support or not support your claims and your hypothesis. There are two different camps, and I've been going over this and beating on this for years now with you guys. There's a hypothesis, and then there's the tests where the independent-dependent variable relationship exists.
That's why you just forget all that fancy talk, right? And you go down to the bare bones.
That's not fancy.
Cause and effect. A simple child could understand that.
Okay, but cause and effect is part. Cause and effect is part of that independent
It's the
variable
whole
relationship.
thing.
Well, that's a little overly simplistic.
No, because we gotta do simplistic. Because you guys are going off the rails here.
What is the
not
the cause of a plant growing? What is the cause of plants growing?
There are multiple causes to a lot of things. It's not
exactly. So
that
that's
simple.
why I say, what is the cause of a plant growth? If I say it's water and I do an experiment that shows that water is the cause, could that be supporting my hypothesis that water is the sole cause of plant growth? No, it
We're
wouldn't
talking
support
about
it
the
all,
scientific
because it could be
method
easily
now, right?
disputed. Because I
We're
could go make
talking about.
I could make some experiments where I don't add any water to a little ball of glass with soil and stuff in there, and I'm not adding water, and the water is not causing it to grow. The other things, light and soil and the nutrients and photosynthesis, and but God, there's a million things, and each one of those things could be an experiment to support
life is
my
not
hypothesis.
that simple.
You're talking about the multiple things that are needed for plant growth for life. Yeah, you need the sun, you need the soil, you need the minerals.
There's your hypothesis. Perfect.
Yeah, but
Great.
we're talking about cause and effect relationships.
That is a cause and effect. All those things
You see
causes
something
into
in
growth.
nature, right? You wonder what it is, and you want to find out the cause. That's why we laugh at Brenda when she says shoe, because we know the cause of the shoe was man. It's not complicated.
I have no
man.
idea what that means. Is that an inside joke? I'm too stupid to understand.
Yeah,
No,
it's
you
been
just
going on for
haven't
years.
I would have had to be there.
Years. Take a scientific. See how did it start with? Scientific phenomena. Phenomena. What's a phenomena? A
yeah.
scientific phenomena. A shoe.
That's a straw man, Nessie. That's a bit of a straw man.
Yeah, it is.
It's not a
Brenda
straw man.
doesn't say.
How are you going to
What
figure out
Brenda
the cause of a
says.
plant? Right?
Brenda
You don't know
doesn't say that.
What's the cause of a plant? Go ahead.
Let me talk, man. What the fuck, bro?
No
Let me talk,
shit on the
Essie. Let me
plant.
talk. Please, can I talk? Brenda doesn't say that a plant or a shoe is the cause or the effect or the dependent or independent variable within an experiment. All she said is that the plant or the shoe is a naturally observed phenomena.
Right.
So you see the shoe, and now you start performing science on the shoe by developing a cause and effect relationship. The shoe itself isn't part of that. It's just the observed phenomena. That's what Brenda
So
was
you're
saying.
agreeing with Brenda that a shoe is a phenomena?
Yes, sir.
Well, if she's using the generally accepted definition of a phenomena within science, then I would have to agree with her.
So you don't know if you walk upon a shoe now in the woods, you don't know the cause of that shoe? Are you serious?
I don't know what the cause of it still being there is. Like why it didn't rot away in the sun.
I know
how long
what-
it's been there. There's lots of
Make your hypothesis clear.
I know what the cause of the shoe is, but you got to remember now the word phenomena within science has a totally different context or meaning than the generally used word. You know, it doesn't mean it's something unknown. It's a surprise, a rare occurring event. You know, it means the exact opposite within science. The exact.
Where did that shoe come from?
Try to overcomplicate matters. That's why I'm coming in with calmness and telling you cause and effect. This is the basic thing. You start with that, man.
The cause of the
Everything
cause.
else you say is mumbo jumbo.
Remember we talked about the cause of the cause. I mean, so you got a shoe. What's your hypothesis? I mean, why is it there? How did it get there? What's it made of? Who made it?
No,
How are those things made?
negative.
I mean,
Cause and effect.
Hold on. Those are all. This is where the confusion of the hypothesis with cause and effect, those two words, and the experiment, cause and effects, gets a little confusing. The cause and effect relationship of your hypothesis is something very different than the cause and effect relationship in an experiment where you're controlling your control variables and you're only changing one or two independent variables to make an experiment to determine whether that cause and effect relationship can help validate and instantiate the other cause and effect relationship in the hypothesis. They're two different camps. You guys are commingling these ideas and
I have
pushing
shared a
together.
link in the text here that might help with this.
Yeah,
no, I think you're the one that needs help, dude. With all due respect,
you always say
this
that,
is
but
very
I think
simple.
I was pretty clear and pretty accurate of my description of the two concepts. The
So
hypothesis and experiment.
question for Montreal. I'm confused as to you say that we're being too complicated and that everything is just boils down to cause and effect. Can you provide me an example where the scientific method, I guess, falls apart? First of all, are you with your statement and mantra of cause and effect, are you saying that the scientific method of proving hypotheses and disproving hypotheses, are you saying that that's null and void and bunk?
No, I'm just trying to simplify it for you because you're going on and on about all kinds of things. It's
All
very
right, so
simple.
give
Doesn't
me an
need to be
example.
complicated.
All right, so give me an example of how of what you're. Give me a practical, real life example of what you're trying to say.
Cause and effect. You don't understand cause and effect?
No, I of course I do.
If
Montreal.
let me give it to you bluntly, okay? You're alive now, right?
Yes.
I take a samurai, I chop off your head.
Lovely.
You're dead. The cause is I took a samurai and I chopped off your head.
Lovely.
How do you chop somebody's head off with a samurai?
Now you're dead.
You hold him by his feet?
It's not exactly scientific, but I just want to
you're
prove a
old.
point.
So you right there.
Yes, I think it was a Freudian slip. If I should guess.
Yeah, all the fancy talk, bro, ain't gonna get you nowhere with the Freudian slips in that. Cause and effect.
Nobody's saying that you're wrong about that, Montreal. Nobody's saying that that's
so
incorrect.
That's it. Leave it. Why do you want to go and talk fancy and make this more complicated? What are you trying to do here? Show us your intellect, your education? What is it?
No, it's just that this is the language that's used in higher math and physics and science. That's kind of it's not even jargon. It's just the words that we use to describe things.
Okay, so Go ahead. You
medical
explain
field.
me the scientific method. If mine
How did we
wasn't good
even
enough,
end up here?
please go
I
ahead and
don't know.
enlighten us.
I don't really care. I have shared a link that describes the scientific method and cause and effect in the text chat. You're welcome to read that. I'm not going to explain it to you here.
So you yourself cannot do it.
So
No,
far,
no,
let me
I
let
said
me
I did not say that.
Yeah, so far this guy has read out a paper about a topic he knew nothing about, and then about another topic, posted a link, refuses to talk about it any further, and tells you to go read it.
I didn't refuse to talk about it.
Lovely. Yeah, you refuse to talk about it any further.
No,
You
I
said,
never said
and
that.
I quote, "I'm done talking about it. I'm posted the link. You can go read it if you want."
Leaky so used. With all due respect, let me say something. You, I think, fall into the camp of what I call an auto believer, right? You have no knowledge.
All right,
You
so
have
you're coming
no
in with the ad
self
hominems now.
thought at all.
Y'all are being
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to insult you. You just read something and you believe it automatically. No critical thinking.
I'm not going to. There's no point in me trying to dispute that. If that's what you want to believe, you're more than welcome to believe that.
All right, lovely.
I don't need to contrast
So
that.
how about that ether?
I said
talk about
okay,
that
so
ether.
that's fine. We can talk about that. I thought we were moving subjects and changing subjects, so that's why I said that I will do more
We're
reading on this.
trying to find something you have knowledge about and that you want to discuss thoroughly. We haven't found it
space
yet.
flight. My deal is space flight. I will talk
Okay,
space
space flight. How many space flights have you been on?
I posted the thing for the.
That's a dumb question, and you know it.
Alternative and
Why is that a dumb question?
What do you mean, Jeremy? I tagged you with it. Jeremy, I done tagged you with it. Bro.
I posted it with you. That
Jeremy, you're breaking up.
Heat causing water to boil. That's your alternative hypothesis.
Is it me or is Jeremy breaking up?
Yeah, he is. No, he is.
He's hot micing, but it was after both of y'all overtalked him, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah, but Jeremy, I already tagged you with the point I was trying to get across with asking you what is your alternative hypothesis to know.
Yeah, Jeremy, he told
you.
you that right in the middle of you talking, that he had already tagged you.
And I told you what it was. Heat causes water to boil.
That's your what? Your
Clearly.
alternative or your no?
Dude, if you don't know which ones they are,
I'm
we
asking
shouldn't even be
you.
having
I'm
this
asking you. Tell me.
You're trolling.
No,
may I say something?
Yeah, seriously, Nate, come on, man.
Are you saying
this
that?
is the part that I'm talking about. Instead of discussing what it is, he's trying to catch him on something. What's the alternative?
I'm not gonna catch him on
The alternative is a fairy came by and laid a you know what. There's your alternative.
What?
Are you happy now?
So I'm not allowed to ask questions? Come on, guys.
Bro, you're trying to be
that was ridiculous.
antagonistic,
And then
man.
you
We're not
laughed right
getting
after.
anywhere with you.
May I ask Jeremy a question about the heat?
Wow.
Is that okay?
Calm down.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So, Jeremy, you could run an experiment, put a kettle over a fire, and say that heat is the thing that causes water to boil. I've proved it. Heat causes water to boil. Yay! I figured out cause and effect. Okay. You could also run an experiment where you take the water and you put it in a jar and you apply no particular heat to it, and you lower the pressure, and all of a sudden the water starts boiling. Now you've just proved that. Oh, wait, it's not just heat; it's also pressure. If we lower the pressure, the water will boil. So I'm saying that experiments don't. You can't just look at cause and effect and say definitively this is the only explanation for this. And just because I see this one cause and this one effect, this must be this.
Nobody said that
Dude,
it's the only cause.
Hold on. The thing with the heat, that's one experiment. Then you want to change it to pressure, that's a whole different experiment.
That's right.
Well, that's because there's not one single cause and there's not one single effect.
Who said there was?
Well, then clarify, I suppose. Maybe I misunderstand you.
In your experiment, there is one cause and effect.
Not only that, hold on, Jeremy. Where have you walked upon water boiling and low pressure? Where have you seen that in the natural world?
In literally any classroom.
In any classroom? In the forest, you walked around and you've seen water boil in low pressure? Smarty pants?
Oh, I'm not even going to touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, because you
pressure
can't.
thing is a valid. The pressure thing is a valid. The pressure thing is a valid point, but it's a different experiment. It has nothing to do with this experiment with heat causing water to boil.
Not only
now,
that,
maybe we didn't learn
Jeremy,
about.
where has he seen
Maybe
the
we didn't learn
phenomena?
about.
He was
All right,
on
fine.
with.
I will.
Hold
I
on,
will.
hold on. Where have you seen the phenomena? You were on about your fancy words with your scientific experiment. Where have you seen the phenomena of water boiling in low pressure in nature?
You in nature, pretty much nowhere. It's not really something that happens in
Exactly.
nature.
So you learned something today, haven't you?
You are one of the worst faith debaters I have ever spoken to. All right, let me try to explain
No,
this.
I like guys like you.
If you take a jar and you put water in it, and you take a vacuum and you apply, if you lower the pressure in that jar, the water will boil without any heat applied.
Yeah,
Do you
but
want me to prove this to you?
Where have you seen this natural phenomena occur, sir?
What difference does that
Highly
make?
educated
why does
man
it matter?
that
Why
are
does it matter?
trying to tell us stuff. Where have you seen this
Natural
in
means
nature?
existing.
Gosh, even the flat earthers should agree with me on this one, right?
No, just explain it to the flat earthers and the bullets. Where have you seen this in nature?
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna send a video of this experiment. This is something you can do in a high
listen,
school.
listen, Leaky. The issue is they agree. It's just SC's trying to catch you on some technicality he thinks he has you on.
He's trying to do the same thing to you guys that you were trying to do to the other guys.
But Leaky, I'm just trying to explain to you what he's asking you. He's asking where have you seen this outside in nature, and we don't really see this happen outside in nature because the elevation at which we live, there's enough pressure that this doesn't hapen. We don't live in mountains.
You were asking for the alternative, right? You were on Jeremy. Now I'm asking you. You want to be so like down to earth on this experiment? Where did you see this natural phenomena of water boiling in low pressure in nature, sir? Go ahead.
In nature, we see it in classrooms. Those are part of the natural
That's
world.
nature. The classroom is part of nature.
Where you get a machine, you pump out the air. That's natural phenomena, right?
Yes.
That's natural phenomena.
Okay, can I have one flat earther back me up here?
Thank you very much. And it was very easy to do. I didn't even get upset. I'm actually very calm. Wow.
Montreal, I don't understand the point you're trying to make by saying that just because this is not a naturally occurring phenomenon in day-to-day nature, that you don't see water boiling without heat in the woods. I don't know what you're trying to prove with that statement.
I'll tell you, you were on to me when I was saying cause and effect, right? And you were saying, well, that's not all. And you were giving me the whole scientific experiment, the procedure, right? So now I'm holding you to your own standards. Show me natural in nature, a phenomena. You're going to interrupt me, right? You're not going to let me finish my sentence, right?
Go ahead.
You're triggered, right? Show me a natural occurring phenomena where we can see water boiling at low pressure. Please.
Why does it have to be naturally occurring?
Yeah. What does it mean if you don't see it?
Phenomena.
Yeah.
Okay, so
in your experiment, in your procedure, you have to see a phenomena, right?
Okay,
so
show
where
me in
did you see
nature
this phenomena?
Okay, show me in nature where you see lead occurring in natural pools of liquid.
Don't ask me questions. Don't ask me questions. Answer my question that I put to you on our conversation, or just say you can't.
Can you go watch that?
You can't, and you'll learn something today, and I'll be quiet for the rest of the day.
The answer to your question is that everything we see, touch, feel, whether it be made by man or not, is nature. By
nice try, my gentleman friend here.
Montreal,
just say we can't, and he'll start talking. That's
Montreal, you are arguing in the
that's all I want to hear. I don't want to hear double talk. Just tell me, in nature, I cannot see natural phenomena of water boiling in low pressure.
So what is the significance of that, SC?
The significance of that is you were on Jeremy about the alternative. You were being so minuscule about this thing. And I was just saying, just go to natural cause and effect. But you wanted details from Jeremy. So now I'm holding you to your own standards and asking you this question. Now, if you don't know it, you can't answer
is where we see it happening in nature. Right here is where we see it happening in nature.
I just sent that link. That's the link I sent. Montreal, go look at that video real quick and then get back to me.
What is it? Tell me what it is.
The image I just posted.
It's the experiment that I've described to you.
Experiment in a man-produced pressure chamber, right?
Yes,
what,
that's part of nature.
what difference
That's part
does
of
it
nature.
make? If I start a fire, is that not somehow man produced? If I put
I
a water over a if I put a kettle over a stove, is that not also man made? I don't understand.
rest my case. I don't think I have to say anything else.
I have no
The man
idea what
made
you're.
thing. The
You
man
don't
made
understand.
thing.
He's saying that you have to see it first. You have to see a natural observation. Now he thinks
It's a
that natural
natural
observation
observation?
means that it has to grow from a tree or be found in a pond. If it doesn't grow from a tree and is not growing and found in a pond, it is not nature. Now, he is flawed in his understanding of that because nature happens to be anything that exists in
Are both of the elevators
reality.
out? Yo, my bad. I was hot micing.
It's okay,
Jeremy,
Jeremy.
you're
I'm
out
pretty
my-
sure Jeremy, you would agree with me on this, right? We have common ground on this matter.
Yeah, Jeremy, let him talk.
Well, sorry, what was the question?
My discussion here with Montreal about him saying that this has to be nature in order for it to be valid, and he's trying to get me in some gotcha moment here. And I expressed to you, and I think you would agree with me, that heat is a way to make water boil, and lowering the pressure that water's exposed to can also make it boil. We agree with that. Like you know, when you go boil water at high altitude, the boiling temperature is lower. Everybody knows that. It's on the back of the box of pasta you buy at the store. That you have to adjust your boiling temperature. It's not the same. And so
don't try to weasel out of this. It's not about that.
Montreal is saying that just because that I can't go into the woods and find a pool of boiling water due to low pressure, that somehow I'm not sure the point he's trying to make.
Well, I mean, your line of
Oh, yes,
questioning
you
and
are.
logic has carried us so far away from the original conversation.
Yeah,
now
Montreal.
we're off into the weeds.
No, they
Like,
were
I
being
mean, you could
dogmatic
figure
about
out
the scientific experiment, and I'm holding them to their standards, and now they're squirming and double talking. It's very
Montreal,
obvious.
What was the original
audience.
conversation, though?
Montreal,
was the
if I
original
could if I could give you one piece of advice, Montreal, you're supposed to read the books, not eat them. Okay?
The original
Listen, dude,
conversation.
you're lucky you're not in front of me right now. I can tell you that one. I can tell you're a sniveling little coward. Number two, you have no comeback except an insult. And that, you know what that means? That means I win the conversation, sweetheart.
The
Because you have
original.
nothing but insults.
Oh my God.
No, he's
The
not been
original
insulting
crux
you.
thing
He's been
is-
very, very calm and very methodical in trying to explain
You don't
things in
need the
simple
books.
terms to
You don't read the books. You don't need the books. You read them, Zanuck. That little coward.
I mean, I don't know.
I know, but that was actually funny because you're just not listening because it's a knee jerk response.
Not
'Cause you're
funny.
not listening.
Not funny at all.
Well,
It was
it's a little
definitely
bit
on
funny.
my part. It was a very intentional rhetorical jab.
Like I
and
told you, I
it was meant to
specialize
be-
in people like
Yes.
you little weasel.
We
That's
do
what I
it.
do.
You're going like 10 times more aggressive on
I
him.
just
He
gave
gave you a
him
little
1 for
jab.
1.
All right,
We can
all right,
do
great.
that. They're
All
funny.
right,
Come
let's
on.
get
There's no
back
need to be
the
too
original.
sensitive.
Let's get back to the original conversation, which was the 15 degrees drift per hour due to the ether.
No.
Precession.
We're on the scientific experiment.
The
And he's
Sagnac, the
either going
Sagnac
to
effect.
admit defeat or how can we move on? You just want to brush this under the table?
It's the same reason that we
5
shoot.
minutes ago, they didn't
It's the
even
same
know.
reason we
5
shoot a projectile 25 miles north and it deviates over 100 yards to the right.
Oh, you want to go to the
east.
Coriolis? Nice try.
Well,
No.
yes,
My
that's
buddy
because
there
that's what
saw
the
you.
Sagnet is very related to the Coriolis.
Listen, 5 minutes ago, you guys didn't know you needed to know
If it was not known,
That's right, Jeremy.
these objects.
Jeremy,
No, I've already told.
6 minutes ago, you didn't know what an alternate hypothesis.
I told you what it was. I told you it was your
What is it?
cause and effect relationship that you thought was going to happen, and your null is the antithesis and the opposite of that. What do you mean, dude? I'm the one
Objection,
who
Your
said
Honor.
all
That's
you
argumentative.
saying that now. I don't know.
And
if you
2
said
minutes
it
ago,
earlier.
you didn't know what a natural phenomena was, and I caught you
You
red-handed.
still don't know.
You still don't know. Yes,
Red-handed.
you don't know.
It was
Now,
beautiful.
see, if I light a fire, is that a natural phenomena?
You lit the fire.
Yeah, is it a natural phenomena?
You lit the fire. I mean, that's
Yes,
all
but
there is to be. There's
is
no
that
way
a
around this, bro.
Why can't you answer the question?
There's no
This is
way
very
around
telling.
this.
Did you
The
like
cause
if I
of
light
the
the fire?
fire was you,
Yes,
Zanuck.
see, you got to be honest. Is that just answer yes or no? If I light a fire, is that a natural phenomena?
No, it's not.
Oh.
Okay,
I have
so
another
right
question,
there, we
Zanuck.
all now know We all know where your position is, and you're
The
wrong.
fire,
But
the
we can move
fire
on.
is a natural phenomena. A
No, even
man
me lighting the fire
lighting.
is a Okay,
No,
so is me lighting the fire a natural phenomenon, Rakia?
I don't think so.
Okay,
I
so
think
that's
it's
where we're gonna
man-made.
have to
All
stop.
right, I got a
So let's just
question,
stop
folks.
There could be a gray area there. I'll agree
Zanuck,
with that, but the
Zanuck,
It's
do you
fire
not a
is
mind if
gray
I?
area. It's very clear. Natural
Zanuck,
phenomena means
They're trying
as
to,
opposed
you're
to
trying to
super. Hold
weasel,
on,
man.
one
You're
more
trying to
word.
say, now
One
I'm
more
lighting
word.
the
I have
fire.
one word to
There's
say.
no one of it,
I have one
Zanuck.
word. SC, I'm
Can
in the
we
middle of a
please
sentence.
let
Please
Zanuck get
give me
his
one sentence. Yeah. When
irrational
we talk,
speech out?
thank you. When we
Thank you,
talk about natural
everybody.
phenomena, we are looking.
Please let
Can I
Zanuck
please just
preach
do it?
to us for at least 30 minutes without
Let me just
interruption.
give it.
I'm
Are
trying to
you doing
clear
that on
the floor
purpose?
for you,
Are
Zanuck.
you doing it on purpose? You're clear, but you keep continuing to talk for 10 seconds.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm sorry.
yes, when we speak of a natural phenomena, we're looking in opposition to a supernatural phenomena. That's all that means. That's all we all mean. There's no ambiguity there. We're not talking about natural, like is it whole grain or is it processed wheat? We're not talking about natural. Did man touch it or involved in any part, way, shape, or form of its creation? What if it was a rat or a mice or an ant? What was there? What if they're involved? Is it not natural then? Only because
I
man's
don't.
involved, it's not
Yeah,
natural.
we
Let's
heard
stop.
you.
Almost
Tell us
done.
when you're
Almost
done,
done.
bro. Give us
Almost
a
done.
sign
You're
when you're
rambling,
about to
dude.
finish.
Just
Okay,
mute him.
I'm
Not
done then.
Zanuck. The
Yeah,
airplanes.
mute Zanuck. Thank you.
Look,
Hey, thank you, whoever that was. True.
the point is, it's all natural because it exists in our natural universe, our natural world, and it is all natural. Whether I started or you started or anything happens, anything we see is considered natural science. Anything.
Yeah, I think we
Okay, now
disagree there.
can
It's
I
a little
rebut that?
gray.
Can I
Okay,
We
rebut
can
that?
disagree then. That's fine.
Thank you. Now, that's a cool story, bro, right? You're trying to weasel away from the thing. No,
I'm
it's
glad you
not.
think it's cool, even though you think I'm a
Let me
weasel.
finish.
But that is
Hang
the
on,
truth.
Zanuck. Don't interrupt, man. We cleared the floor for you.
When you
Much
walk
appreciated.
upon the forest and you see a fire, that's a natural phenomenon. That's a phenomena, right? That occurs, right? Now, when you start the fire, we know the cause of that fire. It was you, Zanuck, starting the fire.
So that's not
Nothing
natural? I'm
you
not
say
natural?
will ever change that.
That doesn't mean
Am
it's
I
not
not natural?
See, I think there's a gray area because I think if a man started a fire, but it looked like you walked by, you didn't know that man started it, and you walked by and saw the fire lit, that fire would be a natural phenomena. But the
Okay.
man actually starting the fire is not natural phenomena. Like
You're just,
a man painting a picture is not a natural phenomena. It's a
you
man
had me.
Exactly.
You
They're
had me
trying to
at.
find some
You
weasel
had me at.
ground.
We're in gray area, right, Rekia? You had me at. This is gray area. You should stop there because
Well, that's what I
is the difference?
described.
Well, listen. What is the difference between the fire that I start versus when it starts by lightning? What's the difference?
If we
Does the
know
fire know
man,
it?
yeah, I was just about to answer you.
Well, I
If
wasn't
we
done. I was
know
in the
that
middle of a sentence.
man made it, or started it, or created it, we know it's man-made.
Can you tell if I saw a fire burning? Could you tell who started it, whether it was lightning or man? Is there some
Natural.
different characteristic? I
Did you
literally,
not?
well, just like last time, I was in the middle of a sentence, in the middle, halfway through one word, and you're jumping in. So just give
I've
me like a
already
second.
described the answer when I
No,
said
you didn't.
that
I
if
want
you
to ask it
walk by
anyway.
a fire and you didn't know if a man started or not, the fire is a natural phenomena. But
Okay,
if you
so
saw the man starting the fire, the starting of the fire is not a natural phenomena. Only the
okay,
fire would be.
fine,
Very
great.
simple.
We're making progress. Essie, please let me have another sentence. So you're saying that there's no difference of the fire because fire is natural, but there is a difference in the fact that man started it versus man didn't start it.
Yeah,
So
the
that means we
cause and
can only
effect.
hold on. I
Cause
told you
and
to stop.
effect,
I told you
Zanuck.
not to talk, and let me finish the sentence. You couldn't hold yourself. Just hold yourself back for a second, Essie. So that fire that was started by man, that can be scientifically analyzed, but the one that cannot be, but the one that can be started by nature, that's a whole different kind of fire because it was started naturally. That's what you're saying. That makes no
Well, I
sense.
think there's a gray area. Yeah, it's just a
It's
gray,
not
like,
gray. The fire is
yeah,
a fire. You can still study
yeah.
fire regardless of
I
who
was the
starts it.
one
Just
talking
like
then
you
when
could.
you jumped all over
Okay.
me. Like when you screamed,
No, I was
it's
still talking,
not
but go ahead.
gray. You were still talking? No, I think you're, no, whatever.
He
I'm
just
just
did what
saying
he accused me of
that is
doing.
the area that is, kind of what I call gray. I mean, if we know a man painted the picture, right? Even if it looks like nature did it, and we know that man did it, it's not a natural phenomenon. Now,
Is it man natural?
if the wind blows paint cans over onto a canvas, and you want to call that a natural phenomena, I even think that's a gray area.
But man made the paint.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I think that's a gray area, even though it was caused by wind, which is a natural phenomena. But a man creating a fan and plugging it into electricity and having blades turn and create wind, that's not a natural phenomenon.
Man can't create wind. You can't have 80,000 pounds of thrust coming out of the back of a jet engine.
I just said he made the fan, you idiot. But the wind coming out of the fan that the man made and plugged into the wall isn't a natural phenomena to me.
Well, that's why we don't use your definition, because your definition is useless.
Fine with me. I'm fine with that.
Your definition is useless. It doesn't
luck.
help
Rack,
further
you
knowledge.
had me at gray area. You should stop it, Rack, at gray area.
It's not even gray. It's very simple. In science, the definition is very specific. It's
No, but at least you
anything
have
that
on the
fucking
fence.
exists. Shut up, Zanuck. It's anything that fucking
talk
exists.
that way.
Shut up, Zanuck.
This is what
anything that
wordsmiths
exists.
do.
That's
That's
a
what
scientific
magicians do.
definition that works and is valuable.
Nah,
Yeah,
you're
but
just
that's subject to
wordsmiths,
change.
magicians. You went away from my cause and effect, right? You couldn't accept that. When I brought you to your own standards, you don't even know what a phenomena is. Now you're trying to double speak and make things wishy-washy.
Okay, a phenomena. I have gasoline. It is man-made gasoline. I have oxygen. It comes out of an oxygen tank. I mix those two together, and I get and I add a little heat, and I now have an explosion. That is a natural phenomenon. In the presence of gasoline, oxygen, and heat, there is an explosion.
You miss the necessary antecedent to create combustion within those conditions, i.e. the spark.
I said heat. All
But
three
you
were
can't.
included.
You don't
need all
understand
three.
if it's man-made, it's not a phenomenon.
It
Like
can
you
be.
cannot grasp that simple fact, man.
I want to know why my airplane exploded. Well, it turns out that I had the stoichiometric mixture of fuel, and then I had the introduction of a spark. That's science, bitch.
That's something else that you can do that and find out what happened. Do whatever you want to call it. You can do research and find out what they are playing. That's not it. You're trying to veer off course again. Have you ever walked in the woods and saw a plane there? Hold on. Have you ever walked in the woods and you saw a plane there and wondered, I wonder who made that?
Nope, that's not the question. You guys keep on saying that. There are lots of questions you can ask. I don't ask who put the lake there when I want to find out if that lake has fish in it.
Who put the
And
lake
I want
there?
to find out whether that lake is capable of supporting a specific kind of fish.
Okay,
I don't
like
give a
Ricky
fuck
said, who put the lake there?
there?
Here, yeah. Answer that one.
Who made the water?
Doesn't matter.
You see?
The water
We can
exists.
do that too. Yeah.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter. The
naturally,
water
right?
exists. As long as the water exists, you can test
Naturally. Yeah, naturally.
it. No, it's a man-made lake, and the water was made by combining hydrogen and oxygen from
A
man.
man dug it. He didn't make the water.
Yes, he made it from hydrogen and oxygen.
A
Okay,
man
so what
made
is
the
that?
water. Oh my God. Like there's
so-
no limits that you guys won't go past. It's incredible.
And he got that hydrogen and oxygen from fuel found in the ground. So, I mean, he actually converted it.
And who made that?
Oil. Doesn't
Who
matter
made
who made it. That's
It
not
doesn't?
the question. If you
Yeah,
have
it
the
is.
question, if you want to know who made it, that's a good question. It's a
Yeah,
totally
I'm
separate
asking.
question from can I make water out of hydrogen and oxygen?
No, I'm asking. It's natural, right? Who made it? Man
cares?
didn't make that. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Natural. Who
I don't
made
know.
it?
Maybe there was a man who lived 1 billion years ago who made everything. Okay, now we're here. Next.
See, this is
Right.
what stops progress.
That's where you got to go, huh?
Guys like you, anything not to admit to a simple thing like this is what stops progress, stops conversation.
There is no progress to be made
useless.
if you just keep on saying that we can't do science on everything. We can do science on every fucking thing that exists.
I didn't say that. You can do science on whatever you want. You can do painting science. We're talking about a scientific method, cause and
Natural
effect
science.
relationship. That's all we're saying, man. You're not getting it. You can do science on refrigerators if you want. I don't care.
Natural.
Mayock already posted
about a
a
very
really
specific
informative
kind.
post. It says within science, The term natural refers to any element of the physical universe, whether man-made or not. This is
we're not going to get anywhere.
Now, if you don't
Might as
like
well
that,
change
now,
the
hold
subject.
on, SE. If you don't like that, that's your prerogative. But this is what we subscribe to in the science world and engineering world. And there's nothing that it's just a mince of words, misunderstanding of terms, and you're using it to fund your argument, to fuel your argument, and it's silly. Natural. It should be natural versus supernatural. It's not natural, meaning man-made. That's in the food processing world. Is it all natural, or is it, did man touch it and add sugar to it? That's a different discussion. You guys can't think about two different ideas of the same word. They have different meanings and contexts. And we're trying to give you the context of science. Within science, there's no such thing as supernatural. All it is, it's all natural. It's either natural or supernatural. There's no in between.
Let me ask you a question.
Man. I've been trying to get in.
Oh, go ahead, Jeremy.
Zanuck, last week you told me that an experiment isn't a hypothesis test. You told me 5 minutes ago you don't need to know when you're doing an experiment. Like,
no, you don't need a null for the experiment.
You're all over.
I'm not. I'm very clear and been very consistent.
I wouldn't take your word for anything scientific.
Because it's how you.
I wouldn't take your word for anything
words.
scientific at this point, based off of what you said already about.
You minced your words. You said, "Is the experiment?" What would you say again? Is it a hypothesis test? Yes, I told you from the very beginning that you do tests that are called experiments that validate or invalidate the hypothesis, and that can be considered a hypothesis test.
All right. I got a question for you, Zanuck. It's actually two questions. I'm going to post it in one question. Can something come from nothing? And if so, can you show me nothingness in existence?
No. The first law of thermodynamics says something cannot be created from nothing.
Okay. So is our existence and our reality here a creation of intelligent design, or is it a spontaneous one?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Well, this dives back into natural versus supernatural, and I feel that science has really done a great disservice to the creator in the sense that they've labeled everything natural rather than creation, and this is how we got into this.
Even if we do say that it's creation, that doesn't change the question whether we can evaluate how it behaves and learn more about it, which is the whole goal of science.
Right. Yeah, that's the cause of the cause. That's like the gravity thing. We all know the law of gravity. The theory of gravity is a little bit undetermined. So what if there is a supernatural? Hold on. What if there's a supernatural force for gravity? Maybe all this bending, the apparent bending of space time, and all these theories we've developed for why gravity has the law that it is, or is the law that it is. Maybe it's to God. Maybe it's supernatural. We don't know. We all can see that we don't know. But the law is something we can predict and we understand very well.
So, would you agree that the second man starts synthesizing a natural phenomena to better understand it, he could easily manipulate far too many variables and miss the conclusion as to what should have been had?
I kind of know what you mean there, but yeah, of course, every experiment will have its control variables, and every experiment will be evidence to support a hypothesis, and there always will be some evidence that's strong or weak, or maybe not stronger than something else that might come later.
Would you agree? Would you agree if you take a naturally observed phenomena, necessarily perceived to be, interacting with the said phenomena, and
of course,
maybe to better understand it in its natural environment,
versus it all boils down to the level of
narrative.
It all boils down to the level of accuracy that we are conducting these experiments with, and our level of confidence based on the outcomes of.
Yeah, when you say synthesize something, what do you mean by synthesize? Like, if I synthesize a new chemical that was never ever seen in the universe, and we're going to assume for the moment that it doesn't exist anywhere. So I had synthesized this new chemical. I now can learn about that chemical, how it interacts with existing materials, how its properties, its reaction to temperature, all these things.
I don't disagree that that's not a useful indicator to try to discover or create, but at the same time, like, there's a fine difference between a naturally observed phenomena versus a synthetically induced one, But ultimately, it's to get to an explanation about the said phenomenon, not just leave off with vague descriptions and act as if the job is all done. And this is kind of what science has done today. Is they haven't explained much, but they have described many things. And ultimately, we need to get to a conclusion of explanation based on a logical one that's not left in abstract concepts. And that's where we're at today.
I'd say for the most part, almost everything we do doesn't even give a crap about origin.
It's not from where, rather than how pure it is, that what it is you're understanding, right? Like, if you go and fuck off your experiment to the point where you can't make predictions, then you haven't really come to a great conclusion. And you could easily be biasly supporting a narrative that's not necessarily accurate due to a faulty inacuity of observation.
I'm not sure I even followed any of that.
Basically, you can botch your own experiment.
You can.
Have you ever heard too many hands in the mixing pot? You know what I mean? It's kind of that comparison.
Right, but like when you're saying you could botch it, like let's stick with chemistry for a moment. How am I going to botch chemistry? I'm trying to make chemical A, or I even have a hypothesis just based on how chemicals interact, how we know the covalent bonds and stuff to work. I have this theory that I can make this new material. Now I make this new material, and now I can test it. Now, where is there room for me to botch it?
Well, because you theorize something, meaning you didn't have an accurate measure of what was necessary to create it. So in doing so, you could easily add too much or too little of something, or not account for a specific variable and throw off the whole experiment. And that's why I say, like, when something's perceived naturally, it's our job to hypothesize what's taking place, the cause and effect relationship. And in doing that, that's why it's important to have a controlled and independent variable, because if you start skewing too many things, like, it's hard to differentiate the cause and effect relationship from an unbiased perspective.
Well, wouldn't the cause and effect, like in the case of I created this new material, now it has, I notice as an observation that it has superconductivity at room temperature.
Well, I mean,
you created it, bro.
Yeah,
you created it. Can't you not understand that?
What are you saying?
You could play around with it. You could play around with it and see what happens.
Yeah, but he created it, Jeremy.
Yes, but what difference does that make? It exists.
You can still play around with it and see what happens, though. I mean, I wouldn't.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Natural science. We're talking about cause and effects.
Yes, why does it conduct electricity better than all other materials at room temperature?
Yeah, and the cause was Moyak.
That's a stupid cause. That has no value at all.
Then you don't know what you're talking about, bro. Simple. It's that simple. Sorry.
So your goal is to find out why this shit is superconductive. So you say because Moyak. Great answer.
No, you made this stuff. That's the cause of the stuff. Now, if you want to explore that further,
the question was, what is the cause of its superconductivity? Its property. Not
after you made it, though, right?
Material.
After you made it? After you made it?
Yes, after I made it. Why does it work this way? What other
now
materials can I make with this knowledge that I gain from this superconductive material? Can I make other materials that are better than it?
Right, but the cause of that material is what?
Don't care. Moyak, you said. So I'll go with that.
Exactly. You're the cause, bro. That's it.
That's
I mean,
not the
come
cause
on,
of the
guys,
conductivity.
Man. Why are you making life difficult
I made
for us?
100 chemicals before that weren't superconductive. This one is. Why is it? That's
you
the
like
question.
to make life
You got to
difficult
answer your
for us.
question more succinctly, because you keep on coming back to the stupid question of who invented it rather than what can it do.
Yeah, like when an apple is dropped from the tree or you drop it yourself, what's the cause of it accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared? The person that dropped it, or the tree dropped it? God dropped it? Who? I mean, why can't we look at an effect of something happening and not care about who
Nobody
caused
dropped it. Nobody
See,
dropped it.
this is again. Remember the cause of the cause.
Group.
Remember we talked about the cause of the cause for years now. It doesn't matter the cause of the cause. It doesn't matter even in the term itself, the cause of gravity.
What do you
We
mean the
know
cause
gravity,
of
the
the
law of
pod?
gravity. We don't know. We don't. The apple behaves the same exactly. We can show this to be true, whether we drop it or the tree falls off because the wind affects it naturally. It doesn't matter. The act of this object falling, we can analyze and do science on. Would you not
I
agree?
don't
Dude,
think
he's gonna
there's
be in.
any
He's
way
gonna be in
to
here
get through.
tomorrow or next week. He's gonna be in here tomorrow or next week talking about. I've always said we need a null hypothesis, dude. Don't.
Yeah,
I
guaranteed.
don't know what.
You're still beating on the
Guaranteed.
null hypothesis. I was trying to find my thing I made for QE a while ago on a hypothesis and a null hypothesis. I think it was on gravity. I've been looking for the last half hour. I can't find it, but basically, you have to describe what that null hypothesis is. If the
Gonna be
hypothesis
the.
is disproven or not supported, you're saying that automatically the null hypothesis is the opposite is then true.
If you have your hypotheses
Give me
straight,
an
yes, it's
example.
gonna be. You will have. I'll give you an example. I think heat causes water to boil.
Okay, then
do
I
an
show that.
experiment.
Then I show. Hold on. Then I show that pressure causes water to boil. And then what's
Okay.
the null hypothesis for that?
I don't know. Can you let me finish? We
Okay.
do a hypothesis to show that I want to say I think heat causes water to boil, right? So I got to make a null hypothesis. That null hypothesis is going to be heat doesn't cause water to boil. There's your example, Zanuck. Plain and simple. It's easy. That's how science works.
And just because pressure makes water appear to boil also doesn't nullify his hypothesis that heat causes water to boil. Two separate hypotheses.
Well, my hypothesis would be a little more detailed, and I would
Was
talk
my
about the
example
actual
clear,
act.
Zanuck?
I'm in the middle of a sentence, really. Come on.
Well, yeah, but did
So
you
my
before
hypothesis
we
would be
move on,
more
did
along
you
the lines of
understand my
these
example?
molecules
Zanuck, before we move
having
on, did you
extra
understand my
energy to
example?
break the state of matter.
I know.
I was actually talking as a response
I
to
know, but
actually.
before we move on, did you understand my example of the null
Yes, and
hypothesis?
I think it's a bad example.
Oh God, what's your example of a null hypothesis? Well, we don't even need one according to you, so who cares? Who cares what you think? You don't even think we need one.
Well, if you say that heat causes water to boil, and the null hypothesis is that heat doesn't cause water to boil, and we do have a situation where we added heat and the water doesn't boil because I keep on dropping the pressure.
I don't know why we're even talking
Or I
about
keep
this.
on
You don't
raising the
even think
pressure.
we need. You don't even think we need a null. Why are we even talking about it?
Well, then I would disapprove that the null wouldn't be
What
true
the
either.
fuck, Danik? You don't keep changing the pressure in an experiment. You have everything controlled. And
Yes,
it's not
my control is I got it at 3,000 bars.
That's not the hypothesis, though. That's not the hypothesis. The experiment would do that. The experiment would do that.
Only heat causes water to boil. It's that heat can cause water to boil.
So your hypothesis is heat. So tell me your hypothesis, Don. Heat can cause water. That's your hypothesis?
Yeah. What? Isn't that yours?
No.
Okay. Well, fuck off. You're dishonest.
What kind of answer or response is that?
I don't know.
Hypothesis would be
Don's
controlling. If I control temperature, if I control pressure, and a container is isolated, and I add heat to it, the water will boil. And I'll explain why. Here are the reasons why this substance will change state.
You're trolling.
I'm not. And then that would be supported by the experiments. But you're just saying heat causes water to boil. That's easy to disprove.
Yeah, heat can cause water to boil. You'd have your pressure be your.
But it doesn't
control
mean the null
variable.
hypothesis is proved.
You'd have your pressure. You would have pressure be a control variable if you even knew about it at that point. You might not even know about pressure yet. This could have been back in caveman days, right?
Right.
So if you kept adding if you add heat to water, it'll cause the water to boil if you add enough heat to it, right?
Right.
Yeah, and your null hypothesis
would be validated. You'd be right, and that'd be in the new science book, in the caveman science book. Then later on, as we started being able to create situations where the pressure could be varied, we realized that it's not just heat that causes it, it's something else. So what really causes water to boil? Then we start digging even deeper into the atomic into the molecular structure. Oh my God!
Zanuck, in my experiment, we know what causes water to boil. It's heat. We did the experiment. We've proven heat causes water to
Caveman
boil.
science book determined through hypothesis and the actual experimentation that heat causes water to boil. You were right and supported. Now, a million years later, we start having a new discussion about, we don't think that this old hypothesis that was proven back in Stone Age is actually true. Why? Because we have a situation where we can actually control the pressure and see that the heat isn't. I can make the water boil without adding any heat. Ooh, that's interesting.
So you could redo your experiment. So you could redo your experiment, make pressure be the control variable, and find out, oh, look, heat does still cause water to boil.
No, see, that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. Now, that's where you're wrong.
We can't have pressure be the control variable?
Can I finish? You've already said it. You don't need to say it 3 times. I
don't know. I said I was an advocate.
I'm responding to you, and I got it the first time. So you now have an experiment now where you've shown that heat can actually make water boil. That's not the same as the hypothesis. That's what I'm trying to get through to you. The hypothesis was heat was the cause of the water boiling, not in the experiment. The heat causing different. They're different situations. They're different terms. They have different meanings. You can't conflate the two. That's where you're getting into problems.
Now that we know about pressure, we can make the pressure be a control variable. We can add heat to water, and guess what, Zanuck?
That's the experiment. What's your hypothesis, though? What is your hypothesis? Has your hypothesis changed?
No, same thing. Heat causes water to boil.
Okay, so if that's your hypothesis, even though you had your experiments,
we added a control variable in the experiment now of pressure.
Fine. Now you
control heat, and I'm going to vary pressure.
Yeah. So now I say, here's the Jeremy paper, this peer-reviewed paper on heat controls. Heat determines if water will boil or not. And I basically say, well, I don't think that's true. So I'm going to go do my hypothesis. And my hypothesis will incorporate all sorts of other factors, all sorts of other things. And I prove that
and then
I can do what? In my test, in my experiment,
you're going to find out heat causes water.
No, in my experiment, I'm not going to add heat. I'm just going to remove pressure in my experiment.
There's going to be no heat in your experiment.
I'm not going to add any heat to my experiment.
Going to control heat.
But there's going to be heat there, right? There's going to be ambient temperature. There's definitely going to be heat.
There's always heat in it. Yes, there's always energy in a substance. This is absolute zero. So now I start lowering the pressure, and then it starts to boil. I just supported my hypothesis.
With heat, along with heat.
No, I didn't. I controlled the heat. I didn't add heat.
It doesn't matter if you controlled it. It's there. You can't get rid of it. It's there.
See, that's where you were confused. No, it's a control variable heat. I'm not going to allow any to enter the system, and I want to see if heat or if pressure alone can cause water to boil. So I control the heat, and I lower the pressure, and the water starts to boil. So therefore, pressure
alone causes water to boil because you can't get rid of the heat, silly.
I'm going to raise the pressure up to 10,000 bar, and I'm going to add heat to it, and it'll never boil.
Right.
Okay, and that's where my experiment comes in of controlling the pressure, having that as one of the control variables, and we'll find out that at certain temperatures, heat causes water to boil, and at lower temperatures, you can just lower the pressure.
Though.
The hypothesis is heat causes water to boil.
Heat alone added does not cause water to boil. I can show this through experimentation. That's my hypothesis. Yours was a different hypothesis. You just said heat causes water to boil. I disproved it.
You can get more specific with it, obviously. But if you're a caveman coming out of the cave,
remember I told you the story.
Coming out of the cave, and you just have a pot with some water and fire. It's pretty safe to say that you can just add heat.
You gotta relax. Just relax. You're too caught up in being right. You're just too caught up in being right now. You made a hypothesis.
Say white or right?
You needed to say that right there. You made a hypothesis in the Stone Age, and I reviewed it much later, a million years later, and you're like, you know what? I think that old hypothesis can be challenged, and let me challenge it. And here's my new hypothesis. And then I do my experiments where I do what I tell I'm doing. So suddenly I show that heat is not a sole cause of why water boils. I cannot add any heat and just read the pressure, and I can have it boil by not adding any more heat. Sure, the heat is always there. But heat isn't the cause.
I don't know why we're even talking about this. I don't know why.
Zanuck, when did the caveman experiment say heat was the only cause? It didn't do that. It said heat could cause.
It's a straw man. This is ridiculous.
Hypotheses are never written. Heat could cause. The hypothesis is specific. He was specific. He said,
and it does.
He said heat causes water to boil,
bro. And even when you prove that pressure causes it, heat still causes it, Zanuck.
No, how?
Oh, this is hilarious.
How does it cause it? Tell me.
By being a variable that causes it?
Okay, in the experiment where you can control the pressure, you can definitely say heat causes water to boil at a certain pressure, certain temperature. You can get more specific with it. I'm just trying.
That's not my
trying to show
hypothesis,
you
though.
a point. I was just trying to show you a point. Well, do you want the real hypothesis, Zanuck? Or can I get to the point of you need a null hypothesis to go along with your
What's the
alternative
null hypothesis? Tell me what the null is.
That heat doesn't cause water to boil.
Okay, did I prove the null hypothesis and I didn't add any heat and I only changed the pressure? Did I prove the null?
You still have heat.
No,
that would be
the hypothesis was adding that the hypothesis was if I add heat, I can cause water to boil. Now you're saying heat has a role in water boiling, which I would also agree with, by the way.
In your experiment, that's not my experiment. My experiment showed that heat causes water to boil. You're doing a different experiment. You want the null hypothesis? You want me to give you the null for your experiment?
I already told you what it was. It's just like circular logic, circular reasoning, complete ignoring of the question and the context in which I'm asking it.
Dude, I don't know why we're doing this then.
Because you're
confused. Are we doing
this?
No, because you think we don't need a null.
You said if I add heat to water, I can make it boil. That was the original hypothesis.
Dude, do you want the whole hypothesis?
Adding
numbers
heat,
and everything?
specifically adding heat causes. Hold on, you have water, it's not boiling. You add heat and it boils. That's your hypothesis, right?
Do you want the hypothesis with all the numbers and all the stuff?
No,
Is that what you want? You want
it
the
doesn't have
actual
to be very,
hypothesis?
it doesn't have to be specific. It can be general, like I just said. You have water. You make a hypothesis. I think that heat causes water to boil. So you add heat to it and it boils. And that end of story. A million years goes by. A million years goes by, and somebody says, "You know what? I don't think just adding." You got to find that. That's a time for you to talk, right there. A million years goes by, and you feel it's time. I feel it's time to address this hypothesis and challenge it. So I think because the original was adding heat causes water to boil. I'm not going to add heat and see if I can get the water to boil. And I try all these different ways. I cool it. I throw sand on it. I mean, oh my God, are you really going to continue?
Yeah, I'm going to interrupt real quick because I'm just letting you know I'm done. I'm not engaging you anymore.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
You're being
you can just keep rambling on. It's fine.
I told you, bro. It ain't gonna end with this guy ever.
I think one of the things that also is being omitted here, or trying to type it out, but it's a moment. That heat does not make water boil. I can evidence that. I have 34-degree water. I add 20 degrees to it, it doesn't boil. So heat in and of itself does not create boiling.
Excellent point. Excellent point.
Yeah, I could give you the whole hypothesis.
Excellent. No, right there, Jeremy. Right there, I should have brought that up too.
I've said this about 10 times.
Jeremy,
if you actually want the hypothesis with the numbers and everything, you guys are being silly at this point.
No.
It's not worth engaging.
Jeremy, Zanuck wants to get in. Would you please give way?
Thank you, Jeremy. The water's at 220. Right?
Even know.
The water's at 220.
Don't interrupt Zanuck while he talks, guys. Come on.
I added.
We need to clear the floor right here. I don't know what's going on.
All right, don't.
They keep on doing it. They don't clear. They cannot keep control of themselves. So you added heat to this water and got it to 220 degrees, and it's not boiling. And you add, so it should be boiling at 220. That's part of your hypothesis. It doesn't boil. Then we add a little more heat, and then it boils. The temperature didn't change.
Zanuck, can I talk with you sincerely for 2 minutes? Okay, we see phenomenon of boiling. Okay, we want to say, hey, maybe the heat energy makes everything boil. At a certain threshold, a certain amount of heat will make everything boil. We're going to try to falsify that. We're going to take everything and add as much heat as possible. And in every instance, aren't we going to see it boil? We're not going to be able to falsify that hypothesis, right? Enough heat will, at threshold, always make something boil, right?
No, that's not true.
No. Okay.
Everything has a vapor point.
Yeah, vapor.
Change
state, whatever you want to say. Like, I thought we were shortcutting with the term boil. But yes, we know.
At sufficient pressure, it will go right to a supercritical fluid.
Changing form, I guess, should be. We know that there's you know what I mean? It's like, it's weird that now we have to get more specific. But the thing is, Zanuck knows that we can have this idea of a phenomenon, and we could try to falsify it, and it's going to lead us to the conclusion that yes, heat is the relevant variable. One of at the least. Now you can add on more relevant variables and come up with your combination, but you never are going to change the falsification of the first.
Don, what is heat?
I mean, these guys are arguing
Don,
about
what is heat?
pressure.
I'm talking to Don. You heard me ask him a question, Jeremy. You definitely heard me ask him. Why are you're a moderator? You should know about it. Come on.
Energy.
I know, but I'm trying to get to the argument. You want to define what heat is.
No, it was to you. I was responding to you. What is heat,
it's
Don?
Jeremy's turn.
Don, don't run away.
Go ahead,
what is
answer him, and then I'm going next.
Heat is the fire I'm about to put up under your ass. If you don't, you took a turn and I took a turn. Now it's Jeremy's turn, bro.
No. Tell me what heat is, because you're using it quite a bit.
Heat is the measure of the thermal energy, isn't it?
Okay, so we can definitely do experiments and just have. You done, Zanuck? You good? Did you have a follow-up question on that?
No, I just think at a molecular level, things are happening that we call heat. We call it.
I already said vibration, Zanuck. It doesn't matter. This isn't fucking kindergarten time with Zanuck.
Well, no.
Jeremy,
Go ahead, Zanuck.
I'm trying to get on.
Y'all are being rude to Zanuck. I don't know why y'all don't give him the floor every time he needs it. What is going on here?
I know, right? So this can all be resolved by just making the pressure a control variable. And now we're all good on your pressure problem here. We have pressure as our control variable. We have our independent variable as heat. It's still causing the water to boil.
So now your hypothesis has suddenly changed. Your hypothesis now is under constant pressure. What are you laughing at? Is that
because it never changed, Zanuck? You don't hear, bro. You don't steal, man. You straw man. You want to argue. You want comfort. Yeah. Yes.
Can I finish? Again, I can't even finish a sentence. No matter what I say, I get.
You asked me, and now you're interrupting me, Zanuck.
No. I wasn't. You were yelling as I'm saying. You're changing the hypothesis. Originally, the hypothesis was heat causes water to boil. Now you're saying under a different hypothesis.
I can give you the actual
Hold on.
hypothesis.
Remember, it's Stone Age. We had no.
You don't say I'm sick and tired of this, Zanuck. You need the hypothesis with the actual numbers. So you stop saying that.
You don't. Let me say what the revised hypothesis is, and you can then criticize it. The new hypothesis is.
Hold on, Jeremy. Zanuck's going to cut in right now, and he's going to really yell, and he's going to get it out. It's his time. We need to clear the floor for Zanuck. Go ahead, Zanuck.
Thank you, Rika. So the new hypothesis is a revised hypothesis from way back 1 million years ago is, and these cavemen must have known this because they're very smart. Maybe they were taught by aliens, those people we talked about earlier. The new hypothesis is under constant pressure, if we add heat, water will boil.
That was always the hypothesis. Everything is constant.
We didn't know anything about anything.
You are interrupting me to say no before you listened. I know you could jump to the conclusion, okay? But you need to trust that this is what I believe me and everybody else heard in the beginning. You changed it. You kept saying, I could change the pressure and do this. And we're going, no, you keep the pressure consistent, like in a variable or in a normal time. Everything is controlled except the presumed cause.
They specifically said in history that these cavemen knew adding heat, water would boil. They had no knowledge of pressure. That's how it was framed at the beginning.
Zanuck,
so you're wrong.
Keep everything consistent. I'm not wrong. You are hearing terribly here. You do not. You
Does
need
anyone
to
else agree with me?
Nobody agrees with
me. That's what we said, caveman. There was no vacuum chambers. We had no idea about vacuum. That's why we laid it up that way.
No, I was wondering.
Fuzzy, you're roboting. So they didn't know what pressure was. Every time they walked outside, Fuzzy,
there you go.
Roboting.
Jeremy
Fuzzy, you're still roboting. Hold on, Zanuck. Fuzzy, you're roboting.
I was wondering how you
Fuzzy, you're roboting.
Change the pressure.
Hold on, guys. So they go outside every day. They're at the sea level. They go outside every day. They see water. Heat causes water to boil. every day for a million years. They see heat. We add heat to this pot of water, it causes it to boil. Now they figured out about pressure somewhere down the line, and now we know there's a thing called pressure, and you can add that to a new experiment and say, oh, okay, at 14.7 psi, this temperature, water will boil. That's all you did. You didn't falsify your other experiment that you already proved heat causing water to boil.
Yeah, upon further examination, you're finding the relative relationship between temperature and pressure and its effects on water.
Yeah, nothing changed. Like you didn't. There's water still.
So is it the heat that causes water to
everywhere they
boil?
were for the million years at sea level. Find out it's 14.7. You put heat to water at 14.7. Guess what happens? The water still boils.
Adding heat to water causes it to boil, but we just showed you where it doesn't.
Oh my goodness!
It's relative to the pressure at which the water is contained, right? So at sea level, you're gonna have a different boiling point of water at sea level than you would at the top of a mountain due to the pressure differential, right? So the difference in pressure will cause either an increase or a decrease in the amount of heat that you have to apply to water in order for it to boil. So after we get past the initial hypothesis of heat causes water to boil, which has been proven, right? We've proven that heat applied to water can cause it to boil. We've also concluded after further experimentation that heat isn't the only component within the equation of water boiling. We also have pressure as part of that equation as well, right? And this relative relationship causes water to boil at either higher or lower temperatures or higher or lower pressures, depending upon the temperature and the pressure relationship. You're both right. Everybody's just talking past each other, really, honestly.
No, actually, you can, at some point, as was mentioned, you can add a little heat and the temperature doesn't change and it doesn't boil. And then it suddenly does boil. You add a little more heat, temperature doesn't change, and it boils.
Right. There is a certain point, right? There's a certain amount of heat at a specified pressure that you need to reach in order for the water to boil, right? It's not completely discounting heat being applied to water is what's causing it to boil. There has to be a certain amount of heat in order for it to boil. And the amount of heat that's applied to the water is relative to the pressure.
So you keep on adding
which the
heat
water
to it.
is.
You keep on adding heat, the temperature rises always.
If you continue to increase the heat, or if you continue to, so when you initially put cold water on a stove, it doesn't instantaneously, right? So over time, it will increase.
I'm just asking you if you think there's a direct relationship between temperature and heat in the water and it boiling. Like for every incremental change in heat, am I getting incremental change of temperature?
All of it's because Zanuck didn't realize you need a null hypothesis when doing natural
Right,
science.
but you're just trying to get into details. I'm pretty sure
It's not
I
a
don't know,
detail.
somebody can,
because there's other reasons why.
I know.
My point is,
you would have to increase the amount of heat, right? And the amount of heat that's applied to the water isn't directly proportional to the amount of heat that's coming from the flame, right? It takes time in order for that to rise. I don't know. It's kind of the question you're asking. I'm pretty sure I summed it up pretty well prior to, right?
The point is, there's true reasons why. So what we're really trying to find out here is what the cause of the change of state is. What actually happens molecularly to the water, to the H2O, when it changes state from a liquid to a gas? And that's not, it's not a super simple. It can be summarized fairly easily, but it's not really super simple. There's a lot of things. It's kind of complicated, but it's not just the heat. Other things are happening.
Right.
The energy,
correct.
Pressure and temperature.
Pressure and temperature are the two key factors, right?
Well, the temperature. At some point, the temperature doesn't change, and energy goes strictly into changing state. So there's no temperature change up until that point. There's no temperature change.
But there may be a pressure change, right? This is why I'm saying it's a relationship.
No, you're making assumptions. No pressure change. We're raising the temperature with adding heat. That we all agree. We all can relate to that. But at some point, that heat that we've been adding, that's been raising temperature, doesn't raise the temperature anymore, and it strictly goes into changing states.
Right, because the water will change its state once it reaches the certain temperature, right? Meaning,
no, the temperature is.
What are you trying to say?
Saying you're adding heat, and even though you get a certain temperature, at some point the temperature won't go up because the energy you're adding to it is only used to change states. So the temperature doesn't change a bit; it only changes states. That energy, instead of going up in temperature, was used to break those molecules into a different state. So it's
He's just spewing nonsense. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's just nonsense.
And in the meantime, you need a null hypothesis when you're doing natural science. Otherwise, you're just not doing it right.
And again, flat Earth science has relegated us to just knowing how to boil water.
It was just an example of when you need a null hypothesis of what the null would be.
Yes, but with your limited quantum eraser method of science, we're relegated to very, very few pieces of knowledge in this world. Scurvy can be cured with vitamin C and water boils. Okay, that's where our knowledge base ends.
Why are you bringing
I think you're
quantum
giving QE
erasure
too much
into this?
credit. He didn't come up with that scientific method. I mean, that's nice that you would think that highly of him, but I'm pretty sure he didn't come up with that.
No, his restriction of the method is clearly the problem. And
It's not his restriction of the method, it's the method.
Sounds to me like QE's living rent-free in Moyak's brain there.
So what? What do you mean by that? Whoopee.
I mean, you're bringing somebody into the conversation that's not even here for no apparent
Right. There's the original source. Like you guys bring in
original source
and stuff like that. The first person who says something stupid, and then when everybody picks up on the stupid thing, that's, I think, worthy of note.
Yeah, you said you were bringing up the original source. QE is not the original source for that. I thought we just went through this. He did not invent. He did not invent. No, he is not. He is not the original source for the scientific method. I can't believe you even just said that. We just went over this.
But his restriction of natural to being only growing on a fucking vine, his implementation of it, the one that Flat Earth uses, is pretty much a quantum eraser invention.
Right.
The
logic is what's important, Jeremy. The same way Zanuck is using flawed logic to attack perfectly logical premises. You know damn well that they have an argument. Like, for instance, I could be boiling some water. You could come around. You could think I'm a monkey, right? Or a fucking bee or whatever. In nature, you walked around nature in the forest and I was doing it. What does it matter if a human is doing it? You know that's ridiculous. Everything is the natural world, even if a man is touching it, right? Like, that seemed like we were contending that a little too much.
I'm real surprised y'all are still on this. The analogy I was going to drop right before I got pulled away was, if you go out into nature and you see a beaver has made a dam in a river, is that natural?
Right. No, they get it. They get it. I don't know why.
I go out there and I chop up some wood and I make a dam just like the beaver did. Is that natural?
It would never have happened without the human. Therefore,
it would have never happened without the beaver.
I'm kidding. I hope you can sense I'm kidding. But yeah, like,
yeah.
I mean, I'm an animal. Humans are animals. We are a species of animal. We are part of the natural world. We just happen to be way more highly evolved, and we build cool shit. Beavers build dams.
The maximum extent of that argument of it's man-made, so it's not natural. The maximum extent of that argument is you're gonna attribute the cause to man. You still can do tests. You still can do all this.
Yeah, sure.
All they have is they're gonna say, that's it. It means
nothing. Nobody says that just because somebody caused something. Nobody's saying that didn't happen. It's not lost on anybody. It's just that it's not unnatural per se. I mean, we do make distinctions between man-made climate change, for example, and just climate change that's not directly attributed to human activity. We do make that distinction because it helps
That's
with
not that's
goals.
not the point, man. That's not the point whatsoever, man.
Yeah, how do you know the distinction? How
Because
is that
Brian,
distinction even made?
Context.
Phenomenon still has the pattern of phenomenon, whether or not a hairless finger touched it or a hairy ape finger touched it.
That's not the point. The point here is man claiming a phenomena caused by man. So if it's caused by man, it's not a phenomena whatsoever. We know the cause of.
Okay, I wouldn't classify it as a phenomena per se.
My
I wouldn't
God, I think
classify
we
it
were still here.
quite that way. Yeah, I'm surprised you guys. It's been like a half an hour or something like that. I mean, yeah, we can distinguish between things that are caused by humans, but it doesn't It doesn't change the premise of an experiment, which I believe. I don't know if we're still talking about this, but the heating of water, whether it's found in nature by a lightning strike or somebody puts a glass in a bell jar and sucks the air out of it. It's still an observable characteristic of stuff.
Yeah, but I
What
feel
about
like
what about finding that the water is warmer in the summer and it's cooler in the winter? What about finding out that the temperature of the air or the temperature of the surroundings of the water will affect the temperature of the water? What about that?
Sure.
Yes, I would say that's probably not caused by humans directly. Maybe
So yeah, it's not caused by humans, but humans observe that phenomenon, isn't it? You go to the beach in the summer, you have nice and warm water. You come in the winter, it's cold. So you realize there is a phenomena happening with the temperature of the water, isn't it? So now you come to the conclusion that if you apply heat to the water, you're going to make the water to be warm.
We can also do
now you test your hypothesis, yeah. So now not just the water is getting warm, it started to boil. So the cause for this to happen is the heat.
Right.
Temperature change. Correct.
Now, you could go to like a geothermal vent, for example, and see boiling water there due to the Earth's internal heat, boiling the water, or you could apply a propane stove and heat the water up. Either way, the water boils,
There you
and
go.
that's a natural cause.
And you also
human
you
cause.
also see
You know the distinction.
and
between
you also see the ice in the winter.
Yes, of course. We can put something in the
And
freezer.
you see it melting into water again. So we know that something is causing the water to change into that state as well. So we can science that as well.
I'd like to, can I change that up a little bit? Now, I've got a situation. I have just invented a chemical. I mixed three things together. And when it is exposed to a piece of steel, that steel dissolves. Hell, it catches fire. Is that not a natural phenomena? Is that not something we can explore?
The answer is no. It's not a natural phenomena, because the phenomena that you are creating, you are creating it. Yeah, correct. I mean, man can replicate things that happens in nature.
This is no replication. This is the first time.
And this is what science is all about, isn't it? The understanding of the physical and natural world.
Right, but part of the natural world includes me mixing these three chemicals together and then setting steel on fire.
Yes, but for our rhetorical purposes, we understand the difference between something that is naturally occurring and something that is caused directly by humans. It doesn't make the process break the laws of nature or break the laws of physics, or it doesn't mean that in the big picture we are part of nature. We
but right.
The question is the question
So can
on
I
the
go
table
to
is
your example
cause and effect.
of the beaver dam, right? In my opinion, I would not extend a naturally occurring phenomenon to anything that a creature has constructed, right? So to me, this is just me personally, and people can disagree with me, is that the beaver dam is not a naturally occurring phenomenon that I'm seeing, because I know that the architecture.
You already know the cause.
Okay, so here's another example.
You know the cause of the dam. The beaver created. You already know the cause of the dam. Listen,
I understand that, but what I'm saying is I would not
to be a scientific question.
Naturally,
Yeah, the scientific question is cause and effect. cause and effect relationship. You need to hypothesize what you think it's causing the effect. So you're walking out and about and you see a dam on the river, and you wonder what is causing this. There's a beaver. Beaver is building it. So you already established what is the cause of the effect. So it's not a scientific question anymore because you already established the cause of what you observe.
Right, but what I'm saying is I would not extend that beaver dam to being something that I would call a naturally observed phenomenon, right? I would
Correct.
You could say the need for protection caused it. The primal instincts caused. It's deeper than just the beaver, Brian. Just like it's deeper than just the human on the stove.
Yeah. So, for example, there are species of trees and plants that propagate exclusively by being eaten and digested by birds and then shit out some other place elsewhere. That is how they propagate. They have no natural method of propagating via little wings or little fluffy things that allow them to float through the air. They literally propagate through bird shit. The bird is facilitating. They have a bit of a symbiotic relationship there, where the bird's getting something out of it, the tree's getting something out of it, and they both propagate. Okay, is the bird shitting tree seeds a mile away not a natural phenomenon? The bird's a part of nature, the tree's a part of nature. It's a connected system.
So here in this scenario, I would call that a naturally occurring phenomenon, right? Because the bird. So let me explain, right?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
So the beaver would consciously chew the trees and utilize its own intellect to create the dam, whereas the bird is simply eating food, right? The bird is not consciously planting that seed. That's where I would draw the distinction.
Who's to say the beaver? Who's to say the
Yeah,
beaver
but
is
hold on a
consciously
second.
different
Hold
than
on
the
a second.
bird?
Let me ask.
Count as natural.
Let me ask a couple of questions about what you said. Yeah, what is the observed phenomenon?
Who's the question to?
To you.
Oh, to me. The observed phenomena is we see.
Seeds
say you're
moving from location to location.
Say you're a naturalist and you see trees of a certain kind very far away.
Yeah.
And they're spread
Yeah.
out. But then when
And
you
you want to
analyze the
establish the
seed,
cause of that.
yeah, when you analyze the seed, you think to yourself,
Yeah.
how could these seeds possibly spread?
I
They don't have
understand
any
that.
mechanism to move.
Let's
And
move
therefore,
forward.
you find
Now
out
you
find the
observe.
bird does this, and
Yeah.
you observe
So we already established the cause. So hold on a second. So we already established the cause of it. So you already established the cause of the seed moving from point A to point B. The cause was the bird took it, and so it's not scientific anymore. You already established the cause of it. Once you establish the cause of the effect, you establish science. This was the cause of that.
It's natural sciences. Yeah, I mean naturalists. I mean it's still part of science.
The answer was in your question. That's my point.
Yeah, determination through observation.
Yes, but that's still a science. I mean, people would argue that observing nature is a science.
But the thing is, to be science, it's not science anymore because you already established the cause and effect. You, the researcher, you are not causing. You are not manipulating the experiment. You're just observing something happen naturally. Yeah. So you are not doing science. You are not doing science.
I don't think there are many naturalists
you are not
biologists that would agree with that.
What I'm saying is you are not manipulating what's causing.
No,
you're not manipulating the researcher. You're just observing something happen naturally.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
you already know the cause of it.
So, for example,
you would anymore.
Here's the science, right? If you're a naturalist and you see a river, and then the next day you don't see the river because it's all dried up, and you investigate to see what change happened, and then you notice that a beaver dam over here was created recently. Well, let's destroy that beaver dam and see what happens, and see if the water comes back, and then rebuild it again and see what happens if the water dries up again, thus determining the cause of why the water dried up. That would be different than already knowing it's like, oh, yeah, there's beavers that are just chewing on logs and dragging them over here to the water. That's obviously the cause.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I'm not sure what the what George's rhetorical goals in here. I think we're on the same page, actually.
Yeah,
I
it's,
think
but it's not a scientific question. That's my point.
no, it's not a question anymore. Once
once you
made the observation, it does become
you
a
already
fact.
established the cause.
Yeah,
It
I mean,
was
I
a
would say,
phenomena only until you didn't establish the cause,
yeah,
because the cause of it is something happening naturally. The researcher that is observing this phenomena cannot vary and manipulate, if you know what I mean.
possibly.
Just an observer.
I think I partially agree with you. I mean, I think observation in and of itself is.
You know what I mean? Because it's missing the
I
last
do.
part. It's missing the last part, which is the experiment.
So I
the
suppose
researcher needs to vary and manipulate things.
Oh God.
You know,
I don't. So I don't particularly. I think that one area I don't agree with you is that in order for it to be science, there has to be an experiment per se done, because not everything works
This
quite
is too
that
good.
way. It doesn't.
No,
I mean,
you can come to conclusions through observation only.
through observation, yeah, I agree with that. There are some things that don't require a lot of experimentation. You can look at the beaver dam. You can
correct.
see the
That's
beaver
what.
building the
But
dam,
it's
and
not science. You can say
I
it's
think most
a natural
naturalists,
law.
most
It's a
I
natural
think
law.
Yeah.
It's a
The whole
natural law.
reason for science is like it's a way of understanding and discovering things where you have to like experiment and test it. If you know something through a different means, it doesn't mean that you don't know it. It just means you didn't use science to figure it out.
observation is not an
but
invalid form of performing scientific research.
right, the fact that you called it a beaver dam means you already
There
know
you
what
go. Now
caused
you change your phraseology. You said it research. That I
Well,
agree with you. Because
yeah,
like you,
okay,
you also
sure,
agreed
sure.
with me, because if you don't have the experimentation to validate your hypothesis, you don't have science, man. You know, what you're doing is you observing something occurring in nature, naturally, obviously, like you
Yeah.
observe pollination, you know, the bees, you know, and everything else. That's how
I think
the
ultimately,
dynamic system that we live in works.
I think we kind of mostly agree. I think we're just using words. I think this kind of comes down a lot to semantics and how we view the word science or observation or hypothesis or testing. Observation is a tool in the toolbox that scientists use to draw conclusions from things. It can involve testing a
Yeah,
hypothesis.
absolutely. Absolutely.
It can involve just observation. I mean,
What is the ultimate?
No, but that's
What is
the
the
thing.
ultimate
It's
goal
missing
of
something
science?
there. Not just observation. Observation of what? We all observe things.
Observation of.
It needs to be observation of something worth inquiring.
Okay.
To have a scientific inquiry about. What is this that I'm observing? I wonder what's that.
I have a great example.
What is causing this?
I have a great example. All right, astronomy. Astronomy.
Go ahead, Leaky.
Astronomy, for example. Astronomy, you can't really interact with the stars. You can't interact with them. You can't change them. You can't really introduce new variables. All you can do is come up with better and better and better instruments to observe and see deeper and farther into the universe, which I know you guys contest, and that's fine. But as an astronomer, you really can't change too many variables. You can only change your methods of observation. Now, would anybody say that an astronomer is not a scientist? No, people would totally put astronomers in the bucket of being a scientist. Do I have any disagreement there?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I disagree.
Astronomers are not scientists.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they have plenty of phenomena. They have plenty of phenomena. What you don't have is cause and effect. They don't have something that they can vary and manipulate in order to be
They
science.
can observe that stuff.
Yeah, but it's not science. Again, this
I
is
think
not
this
science.
comes down to semantics,
It's not semantics whatsoever. You don't have the experimentation, do you?
I think the difference in between us and you, Leaky, is that we're using like the original Baconian scientific method, and you're using the modern definition of science, which is not the scientific method. See, when you look at when they originally developed the scientific method, it says right there that it needs an experiment, and that's the biggest part and the most important part of a scientific investigation or scientific method.
Do you know the second step in the scientific method? The second step is make observations about the phenomena. It is a component of science. Making observations.
Really? So what's the first step?
The first step is to ask a question.
Leaky, I agree with you.
That's
maybe
wrong.
not on
That's
the
wrong.
Wait, George,
No,
let me handle this. Let me handle this. Leaky, I agree that the observation is part of the scientific method that occurs before the hypothesis and experiment. But if you're gonna throw out, don't just interrupt me. Just because you're a glober doesn't mean you get to interrupt. The hypothesis and the experiment must come after the observation, or else it is not the scientific method that Francis Bacon laid out. Now, you can use any other method in the world, but I think the people on this server are going to use the original scientific method, originally developed. Thank you.
I can ask a question about something that's never been observed.
That's true.
Yeah, exactly. My question is, do unicorns exist? And how do I use science to prove that, right or wrong?
It doesn't prove things, it only disproves them through experimentation. You're disproving your hypothesis.
How do I how would I even disprove you?
You're roboting, but if you can come up with a falsifiable hypothesis, then you can go create your experiment around that.
You have to start with a naturally occurring phenomenon. You have to start with what you observe.
Oh, I think someone dropped.
I can start with what I observed, or I can start with what I haven't observed.
Yes, I think steps 1 and 2 are kind of interchangeable. You can ask a question and then make observations, or you can make the observations, which then leads you to ask a question. I don't think anybody disputes that, right?
No, there's lots of people disputing.
Oh, well, I guess so. Well, I mean, okay, so if I see something weird that I don't understand, it may cause me to ask a question and say, I wonder why that happens. Or I might think of something and I say, I wonder why that happens, and I'll go find that thing to observe it and then continue the process. I'm saying that steps 1 and 2 are somewhat interchangeable or happen at the same time.
I wonder what happens if I stick a bird on a rocket and expose it to 50
You're right. I've never
Gs.
seen it. I've never seen it happen. I've never observed it, but I can go create it and make it happen. You're right. You're absolutely right. So yeah, in my opinion, steps 1 and 2 are interchangeable. If you're looking at like stellar phenomena, or maybe you're observing the moon or something like that, there's nothing you can really do to interact with the moon. You can't say, well, what if we change the cycle of the moon, or what if we turn the moon 180 degrees? You can't make any changes to that. All you can really do is make observations and look at other phenomena that interact with other phenomena to draw some reasonable conclusions. You can't. There are just some things you can't make a volcano happen. You just have to observe them when they happen and then draw conclusions. That is still a form of science.
Yeah, so basically what happened is they came up with the original scientific method in like the 1600s and discovered a whole lot of shit. It increased their base of knowledge a whole lot. Then later we had Huyas come by and say, well, there's things that we can't experiment on, so we have to only observe, but it's still going to be science. And then they changed how science works. So, I mean, I think we're kind of like reformers to the scientific method in that we're trying to step back and go back to that old ways where you have to experiment.
You're regressive.
Regressive.
No, it's called It's called reformer. Regressive has a connotation. You're so progressive, bro. Yeah, you're such a good
the goal
person
of
because you're
science
progressive.
seems to be to increase our knowledge.
Everything that's new is good, right? Nothing in the past that we ever did was right. We have to always do new things. We have to always do new things. Like the whole reason you even said regressive is just a retarded argument. That shouldn't even be an argument. That should just be. That shouldn't even be an argument, bro.
All right, are you guys stop talking? Or you let somebody else talk?
You have the floor, retard.
Okay, so the point of science is to learn more about the world as good as we can. And so if the objective is to learn more about the world, any method you can use that will yield good results is a good method.
Right. So you're not using the original scientific method came up with. You're using a new one, like we said. The thing that we propose to go away with and go back to the original one, which kind of bring us all our neat discoveries.
Really? It didn't bring us transistors. It didn't bring us lots of things.
Didn't bring us germ theory. Germ theory, vaccines, refrigeration, all those
MRI
things.
machines?
MRIs, yeah, sure. all those things weren't done by saying, "Oh, what did the ancient Egyptians do?" No, I mean, it was generally speaking.
It was done through experiment. Obviously, I see this whole thing where you bring up some random shit to like muddy the waters. Ancient Egyptian.
That's not my intent.
You understand, Leaky, how far removed Francis Bacon was from ancient Egypt? You retard. I know you don't understand history, but that's really bad.
Can we
That's
mute him?
really bad, dude. Ancient Egypt. You understand that Egypt was ancient to the Romans, and the Romans were
I'm
ancient
well
to
aware of
the British. And so you're bringing up some ancient Egyptian shit. I don't need Mockingman telling me who to call names when someone's saying ancient Egyptians in the chat. That's just an insult to my intelligence. Him saying ancient Egyptians an insult to my intelligence. So why don't you tell your own boy to shut up?
Did they have access to their writings and their material, though? Because people do study ancient mysteries and stuff like that from Egyptian cultures and others. Did they have access to the writings? Because some people that are occultically minded do study things like the Book of the Dead and other stuff from these cultures, whether they're chronologically removed from the culture or not. Francis Bacon was like 1800s. Egypt was like thousands of years ago, if you're talking about the heyday of their culture. So what are we talking about?
Forget I ever mentioned ancient Egypt. My point was that we don't generally look to the past to drive scientific advancement forward.
But the thing is, you said if a method is a good method, how do you know if it's a method? How do you know the method is good if you don't test it?
Right.
Yeah,
like, and what I'm saying,
it should be tested. It should be.
So
what I'm saying is we don't actually what I'm saying is
to test it. Right?
I agree.
That's how you test something. You use experiments. So if you don't do the experimental start of it, how do you know if your method is good?
Well, let's take astronomy for a second.
Which is not a science, and you can't test to see if you're right.
You're bringing in like the one thing that we disagree on. You're bringing the one thing that we disagree on as an example.
Illustrate his point. He was talking about it to illustrate a main point. Let's get to the main point first before we cut in. Moyak, please continue.
Thank you. So let's take the Roche limit as an example. There's a theory that if you get within a certain distance from a planet, that the gravitational forces, the tidal forces, will tear apart an object. Now you have this theory. You make observations and you look at it and you say, oh, look at that. That comet got torn apart by that planet. Now we have some confirmation. Now we can add that to the
how do
beginnings
you know what tore apart the comet?
Oh, okay. You're just going to keep on talking. Okay, fuck you.
No, sorry. You just said something. You just described the cause of something. How do you know that a planet destroyed a comet?
Right. How do we falsify
this
theory?
Happen?
How
do you know the beaver built the dam?
Theory?
You watched the beaver build the dam.
Well, that's based off of proximity. You're saying proximity
why
to
does
this thing
distance matter?
somehow caused it, and so that's the principle that they use. Proximity to the assumed cause, but it's kind of philosophical. Was the cause sufficient to planet it or not? You know, that gets into philosophy, and that's really tough territory.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
right,
observing some beavers build a dam. Although you are observing something, learning something, and you are, I guess, gaining knowledge, you're not using the scientific method in that example. You're gaining knowledge. It's just not a scientific method way of doing it. All these things that you're explaining may be ways of gathering knowledge, but none of them are actually applying the scientific method. It is not regressive to experiment on things. I don't understand.
The way you would do science with the beavers. Sorry.
I think the scientific method has been somewhat criticized on a philosophical level because is proximity to what we assume to is proximity to a cause enough to say that this is the cause, or are we just making more assumptions? That's the reason why they said we gave up basically on saying that this is the cause and or the effect on a philosophical level, because we're kind of begging the question. We're going off of a category of known causes that we're assuming causes this new effect, but we may be wrong. There may be a new cause or a new effect that we need to investigate and look into, and that's why science has kind of gone away from saying cause and effect on that level, at least philosophically.
So here's how you would use beavers with science, right? Or not even beavers. You wouldn't even use beavers. Your naturally observed phenomenon would be one day you're in a valley and you see.
Unfortunately, gentlemen, I have to run.
No. Then run. No, run with this. Run with this. No, right. This is how you use beavers. Right?
2 seconds.
Right. This is it. Right. So if I'm in a valley and it's just a bunch of grass, there's nothing. It's fine. And then the next day it's all flooded. Right. I then Well, okay, that's a naturally observed phenomenon. Like all of a sudden there's all this water. Well, okay, now I'm going to go to investigate and figure out what's going on and observe. Oh, look at these beavers over here. They've erected this dam. Okay, now that's probably maybe what's causing the water. That's what I'm guessing. The water buildup is this dam. Let me break the dam and see if the water goes away. And the water goes away after I break the dam. I can rebuild the dam, and all of a sudden the water comes back up again. And through rigorous testing back and forth, I can break the dam, rebuild the dam, break the dam, rebuild the dam, and I can get the water to do its thing every time, thus determining the cause of why the water flooded this valley.
All right, so that makes sense, and it sets me up perfectly for my exit sentence. So either you can go break the dam and test to see whether the dam was the thing that was keeping the plains not flooded, or say a gigantic rock falls out of the sky, or say, better yet, a bear. A bear comes along and tears apart the dam, and you watch this bear tear apart the dam. Now, you didn't tear apart the dam, you watched the bear tear apart the dam. Can you still draw the conclusion that the dam was the factor that was keeping the plains from flooded, regardless of the fact that you didn't do it? A bear did it? Of course. Sure. You and the bear doing it is exactly the same thing, and with that, I'm out. Take care.
Well, normally we try to
bears.
say, well, we try to duplicate the effect and say, okay, we've duplicated the effect in the experiment, therefore how we prove the cause. But even with that, that's somewhat philosophical. There could still be a cause that we haven't found. And that's why, at least on a philosophical level, they say, you know, we're not just going to talk about cause and effect per se. We're going to talk about falsifiability. We tried to duplicate it using this process, and either it was duplicated or it wasn't, basically.
Yeah, because you could certainly put forth the theory that any observations of celestial bodies being attracted to one another at specified distance could be the resultant effect of the magnetism produced within that celestial body.
And yeah, you could say magnetism.
Push to talk, Lemon.
Freaking push to talk. I have this voltmeter right here, and I either got a magnetic reading or not, or this Gauss reading right here. And so I'm going to prove or disprove or falsify your theory by showing, hey, we're not getting a reading. But even that could be wrong because maybe your voltmeter was off, or maybe there's an electrical signal that's so weak it's off of the voltmeter or something like that. There's still other causes that would still need to be explored on a philosophical level. So we talk about falsifiability or non-falsifiability or whatever on a philosophical level.
Well, that's where you leave that time open. You know, there's always the chance in science that something could go awry. So you're right. We may not be able to measure the effect, but at this point, with what we know, we can say pretty definitively that it doesn't. That, let's say, voltage is not causing that rock to move.
The thing is magnetism is at the cornerstone of every said phenomena. You can't show me one thing not involving magnetism. And furthermore, science is yet to explain it.
Hello.
Well, sometimes when it comes down to when it comes down to these celestial observations that astronomers are making, they can come up with all types of fanciful theories as to why they are observing what they're observing. The point is kind of being made that in order for us to really understand fully why these things are taking place, there needs to be some falsifiability, and there doesn't seem to be any at the moment to be able to falsify the claims of the movements of the celestial bodies.
What's responsible for the magnetic field? Can you explain a magnetic field to me?
Me?
Anyone acting as if science understands everything. Great.
Well, I'd never make the claim that we know everything. Hell, magnetic fields at the base level are just as hard to understand as gravitational fields.
Can we at least explain it in a way that allows us to make conclusions? Because the way that gravity is explained toward us making some sort of a conclusion tends to be the warping of space-time. Well, you know, what is this space-time's, you know, shape and flow? Can we see it flow like and bend and, you know, bend and warp or whatever? I mean, if we're saying that space-time is warping, how is it warping exactly? How can we draw a conclusion off of this premise of gravity as currently, you know, defined? I don't know if we could do that. And at that point, the explanation is kind of poor.
So let me tell you.
Real quick, part of the problem is There's only ever been two postulations as to what the cosmos is predicated upon, and most of you guys have only heard one side of the narrative. So that's really the main problem.
I think the biggest problem with like the electric universe arguments for gravity and stuff is that they just don't seem to jive with the control that we have over magnetism. I can do just about anything I want with voltage, fields, magnetism. I can bump them up, decrease them, and they don't change gravity one fucking iota.
Well, I think you can do some things with electromagnetism, but some things you can't do. They talk about how there's more capacitance in the smaller space. And the way that I think about that is you really need very small, spaces to get a whole lot of energy packed into that space. It's like trying to have a tornado around the eye of the storm. The bigger the eye of the storm is, the weaker the tornado tends to be. And that's what we tend to think of with, this electric dielectric stuff. There's a tornado whirling around the object of something with a very tightly compacted space in the middle. And if you want that tornado to go really fast around that eye of the storm, it needs to be a small tornado or a very small footprint. Otherwise, the tornado tends to have to go over a greater distance and become very weakened. And so I think we have the wrong principle guiding how we think of electricity. We think that bigger is better and more power is better, but really smaller spaces and less footprint appears to be more power. It's actually the opposite.
I don't know if you've ever heard of a tornado before, but have you ever heard of an F5 tornado?
When you think about the magnetic field over the Earth, right? That's a very large spatial footprint, meaning that you would have a very small effect, right? Meaning the force that would be applied or what you would experience would be a relatively weak one because of the large spatial footprint. And let me just throw this out there for the edification of the room. When you think about the description of the bending of warping of space-time, most of the time it's drawn in some sort of really kind of two-dimensional framework, meaning it's like a ball sitting in a fabric that has some sort of specific plane to it. But when you really extrapolate that out in a full three-dimensional form, what you would come up with is more like what you would see in a torus, which we can see within a magnetic field, right? So in my opinion, it's just kind of this bending and warping of space-time causing gravity is just a hijacking of terminology. And to me, it's the Earth's placement within a magnetic field, right? And that magnetic field's effect within the ether, right? We're within this magnetic field, and it has such a large spatial footprint that the force that we experience is a very weak one.
Well, most forces we experience seem to be distance proportional. Like, so if I had a giant Earth-type magnetic field, I still don't see that generating a localized phenomena of me weighing 200 pounds standing here. So and the fact that I can, again, vary the amount of energy, voltage, whatever you want to call it, I can't change my weight by doing that. So, and many materials don't react with that.
That's
so
actually not true.
We have something that's
That's not true at all.
We have something that's distinctly different from electromagnetism.
Can I ask the panel a question about that?
Real quick, I want to address what he said.
How do you guys explain steel structures with this?
Don't change the subject, George. I want to address what he just said, please. What you said is inaccurate, and it's been proven. Like the level 3 Tesla field or higher, you can levitate living frogs or strawberries.
Sure. Are we in a level 3 field? That's a strong field. Can you levitate that frog from 100 feet away?
That's not true.
Tesla's larger than MR.
You're cutting that, Jace.
You wouldn't be able to build anything with metals, inside of a magnetic field. Everything would be attached to everything. You mean things would be flying in the air?
Good point.
Yep, that's true.
That's a good point, George.
In a 10 Tesla field or whatever, 11 Tesla field, whatever the hell that frog flies at, your building would collapse into a ball.
So is there a claim that there's no magnetic field on the Earth then?
No, there's not any claim like that. It's a small one.
Right, correct, because of the large spatial footprint.
Now, what I can say is that compasses, they react to magnets, but they can also be reacting to other things that we're not aware of, because we understand that when you bring a magnet closer to a compass, the compass would point at the magnet. It doesn't mean that it's pointing to a magnetic field when the magnet is not present.
That's a good hypothesis, and maybe someday you can explore it. But at this point, again, science only answers to the best of their ability at the time. So it seems like there's a magnetic pole. It's at the North Pole, at least. We see it. We measure it. We can characterize it. We can follow it back to that source. So
I thought it was,
at least the closest we can get to it. And
I thought the
therefore,
magnetic pole was like accelerating towards Russia, and that it's going faster and faster every time they measure it.
yeah, at kind of a slow rate, but yeah.
Right. Yeah. It is slow, but it's getting less slow. Not saying that it's still not slow, but they say that it's That's what the mainstream guys say, that it is accelerating. It's not on a linear function going down. It's actually going faster and faster.
I think that the theory on that is that when a pole swap happens, now I'm not saying this is a pole swap, but when theoretically a pole swap happens, it would do something like that. It would move, it would accelerate, and then we get to a point where it actually would happen very quickly.
How would you know?
The way that we know that the poles have swapped is based on.
How do we know the poles have swapped?
I think I was talking, wasn't I?
Yeah, I asked the question, man.
Well, how about you
do
let
we
me
know?
answer it? Okay, so I think that the way that they measure that is based upon deposits of magnetic deposits in the soil, and you can see that as they were formed in a magnetic field, that they swap every X number of thousand years.
I'm going to quote Charles Porteous Steinmetz. The magnetic and the dielectric field of the conductors are both included in the term electric field and are the two components of the electric field. You're not going to get away from this.
Why are they so muffled for?
It's assuming again magnetic fields and all of these things. Just because the compasses move towards a magnet when the magnet is present, that's the only thing that he has for magnetism. The direction of the movement of a compass. It's the only thing he has for magnetism. No. He has nothing else.
Nope, that's not true. That's a straw man itself.
What else we have then?
Well, we got permittivity and permeability. We've got attraction and repulsion. So if you're saying that the magnetic attraction is the only thing relatable to a magnetic field, then you're entirely wrong.
Well, you were breaking up quite badly, but I think I heard you. A magnet, if you have a magnetic field, you should have two poles, wouldn't you? Like you just said.
Well,
we don't observe this anywhere. We don't observe this anywhere. We don't have two poles. There is no south pole.
Yeah, that's kind of a misnomer in explaining the poles of a magnet.
No, it's a misnomer to think that you live on a sphere and there is a south pole.
Well, that is too.
I know, because for your ether to happen, you need to be a sphere. You need to have the south pole and the north pole. You need to have both of them. You need
shit out of what you don't understand.
No, you need the 9.8 meters per second of falling towards the ground. I mean, all of this nonsense. You guys are hijacking gravity and putting a bandana of ether over it.
Science hasn't explained gravity, George.
Science explain gravity.
Science does not explain gravity.
You cannot explain something that doesn't exist. I mean, just saying it doesn't exist is already explaining.
I don't think anybody denies the fact that when you drop something, it falls.
Yeah. When you drop something, we know that.
Right. So that's
not science. That's not science,
that's said to be responsible of gravity. However, I disagree.
You dropping something is not science, though.
Point is, it's a naturally observed phenomenon.
Point is that you have no point. You dropping something is not science. It's you dropping something.
What about the apple falling, George?
It's the apple falling is not science either.
That's not an observed natural phenomenon?
You should know better than that, man. Before you learn science, you learn about the dynamic system and the circle of life, and how fruit grows, which seasons they grow and which season they fall.
Why are you running
You
away
should know
from the
better. The cause of the apple falling is because it's ripe. It's time to be eaten. It starts to get rotten. Entropy. Yeah. Not a scientific inquiry whatsoever. We know the cause of it. Now, you guys, we've asserted it would to be something else until we stop and start thinking about it.
I would tell you gravity, magnetism, and electrostatic plane are three in the same thing, only different due to their attributes.
Yeah, I know that. That's what I'm saying. You guys attribute everything all the same thing. But it cannot be all the same thing. You cannot have three names for the same thing.
Yeah, you can. Just as you have, ice, steam, and
No.
water all being
No,
the same
it's not
thing,
the.
but they're
No,
different
it's
based
not.
on their attributes.
No. Very bad analogy. Very bad.
So, what's the difference between steam, water, and ice on a molecular level, George?
Yeah, that's phase change. Nothing to do with ether. Ether is meant to be a medium for light to propagate through in the vacuum of space. Nothing else. But it's not that. We know it's not that. There is no vacuum of space.
How do you know
There
that?
is nothing for light. There is nothing for light to propagate through, because the light that we refer in the sun is not 93 million miles away. It's very, very local.
Light.
So there is not this medium that your ether
All right,
requires.
just chant
Not
through
at
me,
all.
bro. Chant through me. That'll make it right.
He has a little problem
I
with that.
didn't, man. I was talking, wasn't I?
Yeah, but you're ranting long rants, and they're not staying concise on topic. You're going from here to there, from here to there, and no one can address anything because you're all over the fucking place.
Well, if people go all over the place, we're going to need to pick one thing to focus on, or cut them off maybe mid.
I think you clipped yourself there.
Freaking push to talk. Sorry about that, Die Slow. But if they keep on going on and on, cut them off, politely after one or two concise points, or just pick one point of many to address, if possible.
Typically, when I do this with George, we
Thanks
just
for
go
the advice, man.
roundabout. So it's kind of pointless. There's really no conversation to be had.
So what is the ether again?
The substance space itself.
No, I wanted to hear from Dice though, because I'm taking notes. Every day is a different thing.
I've told you the same three words, George, for the last few years, and you try to straw man my every attempt at explaining it to you.
Oh, you're sticking to these three words. Okay, so it's nothing then. So ether is still nothing. All right.
So, George, what have you gathered, if anything, about?
You clipped yourself.
You should be able by now to crystallize some general impression of what, if anything, Dyslow is saying when he talks about the ether. So what, if anything, have you gathered about what Dyslow says the ether is?
But that's the thing. He doesn't say what it is. He doesn't know what it is. It's so many different things at the same time.
It's really
the ether should be simple to resume as being the ether. Here we go.
George,
Simple.
I said the substance of space itself. What's hard to understand about that?
Listen, you cannot say that water is not light, or light is not water. That is not what light is.
Do you see what I'm saying?
You know what I mean? You guys dance around a magnetic, that a electromagnetism that is not observed anywhere. It's just a fantasy. That's why all of this was abandoned a long time ago. Because if you still research what is the ether,
you're going on and on, dude, with cognitive dissonance. All of this has been explained to you
and just
repeatedly,
do a quick search,
day out. Yet you still keep strawmanning the idea of the luminous ether postulated by the Michelson-Morley experiment as being debunked and therefore decredulating
That's not
any
correct.
notions of the ether.
Nah, you're putting words in
That's
my
what
mouth.
you
Trying
just
to put
said.
words in my mouth. No,
That's what you just
no.
said. So how is
Michelson
ether
Morley experiment didn't show any of that. It
So
showed that
how is
the
the
Earth
ether?
is flat, is stationary.
All
No,
right, I
it
give
showed
up.
the
I
Earth to
give
be
up.
stationary. It didn't show anything else.
I'm not doing a fucking yelling match with you, George. You have fun with it.
Well, George, the ether is an attempt to explain what space is as a framework. So if the space is not an ether, then George, do you have an alternative framework to offer for what, if anything, space is? Do you think it's a vacuum nothing? Do you think it's an etheric something? Do you have a framework, if any at all, to explain what space is?
I can tell you what space is not. What we call space is not a vacuum. Yeah, that's for sure.
If it is not a vacuum, then what is it?
I don't know. I cannot go there. Can you go there? Can you tell
We
me
have
for
the
sure what it
framework
is?
of ether to
Well, I know
explain
it's not
what
a
it is
vacuum,
as
and
some sort of
that's
a
good enough for
substance
me.
that flows, has
It's
torque,
not the place that we can
moves
go
in and
to.
out of
George, you're talking
objects or
through him.
something like that.
Can
So
we
at
get
this
someone
point,
to
we just
moderate
need to.
George a little bit?
Well, at this point, we just need to compare frameworks, George, because the framework is going to be used as the just so story to guide exploration. If you have question mark for what space is, ultimately you don't go anywhere scientifically, theoretically, or otherwise. And experimentation, thought, and exploration just stop. So the framework
That's
of
not true.
the ether appears to be a good springboard to at least go
That's not
forward.
true. Many people have sent high altitude balloons, and that is only as far as they can go. And we have high altitude pictures that shows pretty well an idea of the realm that we are in. It's not a place that you can leave. Yeah, we live in a closed system. It makes sense that we live in a closed system because we have gas pressure. So, yeah, there is no ether. There is no other medium for light to propagate because the light is in the same medium as we are breathing.
How can something
Again,
exist in nothing? That makes no sense.
you're confusing. You're confusing visible light with the full spectrum of its totality.
Yeah,
And I would agree.
Of lights that we see,
I would agree
see
with
in the
you
air.
in saying, hold on, I'm steel manning you for a second. I would agree with you in saying that light, visible light, cannot be had without a medium or an object for it to illuminate with. Being that visible light is the byproduct of light being illumination, which requires a medium or an object. So in the vacuum of space, no, you can't have visible light. I'm not saying space is a vacuum, but from what science tells us, right, in the depths of something that's non-existent, you can't have an action and reaction. It requires something. But that's not to say that light cannot propagate through space. It does, but visible light.
Yeah, Breaking Bad, man.
Breaking Bad.
Yeah, your connection is no good.
Did you understand what Dyslo said, George? And do you have any contention with what he said?
Oh yeah, because he says he's not. There is no vacuum of space, but then he says there is a vacuum of space. It's double speak, man. This is all. This is a new phraseology, let's say, of gravity, through and through.
He says
same
that space
phenomena
is
are
not a
observed
vacuum.
and everything else, you know.
He says space is some sort of substance like an ether. It can't be a vacuum because a vacuum and nothingness cannot exist. That appears to be basically what he's saying. And that appears to be logical and sound and valid as a starting framework to explore what, if anything, space is. Otherwise, we have the daunting prospect of explaining how a vacuum nothingness of space can exist around something, other objects that are something. How can something exist in nothing? So the framework that accepts that and tries to work within that framework tends to be something like an ether.
Same thing that Dyslo mentioned, the vacuum of space. You know, that
space
realm
is
that we
not
all
a
know that
vacuum.
doesn't exist.
So it would have to be an ether or something else like that, wouldn't it? If it's not a vacuum nothing, it would have to be an etheric something. Would it not? What other framework is worth exploration?
10 to the negative 17 torr is not a vacuum.
I don't think anyone can go to those to those pressures, man. It's impossible, man. This is
And I would
all,
agree.
make believe story. That it's very difficult to achieve these things. I mean, only a few people, chosen ones, for the whatever physical and intellectual requirements. That NASA requires all of these things. People like Don Pettit, athletic, to do these things. It needs to be people with a high level of intelligence to do these things. I mean, putting a finger, for example, mending a hole, of air going to a vacuum. I mean, all of these ingenious things, only the best can achieve these things. So there is no vacuum of space.
Well, I don't know what the hell any of that meant, but what do you mean a hole? You mean a hole in a spacecraft and 10 to minus 17 outside? What do you think would happen if you stuck your finger over that?
You stick your finger over it.
Yeah, experiment with a little syringe. Yeah, get a little syringe. Yeah, take the needle off, obviously, and with the syringe completely empty. Yeah, you're gonna block the nozzle with the finger and pull a vacuum and see how your finger is gonna react to it. Now imagine instead of that little vacuum is, I don't know, what pressures they say is in the area of the ISS.
10 to, let's go with minus 10.
Imagine that.
But
Can
what
you
would
imagine
happen? What do you think would happen?
What
I've got
would
14
happen?
psi on the inside, and on the outside I have
Not only
near
the
zero.
finger and the arm, not only the finger and the arm, the whole person will go through that hole.
Why?
Why?
What force would make him go
You
through
know what
that?
a vacuum is? A vacuum is a suction of air. Now imagine that all of a sudden that vacuum finds more air reachable to it. What's it going to do to it? You think
It'll
a
push
tank
out with the same
wouldn't?
amount of force that
You
the
think
pressure in the original vessel
you think
has. So
you
at
think a
most,
tank?
the worst case scenario you could possibly get would be 10
think-
to, it could be a 14 psi delta.
Can you show us a tank, man-made tank that can resist those pressures, please?
Yes.
A submarine would be ideal,
To
man. A
hold up
submarine would
14
be ideal.
psi, yes, a soda can.
Not 14.
In fact, a soda can hold 10 bar.
So the can what?
Hold 10 bar.
bar. Yeah, but that's nothing, is it? Imagine
10 bar is way more than 10 to the minus 17 to 14 psi.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh man, you're wrong, man.
Thousands of times,
It's
millions
orders of magnitude. It's orders of magnitude difference, man. Completely. I mean, nothing would. You couldn't put nothing there. You couldn't
Okay,
even.
what
You
is the
couldn't
difference
take an
between 10
oxygen
to the
tank
minus
with you.
16 and 10 to the minus 17? As far as I'm starting from 14 psi, and I have. Actually, let's do this with more simple example. I have a syringe, and it's got let's say, a 1/8 of an inch opening on it, and I pull the syringe halfway, and let's say that's 1 torr. How hard is that going to pull on your finger? Now, if I double that, go down to like half a torr by doubling the distance of the syringe pulled out, how much more will that pull on my finger?
Let's say it's a syringe. Let's say it's a syringe 1 meter long.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're gonna have a mechanism pulling that vacuum, and you're gonna hold on the nozzle. I want to see how much you can hold, or anyone can hold. Please, can anyone show? I mean, should be a simple demonstration.
Right. I mean, with me pulling out a soda straw, I could probably pull like 1 psi out of it, and I'll have about 1 psi delta between my finger and the outside world. If I put a vacuum pump on it, which can go down to I don't know, like an air conditioning vacuum pump, and I put my finger over that same hole, it's not going to strip my finger off my hand, even though it's thousands of times less pressure in it.
But we're not talking about thousands of times, are we?
From 1 torr to 10 to the minus 17 torr is still only a fraction of a psi difference.
17 zeros, man. You know how many thousands are in it?
Yes. How many thousands are in a milliamp versus an amp? Or a billion?
You see it's a small difference, man.
Right. So if I have 100
right,
volts,
so it's not a small difference then.
Okay, I have 100 volts on a battery, and I have a dead battery right next to it that only has 0.0 10 to the minus 17 volts on it. Which one's going to shock me more, the 10 to the minus 17 volts or the 100 volts?
We're not talking about volts, are we?
Yes, we are. We're talking about small. We're talking about small compared with another value.
No, man. We're talking about orders of magnitude of a vacuum.
Right, 10 to the minus 17 versus 1
correct.
volt or 10 volts or 100
volts. See how many decimals are in it.
Yeah, no,
so don't tell me it's a small difference. No. Don't tell me it's a small difference.
Right, so 10 to the minus 17 volts, I should just explode, right?
But it's not volts, it's torr. It's a torr value, man.
Right, starting from 14.
Right.
Starting from 14. I can get to 0 is the worst.
Starting from
0
14.
Nothing
Nothing will resist those pressures. Nothing.
Right, 0 is infinitely less than 14, right? Or is it 14 less?
And where do you reach 0? You just said it doesn't reach 0 ever. All of this is arbitrary.
Right, but it's in a direction.
All of this is arbitrary. All of this is arbitrary. It's just
0.
imaginary. This is all imaginary, man.
That's wonderful, but we don't see any more vacuum. Like if I'm trying to hold up using a vacuum pump, if I want to try and hold up a car, and I go to and I've got, let's say, a 1-inch suction cup, and I pull a 10 to the minus what's the record? I think 10 to the minus 11 in the labs. So I'm pulling 10 to the minus 11. Can I pick up that car with that 1-inch suction cup?
It's a very bad analogy because on your container, listen, no, because your container needs your vacuum needs a container. The vacuum that you're talking about, and you're demonstrating and explaining nicely, it requires a chamber for it. The problem is that the sky, the other vacuum that we're talking about, it doesn't have this container that we're talking about. Yeah.
We're not talking about
so it's not the same thing. So yes, you can demonstrate a vacuum. People can demonstrate a vacuum very, very well. But to say that the sky is a vacuum without the container next to a gas pressure, no. That's impossible.
So my suction cup example, if I go from 10 to the minus 1 to 10 to the minus 11, which I can achieve, how much more suction, how much harder will that suction cup pull on my finger? If I plug the hole with my finger, or if I try to use a suction cup, how much more power will it have? None. 0. Nothing that you can
imagine.
measure.
Now imagine, you have to demonstrate that without the container.
What do you mean without the container? It doesn't matter. I've got
without the syringe.
I have an outside pressure trying to get into my suction cup, or the inside pressure trying to go out through my fingertip. Now 10 to the minus 1 to 10 to the minus 17.
I already gave you the example. I already gave you the example. I already give you the example. You take a syringe empty, you block the nostril of the syringe and you pull a vacuum. Now you need to demonstrate that without the syringe.
It doesn't matter whether it's with or without, it's still a delta.
You're not going to do it without the syringe, are you? The syringe is required. The container is required. It does matter.
They have vacuum
bombs. It does matter. Obviously it matters. Everyone is laughing about what you're saying, man.
If you release steam in an area of low pressure, as the steam condenses, there's all sorts of things you can do in the open air. But it's irrelevant because you're talking about.
No, it's not irrelevant. You need the syringe. You're ignoring the elephant in the room. You need the syringe.
Okay, where is the vacuum in the syringe? There's a vacuum inside of that syringe, right? Or a lower pressure.
Correct. Yeah, and there's higher pressure outside of the syringe.
What's outside?
And there's higher pressure on the outside of the syringe.
Right.
Now, you need to demonstrate that without the syringe.
Your finger is between the outside and the inside. So it's trying to keep your finger from going into that syringe, or it's trying to push your finger into that syringe, right?